screen I'm going to show you. So this was the footprint of the Palisades fire, last updated at about 10:45. And I want to just focus here on the western flank because this was what Luz Delia was focusing on. But based on GPS information, Luz Delia is actually down here in this area. So we are seeing embers flying from the western end of the Palisades fire as far as 3 miles, because her tracker shows that she is in this area of Pacific Palisades. So it's unclear where the fire line is along this path, but it is quite far. And there is homes that are being burned in this area down here. Now, as you can see, it's all shaded red because it's a mandatory evacuation area. But it illustrates just how far embers can fly with these intense winds and just how far this fire has moved from this area of where it was 4 hours ago. And I also want to zoom out and look even further over here. This gray spot that you see in the center of your screen, this is the footprint of the Franklin fire from a month ago. And you can see how damaging it was back then. And now at the bottom part of Malibu, this area in yellow, these residents are now being told they may have to evacuate for the second time in 30 days because there is a fire approaching from the east. And clearly it is a lot closer than the fire footprint seems to indicate, as homes are burning in this area. So certainly the people here in Malibu need to be concerned about evacuating again for a second fire, also wind driven, although the winds are even more intense than they were 1 month ago in early December when the Franklin fire ripped through this area. And you can see even out here to the northeast of the Franklin fire, this large yellow area also under an evacuation warning. And the area of Montanito, this area was under an evacuation order in the Franklin fire. So these people in this community are certainly being told to get out because of an encroaching fire from the east. It's got to be exasperating for these residents that live in this area to have to go through this all over again. Kalina, Christine?
Mark, thank you. And you are watching KCAL News Mornings at 5. We are tracking 3 fires raging across Southern California as damaging winds continue to whip through the region. First is the Palisades fire that is burning in Pacific Palisades, and it has since spread to the Malibu area. This started around 10:30 a.m. yesterday morning. It's now burned over 2,900 acres with no containment. 30,000 people are evacuated, more than 10,000 homes threatened. And we've seen several homes and buildings just torched by those flames, but right now the number of structures damaged or destroyed is unknown. Evacuation shelters are available at the Westwood Recreation Center and the El Camino Real Charter High School that is in Woodland Hills.
Now that second fire broke out in Altadena. This one is being dubbed the Eaton Fire. This started before 6:30 last night. It's since spread to Pasadena and has now grown to 1,000 acres. And our reporters are on the ground. They've also seen several homes and structures burned in these flames. And we're also learning that the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center, it's been destroyed. Residents in the area, they're being told to evacuate immediately. A shelter has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center, and all Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed today.
And now a third big fire in Sylmar, where the Hearst fire broke out at 10:30 last night. Right now, it's at about 500 acres, also 0% containment. There are evacuation orders and warnings in place, and evacuation shelters are available at the Richie Valens and Sepulveda Recreation Center, as well as Northridge Park, that is on Reseda. And this morning, we're seeing the impact of these destructive winds. At least 55,000 Edison customers there without electricity at this hour, with another 38,000 others that could lose their power at any moment. Also, thousands of LA DWP customers, they don't do those power safety shutoffs, but they are still in the dark. Their power has been knocked out, and the powerful winds feeding these flames are only getting worse. Good morning. I'm Christine Lazar.
And I'm Kalina Estrinos, and we continue to keep a very close eye on all of those fires with live team coverage. Again, our reporters are on the ground. Our Mark Liu is at the desk tracking all the new information that we're getting into our newsroom. And our meteorologist, Alex Bisson, is monitoring your next weather forecast. But we do want to start with our Amanda Starantino in Pasadena for the Eaton fire. Amanda, we were talking to you, I want to say about 5-10 minutes or so ago. The winds have been so strong. The embers have been flying everywhere. And when we took you moments ago, you mentioned that the embers flew in a different direction and started a different fire down the street. Where are you at right now? What are you seeing?
We're back on Hastings Ranch Drive, Kalina. The wind has dramatically changed from when I was just talking to you. So that just shows this evolving situation here that these firefighters are dealing with. The wind's finally giving us a little reprieve. I'm sure they're going to come right back, but I hope they're taking advantage of it in this moment. We can finally see a little bit more clearly here. This is the house, the two homes that I was originally showing you on Hastings Ranch Drive. They are still burning, but, you know, firefighters had to move on. They're not here. And I think what's so devastating about this situation is that there's just so much going on and not enough firefighters. I did hear Mark talking about that there are crews coming in from so far, which is just wonderful news at this point, because that's really going to help this fight, because there's just not enough hands on deck here for how much is happening. It's just nonstop. And then in my last live shot, you saw those embers. You saw how much they were moving. And that's what's causing all these separate homes to just go up in flames here, right here on Hastings Ranch Drive. I'm pretty close to Hastings Canyon, and we're just a little bit, south of the golf course. These are two homes right next to each other that are just going to be gone in probably an hour, mostly gone at this point. More than 50,000 people are under evacuation orders here, another more than 50,000 under warnings. There's no reason to be in this neighborhood or in these areas right now. Okay, the wind's starting to pick up again, so it's going to get a little gusty, and the smoke's going to start coming through one more time. It is not easy to be in these areas. You've heard so many reporters say, you know, your eyes are burning, and we have all our gear on. It's hard to breathe, and there's no reason why anyone should be in this area. It's just not safe. It's not healthy. And you're also going to get in firefighters' way. What I was talking about with you guys was one of the biggest challenges in this area is the fact that firefighters aren't having enough water pressure to fight these flames here, because there's so many firefighters working and pulling from these fire hydrants here. Victor, I want to move down a little bit this way, because we have some video of a house from earlier that firefighters were working on. So as we walk down, the firefighters are trying to pull from the fire hydrants, obviously, to be able to fight these flames. That's what they do. But because there's so many, there's not enough water pressure here. We're approaching a fire truck right here. Let's make sure they're not moving. Okay, so they are having to individually fill up their trucks with water and wait for their turn to be able to do so, to then go to a house to go fight the fire, not with a fire hydrant, but through their truck, so that they can actually get water pressure. They're also dealing with the fact that people left their sprinklers on, which is the smart thing to do to try to help the firefight, but it's actually not, because that is taking away from the water pressure that firefighters are going to be able to use to fight those flames as well. Another issue that firefighters said that they have is a lot of water pipes are also bursting, and that's causing them to lose their pressure to be able to do what they need to do. We have another truck coming up this way. But it's pretty bad here. Over 1,000 acres burned. One of our other photographers just moved to another area nearby to check it out that is not doing well, but it's just house after house, and it's just unbelievable, because you see what you just saw with those two homes going down in flames, and then the next couple are still standing. I want you guys to take a look at some video we have of a home where some firefighters were trying to put it out this morning, and there's some damage there. So if you guys could play some of that. I think I'm trying to find that house for you guys right now to see how it's doing. But these firefighters just working around the clock right now to just save these homes and save these people's memories. I believe we're on the corner. I'll have to find it with a flashlight at this point. It's so hard to see anything. I'm guessing there's no power here, because there is literally no lights on. The only lights we have right now are from fire trucks. There are a few street lamps, just a couple, and just the flames, and that's what's giving us light right now. Kalina? Can you guys hear me?
They showed that video.
I lost you guys. I can't hear anything right now.
Okay.
Oh, there you are. You're taking a look at that video?
Yeah,
we
looking
did.
at that video. We also, right in front of you, see that firefighter going toward the side of that home right there, looking like he's going through the gate. Not sure if he's going to go see and just make sure everyone is out, or if he's doing some type of defensive work. But it's just, again, terrifying to see, and just horrible conditions in this area. And, you know, Amanda, you're having trouble breathing because of the smoke in the area. We've been seeing the embers. You mentioned that the wind gusts weren't as strong as they were 10 minutes ago when we first saw you, but now you're walking in a different direction as well.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find that house. So it's actually down this way a little bit. Again, it's hard to see. I'm trying to look at house addresses for the houses that are still standing. So we're trying to find that house that we had for that video. If you look right ahead of me to the left, there's another property on fire. I'm on the corner of Hastings Ranch and Valley Lights right here. Where are you? There we go. This house is on fire. We were able to show that last time. If you look to your left right here, Victor, when we come down the street, you see some more trucks on the street. It's apocalyptic here. I know I had some girlfriends that were just trying to pull their memories and what they could from here last night and from their homes that are all on this street and just trying to do what they can. And so many people are displaced and out of these neighborhoods right now. It's just a terrifying situation. It's scary. It's sad. There's so many emotions going on here for so many families. And I mean, when the sun comes up, we're really going to see some real devastation here.
And that is really when a lot of these moments are going to sink in for a lot of people who've been watching our coverage overnight with all the different fires that we've been tracking into this morning, just seeing their property in the daylight completely destroyed. And we just feel for everyone who's been impacted by these fires.
And Amanda, we're going to take a look now at some new video that we have coming into our newsroom. And this is video of the Jewish temple. I believe we're going to be able to show that. Yeah, here we go. So this is the Jewish temple in Pasadena that was gutted by fire. As you can see, it is a total loss. And this is the Eaton fire. Remember, we have 3 major fires going right now. You have the Palisades and Malibu area. You have the Sylmar fire, which is the Hearst fire. And then you have the fire burning near Pasadena, and that is the Eaton fire. And this is the Jewish temple destroyed by fire. And such a reminder that we're not only talking about the loss of homes, we're talking about the loss of places of worship, places where people gather, staples in the community, businesses. We saw Duke's in Malibu. As people are waking up to this, it's going to be so shocking to see these landmarks in our neighborhoods. You know, the landscape forever changed by this fire. Whenever you have devastating fires like this, it will forever change a community. And that's what we're seeing. And, you know, such a tough time for the people who frequent this temple, people who've had, you know, memories, weddings there, bat mitzvahs, bar mitzvahs. It's really tough to see this. And you can see firefighters in that video. But right now we have no air support. It is too windy. It is too dark. You see a ladder truck there trying to fight fire from above, but that temple destroyed. I'm sure firefighters did everything they could to try to save it. But with their resources so strapped, Amanda also saying that they're having problems with their water pressure and getting the water onto these burning buildings. You know, it is Mother Nature and all of the circumstances are just not on their side.
And even though, you know, we don't have the air support we're hoping for right now, the department does have a plan in place. So as soon as they get an opportunity to go in the air, they will, and they will firefight from the air and continue their firefight from the ground. We want to get over to Alex Biston right now, our meteorologist Alex Biston. She's in with us this morning. She's navigating the winds, the fire danger in every single one of our live shots with our reporters. Alex, we have been seeing just devastating conditions with the wind gusts, but I feel like where Amanda was at, it seemed more gusty. We saw more embers flying all over the place. Can you kind of walk us through what everyone's kind of dealing with this morning?
Yes, and that's a really interesting concern. I know that you kind of pointed that out in her live shot. I was noticing that too. You know, the winds ebb and flow, right? I mean, we'll have sustained winds and then we will have a big burst or a big gust of wind. And that is, you know, what we have been watching. So we see in a lot of our reporter live shots, at times it can look a little bit calmer and then other times it can get quite blustery. So really it changes by the second, and that is what is so concerning with the wind, is that everything shifts, you know, really by the second, by the minute. I've been looking at a lot of our live cameras this morning. This is Mount Wilson Observatory. This is a live look right now of the Eaton fire. Again, we're still waiting for sunrise, but flames looking dramatic. Of course, a lot of areas under smoke, under ash this morning, and winds just have not let up. I've got two areas of focus here. I'm going to step off camera and show you the strongest winds we're feeling right now, specifically across portions of Ventura, Los Angeles County. This area is under the extreme fire weather conditions today. So Simi Valley winds gusting as strong as 54 miles per hour. I'm sure many areas and many people that live in these areas didn't sleep overnight just because of how strong the winds have been. 45-mile-an-hour winds in Camarillo, 26 in Burbank, so San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita Valley. Winds have let up somewhat across some parts of Orange County from Santa Ana and then to some parts of the IE Chino. 32-mile-an-hour winds, 42 as we head to Riverside. So strongest winds this morning. We'll see a little bit of a drop off as we head into this afternoon, but we still have the fire weather with us for much of this week. Sylmar, we've got winds out of the northeast about 27, but gusting up to 50. So again, there it is. At points, it can feel a little bit better out there if the wind calms down. Then you get a large gust and embers start to, move, and that's when more issues come up. Again, we were looking live over our Mount Wilson camera, Altadena. We're looking at gusts about 38 miles per hour. This is important. This changed from yesterday. So the fire weather outlook is now upgraded to the most extreme level. So areas in the hot pink color, this includes the Santa Clarita Valley. So heads up today if you live in these areas. Piru, Ojai Valley, Santa Paula, Thousand Oaks, Westlake Village, Calabasas, all included in this, and an area that is typically spared from the winds, yes, is the San Gabriel Valley. But this area also under that extreme for the fire weather outlook today. Other areas under critical fire weather conditions, a lot of the Inland Empire and some parts of Orange County too. This is super important. I'm going to step off screen here so you can really see the future cast as we head through the next few hours. So let's move through the morning. You can see by around 9:30, 9:45, it's still blustery up through the I-5 corridor into Santa Clarita. San Fernando winds about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Here it is. We're continuing with those stronger winds. Really through this afternoon, Inland Empire, and take a look up through the San Bernardinos. You can see those wind gusts as strong as 50 to 60 miles per hour. Now, a drop off in the winds by tonight. So really just hyper focused on our local mountains as we head into tonight. Now, by tomorrow afternoon, kind of another surge of those winds. So that's why we've got the fire danger with us through much of this week. And then as we head into around Friday afternoon, we will see the winds die down for a lot of areas. I also want to show you this. This is a high wind warning. I've been working in Los Angeles in this market for about 6 years. I don't remember a time when we've seen a high wind warning for all of Southern California. I think the only area excluded is up through the Ventura coastline, areas like Camarillo. But take a look at this. I mean, it's all across Southern California, coasts, valleys, deserts, mountains, down trees, power lines. That's definitely possible. If you can stay home today, probably best to do so. Stay off the roads. You want to be out of these conditions. Red flag warning again, the high fire danger that is with us through the end of the week. We'll send it back to you.
Alex, thank you so much. We do want to get out to our assignment desk manager, Mark Liu. He is at the desk, and you're giving us an overall view because we are dealing with these three very active brush fires in three different areas. So what can you tell us?
Well, I'll tell you, Kalina, this is going to be one of the most intense firefights in Southern California in recent memory. Each one of these fires is significant enough to tax the resources of an entire fire department, and we have three of them burning in Southern California at the same time. Resources from Northern California and Arizona are coming in to assist our already very hardworking firefighters. But I want to talk about each one of these fires tactically in order. Let's start with the biggest one, the Palisades fire. If you come out to my screen, I'm going to give you an idea of where this is burning and how deeply it is burning into communities. Now, right here, you see the footprint of the Palisades fire. It started yesterday at about 10:30, and the two major flanks here are burning to the east here through the Mandeville Canyon, possibly into the Santa Monica area, and then on the west here, burning towards Tuna Canyon. And we know that fire embers have gone at least 3 miles to the west because our reporter Luz Delia Caballero was seeing some homes that were burning all the way over to the west there. But the important things that I want to note here on the Palisades fire, of course, 0% containment. These orange areas are the fire footprint, and there are some significant things that we have seen here, including homes being damaged in this area. And certainly in this area, there is great concern that Palisades High School is in the fire footprint. We are trying to get some more information about how badly damaged, if it was at all. A little bit of good news you can see down here. This is the Getty Villa. It looks like the fire footprint may have damaged the back building there, but the Getty Villa says that their back building is going to be okay. Luz Delia Caballero, she was doing her live reports from this area here, which is actually, it's further, it's actually all the way over here that she had been doing her live reports. That means that embers are at least moving this far across PCH and damaging homes in this area near Las Flores Canyon. So a very damaging fire here. And I want to actually show you our LAX cam. It's RM8. Now, what you're looking at there is very faint embers that I believe may be down by Will Rogers State Beach. So it's difficult to tell from the perspective, but what you're seeing at the bottom of your screen is runway 24. So that's LAX. So this fire is in visible view of the LAX flight path, which means it has progressed quite far from its origination point in the Palisades area. So certainly firefighters are concerned about its eastbound progression into the Brentwood and Will Rogers State Beach area and the area towards LAX. This is, of course, great concern for them. And this is not the only fire that's burning. Let's come back out to my screen and let's talk about the next fire. This is the Hearst fire that is burning up in the Sylmar area. This one started at about 10:30 last night. We don't have a good idea of the fire footprint yet because the aerial assault has not taken place this morning yet. We believe it's burning in this area based on the evacuation zones. But certainly in the San Fernando Valley, the smell of smoke was very strong, even in the northern part of the San Fernando Valley. So we know that this fire is burning pretty intensely. We do have a look at it with our Hollywood Hills camera. This is, if I can see, RM3. This actually right here is some of that Sylmar fire that we see up there. It's certainly glowing in the hillsides. I don't have too much information about structures damaged up there, but certainly LA City Fire is working and fire attack in this area as well. Then finally, our third fire that we're working, we know getting more and more destructive. Let's come out to my screen and talk about the Eaton fire. That's where Amanda Starantino was. This one started at about 6:30 last night. If we can come out to my map, I can show you on the map where that is. This one, we know that there are homes that are burning in the Hastings Ranch area. We can see here that it started in the hills above the Altadena area, somewhere in this area. But we know that the fire has certainly damaged homes here. That's because Amanda Starantino was reporting live from this area. Normally, we would expect homes to be burning if they were going to burn right around here. But Amanda was in this community here, and we saw homes around, I think it was called Valley View Lane, or it was down here. Valley View Avenue and Valley Lights Drive in this area. So we know that homes in this community have been damaged, very likely the fire coming down through this vegetative area. And embers can fly so far in these high winds, and that's certainly a problem for these communities as there is no aerial assault. The last thing I want to show you here, this is the radar. There's nothing on it. You don't see any icons except for a few jets that are flying over at about 3,000 feet right now. We hope that the aerial assault will begin sometime after sunup where it's a little safer to fly, but right now this is purely a ground fight, and it is going very intensely for all three of these fires. That's it here from the desk. Back to you.
Yeah, and we can only imagine that the acreage for all of these will expand as soon as the sun comes up and they can reevaluate. We're going to go now to our reporter, Rick Montanez. He is live along PCH and Sunset, and you've just seen so much devastation, and we see more fire behind you there. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so Christine, we want to show you this property here because this is just off of Pacific Palisades Beach, and that is brush that is burning. It does not appear that the buildings are on fire yet. Those are the Edgewater Towers. That is a complex right here just off of Sunset and PCH. So it is overlooking PCH and the ocean. You may even be able to hear the waves crashing right where we are. We're standing right on the rocks next to the water. I can even feel some of the water splashing as we watch these embers just cast out into the ocean, out onto PCH. But you know, these flames are burning so close to these homes. And I've got to tell you, even if these buildings do not catch fire, all of these units are going to have smoke damage inside because this smoke is just so thick and the winds are so strong, and there are so many embers. You could probably see them in this video as they're just going all over the place. My photographer here, Ernie Fuentes, I want to see if you can take us over to where we were showing earlier. So you can't see the building anymore, but you could see the glow. So we were talking about this other condo complex here on the other side of the street. Again, this is looking inland. This collapsed this morning as we watched the building continue to burn for hours. And it's a 3-story building, and there are a lot of units in that one. And we just saw it come down. I mean, it was devastating to watch. The good news out of that is we have not seen much expansion in that complex, just that one building, which looks fairly large. There are a number of units in there, so certainly people lost their homes, which is just tragic to see and report on. The other thing I want to point out is just down the street from there. So on Sunset, we wanted to show you, but we aren't getting signal up there, but I was up there. There is also a school, West Side Waldorf School, which is a preschool and up to middle school. That is on fire right now as well. Next to it, there is a shopping center, which has a Subway and a couple of restaurants, dry cleaners. That is all burning right now. And there are a few more apartment complexes, but look at this one again. You see just how large those flames are as the brush burns right next to Edgewater Towers, which is here on the corner of PCH and Sunset. Just awful to watch, and to know that, you know, as we've been saying, there are countless people who are impacted by this all across our region here in Southern California, dealing with these fires. The sun not even close to being up yet, so the devastation is just going to be horrific when we do get to see first daybreak here, but the wind still howling, blowing embers. And last, I want to leave you with this, because we are in a beach parking lot here where we got access. You know, a lot of these parking lots, they have the one way in, one way out. Well, the exit has those spike strips to keep people from going in the wrong way. Gentleman here, my photographer Ernie Fuentes, had to stop him because we think he actually did drive over those spikes on his two front tires. Someone who lives in the area, but possibly confused or just didn't know exactly where he was going. So it's a critical reminder of just how important it is to listen to those evacuation orders and to get out of the area, because that could be life-threatening if you're stuck in a place like this that you're unfamiliar with. And you know, it sounds awful to be like, just get out, but really this is all in an effort to try to save your life, because look at all of these flames. And we have this next round of fire trucks coming in here. This could also be, you know, either they're repositioning or it's a fresh set of crews coming in to help relieve all the other firefighters who have been on this for hours. You know, I have family friends who are in LAFD who are out here working. And you know, it's just, I mean, you got to imagine what their families are going through right now too, knowing that they are here working.
I know, and Rick, that's a great reminder, because in a panic, you're not paying attention to the direction of the spike strips at all. You're not paying attention to when, yeah, and it's really dark. But I do feel like we started talking to you about 3 o'clock this morning. I feel like that fire has spread rather quickly. It looked much smaller earlier, unless it's just where you were. Okay, because the orange glow in the sky is pretty significant, and the flames are just out of control right now. It is, again, just devastating to see. And we've mentioned this before, and Rick, you mentioned this just now too. So many people are familiar with that area. Not only do they live there, but they travel there, they go hiking there, they go to the beach there, they visit friends and family. Exactly. It's just so devastating to see such an iconic spot. And just the impact it's going to have and the trickle-down effect in the future, because it's not just going to be the homes, it's going to be, you know, picking up the pieces after that too, and the businesses and everything else.
Right. And if I can show you one more thing before we go, because you were mentioning the glow and watching the fire grow. When we showed you down PCH, that was much further down. We're talking probably at least a mile down. And so now we are standing just across the street from where this is burning. So yes, the fire has spread all the way over here. I mean, the difficult thing to see is when we talk about the fire spreading, but which direction is it going? Because we're looking at fire from almost all directions except for where the ocean is just off to our side. But everywhere around from north to south, we are seeing flames burning all around us.
And the smoke is blanketing the street. We were able to see the fire department moving in on that street, Rick, and it's so thick you can't see that anymore. You can't make it out. It just looks like a dark hole.
Well, and it's a good reminder too, because we've been reporting all morning on the evacuation warnings, not yet orders. But as you mentioned, you saw a gentleman drive over, the spike strip they have on that parking lot because people often are frantically trying to get out. So we want to tell everybody this morning as you're waking up, if you're under an evacuation watch, it is not a bad idea, especially if you have elderly family members, young children, pets, people who and animals who can be hard to move, that it's a good time to just get your belongings and go stay with a friend. Because Rick, as you've seen just in the, say, 3 hours you've been there, such erratic fire behavior because of those winds.
Right, and what was good when we arrived out here, and likely that had to do with the time of day, we did not see a lot of people who were out and about. But I've covered these fires for more than a decade, and a lot of times we do see people who are out here. And look, check this out. You're talking about the smoke. Now we can hardly see that fire. You can see the flames are big, but it's, there's a screen over it essentially with all of this smoke that is coming off of this right now. But that is the thing, is listening to those warnings, staying out of the area if you can, because this is just so devastating. I mean, even if these fire crews were right here on these buildings, it's almost impossible, it seems, that they'd be able to save some of these buildings. So you can imagine, these are the trained crews that have the equipment and the capability to put out large fires, and they just can't keep up with this because of conditions. So what is a homeowner to do? They don't have the training or the skills or equipment to do this. So it really is just a reminder of the best thing to do is to get out and be safe and let these fire crews work because they are trained for this. And same with us. I mean, it's incredible to see and powerful to see, but we are trained to be out here to bring you these images as well.
All right, Rick, thank you so much, and thank you for bringing us so much information and also staying safe. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 5:30. We are tracking 3 fires raging across Southern California as damaging winds continue to whip through our region. First is the Palisades fire that is burning in Pacific Palisades. It has since spread to the Malibu area, and this started around 10:30 yesterday morning. It's now burned over 2,900 acres with no containment. At least 30,000 people are evacuated, and more than 10,000 homes are threatened. We've seen several homes and buildings torched by the flames, but as of right now, the number of structures damaged or destroyed is unknown. Evacuation shelters are available at the Westwood Recreation Center, also El Camino Real High School, that is in Woodland Hills.
Now, the second fire broke out not too long ago. Again, we have 3 different fires that are burning, but we do want to get out to our Luz Delia Caballero right now, joining us in Malibu for the Palisades fire. Luz Delia, I'm hearing it's getting a little bit out of control where you are. What's happening?
Oh my gosh, this wind is crazy. We've nearly fallen several times. We are on a stretch of PCH where buildings on both sides are currently on fire, and firefighters can't move fast enough to get the engines on this stretch of PCH. Behind me, you'll see a building that looks like it's one that houses several businesses. Obviously, you can see those flames. Impressive images here. We can definitely feel the heat, and we are maybe 20 feet away from this building. I can also tell you, obviously, fire needs 3 elements to reach full combustion: heat, oxygen, and fuel. This building definitely has all 3, and you can see that those flames are running rampant inside. Again, trying to find that oxygen. We've also noticed that when these wind gusts get out of control, those flames tuck in. And then when the wind gusts kind of calm down a little bit, they kind of tuck back inside. So here we just want to show you the intensity of these flames. I mean, part of this trash can melted. There's a nearby dumpster here, toppled over, and this is some heavy stuff here. You can't move this, but that wind gust toppled this over. And then over there, you can also see brush has caught on fire, and we will show you real time, or try our best to do so, to show you these embers that are moving very, very quickly. When we tell you, we've learned from our repeated fire coverage that these embers can travel 4 miles. We are witnessing this firsthand. As Sparkle shows you right now, you can see those embers flying absolutely everywhere. And as Sparkle comes over here and shows you on this road, you can see those embers just sliding past that road onto those fire engines, and they are actually blocking our view, but they are tackling a massive fire behind us where it seems like one or several buildings have caught fire, and that's behind that engine there. We can kind of see some of those flames back there, but things are getting very, very intense in this area. We are here on PCH. It seems like fire crews may move us just because of how fast these flames are moving, how quickly these embers are moving. And of course, they might just shut this stretch down so that they can get a better handle of these flames and try to put some of these out before, again, those embers start spreading. But this is a fire that has taken this community by storm, and it's causing several challenges for firefighters at this time. We were just given an okay from a firefighter to be here, so we are safe, but we're talking more than 2,900 acres burned and tens of thousands of people evacuated. Firefighters are doing the best they can to get a good handle on this fire, but as you can see, I mean, this wind is very, very intense, certainly posing a challenge for firefighters and their effort to tackle these flames. And just look at that. I mean, these images don't lie, and they are really painting a picture and telling a story of all of the devastation left behind due to this windstorm that has just gotten out of control. And this is just one of many areas where there is grave devastation. And again, we're in Malibu. We're talking about a beach community where things should not look like this. The only orange glow we should be seeing is from a sunrise or a sunset. And obviously, as you can see, that is not the case here.
Luz, Delia, you know, your photographer pans over to that one business or home, and it has some type of writing, and Christina and I keep on trying to see what it's saying. Can you make out what it's saying? Because we want to look up what that potentially could be, if it is a business, if it's, it says something like...
Yeah, it says Harricana Salon, but down here, Sparkle's our photographer, Sparkle Day, Malibu Healing Center, Acupuncture, Herbs, Nutrition. So it seems to me like this was a building that housed several businesses.
Okay.
And so not just one, but several. And this sign was once out front. I would, grab those other signs to see what other businesses are here, but obviously that's on fire. We're trying to stay as safe as possible, but it seems like this is a building that had maybe many suites, and obviously it is gone. I mean, whatever is going to be left of this once firefighters come here and potentially try to douse this with water as much as they can to stop these flames ultimately, so that embers don't travel extremely far and catch on brush or other buildings. But this is a total loss. Even looking inside, we are looking in real time how this building is just burning down, and that roof is collapsing as we speak. And we hear it, we certainly see it.
And it's just a reminder, too, that...
It's just a very, very devastating scene here.
Yeah, and it's a reminder, too, that we're not just talking about homes, obviously devastating for homes to be lost, but the economic impact on these communities, especially a place like Malibu and the Pacific Palisades, that really rely on the tourists, local tourists, people from out of town who come into those areas, who go to these places. People work here even when they don't necessarily live in that area, and it's just so devastating to see. And Luz, Delia, we've been talking about the fact that we see how much has been lost on our air, but once the sun comes up, it's just gonna look, devastating.
And something else with what you just pointed out, though, that business, I mean, those neighborhoods in Malibu and Pacific Palisades and just all across Southern California, we're known for having those little small businesses in neighborhoods, in areas where we live. They're right down the street, they're right around the corner, where they're familiar with us, they know our name, they know our order, they know what we're going there for. And so that is just so significant for that specific community, and it's so unfortunate.
And they're telling me that that salon, it sounds like they just opened up, according to their website, which is just, you know, adding insult to injury. And I imagine that people who go there or people who work there might be watching our news right now. And you know, we hate to be on air and to show people this, but I've known from going to these evacuation centers, from going out into the communities, people are often glued to the television, hoping to see if their home or their business is still standing or if it's burned. And you know, that's why we stay on the air, and we've been on air all night long, and you've been out there braving the elements. And I want to remind people too that we as reporters, we're trained, you know, they give us training on how to be out there. So I don't want anybody to think that, you know, we're throwing her out there with no idea what she's doing.
And all of our reporters have been doing a great job, including you, Luz Delia, on staying safe, communicating with us with how you're feeling, where you're going, if it's safe, if it's unsafe. So we really appreciate your reporting very, very much. It's just devastating out there. Stay safe. We do have other fires, of course, that we've been tracking all morning, and you can just continue to hear the wind gusts where Luz Delia is. But again, we're tracking 3 fires. They are raging across Southern California. We were just talking about the fire in the Pacific Palisades area. The second fire, though, this one broke out in Altadena. It is being dubbed the Eaton Fire. If you're familiar with the Altadena area, there's a lot of hillside, there's a lot of brush, a lot of people go hiking there, a lot of people, of course, live there. This started just before 6:30 last night. It has since spread to Pasadena and has now grown to more than 2,000 acres. Our reporters on the ground have seen several homes and several structures burned in those flames. And we're also learning that the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center have been destroyed. Residents in the area are being told to evacuate immediately. So far, from a lot of the images we've seen, it's kind of a ghost town, which is great news. That's an indicator that a lot of people did leave. A shelter has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center, and all Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed today. So we do want to get back out to our Amanda Staratino joining us in Pasadena. You know, you were mentioning before you saw a home with Christmas decorations that were up. I mentioned earlier that Hastings Ranch is known for its holidays. People go there to see. We see the flames right behind you. We hear the wind still. We see the embers. What is it like for you now?
It is so sad, Kalina. It's heartbreaking to see all of this. You can see this home burning behind us here. I'm on Denair, right between Rexford and Valley View. And it's just house after house, and then the next house will be completely fine. I mean, you can see those flames burning right there of this home. We've been watching it for the last hour. I just met someone who was walking down the street. What's your name?
Kathy.
Kathy. Is your home okay?
Yeah, my home is fine so far.
What are you thinking right now, seeing all this in your neighborhood?
My heart just breaks for all my neighbors who have lost their homes, and
Mark,
I hope their insurance companies pull through and that they can move forward and rebuild. And I think there's a strong sense of community and family in Upper Hastings Ranch, and I think we all support each other. And
why did you stay and not leave?
Well, actually, I did leave, but then I came back.
Okay. You wanted to see what's going on.
There's no way I can just sit around and do nothing. I mean, I came back and I watered my house, and as I was watering it, some of my bushes started to burn, and so I put it out. And then my neighbor's bushes burned, and I put that out.
So I'm just trying to save what you can.
Absolutely. I just can't sit around and do nothing.
Some of your neighbors' homes burned down. What's going on in your head with that?
My heart goes out to them. And I hope that they'll be able to recover and rebuild. And I hope they haven't lost anything precious.
Well, Kathy, I'm glad you are safe. We're going to move down a little bit, down a ways. We'll walk this way. You can just see it's just home after home. I want to be careful about some cabling right here, Victor. What is this? A Christmas decor? I mean, Christmas lights are still up here, Kalina and Christine. I'm going to hold this up for you, Victor. We're seeing a lot of fire trucks out here. We're about 1,000 acres burned. If you look to our right, because we are right next to the ridge and the mountains right here. You can see where the majority of that fire is burning. That's where we're seeing that acreage. But these embers, they come off and they hit these homes that are right up against these hillsides, and they just go down. And, you know, when the sun comes up this morning, it's going to be really tough. More than 50,000 people are under evacuation orders in this area. Another about 40 to 50,000 are under evacuation warnings. I want to move down this way. We're walking towards Rexford now. It's desolate here. It's very quiet. There's not a lot of people here. People were asked to evacuate, but a lot of tough conversations are being had, you guys. I told you I had family and friends in this area, and I personally just had to make a really, really tough phone call to a really, really dear friend. And it was probably the worst thing I've had to do in a really long time. And my heart just goes out to these families that are watching this morning on whatever channel and are going to see this later and had to leave their homes in one piece and are coming back to it looking like this. The home you're looking at right now, I mean, I have my own memories here, and I don't know how to put it into words of just how hard it is to look at this. We actually had to walk away for a bit because it just, it's hard. I see this driveway and I just see us laughing and giggling and telling stories to our friend's mom about the adventurous weekend we had. And I know the memories that my family and friends had in this home too. And I know that's what a lot of people are thinking when they see all these homes across Southern California this morning that look a lot like this. So I'm praying for these families, and God bless Southern California right now, because this is just absolutely devastating. Kalina and Christine.
Amanda, we appreciate you sharing your story. And we know earlier when you had walked by, you had mentioned that you had a friend that lived there. And now you just mentioned you had to make that really difficult phone call. And what you just described is something that, like you mentioned, so many people are going to be waking up to see their homes destroyed and just reminiscing on those memories. Amanda, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do want to tell you guys, these firefighters out here, they are moving. They are trying so hard right now. We're constantly seeing them going, but it's just, there's so much happening at once here. It's just home after home that I don't know how they can protect all of them. We're seeing some more crews come in right now, which is great, because I haven't seen a few on this stretch for a bit. But I was telling you earlier, the big issue for those just joining us is the water pressure, just because there's only so many fire hydrants and there's only so much water that they're all trying to pull from the same water sources, and there's just not enough. And so these firefighters are having to wait to fill up their own trucks, and then they're actually fighting these fires with their trucks instead of using the fire hydrants. People are using their water sprinklers. We have a lot of water breaks in this area, and it's just causing a lot of problems. But what I will say, which is some good news right now, the wind has been gone for, I would say, Victor, would you say the last half hour? I think maybe 45 minutes. It's been really, really calm. So I'm hoping that helps with some of these embers that are flying onto some other homes right now, because that should really help. Because when we first got here, man, it was really bad. It was really, really rough. I don't know how they were even fighting the fire, because the water was just blowing all over the place. It's going to make a big difference when we can have the aircraft back up and dropping water for our hillsides. If you look, can you look over there? You can see some of those the fire burning there. Also, our drive over here from the Santa Clarita Valley into Pasadena, we were on the 210. It is so windy out there. I beg everyone on the roads to just take it easy or stay off the roads, especially when the wind comes up. In our truck, it was very, very dangerous, a very tough drive, especially a lot of big rigs out too that have pulled over, which is really good to see. So if people are going to head out in this wind, just be very, very, very cautious, because this is serious. It's not just a regular windstorm. This is very intense.
Not at all. And we always mention that with high-profile vehicles, just to be careful, because they could topple over, start their own fire. Amanda, I do want to mention we were monitoring the Eaton fire at 1,000 acres. Your lower third has been updated. We have an update now from CAL FIRE, where it's now 2,000, a little more than 2,000 acres. So it has grown significantly, and that is the latest information that we have. It's still 0% contained, but it has grown to 2,227 acres.
And Amanda, as you see all those new fire trucks coming in and moving into place in that area, are you seeing engines that are coming from outside the Southern California area? Are you seeing more resources coming in? I've been trying to read the sides of the fire trucks.
To be honest, Christine, I can't. It's hard to see right now.
Yeah.
So I will take a look at it. We're seeing a lot of, city and county. But I will take a look around and see what other crews have come out here to help us, which we appreciate so very much. I know that call went out last night to any firefighters to come help, which just shows the seriousness of this matter here and just how much help we need because of how bad it's gotten. But yeah, I'll take a look around. I mean, all I can say is there's a lot of crews out here doing what they can in a very tough spot. I mean, every direction I look right now, I see flames, smoke, and trucks. And that's about it. And that's all you can see. Oh, there we go. There's another truck. But definitely, it's a tricky firefight here. And it's just so many families are impacted to start off 2025. It's just a really rough start to the year here.
It's overwhelming. And we have video on the screen, Amanda. You're in a box, but on the right-hand side, that's when our photographer, Mike McGregor, was driving through the neighborhood. And it's live, actually. Mike McGregor is driving right now through the neighborhood, and you just see home after home engulfed in flames. You see the thick smoke just blanketing the entire area, the embers going all over the place, the wind gusts here and there, but it's just devastating. I mean, entire communities,
both sides of the street,
absolutely destroyed.
And have you seen, Amanda, since you've been there, new homes catching fire, or are the homes we're seeing that have burned behind you, were they already up in flames when you arrived?
We've been seeing some new, some come up since we've been here. When I was live with you guys last time, there was one on the corner that just started. I mean, when we had those wind gusts earlier, that's what really caused that problem, because you saw those embers just flying through and they'd hit you. You felt it would sting you. And that's just what's hitting these homes and just destroying these properties all through this neighborhood and throughout the area. So yeah, we did see some. I haven't seen some new ones, I would say, in the last 45 minutes. Just in this area right here in this couple block radius, but we'll continue to walk around, drive around, and see what else we can find. But it's hard to see out here. You can't be out here without a mask, without goggles, and even so, it's tricky to breathe, it's tricky to see. So I really hope that people, if you should not be in this neighborhood right now. Try to relocate, wait for the sun to come up when it's a little safer to see. Because there's a lot of properties burning here without firefighters next to it. So you just don't know what's going to happen, and we don't know what's going on. So very dangerous, very devastating. And I'll try to get more information for you guys next time we talk.
Amanda, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. We do right now want to go out to our Luzelia Caballero, joining us now from Malibu for the Palisades fire. And you have a public information officer with you.
We do. We first want to show you kind of the conditions that we're seeing right now. These winds are relentless. They continue to blow in every which direction, as will naturally the embers. To my left, Sparkle will show you a building that was engulfed in flames not even 15 minutes ago, we're told by a firefighter. This is a total loss. We'll hear from him in just a little bit. Across the way, not even 15 minutes ago, this building was not on fire. Right now, it is engulfed, what looks like on the inside, and things are starting to pop inside. So obviously, very dangerous conditions out here. We want to bring in David Ortiz with LA Fire. Thank you so much for being here and stopping and checking on us to make sure we were okay. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing a lot better than a lot of these firefighters. These firefighters have been working all through the night, no sleep, and they're just driving up and down looking for opportunities to engage the fire. Obviously, this one here is a total loss, so they're trying to move ahead and skip ahead, get in front of the fire, and keep it from going from one building onto the next.
And what can you tell us about some of the challenges that firefighters are facing on the ground?
Well, one of the challenges has been hydrants. Certain hydrants have not had water, so they have to go off their tank. So that's been one of the challenges. Also fatigue. You know, you don't make very good decisions when you're exhausted. So these firefighters have been going on all day, 24 hours since they started their shift yesterday, and they're continuing to work. But they're doing a lot of heroic work. There was a woman that did not evacuate down the road from here that's refuge inside a county engine, and we called in for an ambulance to come out and pick her up.
Is she okay?
She's doing okay.
Did she have any burns?
No burns. Her home was saved by the firefighters, and that's where they found her.
And talk to me about the multi-agency effort right now.
Well, it's all hands on deck. Earlier in the year, we had crews in Northern California. Now they're reciprocating, and they're bringing their crews down here. In Sacramento, crews all over the region have all come down here, and they're doing a great job, the best job that they can. And it's just one of those things where there's just not enough engines to be able to put in front of every home as we would like, but they're doing their very best.
Given that there are not enough engines, I would assume that strategy is very, very important. You were kind of talking to me about that strategy. Why is it so important to look at a building, assess it, and say, hey, this might be a total loss, let's move on? Can you talk to me about that thought process, and which buildings do you choose to douse and save?
Right, so what we try to do is have a space, a defensible space around a home, and anchor, or basically take a position around that structure and keep the fire from getting into the attics, because typically that's where you get the fire getting into these buildings, is up and through the attic. So once it's entered a building, usually if we have a structure fire, that usually takes 4, 5, 6 companies to be able to put that out. There's just not enough personnel to be able to mount that type of firefight. So it's a defensive fight. We're taking a bump and run, and we're trying to skip and find locations where we can safely engage the fire. We have adequate water supply, and the homes we are able to save that home. Once the fire gets into the attic, it's really not an efficient use of resources. So we're going to try to find a better opportunity to save a building that hasn't been touched yet.
And the explosiveness that these Santa Ana winds have caused, can you talk to me about the last time you saw something like this? I mean, this is something that was not only explosive, but it has been widely devastating. When is the last time you saw something like this? Was it back in 2011?
Yeah, 2011 was the last time we had this type of perfect storm, if you will. We have brush fires every year where it's around the year kind of thing, but having this type of gale force winds pushing the fire makes it almost impossible for us to defend a home. So the main priority right now for us is actually rescuing and protecting lives. Saving homes is number 2. So we're trying to do our best job to deal with the circumstances, but right now these winds, as you can feel right now, they're just unrelenting, and they're blowing in every type of direction you can imagine. So even having a strategy of where to put resources ahead of the fire is difficult. Once you get an amber a mile, 2 miles ahead where there was no fire, you have a new start, and then it's the fire crews heading down that way, trying to get ahead of the fire and save the homes that haven't been burned yet.
And there's no telling how far those embers can travel, right? It's all dependent on that wind speed. It could travel a mile, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's Mother Nature's in charge here, and we're just reacting to it.
Well, David, we really appreciate you being here. I'm going to go ahead and give you a hug because I want you to pass this along to your colleagues. Thank you for everything that you do. You are heroes, and we really appreciate you putting your life at risk to save our community, and you give us hope, and you give us, strength. So thank you so much.
Thank you for keeping us informed.
Thank you so much. And so, obviously, you just heard from David Ortiz. Just to summarize some of the challenges: wind. It seems like they don't have enough water in some fire hydrants because of a wide array of reasons. But obviously, that is posing some challenges in this firefight. The wind, the embers, and it goes on and on. Certainly in the canyons and on the hillsides, topography does play a role as well. And they were also talking to us about their strategy. So they don't want to put out buildings that are going to put themselves out, if you will, when they're already deemed a total loss. They want to go and start dousing and protecting buildings that have a chance at surviving this fire. But obviously you can see and likely hear this powerful wind. These gusts just keep coming, and they're like
They're pushing you, yeah.
Just depending on how you're standing and where. Sparkle Day is also a hero here, just keeping the camera steady because these winds will just move you around and batter you. But we are, again, being as safe as possible. As you all mentioned before, we do have the training and we can identify when we feel we are at risk. And you know, Sparkle and I have each other's back, and we continue to watch because as David just let us know, this building, once it starts burning internally, it will definitely likely start falling either forward, back, or to its side. So we are at a safe distance here in the middle of the road from that burning building and this one that is, you know, that fire is just chipping away at it.
That could be really scary when it comes to, you know, once that building does start to collapse and burn even more. There's additional embers, and the wind gusts are just blowing you almost down. You're having trouble standing. Luz Delia, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. We do want to get over to our Mark Lou over at the assignment desk right now. You've been tracking all three fires for us this morning. What's the latest?
And all three fires are essentially behaving the same. You saw the winds that were buffeting Luz Delia. This is what firefighters all over Southern California are facing. An uphill battle. They are certainly on their back foot as their resources are stretched thin. We know that there is at least some fire crews that have arrived from Santa Clara, California, more than 345 miles away. They drove all night to get here. They are now assisting LA City firefighters with their fight. We know there are also firefighters from Arizona that are on their way in here to assist LA County and LA City Fire in all of these three fires as the fight is very intense. Now, let me give you a tactical look at what we are seeing. First, let's start with the most damaging and destructive fire we believe so far, and that's the Palisades fire. Come out to my screen, and I'm going to show you the CAL FIRE map here that shows the fire footprint as of about midnight. Now, we know certainly it has grown since its ignition point yesterday at about 10 in the morning from here. We know that there have been homes that have been damaged in this area and certainly in this area. We are seeing fire activity that is proceeding down into this area closer to LAX. We are concerned very much about a fire footprint that indicates that Pali High School may have passed through the fire zone here. We don't know how much damage there is to that fire. We also understand the Getty Villa down here barely escaped fire damage in the back part of their building. And then I want to remark that Luz Delia Caballero, where she was, where that intense damage was, her live location was in this area. Look how far from the last reported fire line she was. That's about 3 to 4 miles. Now, we don't know if the homes and buildings that were burning in this area are from embers that have flown all the way down, or if the fire line is actually around here. We won't know that until the sun comes up and we have some intel from LA County Fire and LA City Fire and the teams from CAL FIRE. You can see how close this fire is growing to the Franklin fire. That's that gray area you see in the center of your screen. That was a month ago where we had homes damaged and people evacuated. So once again, the people of Malibu are in danger and need to evacuate. So it's very troubling for them. The next fire that I want to talk about here, the Hearst fire. This is the one we have the least amount of intel on. We're not sure exactly how big it is, but it has been burning since about 10:30 last night. We know it's somewhere in this area, and there are evacuation warnings here proceeding into the Mission Hills area and up into the Newhall area as well. We don't have too much info on that, but we do believe that it is still actively burning this morning. And then, of course, where Amanda Starantino has been live, the Eaton fire. This one looks like it's going to be more and more damaging. This one started at about 6:30 last night, somewhere in the area north of Altadena. We believe the fire line is somewhere around here. Again, we don't have a fire footprint because that aircraft called Intel 12, that's the name of the call sign of that aircraft, has not flown yet this morning to get a good look at the fire and transmit that information to CAL FIRE to get a perimeter. But Amanda Starantino has been reporting all morning in this community here near Denaire Street and Valley View Avenue. And normally we would expect to see homes burning in this area up here, but we know that there are homes burning down in this community in this area. So embers have certainly flown from the fire line around here all the way down, causing damage to homes. It was very emotional and dramatic to see so many homes destroyed right in this area. And we know that the firefight is continuing. We also don't know how far to the west the fire is burning, but I want to remark that they just updated the evacuation warnings and orders to go all the way into the La Cañada Flint Ridge area and into Montrose, which is a good 10 miles away. This includes mandatory evacuations for probably more than 10,000 people in this area, including La Cañada Flint Ridge here, and even parts of Montrose are being told to pack up and get ready to go at a moment's notice. So all three of these fires burning very intensely, and unfortunately, taking a look at the radar, the only thing I see flying right now are wide-body jets landing at LAX and taking off. Still no aerial attack right now due to darkness and wind, but we do have at least 8 water-dropping helicopters on standby and several fixed-wing retardant-dropping jets ready to fly as soon as it's safe. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Oh, we need those up in the air. Mark, thank you. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 6. There are 3 fires burning across Southern California this morning. They are being fed by damaging winds. Palisades. The Pacific Palisades. It started at 10:30 yesterday morning, that fire. It's now spread to the Malibu area. It's burned through at least 2,900 acres, and more than 30,000 people have had to be evacuated so far. 10,000 homes threatened. And as you see in this video, so many have been destroyed, so many structures damaged, so many places that we love just gone at this point. Pepperdine University closed today. No immediate threat, we're told, to campus there. There are evacuation shelters now at Westwood Recreation Center and El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills.
And let's get to the second fire. This is the Eaton fire, and it started at around 6:30 last night and then spread into Pasadena. It has burned through more than 2,200 acres so far. The Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center have been destroyed. A shelter has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center, and all of Pasadena and Glendale Unified Schools are closed today.
You think of that Jewish center was built in 1921. I mean, history is burning to the ground right now. That third fire, the Hearst fire, burning in Sylmar, it broke out at 10:30 last night. It burned through 500 acres with no containment so far, just ripping through the hillsides there. Evacuation orders are in place, as well as warnings. Please pay attention to those. This happened so quickly. Evacuation shelters are at Richie Valens Recreation Center, Sepulveda Recreation Center, Northridge Park. There's so much going on this morning. We first want to get to Kalina for another fire we're just learning about in Irwindale. Kalina.
Hi, good morning. So if you take a look at this Caltrans camera right now, we've been watching it throughout the morning. This is a look from the 210 freeway right at the Vernon exit. You can see the traffic backup, and then on the hillside, you can see the hill just glowing. That is the fire we are watching. We've been utilizing different tools trying to figure out how much it's burning, where exactly it's at, but you can see the glow here. And initially, it was much smaller when we first saw this. It continues to grow, and you can obviously see the impact too. We have impacts to the roads because of this, but we did want to let you know where this was at exactly. So let me just go quickly to the map. 210 West at Irwindale Avenue. We're calling this the Olive Fire for now. We've been in touch with our assignment desk, again, making calls, trying to see what's going on. The right lane is closed at the moment, but you can see based on this Caltrans camera, you can see so much slowdown because of this. So I wouldn't be surprised. And unfortunately, a lot of the cameras on the 210 freeway are not working. They're unavailable, and I'm guessing that's because of the winds that we've been dealing with throughout the morning. But because there's so much congestion, I have a feeling they're closing down additional lanes, and also people are kind of looking over to see what is going on there. You can kind of make out some of that smoke, but you can definitely make out those flames. So again, this is what it looks like in the map this morning. This is another fire we are tracking. We're working on getting more information, but this is exactly what we've been afraid of throughout the whole, last couple of days when we've been talking about this fire danger. Let's get over to our meteorologist, Alex Bisson. You've been watching the wind gusts and all of our reporters' live shots. Those gusts have been so strong.
And the winds are just not letting up, and really hyper-focused over parts of Los Angeles, Ventura County, and then swinging around to the Inland Empire, which Kalina was just kind of focusing on too. So I want to show you some of the wind gusts close to the Palisades fire. That's where our Luz Delia Caballero is there this morning, and you could see her just being blown around in that live shot. So we're talking wind gusts as strong as 50 miles per hour, even stronger, 50 to 60 miles per hour from areas like Santa Clarita up to the mountains, up to the I-5 corridor. Hey, if you have plans to travel north through the 5 today, I would say don't do it, because look at how strong these wind gusts are going. It's that offshore wind. Again, winds 50 to 60 miles per hour. Let's go to some parts of the Inland Empire where we are seeing those stronger winds too. Chino filtering all the way down into Orange County this morning. So those spots of wind strongest through this morning. Winds will die down as we head into this afternoon and into this evening. So that is kind of the takeaway. You're watching the forecast. You're wondering what's going to happen. Well, we still have elevated to critical and even extreme fire danger for some parts of Los Angeles, Ventura County, but pretty much almost all of Southern California is under some sort of wildfire risk. Breezy to windy conditions, that's likely to return Friday, also into next week. But I know we're just really focused on, what is happening now and imminently what is impacting a lot of you. Of course, the issue and the problem is we've got the dry wind. We don't have any rain. We've seen less than 1/10 of an inch of rain so far this season. So it is the driest start to winter since 1964. Let's look at, again, Malibu, where the Pacific Palisades fire is burning this morning. We've got winds very strong, between 30 to 40, even 50 miles per hour. That is the story this morning, and I updated this graphic. I want to show you, and it shows you the scope and the magnitude of what we're talking about. Arrowhead Springs up in the mountains, almost 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that was earlier. Simi Valley at 75 miles per hour. Eaton Canyon, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and of course other areas, Altadena, Van Nuys, Rialto. We're continuing to watch the winds, and of course we'll continue to look at the fire weather conditions as we move forward into the next few days. Back to you.
Alex, thank you for that. You look at those numbers and then you see that we're still 3 hours away from things potentially calming down just a bit. This is going to be a very long morning for people. And flames are continuing to burn out of control in the Pacific Palisades.
Rick Montanez has a look at some of the devastating damage, including a school that's on fire.
We're on Sunset just above PCH, and you see the Westside Waldorf School now burning. We've been on both sides of this property, and you can see building after building and flames just tearing through the property. It appears this school is a private school that serves elementary, or I should say preschool through middle school, but just devastating to see. And then the neighboring shopping center where there's a Subway, another restaurant, and then a Cleaners and a few others, those appear to now be on fire as well. Crews are out here doing what they can, but these winds are blowing so hard, the flames really just are pushing through, and we want to come across the street here. So up Sunset here from PCH, that is Fire Station 23. That has not caught fire yet, but we want to show you up on the hillside there. You see those flames burning up above? That is a condo complex. We believe that is One Coast condominium complex that has burned, and we were out here looking at it from PCH when we saw the building actually collapse from that fire, and it was so incredible to see. I mean, it's been burning for hours, and then you come down here to the parking lot and you see these cars that are completely burned out. No doubt embers had burned through here, had flown through here, caught these things on fire, because there are even a couple of cars not on fire in this lot, or that did not burn but have melted from the extreme heat. And then again across the street there, that is Westside Waldorf School that is now burning. Fire crews trying to save it. There's another complex across up the street, an apartment complex, several homes up in this neighborhood. There's a large building back behind this school, so a lot of property that they're trying to protect, but really things are just burning out of control at this point. Utter devastation here in Pacific Palisades.
Rick, thank you for that. It is so hard to watch, just so much devastation. You talk about schools, you talk about cars, you talk about historical buildings. We now have Amanda in Pasadena, where, Amanda, I know you have been going just nonstop. You were at Pacific Palisades yesterday. You are now in Pasadena, covering just really this wide swath of what people are dealing with. What are you seeing there? I see flames just over your shoulder.
That's all it is. It's just flames everywhere. It's house after house just burning in this neighborhood in Sierra Madre, and it's just devastation. You're seeing trees down, you're seeing just ash and rubble, and you're just hearing things burn, and this is literally a horror movie here, and these are people's real lives that we're seeing just in their memories and lives just burning to the ground. And thankfully people are out of here. We don't have any word on anyone hurt, thankfully. But it's just so sad. And I wanted to show you guys this. We drove past this, and it's been so sad. And then you see something like this. This is beautiful angel for the holidays still out here just overlooking everything and untouched under a tree where the leaves are burned. It's just a little piece of light, I guess, in all of this. It's just so heartbreaking. So we're on Valley Lights. I'm right next to North Michelinda. The ridge is right behind us, I believe. It's, gosh, it's so hard to see now. Okay, it's back this way. You can see some embers going up into the air right there. Do we have our photographer, Mike McGregor's shot back, guys? Because I wanted to take a look at that if it's back up. If not,
Amanda, as we wait for that, because I know you have been just going nonstop. I know you got stuck last night trying to get home. I know that this has just been something that has been so hard for you and the crews covering, and you must be exhausted. I think about the fire crews that have just been going relentless nonstop in these winds. Can you just describe for us what you're feeling this morning, what you're seeing this morning, just what's going through your mind as you've now been from one scene to another?
I mean, this is just so hard, and I think what's so just difficult about this particular storm, this windstorm that we're dealing with, is this is really impacting everyone across Southern California. So everyone you're seeing that are fighting these fires, everyone reporting on these fires, all your emergency response, probably everyone helping and aiding these people that are losing their homes, everyone is impacted by this in some way. So this is just such a heavy moment here for everyone in Southern California. And as you look around, you're just seeing how much is just lost. It's still dark out this morning, so we don't even have a full scope of just how intense it is here. And just everyone's involved in this situation here. We've been down a few of these streets in the Sierra Madre neighborhood, and it's just house after house. I don't even have a number. We were thinking maybe 30 that we've seen down. I would say more than that, maybe at this point. We're seeing crews from all over the place. So Christine Lazar was asking me about that in my last hit. So we took a look. We saw Riverside. We saw Contra Costa. We're seeing the governor's emergency response here as well. Pasadena, of course. Just so many hands on deck here, just trying to do what they can. You see some firefighters over there. We're constantly seeing trucks moving. There's one coming up here. This is on North Michelinda. A lot of law enforcement out here as well. But remember, all these people, their families are impacted too. So they all have their own stories of what they're dealing with and how their hearts are feeling while we do this. In my last hit, I mean, I showed you the homes that I have been to and I have memories of, and it's just that's everyone right now, and that's what makes this so sad and so tragic in a way. So we have this truck here. Let's see where they're from. All right, we have Riverside County right there. We appreciate all these guys coming out to help. I know where our acreage is over 2,000. Let's walk down a little bit, Victor. Let's see what else we can see. You can see just the destruction on the sidewalks here, just everything completely torn up and burned down. We're really close to the golf course. You can look up this way. I mean, everywhere you look, it's just fire, and it doesn't end. And it's just waiting for this reprieve of when it will. And let's take a listen to a woman I talked to. Yeah, I talked to a resident that came back. She left last night. She lives on Rexford, which is just about 2-3 blocks away. She left when the evacuation orders came into place, but she came back early this morning just to check on everything. Her house is okay, but she saw there was some her bushes caught on fire a little bit, so she was using her hose there. She was trying to help with her neighbors' homes, but it wasn't enough. That her neighbors' homes are gone. But take a listen to what she had to say to us earlier.
My heart just breaks for all my neighbors who have lost their homes, and I hope their insurance companies pull through and that they can move forward and rebuild. I came back and I watered my house, and as I was watering it, some of my bushes started to burn, and so I put it out, and then my neighbor's bushes burned, and I put that out. My heart goes out to them, and I hope that they'll be able to recover and rebuild, and I hope they haven't lost anything precious.
I think the most precious thing that we could lose is lives, and right now we have no word on that. So I hope that's a good thing at this point. things are things. They can be replaced. I know memories are hard, but you can hold those in your heart at this point. You can just see how much is lost right here. Both sides of me, you guys. You look this way, you can look out into the valley. You see the lights behind it, behind this house that's now completely gone with just their chimney still standing. Their car that was left here completely burned. And you can still see some flames in the back of this house. We're just, my right and left, this is just devastating, Jamie.
Oh, I can only imagine. And Rudabeh, you and I were talking earlier, just after you cover some of these things, you do have to compartmentalize while you're on the scene. And as Amanda's taking this in real time, I can only imagine after being up for several hours, this is just, it's so hard to watch. And I just feel for the fire crews out there right now.
Absolutely. And this, Amanda mentioned this. You mentioned this, Amanda, that this is for all of Southern California right now. These winds are affecting so many communities. It's not an isolated incident here. It's not an isolated threat. And so it is a good reminder to get things in order in case you do get an evacuation order, because these fires have been popping up now around Southern California, and we've seen the devastation that they can bring so quickly. So, Amanda, thank you.
And just an update now, Rudabeh, too. Yeah, and before I go really quick, for us, at least still in this area, like I said last time, the winds are still calm here right now. We don't even have much of a breeze.
Well,
so
that's
I'm
good
hoping
news.
that's helping these firefighters right now while we don't while we don't have airdrops. So that's been pretty good. I think it's been about an hour without that severe wind that we had when we first got here, where we could barely stand and just embers flying all over the place. It's been much more calm for the last hour. So hopefully that's been helping with some of these firefights and not forcing those embers to move around and cause other houses to go down. So a little bit of good news this morning to share. Maybe that's what that angel was doing over there. I don't know. But
Let's hope.
It is quite a sight. Amanda, thank you so much. We want to talk about some of the school closures right now. There are so many schools being impacted by the Eaton fire. The entire districts are closing campuses today, and that includes all schools in the Arcadia Unified School District, all schools in the Glendale Unified District, all schools in the Pasadena Unified District.
We are talking about thousands of people have had to evacuate, so many homes burned. Mark Liu is at the desk looking into just the latest of numbers and what's going on. Mark?
Yeah, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the fire, the Eaton fire that Amanda is at. It's an incredibly painful and traumatic thing going on in that neighborhood around Hastings Ranch. And these homes that are burning that Amanda was showing us in her live shot, incredibly, these aren't homes that back up to a hillside. These are live pictures right now. Now, you would normally expect there is an inherent risk when buying homes in Southern California of living on the backside of a hillside or a mountain where your backyard extends into the hillside. You have to do brush clearance and know that there is always the likelihood that there could be a brush fire could come down the side of that hill and consume your home. But this area that she is in is not near a hillside. It is hundreds of feet, perhaps even more than 1,000 feet away from the nearest hillside, which just illustrates how far embers can go and be blown in this intense windstorm that we are experiencing this morning. And it is particularly tragic that the homeowners in this community probably never thought that they would be in danger of such a massive windstorm and fire event that would destroy their homes. You can see here, there is really no, this is at least, I'm looking at the map, this is at least a good 500 to 1,000 feet, maybe more, from the fire of where it would be in the hills above Altadena in the Hastings Ranch area. So it's really an illustration of just how far these embers are blowing and the problems that elements of both the LA County Fire Department and the Pasadena Fire Department have when they're fighting this fire. Now, earlier we had heard from Margaret Scott from LA City Fire, and what they do with structure protection, all fire departments follow this general rule, is that it's kind of the reverse of what you would think about when you're dealing with, say, a mass casualty incident where many people are injured. You would want to triage or treat the most critically injured first in order to save their lives. In some ways, it's the reverse when doing structure protection for homes. If you see a building, a firefighting team sees a building that is critically damaged, that is burning almost beyond saving, they will abandon it and move to a building that possibly isn't damaged yet or has a likelihood of being saved. So earlier this morning, we had seen live shots with Amanda of fire trucks driving by burning homes, not stopping to fight them because they're beyond saving. And fire crews, they need to work on the structures that they can save that aren't being affected immediately by embers getting under the eaves and into the attic. Because once that happens, the damage to that home is so severe, it's unlikely that the family that lives there will be able to return, or possibly they'll lose that house completely. So the job of the LA County Fire and Pasadena Fire Department right now is to save the homes that they can, being that there is no aerial attack available right now due to the darkness and wind. Now, if you come out to my screen, I'm going to show you how expansive the Eaton Fire evacuation warnings and orders are. What we're looking at here is the central ignition point of the Eaton fire. It started at about 6:30 last night. Now, we don't have that big orange footprint that we can see on the CAL FIRE map for the Palisades fire because the aircraft that does that intelligence gathering, it's codenamed Intel 12, it flies out of Sacramento. It hasn't been down here yet this morning to get a good look at where the Eaton fire is burning. Now, when it does arrive on station, it's going to circle like this and get that good fire footprint, but we believe that it is probably burning in this area. Now, if I zoom into the Hastings Ranch area where Amanda Starantino was, I'm going to illustrate what I was talking about. She was essentially in this neighborhood, and you can see how far and how many homes exist between the hillside and the homes that were burning where she was at. The only indication that we can imagine is that this fire was burning all along this area here into this vegetative area down here towards the Eaton Canyon golf course, and that embers have blown into this neighborhood, and an untold number of homes all along here are now destroyed. It's incredibly tragic for this community, and certainly a problem for the rest of the areas that are being impacted by the Eaton fire. You can see how far these evacuation zones, we are looking at evacuation warnings all the way into the Montrose area and evacuation orders through La Cañada Flint Ridge, including a JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that's in La Cañada Flint Ridge. That's currently under an evacuation order as well. It's right there. So you can see that the Eaton fire has certainly become a priority for firefighters, as well as the Palisades fire. We can take a quick look at that one as well. You can see here as it burns. This one, we have the fire footprint. Hasn't been updated since about midnight, but I want to tell you about a live camera that I haven't been able to access until just now. It's right about here. You can see it's quite far from the last reported fire line, but I'm going to show you something from Helispot 69, which is a airborne refueling and water refueling center for LA County Fire. This is the south-facing camera for Helispot 69, and that is at least 5 to 6 miles from the last reported fire line for the Palisades fire. You can see the fire is here. It is in the hills up by Helispot 69 where I'd circled. These are, it's dark, but you can see these are called the pumpkins. We're going to see Chinooks, if they fly today, refuel using these tanks that are right there. They autofill and provide 8,000 gallons of water to water-dropping helicopters. And even to the west, we can see fire now burning. That's now towards where Luz Delia Caballero was. And let me just remind you where this is. What the camera that we were looking at is here. So we know that there is fire all along here down into this area. So I'll tell you, Rudabeh and Jamie, when the Intel 12 Beechcraft Super King aircraft gets into the air and starts surveying this fire damage, we're going to see a significant expansion of this fire footprint here. And when that aircraft is overhead, we don't know. And also, when the water dropping aircraft are able to fly, we also don't know, hopefully after the sun comes up.
Yeah, we are so dependent normally with these wildfires on airdrops to assist firefighters. We saw in Amanda's live shot there, people as far as the Bay Area, crews coming down to help battle those flames, but they're going to get tired.
Well, the other thing is, I think, as you said, we have become so dependent. I think in many of these storms, we just initially, the planes get up and it's very scary for a short period of time. This just keeps going and going and going and going this morning.
And the winds, we're still in the heart of this windy period right now.
At least 3 hours until we get even just a little bit of relief.
Yeah, so we want to talk about that Jewish temple we were just talking about in Pasadena.
It was gutted by flames. It's been around since 1921. You think about the history in our area that's being lost right now, so many businesses, but this is, just so significant. This is again in the Eaton fire, 0% containment. You can see just went up in flames. It's about 2,200 acres have burned in this area, and you see this and the magnitude. I don't know that it's fully comprehensible at this point. We've seen so many things go up in the dark now. It's going to be until it's light where we see just how much is damaged. But when you see the flames just consuming these buildings and things like this, the Jewish temple that's been around since 1921, it's just really hard.
Yeah, and you think about the historical significance and also the cultural significance, right? This was an incubator for the Jewish community in the wider Pasadena area. You mentioned 1921. This was an old Mission Revival style building. This area around the San Gabriel Valley known for, that architecture, those old historic buildings, some of those mission buildings as well. This was an incubator for the conservative Jewish movement, and so many memories, so many significant moments in people's lives now up in flames.
Yeah, and we should talk about, Pasadena, it's a very large city. There's a lot of concern. There's a lot of people in the surrounding area with livestock and horses, those types of things. I've never heard the Rose Bowl opening up for people to bring their horses and other animals there. That is very significant. Let's go ahead and get a check now of the current conditions and what we're looking at, because we do have so many fires burning in so many different places, Alex.
And you know what, Jamie and Rudabeh, winds not letting up. We talked about that time period where we were going to see the strongest gusts. We are in that time period right now. I think winds will let up somewhat as we head into mid-morning, but I want to zoom you in and show you exactly where the Palisades fire is burning right now. We're talking winds 50 miles per hour up through the I-5 corridor, areas like Simi Valley and Santa Clarita. Winds even stronger, 50 to 60 miles per hour. We're feeling those very strong winds across the Inland Empire this morning, right along the 210 freeway, and then pushing all the way out toward areas like Chino into some parts of Orange County as well. It is going to be a blustery day, but again, those strongest winds really hyper-focused on this morning. I just updated this graphic. I put in Ventura. Take a look. The city of Ventura, 77-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That was a peak wind gust up through the San Bernardino County mountains, 92 miles per hour. Eaton Canyon, 70 miles per hour. This is like hurricane force wind gusts that we are seeing across Southern California. So fire weather today, again, is in the extreme category. So some areas under elevated, some areas near critical, but parts of Los Angeles, Ventura County in that highest extreme level. Temperatures 60s today. Winds are out of the north about, again, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles per hour. That's helping to push that fire southward. So again, winds out of the north pushing the fire south. The fire weather outlook today has changed again from yesterday. So areas under that extreme category, that includes Thousand Oaks, Santa Paula, Ojai, Piru, if you live in Calabasas, Agora Hills, Santa Clarita, all the way out into the San Gabriel Valley. So again, that's that highest level, extreme. So once we start to see those winds relax, it doesn't mean we are out of the woods at all. That fire weather outlook, critical, elevated to critical for parts of the Inland Empire and of course Orange County too. So again, winds really the big story and the driving force behind the extreme fire behavior. I want you to pick your city here or, wherever you are closest to. Santa Clarita, next few hours, blustery through around lunchtime today. Winds gusting as strong as about 50 miles per hour. San Bernardino, 30 to 45 miles per hour. It will be a lot calmer in areas like Long Beach today, downtown Los Angeles, next few hours. Winds about 30 to 35. Lancaster, blustery, Glendale, Huntington Beach, all in that too. Let's just pick a city here. Calabasas, what you're going to notice over the next few hours. Again, winds out of the northeast. We've got gusts as strong as 45 miles per hour, and then winds back down to around 15 to 20 miles per hour as we head into this evening. So again, if we can get any takeaway here, it's that the winds will relax somewhat. We will still have gusty winds as we head through the end of the week, and high fire danger. And of course, poor air quality too because of the fires. We'll send it back to you.
Alex, thank you. You are watching KCAL News Mornings at 6:30, and we are keeping an eye on 3 fires burning across Southern California, fed by these damaging winds. Let's start with the Palisades fire. This started in the Pacific Palisades at 10:30 yesterday morning. It has now spread to the Malibu area and burned through at least 2,900 acres. More than 30,000 people have been evacuated so far, and we've seen the damage, these homes and buildings going up in flames, as well as businesses. 10,000 homes are threatened right now. We don't even know how many have burned so far. Pepperdine University is closed today. There is no immediate threat, we're told, by the campus because they have done such a good job at mitigating that risk with the brush clearance around there, especially following the last fire. The evacuation shelters have been set up at the Westwood Recreation Center and the El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills.
We have that second fire, the Eaton fire, which started around 6:30 last night. I was watching as this sparked and couldn't believe, oh no, because you just have the resources then spread so thin across the area as we're seeing. It did spread into Pasadena. It burned through more than 2,200 acres so far. All of these fires, by the way, 0% contained. They are burning, raging with the winds. Caltech has canceled classes, as you can imagine, for today, and students have been asked to shelter in place there. Glendale Community College is also closed today. Also, with the Glendale community being asked to closely watch as those potential evacuation warnings could turn into, you need to get out now. So please be paying attention, Glendale. The school's closed there today. A shelter has been put into place as well at Pasadena Convention Center. So if you need a place to go, that is a place to go. And of course, if you do have animals, so many equestrian communities in both Altadena and Sylmar. If you need somewhere to go, the Rose Bowl has opened itself up.
Yeah, and it's been devastating to see those images of people trying to rescue their animals in the flames and the smoke there. We also have the Hearst fire. That is now burning in Sylmar. That broke out at around 10:30 last night. This is images of that fire. It's burned through 500 acres with no containment so far. Evacuation orders are in place, as well as those warnings. Evacuation shelters have been set up at the Richie Valens Recreation Center, also the Sepulveda Recreation Center, and Northridge Park. So let's go to Luz Delia Caballero now. She is in Malibu following that Palisades fire, and you've just seen so much devastation there, so many businesses and so many homes as well.
So many businesses, so many homes, and before we show you all of that devastation, I just want to say, minutes ago we spoke to a man who walked out of his home. He did not evacuate. He told me that his wife, he sent her to Sylmar, but he wanted to stay put to douse his home to make sure that his home didn't burn. He's trying to stick it out. Of course, fire officials are saying, if you are in an evacuation zone, go. He was trying to flag down first responders to see if they can put out a fire that's a couple of houses away from his. He is the only person that we've seen in what appears to be a ghost town here on PCH. I mean, behind us, you can see structures on fire. That building that you're seeing that Sparkle is showing you there seems like a multi-business building where there are several suites with different businesses. That is a total loss. And now it seems to be that the neighboring business is also now on fire. As we look down PCH, we can also see embers kind of going everywhere. And that building that you see on fire, not even an hour ago, it was completely intact. The flames on the building. An ember kind of went to a neighboring tree. That caught fire, and then pretty soon you see a part of that building on the roof on fire, and now roof has collapsed, and this is quite a big explosion of flames here on this property. Neighboring houses to the left completely gone. I mean, if you look down this way, you see that it's house after house after house. Only what appears to be the structure of the garages intact, but the homes and the foundations just like burned to the ground. And of course, this wind is relentless. It is going in every which direction, and it is hard to stand in one place. We're doing the best that we can. We want to cue some video showing you what we saw earlier as we were driving in. I mean, we are talking rubble, things reduced to ash, and these conditions very smoky, very thick, dark smoke here in these areas. It is just completely devastating to see. We also spoke to a fire official, David Ortiz, who told us, hey, you know what, we are doing the best we can. We just don't have enough boots on the ground. We don't have enough firefighters to fight this fight right now, but we are doing the best we can, working around the clock with no breaks, just to try to find some sort of containment on this fire that has evacuated tens of thousands of people and has endangered at least 10,000 homes. We've seen dozens already damaged, if not burned to the ground. We want to go ahead and take a listen as to what he has to say about the firefight.
These firefighters have been working all through the night, no sleep, and they're just driving up and down looking for opportunities to engage the fire. Obviously, this one here is a total loss, so they're trying to move ahead and skip ahead, get in front of the fire, and keep it from going from one building onto the next.
You can see that building there. It appears to be a condo. Less than an hour ago, there were only flames on the right condominium building. Now it seems to be moving to the left, and part of the fire strategy at this time is to isolate the buildings that can be saved, and those that firefighters deem to be a total loss, those are overlooked because their strategy is to protect as many homes and save as many homes and structures as possible. So that is exactly what they're doing here. We, of course, are staying safe in these conditions, and firefighters at the end of the day are doing the best that they can to save these homes. Of course, a lot of people are going to come back to lots of devastation. It is extremely heartbreaking to see and live through. And for those who are watching for the first time and may have seen their homes, their friends' homes, their neighbors' homes on fire, burning, we are with you. We are all one in this community, and you know, natural disasters like this are very difficult to see and live through. So there's going to be a lot of recovery and processing in the next couple of days. But here at KCAL, we will continue to keep you updated on these fire conditions.
Yeah, Lucelia, I think you just said it. I've talked to so many people who said, you know, I'm fire prepared, I'm used to these types of things, but we've never seen anything like this. Even as you're talking, there's a wall that's falling down that's covered in flames. Just how quickly it's spreading with no air support has really been devastating to see.
And when you think about all these people who have to evacuate, Lucelia, you were talking about that man who sent his family to Sylmar, which is another area that is on fire right now. So it's really hard to know even where to go, what to do. And when these things happen, you have to think so quickly. It's not easy to think clearly about where to go, what to do, how to check. A lot of people don't have power, they don't have internet access. And so it is very difficult to, even if you're lucky, maybe pack a suitcase, maybe get your important documents out, and what to do with your family and your pets and your animals.
Well, and I think if you're not in a place that's being impacted right now, it is really a gift and opportunity to go through. I know we did as a family last night, getting those important documents in one place, making sure that we knew where things were, having a flashlight out in case that power went out. People just need, you need to be prepared, because I think as we've now witnessed in this case, just how explosive these become, especially, it's like a blowtorch on so much vegetation that is left out there because we've had such little rain after 2 rainy seasons. It's something that's just going to impact you in seconds. So if you're not prepared to go, it's even that more devastating.
And we're not out of the woods with this wind either right now. So we are just continuing to watch all of Southern California as they continue to pop up all over the place, including the Pacific Palisades. This is where the original fire started. We want to get to our Rick Montanez, who is there covering that one. Rick, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, so much to talk about. We're still seeing fire burning through parts of the hillside here right along PCH. We want to show you behind us. It's difficult to see. You might be able to see some of those headlights coming as these emergency vehicles are coming in. It's so dark because of the heavy black smoke. And I'm going to ask my photographer here, Ernie Fuentes, to see if we could show the sky, because we were surprised to see daylight beyond the smoke, because it's just been so dark for so long through this area. I mean, such thick smoke. In the last few minutes, we saw more than a dozen fire trucks moving into the Pacific Palisades area, hopefully relieving the other crews that have been hard at work all day yesterday and overnight. We want to show you down this way. Again, hard to see because so much smoke has moved into the area. But if you were with us earlier this morning, there is a condo complex up there called One Coast. and we saw one of the buildings was burning. You may be able to see the glow there. We want to show you some video from, I would say this was about 4:30 or 5 in the morning when we saw that 3-story building at least partially collapse. The flames had been burning through it so intensely, and that was just the edge of the building. That building takes kind of an L shape and goes off in another direction that is away from us, so hard to see. We only saw the corner of it, but it looks to be a 3-story building. This complex, as I was reading online, has about 58 units, luxury condos overlooking the ocean here at Pacific Palisades Beach, right here on Sunset and PCH. And all of those homes, at least in that one building in the corner, lost in this fire. The rest of the complex looks like it may not have any fire damage, but of course might have a lot of smoke damage. And as we look around live now, you can see there's a lot of first responders here at the intersection. This is where we saw a lot of those cars moving their way through. This is not an area you want to be in if you are not a first responder, because it is so, the conditions are so intense. I mean, we could try to look up at these trees and see just how much the wind is blowing still. I heard Amanda say she got a bit of a breakout in Pasadena, but we have not had one here in the Palisades. And at times we feel water drops coming down. I'm assuming from the fire crews that are working on the other side of these buildings. This building, by the way, I want to point out, is Edgewater Towers. What we are seeing burning there in the distance, that appears to just be brush on the side of the building. So as far as we can tell, again, no fire damage to the building itself, to those 2 towers. But still, you've got to imagine all of these units are going to have smoke damage because the smoke is just so thick. And where we are standing right now, again, we're right by the parking lot for Pacific Palisades Beach, the ocean right here. We've watched all morning as embers have been just flying out here to the ocean. They've been coming toward us. They've been blowing around the street. Lots of people stopping on PCH still, surprising number of people who are out and about. Some people we saw stop to try to take in the sights of what was burning, but then the embers were coming right over their cars. So a good idea, watch this on TV. Do not try to come through this area and get your own video. It is just simply too dangerous. We're seeing more crews coming in. It looks like a truck bringing in a generator. We've seen some heavy equipment come in, more fire crews. Water tenders were arriving earlier. That condo complex I was showing you just a moment ago that collapsed, we saw them starting to put some water on it after seeing a round of probably 10 or so water tenders. Those are those big trucks with the water tanks on the back. Water pressure has to be an issue here for these firefighters as well. Likely having trouble getting water from those hydrants. And now we see the smoke's clearing a bit, and you can see more of that glow from where that building is burning. Again, that's One Coast condos, and that is here on PCH and Sunset. And then here you have some more firefighting personnel moving in. This looks like they might be from the U.S. Forest Service. The smoke's so thick and hazy out here that it's even hard to see what's on the side of these fire trucks to know where these crews are coming from. But lots of crews here doing the best they can. Really, though, just devastation here in Pacific Palisades. And the sun is starting to come up. We're starting to see daybreak, but still can't see much because of the thick, heavy smoke.
Well, I think that's what's so striking to me. I just looked at Rudabay and I said, the sun's supposed to be coming up in about 15 minutes. And you see how dark it is out there. That's extremely striking to me. The other thing you said is people being out, trying to take videos. I understand people's curiosity if you live in that area wanting to see your home. Not a good time to go do that right now because they're still in the firefight. But if you're just being a curious person, please stay home. I think about even being on the roadway this morning. You get into an accident, you're taking resources away from people who desperately need them right now.
Right.
So please think about people other than yourself.
And it goes the other way too. If you're told to evacuate, we see so many people in every fire who don't want to evacuate, and you can understand why. They want to keep an eye on their homes, but it is so fast moving, and it is so perilous out there. So just please listen to the warnings, pay attention to them, and the orders when they tell you to go, because they don't really have time to go house to house right now. They're trying to save lives. Mark, you have been looking at all of the maps and the information, the numbers, and the air support. What are you learning right now?
Well, unfortunately, I have to report we are now dealing with a fourth fire. This is absolutely the last thing that we wanted to see during this major windstorm. The fact that 3 major brush fires are tying up so many fire agencies, they now have to deal with a 4th. It's called the Woodley Fire. It's burning in the Sepulveda Dam Recreation Center in the heart of the San Fernando Valley, right where the 101 and the 405 meet. I'm going to show you on my map. CAL FIRE, our state firefighting agency, already has an icon for it. It's right here, approximately 75 acres, reported just about 40 minutes ago. This is an area that is going to be a very difficult firefight. Basically, it is the Sepulveda Dam wildlife area. It's all vegetation right here. We don't have any fire footprint yet, and we don't know how many structures are threatened or not, but anyone on the 405 or the 101 is going to be able to see this fire. There is an incident update on the CAL FIRE website. It says the fire has grown approximately to 75 acres and is being driven by strong south winds. Incident Command reports that it poses a threat of crossing Burbank Boulevard. Crews are actively working to contain the fire and protect structures in the affected area. Now, coming back out to where Burbank Boulevard is, let me show you on the map of what they are concerned about for this new fire. This is Burbank Boulevard as it passes here through. So we know that there is a threat that this fire is going to move down south through here and affect the area of Encino near the 101 and the 405. So they are actively working to fight that fire. Now, I did see on the Citizen app, there is a short clip here of what the fire looked like right when it broke out. You can see that's what the Sepulveda Dam recreation area kind of looks like. It's very dark. There's a lot of brush there. This is probably from someone who was either on Burbank Boulevard or at the 405. So the wind really causing a problem for firefighters. And I want to say the other thing that the wind is causing is power outages. We are dealing with a massive number of power outages right now. Southern California Edison says they've had to turn the power off to 83,000 customers due to the public safety power shutoffs. This is the map. I've been showing it to you for the last 48 hours. All of these orange areas are the warnings, but the black striped areas are places where the power has been turned off preventatively. It's basically across all of the counties of Southern California. You can see here, they're everywhere. They're everywhere in both the Inland Empire, Orange County, parts of Majeska Canyon, Silverado Canyon, Riverside, Temecula. All of these areas have power outages. This is where the power has been turned off purposely. There are also areas, approximately 54,000 people have their power turned off due to accidental problems, wind-related things. And then there's this. This is LADWP's power outage website. I personally have never seen anything like that before in my life. All of those orange dots are power outages that they have not even yet begun to repair. LADWP says each one of those orange circles, the big ones here that you see, that's between 500 and 2,500 customers without power. These purple and blue ones, the purple ones are areas where crews are actively working to restore power. You can see 3 here in the valley. The blue ones, like over here in Woodland Hills and in Sherman Oaks, that's where crews are on their way. But all of the rest of these orange dots, these are places in the city of LA where the power is out and crews have not yet even been able to respond. That's how damaging this wind event is for the power system in Southern California. Then let's move on to the city of Glendale. They have several power outages in their area, including about 7,400 customers affected here. And also Pasadena, they have problems as well. If I'm going to zoom out here, there are about 2,600 customers affected, including right here in the center of your screen, the Hastings Ranch area. That's where Amanda Starantino was. I'm sorry, the map is sort of not responding to me, but they've got 2,600 customers out as well due to high winds all across Southern California. So we're dealing with so many threats right now. Coming back out live here to me, as people are waking up and possibly going to work, they may be waking up without their electricity on, and it could be hours even into the evening before it comes back because these repair crews are stretched so thin. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. And of course, the wind is what is driving this fire. So we want to check in now with Alex. How long will these winds last? When will be out of the peak of these winds?
That is the big question, Rudabeh and Jamie. And you know what? We're looking at the peak wind gusts right now. It's been over the past few hours. I think, the strongest gusts through around 9 o'clock this morning. I want to start off, though, giving you a live look. We have a lot of sky cameras at our disposal. This is LAX. So LAX looking towards some of these fires. Take a look at this. I mean, you can see all the orange, the glows. You can see all the smoke up in the air. Of course, it is impacting air quality. Our Paul Diano just took a step outside from our studio, and the second he opened the door, the wind just gusted through. So we are feeling some of those strongest winds right now. And take a look. I'm going to kind of zoom you in here to get you hyper focused and show you the winds in Malibu, 54-mile-an-hour wind gusts, Burbank 36, all the way up towards Simi Valley, Santa Clarita. This is where winds anywhere from 50 to 60, 70 miles per hour. I've been watching the wind gusts over the past few hours, and it's been incredible. Some areas up in the mountains closer to 90 miles per hour. We're also feeling those very strong winds in areas like Claremont. It is filtering all the way through the Inland Empire and into some parts of Orange County. Take a look at this, Santa Ana. This is an area that was, of course, of concern from the National Weather Service. A particularly dangerous situation is what they call it. Wind gusts upwards of 49 to 50 miles per hour. So yes, we are looking at those strongest gusts over the next few hours. So it's still going to be windy today. And really the takeaway is that we still have the critical to extreme fire weather conditions with us today across many communities. And why is this all happening? Well, of course, it's the wind that's causing the extreme fire behavior, but we're so dry. I mean, we've had less than 1/10 of an inch of rain, and it has been the driest start to winter since 1964. So that is what is helping to kind of fuel all of this extreme fire weather. So here it is, that outlook showing you that for today, areas of Ventura, Los Angeles County under that extreme category, other areas under elevated to critical. That includes parts of the Inland Empire and into Orange County. So while the wind may die down, we still have the fire risk with us. Now, this is really important. This is over the next few hours. The wind futurecast. I want you to pick where you are. Maybe you're in the San Fernando Valley. Maybe you're in Santa Clarita. You're going to feel winds gusting as strong as 30 to 40 miles per hour. This is this afternoon about 2:30. You can see those winds still howling in areas like San Bernardino and Riverside. So yes, while we may, get past those peak winds, we will still have some very blustery areas. So as we head into tonight, really hyper-focused over our mountains. A lot of areas the winds will subside, but we do still have those offshore wind conditions with us as we head into Thursday and as we head into Friday, too. So we're not out of the woods. I'm going to give you a really quick look at the 7-day. I'm going to send it back to you in just a second. Inland Empire, I've got temperatures on the cooler side, 60s. Really the big story is the wind, the dry conditions, and the fire weather as we head through the next few days.
Alex, before I let you go, you grew up in this area. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, I covered the Thomas fire. I've been here in Los Angeles for 6 years. Covered some really intense fires, and I have to say this is really hard. Growing up here, I mean, this is my home. It's really hard to see. It's sad, and this is what happens when we have these very strong offshore winds impacting a broad area of Southern California. So sometimes it's like hyper-focused on Ventura County or other areas, and this is such a broad area. So, unfortunately, we're seeing such devastation from what Mother Nature is providing us.
Yeah, widespread. Alex, thanks for the perspective.
I want to take a look at our Blue Ridge camera right now. We usually show you a beautiful sunrise every day. This is now showing the Eaton fire and the Irwindale fire, 2 of the 4 fires, and you can see the smoke just filling the sky there. You can also see the camera bouncing around because of the heavy winds. And we were just talking with Alex about this. It's basically everywhere you look in Los Angeles and around Southern California that these winds are impacting. And as people are asking, where should I go? Where do I evacuate? Right. And in some cases, they're leaving, trying to get out of one area and going into a different fire zone. So it is a really perilous situation right now, but you can just look outside and see the devastation, even if it's not right next to where you are.
Well, and I know people see these plumes of smoke. They look very far away. It's so scary. to think about who's being impacted, where it's being impacted. If you're in an area that's not, and you are just seeing a picture like this of the smoke, now's the time to get prepared and make sure you do have an escape plan, because we're not out of the woods just yet. We have wind, extreme wind for at least the next couple of hours. And as we've been talking about with the weather department, this is something that
we've been listening to CBS News Los Angeles on what is a heartbreaking morning for many in Southern California. It should be sunrise at this moment, but instead the smoke from 3 major wildfires is blocking out the sun. I'm Errol Barnett at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York. We're going to continue to follow this breaking story all day here on CBS News. Stay right where you are. We'll be back in moments.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean? Did any of that make sense? What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
You can't get into the market. It's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Clearly, Better Morning starts right here.
That's right. Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Errol Barnett, in for Vladimir Duthier as we follow breaking news out of Los Angeles. About 30,000 LA residents are under evacuation orders as firefighters grapple with this. It's just part of 5 wildfires that are not contained. The Palisades fire has ripped through more than 2,000 acres and has destroyed multiple homes and businesses. This is near Malibu. Firefighters are also battling the Eaton fire. This is northeast of LA. and the Hearst fire in the northern outskirts near the San Fernando Valley. Now, thousands of homes and businesses are under threat, and many have already been scorched, as you see on your screens. Now, as the fires grew overnight, a senior living center was forced to evacuate, with authorities using any means they could to get those residents out. And that included using an armored vehicle, which is typically used to transport SWAT officers. Meantime, others trying to get away by car late yesterday were forced to leave their vehicles, to essentially abandon them and evacuate on foot.
I just leave my car right there.
Where's your car?
The cop say you have to leave, and I leave my car right there because.
So, what happened?
There's a lot of fire right there. That's why the people coming. We leave the car.
They said to get out of your car? Okay.
CBS News correspondent Danya Bacchus joins us now from one of the many hotspots. And we heard there, Danya, the winds as well as the emotions that woman was feeling. How unexpected was this? And tell us what things feel like where you are now.
You know, so I think when you say unexpected, I do think that people did not expect this to happen so quickly. But forecasters had been telling us that we were going to be under a particularly dangerous situation, red flag warning. And the last time we saw one of those was the mountain fire in Ventura County that scorched 20,000 acres. So we knew that there was a very strong possibility that this could happen. I just think people are often surprised at just how quickly things unfold, meaning you see a little bit of smoke. At first, this was just a handful of acres, and then in a matter of minutes and then hours, it explodes. People have to evacuate, and I think that's when the shock comes, is when they start to see those flames coming into their homes, or as they're evacuating and going down the street and realizing that this is a dire situation. We need to leave right now. Where we are, we have been watching the Palisades fire. We are in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood of Los Angeles. And behind me, as you can see, this is a hillside that has been completely scorched. We watched this burn throughout the night, at times with the wind gust hitting close to 60 miles per hour. We definitely saw those embers starting to fly. And on top of the hillside, those were homes up there. Those are homes up there. I can't really see if anything has survived. But also what we definitely saw was the glow of fire coming from up top of that hillside too. So it'll be very interesting at this point to really be able now to drive with daylight and observe the damage that has been done. Even when we were driving through neighborhoods last night, we saw home after home on fire. It was unbelievable. So now that daylight has hit and those homes are probably completely destroyed or either partially destroyed, we will be able to really get a scope of the damage that's been done by this Palisades fire. And that doesn't even include the other fires that are burning in Los Angeles. This morning, everyone will get the chance to really survey what's been done.
Danya, we know Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency, and you and other crews out there are now getting a first glimpse of the damage because of sunlight. We'll continue to stay with you throughout the day. Please do stay safe. And in fact, our colleagues at CBS News Los Angeles, they've been out all night and through the morning, like Danya and others, and they continue to bring us coverage of these still ongoing fires. Let's join CBS News Los Angeles right now.
On the ground.
My heart hurts for Southern California this morning. For so many people, everywhere you drive around, it's just heartbreak and devastation. You don't think it's this bad until you actually see it in person. I don't even think the images show it enough on camera from what you see on TV. It's so sad. And as the sun has come up in the last about 30 minutes, with sunrise comes just more sadness of these images. So we're on Del Rey now. So I was in Sierra Madre this morning. We moved a little bit west, about 3 miles. I thought we moved away from a lot of it. We're hearing a lot of sirens. We're hearing fire alarms go off. I want to make sure where that fire truck is going, so we're out of the way. We're seeing firefighters do what they can, but then at the same time, there's just not enough crews to handle how many fires we're seeing. So as we drove that 3 mile stretch, you know, we went through some streets where it was not touched. No houses were damaged. It was incredible to see. It was like a fire wasn't even happening, and then you turn down the next, and this is what it looks like here. The building right behind this, right before we went live, just completely shattered in pieces to the ground, and we just watched it go. You can see the front door right here with the flames just burning inside. People's lives were inside this home, their memories, their keepsakes, just so many precious moments. Looks like most people in this neighborhood have left. We're not even seeing a lot of cars, so looks like everyone did leave and evacuate, but you can just see what's left here. And my photographer, Victor Anastasia, is actually walking by the fire hoses here, which is usually a sign. If you see fire hoses down like this and no crews, it means they were probably fighting this fire and it got too bad and they just had to drop it and go. And that's how intense that it got here. And by looking at just all the trees around here, this isn't just because of the fire. This is because of how intense the winds got. I mean, you can see just inside these homes right here, everything just burning inside. And on our drive here, we could see some homes that looked completely fine from the outside. But then when you look through the windows, it was bright orange and you just saw everything burning on the inside. It's just heartbreaking to see here in this area. Again, we are in Pasadena on Del Rey, on the corner of Del Rey and Woodland. There's Pasadena Preschool on Woodland. Most of Woodland, a lot of homes there are burned down to the ground. Every corner you walk around here, there's just devastation. Let's walk this way. Let's walk towards Woodland now. We have a gas line burning right here. And you know what's crazy, Jamie and Rudabeh? I'm trying to get my surroundings for this area right here. So I was looking on Google Maps and looking at the images just to understand what kind of buildings these were, because you can't even tell at this point. And just the stark contrast to what this neighborhood looked like on those Google images to what you see here. I mean, it's just sad. There's Victor's showing you guys inside what's left of this burned down home. We're not seeing too many flames here. A lot of homes we can't even get too close to because they're still just burning, and there's no firefighters nearby, and it's not safe to get that close if there's no firefighters. So we're walking towards Woodland now. You can see the gas line going on this building here. To my left is this street that's just gone. There's some flames right here on this home. The fire alarm is going down on this way, and just trucks everywhere. And I think a lot of people, as they're starting to wake up this morning, they're just driving by to see what's left. I can't imagine the people that don't know if their home is still standing or not, but that's going to be the reality for so many people in Southern California that wake up this morning. This is a huge stretch of area. I'm actually pretty shocked. We're decent distance away from the ridge where the fire was. So it just shows you these embers are just blowing and you don't know where they are going to land. And so wind still calm here. It's been calm maybe for the last 2 hours now. I'm actually going to see. Do you guys live here? We have some people walking over here. We're going to follow them. These people just showed up here. I think they're trying to see what's left of their home here. But it's just house after house. 50,000 people evacuated here, and I don't want to invade their privacy because this could be a hard moment for them. But people are just coming back. I'm seeing a lot of people coming into this neighborhood, just trying to see what's going on. Jamie, Rudabeh?
You're seeing the insides of people's homes still burning as they're on fire, and you're actually there before the crews. And this is a different scene than what we've been seeing through the night when it was dark and those flames were lighting up the night sky. You can see now with the naked eye the scope of the damage there. The one fortunate thing, I think, is that these boulevards in Pasadena are wide boulevards. The access is a lot easier than some of those other mountain areas with the windy roads that are hard to access. Okay, so you have someone there.
On the big tree here.
What's your name?
My name is Bob.
Bobby?
Bob.
Bob?
Yes.
Okay, so did you just come back to see what's left?
Yeah, what's happened in my house? I'm like to take a look.
Let's walk. Let's go walk.
Okay, thank you.
Did you evacuate last night?
Yes. I have 3 family here, 3-unit building.
3-unit building?
Yes.
And everyone got out safely?
Yes.
Okay, is this your first time seeing it since it burned?
First time I'm here right now.
Oh. Watch out, this building's going down. We're hearing a lot of crackling. Just be careful, Victor. So we're walking down Del Rey now, and was there a fire here when you left last night?
I don't know. Let's see what they say, because it looks like my house is okay.
It looks like his house is okay.
Yeah, this big tree one.
This green one?
No, big tree.
The big tree. Oh, okay. The multi-unit.
Yeah, there are 2 units here, back 1 unit.
Okay. And does your family live there?
Yes.
Okay, his family lives there. He's just checking on it this morning. They left last night. I mean, this is what so many people are going to be doing this morning, is just coming up and seeing what's left. It looks like, you know, this is a good story. It looks like his house made it. Actually, I don't know. Looking at the back. You guys, this is just the reality for so many people right now. It's so sad.
Amanda, you know, having covered so many fires before, fires are so erratic, they're so unpredictable. You have, you go to these scenes and it's just unbelievable sometimes how it can take out one home, not another, one part of a building, not another. So I understand what he's going through and what you've seen so far this morning out there in Pasadena. You know, the thing that's striking to me, Rudabeh, is that you talk about, we've seen some of these other fires that are in somewhat rural areas, and so homes are lost and it's devastating. But in these areas, we have 50,000 people, as Amanda said, evacuated there. You've got 30,000 people evacuated in Pacific Palisades. To see how this has just run through neighborhoods and ravaged them, this is going to fundamentally change Southern California.
Absolutely, and it looks so different. Amanda, thank you so much for that reporting. We want to go back to the original fire in the Pacific Palisades. We have Mrs. Kroll on the phone, Sue Kroll, and she has been evacuated. She's also the president of the Pacific Palisades community. Are you with us?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us what you experienced, where you are right now, and what's going through your head.
Well, you know, there's hope, I guess, going through my head, but it's pretty devastating. The entire town, as we've known it from decades, is gone. I mean, there's very few structures left there. Schools, churches, restaurants, stores. The fire, you know, started way up in the hills, and that's where a lot of fires do start. And up until now, they've generally been able to focus on the fires up there with helicopters and firefighters and get them stopped before they move down. This fire was very, very different because of the severe winds. The embers blew everywhere, and even people who for a very long time have felt not as vulnerable, people like myself who live in the flats in the village, realized that, you know, everybody was in the thick of it. So we had mandatory evacuation orders, unlike the people in the far western part of town who had real trouble getting out and had to abandon cars and go on foot because of street closures at Sunset and PCH. Where we live, we were able to get out on Sunset Boulevard going the opposite direction. So we were heading east to get on the freeway and get out of Dodge. And it took a long time, but at least we were able to stay in our car. And my family got out. We got kids, dogs, everything. And we got out at the beginning. You know, I wasn't about to stay and see what happened. And I feel terrible about anyone who stayed in our town thinking they could hose down their house, because it's a very dangerous situation. And that just couldn't work. So
Yeah.
I just pray everybody got out. You know, a good number of us lost our homes, but I guess life goes on, you know?
Well, it does, and you're right. I mean, obviously, getting people out is the most important thing. You are the president of the Pacific Palisades community, so I know you're likely in touch with so many people. As you were just talking about, I had a very close friend. His father has Parkinson's disease, and they were trying to get him out, where you said it's at Sunset and PCH, got stuck, had to get out. It was such a chaotic situation. What are you hearing? It seems that all of those people were able to get out, but their cars abandoned, you know, had to be, you know, pushed to the side with a dozer at one point. What are you hearing from people?
Well, I think in that area of town, residents that were more able and LAPD officers jumped in to get those people out and down to the beach. I mean, even, you know, I saw on the news a lifeguard station on fire at the beach, but clearly being on the sand and near the water is going to be safer than being anywhere in town. So I think a lot of people went down there, and our council person for Council District 11 Tracy Park, was sending out a lot of text messages and instructions. We had a lot of alerts for 2 days, even before the fire, talking about wind conditions coming, be prepared, and all of their worst nightmares came true. So I think, LAFD, LAPD, our council person, everybody jumped in and was as helpful as they possibly could be, but there's just not enough,
Can you tell us about those moments when you realized it was ravaging your neighborhood and you needed to get out right then? You think about those moments of having to choose what to take with you,
Right.
of not knowing if it's going to close in on you, of worrying about your
Right.
neighbors and loved ones and pets. Tell us what was going through your head at that moment.
Well, the first thing is the pets, obviously the dogs, the crates, all the family photo albums, medications, that sort of stuff. When I've evacuated before, and we have had to evacuate before, it's always been 24 hours. So I took all of that stuff. I didn't take any clothes because I thought, we'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. So that's the only thing that's really sort of making me a little nervous right now, other than obviously I think we lost our home. You never know what to take. You're in sort of a bit of a panic mode. You try and take deep breaths and go room to room and look around and see what in this room do I need to take. And that's what we did for about an hour. But then, then at some point, you just have to get in the car and go. You can't take any more.
And is everyone accounted for, all of the people that you've been worried about in your community?
As far as I know, yes. I've heard from so many people through text messages, mostly, and everybody evacuated, everybody's safe. Nobody knows the status of their homes unless they've been able to see their homes literally burning on the news. But every neighborhood was hit, and nobody really has much hope of coming back to anything.
Well, and Sue, you said you're near the village. So many people, even if they don't live there, do know that area, that shopping district, the restaurants.
Yeah.
So many memories made there as well for a lot of people in Southern California. Thank you so much for sharing your story this morning, and just know that our hearts go out to you and your community.
Thank you so much. We all really appreciate it and need all the prayers you guys can send.
You bet.
Thank you, Sue.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, despite the sun being up, we want to take a live shot of the Altadena fire, and it looks like nighttime still right now. So dark because of all that smoke, but this is live. The sun is up at 7:17 right now if you're just joining us.
I hate to be, it looks like Armageddon. You look at these pictures, you see the thick black smoke, and you're right, the sun's been up for almost a half hour now, and it's just unbelievable to see this fire continuing to just be out of control, really. And we know the winds are supposed to somewhat calm down around 9 o'clock this morning. We have a photographer pointing at a oil change facility. You have to think of, there's so much fuel inside of something like that. You see all of these cars just badly burned out at this point, so much fuel with inside those. And the problem with that is, as these types of places catch fire, which I hope our photographer is safe, you might want to move back from here. As these types of places catch fire, you have more embers, you have more flames, you have the potential for it to spread just to so many other businesses. You see a pet hospital there. You wonder if people were able, sometimes pets are left overnight after surgery and things like that, of what that looks like. The impact of this is almost surreal, and to see it this dark with that thick black smoke in Altadena this morning. There's always a hope that overnight those winds will calm down. That did not happen. They actually intensified at this point in time. And to see that continue to spread this fire, there's been zero relief. We've been saying that these fires are 0% contained. The firefighters can't try to contain when you have this much ablaze in a community.
It's just so out of control right now, and I just think about what's inside that animal hospital.
Yes.
And I really hope they got their animals out, and of course all these people losing their homes, their memories inside these homes. We want to talk about the problems firefighters are facing.
Oh yeah, it's been monumental this morning. Our news photographer Mike McGregor shot this just a little while ago in Altadena. This is heartbreaking. Streets with half a dozen homes in flames is what he was reporting to us. It's at Mendocino, visibility extremely limited, as you can imagine. You see stretchers here. Don't know how many people have been impacted. You know, this fire too, we should say, you know, started in the nighttime hour. So there are people who likely, you know, thought maybe their community wouldn't be impacted, potentially went to bed. Hopefully they've heard the sirens, they've been able to evacuate and get out. There's been very heavy equipment in the area, we're told by Mike McGregor, our photographer. He says it's difficult to breathe there. The heat is extreme. We luckily don't have any reports of injuries, but we do see these paramedics loading stretchers here just moments ago in case they have to go in and get people out very, very quickly. It's almost a mobilization in case they get to a house where someone does in fact need help. I having covered these, you know, the heat is real and it's intense. Sometimes that for people who have been asleep, you know, they smell the smoke, you feel the heat, and at that point it is time to go. If they did not have a plan or maybe packed the car last night, that's why those paramedics are on scene right now.
And we saw in nearby Pasadena that nursing home where some of the patients, one of them was as old as 102, having to be wheeled out there. So you really think about the compromised people in that situation. And we want to go now to Rick Montanez in the Pacific Palisades. This is the site of the original fire. The sun has now come up. Rick, what does it look like now?
Oh. Yeah, you know, we're just getting a really strong gust of wind that's blowing a lot of ash right toward us. So we are in an area known as Malibu Village, and look at this devastation here. This is just off of PCH. We are south of Sunset, and you take a driveway up here, and there are probably, I would say, at least 25, 30 homes up here. And from what we could tell, most of them are gone. Sorry, I'm still with you. It's just hard to see this destruction here. The flames just burned through here. When we got up here about 10 minutes, or I should say 20 minutes ago or so, the home right in front of us was still standing, and now it has just collapsed on itself. And you just see so much destruction. And then if we could show you up on the hillside, if Ernie Fuentes will point the camera up there. So I believe that is Marquez Drive, just off Sunset Boulevard, which Sunset, if we were to go up PCH and then turn right onto Sunset, it winds around, and then that's where you would get Marquez Place. We're seeing a couple of houses up here on the ridge that are burning as well. These homes overlooking the ocean. There is so much smoke in the air too. It feels like it's nighttime still. And you look at these cars, it's just the metal frames that are left. The homes, there are no walls. There is virtually nothing left but ash and fire still burning here. Again, this is Malibu Village that we're looking at here, and it's, you know, difficult for us to show this on TV when we know that some people will be seeing this and learning that their homes are gone just from these images. But important to show what is happening and where. We know a lot of people are relying on what we can show to see whether their homes are safe or not. We have not seen any firefighters up here since we've been here, but if you look down at the ground here, you can see it looks like ash and debris that is wet. So it appears that there might have been fire crews up here putting some water on these flames, trying to save these homes before they just went up completely. The devastation here is just shocking to see in person. I've covered so many wildfires in my decade here in Southern California on the air, and I've seen very few, if any, that have been this devastating. And for the time right now, as you guys have talked about, it being close to 7:30 in the morning, and it is still dark here because the sunlight is eclipsed by all of the smoke and debris. And look, there you get a break in the clouds, or in the smoke, I should say, to see that it is daytime right now. You know, we talked about wanting to see the devastation once the sun comes up to have a better idea of how destructive this fire was, but we're not even able to really get that just yet because of the all the smoke and all that in the air. I'm taking my goggles off because I'm facing away, and it's difficult to see with them on. And really, this is just so tragic to see everything like this. Good news is we haven't heard of any reports of anybody injured. We've seen some people out and about. Let's see if we can, let's turn around here, Ernie, to show them. You'll see our news van here. It's pointed in the direction that would be our quick exit if we have to get out of here. That's part of one of the things we learn when we do our training, but off in the distance, that's the ocean, which about 5 to 10 minutes ago you could see very clearly, and then all this smoke came over and you can't see any of that. But PCH is down that way, and that is, you know, eclipsed by all of the smoke and everything in this area, but just devastating for Malibu Village here. And then even again, look up at that home that we believe is Marquez Drive, just engulfed in intense flames. So hard to see this. Rudabeh and Jamie.
Yeah, Rick, it's hard to see. I also just want to point out there are so many embers flying around you. The wind's obviously very, very strong. I'm glad to see your truck pointed in the right direction, but please stay safe out there. If you need to leave, we appreciate the images and the reporting, but make sure you are safe first and foremost.
And it still looks like nighttime there, as the fire and the flames light up the night sky. This is an intersection that so many people have driven past, right at the intersection of Sunset and PCH, and so ironic that it's right next to the Pacific Ocean, right across the street. Want to get to Paul, and Paul, you said this is the worst wind event we've had. You're confident in saying that now?
I am in the severity of the fires and also the severity of the winds that we've seen. We were comparing it to...
All right, we've been watching this ongoing coverage of just a frightening and horrific morning for so many in Southern California. From our partners there at CBS News Los Angeles, you were just watching Rick Montanez in an area of the Palisades, which, for those of you familiar with Southern California, is just north of the Santa Monica Pier, a major tourist area. And as is true in this shot, despite the sun having come up there on the West Coast half an hour ago, you can't see it because of so much thick smoke from 3 ongoing wildfires. Everyone just assessing the damage at this stage. It's unclear how many people have been injured, but already it's evident vehicles have been destroyed, homes have been destroyed, as well as many businesses as well. We're going to continue to cover this and speak with more people as they experience what is just such a almost an unimaginable tragedy for so many. Stay right where you are, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis? You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Errol Barnett at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York. You're looking at pictures coming to us from Los Angeles as we wait for an update from officials there on what are devastating wildfires. They've scorched thousands of acres of land in and around LA, and they're 0% contained this morning. Powerful winds are fueling these flames, and some gusts have reached 100 miles per hour. It's the equivalent of a Category 2 hurricane. And these flames are moving so fast, some evacuees had to abandon their cars and flee on foot. I want to now speak with the president of the Pacific Palisades Community Council, Sue Cole. Sue, I know that you and your family were able to escape from these flames. I doubt that you've been able to get any sleep overnight. Just update us on your safety and the safety of your neighbors that you're aware of.
Okay. Well, yeah, we were able to evacuate right at the beginning. When we first got the evacuation notice, we're not into taking any risks to try and save a house. So we gathered up the pets, the kids, medications, that sort of stuff, and we got out. And we got out pretty easily because we were heading east on Sunset. Palisades only has one way in and out. And the people who were abandoning their cars and having to get out on foot were at the other end of town where the fire was raging through at that time. And I think there was a lot of panic. But hopefully other residents and LAPD jumped in and were able to get everybody out. From what I understand, I've been getting text messages all night. The majority of the town is pretty much gone. Churches, schools, restaurants, stores, hundreds and hundreds of homes. My particular neighborhood, which is right in the middle of town, has always been sort of safe because we're not in the mountains, we're not in the hills. But this time, the embers took the fire into literally every neighborhood in the entire town, from the mountains to the ocean. And it's just wiped out pretty much everybody.
And so I want to ask you more about that. I lived in LA for 7 years. I went to UCLA. I've covered these wildfires. So to a certain degree, folks in Southern California are prepared for this and have an escape plan. But so many people are telling us this is unlike anything they've ever experienced. There were warnings, but it moves so quickly. And even overnight, fire crews couldn't battle it from the skies because the winds were so strong.
Right.
From your vantage point, what makes this different? What makes this a much more terrible event to experience?
Well, we did get a lot of notifications starting 2 days before the fire, just about the severe winds that were coming in to get ready. So a lot of people were sort of prepared in that way. But that's not the same as having someone is looking out your window and seeing smoke and then seeing flames. And most of the people that were, I think you're referring to, that were sort of stuck and had such a hard time getting out, it wasn't because they weren't ready. It's just because everybody's being told to go at the same time. And in the Palisades, the first area that was on fire, the Palisades Highlands, there's only one road up and one way down. And when you get everybody in the entire community on that one road at the same time, it's pretty much impossible. So people were driving on the wrong side of the road and abandoning their cars. Fire trucks were having a hard time getting up, so they had to get machinery in to move the cars out of the way. The other side of town was easier to get out. But they closed Sunset, they closed PCH, and these are the main arteries that we have. So, and the fire did move extraordinarily quickly because of the winds. So those were the issues.
and that fire continues to move. We're thankful that you and your loved ones are safe. Our hearts go out to the entire Pacific Palisades community and everyone in Southern California as officials try and wrap their arms around this. Sue Cole, all of our best to you. We're going to continue
Thank you so much.
to cover this still developing breaking news out of Southern California. These are live pictures coming to us as one business near a pet hospital just is lit up in flames. The coverage continues with CBS News Los Angeles. We'll pick up at that right now.
Well, I think a lot of us have been just saying that we're glad we're here, but I really almost wish I was there, so I could help out or be part of it. And it's such a tight community, and almost feel really guilty not being there right now, to be honest.
And that's understandable. I hear from people whose homes, don't end up becoming ablaze in some of these fires. They have survivor's guilt in some ways with their home, but it is one of those things. Fires are so unpredictable. Have you been talking to your neighbors? What do you know about your neighborhood right now?
Yeah, I mean, our neighborhood is completely evacuated. I'm not sure if you guys saw the footage from our Nest Cam or not, but that was really the last contact that we had with our home.
I think we do have that video. This is your backyard?
This is our backyard, and we basically lost contact with our house via the power right shortly after this video was taken from our security cameras in the backyard there, and that's a neighbor's house that you can see next to it with the chimneys there.
We did get word that our fire sprinkler system had gone off, and then we had a heat warning at our front door, and that was the last we heard.
So devastating. And I don't know how long you've lived in the Palisades and owned property there, but you've likely seen fires before in this area, but nothing like this.
We have. It's been about 8 years or so, 9 years for us, and we've really gotten really immersed in the community, and really that's our happy place, and it is just soul crushing to us. And so many of our friends who live there, like I said, I mean, we're fortunate that we have both coasts, but so many people have lost everything, and it is devastating, and the animals and kids with schools, and it's just so sad.
Our hearts really go out to everyone. There was a small fire on New Year's Eve. We woke up to helicopters in our neighborhood sort of shining the lights right in our house, and that was a very small fire, and we evacuated then at 3 a.m. So having that happen just a couple days ago, and then having this on the heels of it, it's so rattling. I mean, we just did the whole pack a bag in 2 seconds, get out of there thing, and that fire was okay. And then because the winds were calm, but this fire, as soon as we heard that the winds were out of control, we were just like, oh no. I mean, it's just unthinkable.
This is hurricane force winds, and it's just too much. It's just too strong.
And we know it's all things. I know it's a house. It's possessions, it's things, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels so emotional, and for us, for so many people, and obviously we're very lucky, but we're just empathizing so much with everybody who's just going through the worst of it.
It's a really tight community, the Pacific Palisades, and so much love in that community, and it's just so sad.
Now we're just praying it doesn't spread. I have a bookstore in Santa Monica called Zibby's Bookshop, and you could see flames from there. And all of our friends in Santa Monica, we know so many people there. We just want it all to go. We're just praying for it to end.
I know that feeling. Yeah.
And, we can say when our homes are not on fire, it's just things, but it's different. It hits differently when it's your community, and your community is going to look so different when you go back to it. So our hearts are with you. We're glad you're safe. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
I want to check in now with Mark, and you've been following the resources deployed, Mark, and you've been watching more and more fires break out throughout the morning.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There are 3 really ferocious fires burning in Southern California, and all morning I've been listening to the firefighters on the fire scanners. They sound weary. They have been suffering equal portions of fatigue and stress. Some of them have not had anything to eat or had any rest in 20 hours. And I did just hear a camp has been set up at Will Rogers State Beach where there is food. Several of those firefighters are just going to get a bite to eat and then immediately go back to the fire line to continue to work. We know LA City Fire has put out a call for any off-duty firefighters anywhere in Southern California. No matter what they're doing, they need to come into work to fight these fires, as this is one of the most significant and severe wind events that we have ever experienced. However, for these firefighters that are working so hard to protect homes, I can now report there is a glimmer of hope. If you come out to my screen, there is the first fire aircraft now in the air. What you're looking at on your screen here is Fire 4. An AW-139 took off out of Van Nuys Airport, and they came down and did a loop right here over the Sepulveda Basin recreation area. That's where the Woodley fire was reported just about 6:15 this morning. The good news is they flew right by it after doing one orbit. It's probably not that severe. Then they came down here to look at the Palisade fire, and you can see this was their last loop. They did a quick loop here to get some reconnaissance on it, and they very likely are now going to go check out other fires. They didn't do any water drops, probably because they are just doing reconnaissance to look and see how bad the air quality and the winds are right now. I called LA City Fire to see when we were going to get more up. They weren't even able to answer the phone. LA County said they are conferencing with their pilots to see when they can get in the air. The smoke, particulate matter, and winds are extremely high. So Fire 4 was able to get up, but I hope that this would mean that more fire attack helicopters, water dropping helicopters are going to be in the air shortly to help these beleaguered firefighters as they work to contain the Palisades, Hearst, Eaton fire, and hopefully the Woodley fire in the center of your screen, which is not that bad. The other thing that I want to show you is some of the time-lapse cameras from the Alert California system. This is the eastern end of the Palisades fire. We are looking across Santa Monica into the Palisades area, and you can see this is right now a live still shot, very smoky as it heads over, wind blowing out into the ocean, all of that smoke. This is the eastern end. We've also got some cameras up here from Topanga Peak that show the western end of the fire. This is a time lapse from the last hour. You can see those flames and homes there near the center of your screen that are very, very close. We don't know if there's any structure protection going on for those homes, but there's also another camera that shows a different angle. You can see here as well, there are homes here on the left side of your screen, very, very close to these flames as they're burning. An aerial attack is going to be necessary here to help stop this. And then as I go over here to the Eaton fire, we can see one of the cameras here. This one is in the last hour. You're going to see these flames still very active, burning in thick, heavy brush. This is just very close to, I believe, the name of this camera. This is the Arcadia camera here. And then there's also another one here from Mount Wilson that you're going to see time lapse of a lot of smoke, still a lot of very active flames in rough, rugged terrain that's not accessible by ground crews. So again, that aerial attack is going to be so important. Coming back out here live, we are expecting a news conference at 8 a.m. in just about 15 minutes down in downtown, where multiple fire agencies are going to give a briefing and update on the status of these fires. Hopefully we'll learn a lot more. When we get that information, we'll bring it to you. That's the very latest here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Mark, thank you for that. I want to point out on the left-hand side of the screen right now, there is that fire that we brought you from Mike McGregor, who's out in the Altadena area, and we were concerned about a veterinarian office, but you see, it looks like that fire is now potentially about to engulf that oil shop. And just talk about the dangers if that goes up.
Well, yeah, certainly. I mean, that is that we're looking, I think, now at the that's the Hearst fire. That's where Mike McGregor, or is this the Eaton fire? I can't remember exactly where this is, but this is the Eaton fire. Now you see how if we can bring that live and bring it full onto the screen, this is an extremely dangerous situation if that's an oil facility there. This is near Lake Alameda, as you can see. Our breaking news photographer, Mike McGregor. Okay, yeah, this is looks like it's a brake shop. There's probably a lot of synthetic materials there in this building, which is causing that thick black smoke, a lot of toxic air, big flames, a lot of material to burn there. And, you know, what we're seeing here is fire trucks going right by it. I discussed this a little bit earlier. There are so many things that firefighters have to respond to. And it sort of works in a reverse triage situation. When you have a mass casualty incident where you have people injured in some sort of an incident, you treat the most critically injured first because you want to save them. With fire situations, the most critically damaged buildings may not be savable, and there are buildings nearby that maybe are not yet entirely in danger yet, or they're not on fire yet, and that's where you want to do structure protection. It is very likely that the firefighters in this area are passing these buildings because they know they're a total loss. There is very likely no way to save either of the buildings on either side of this street, so they are going to burn, and firefighters are going to work on saving the buildings that are still going to be able to be occupied once this fire is done. Very likely both of these buildings are going to be a total loss here, and firefighters are not going to spend resources fighting a fire where the building is going to collapse anyway. So unfortunately for the business owner here, this business is going to be very severely damaged, and of course on the other side of the street it already looks like that building, most of the walls have already come down.
Mark, it's just unbelievable to continue to see this fire just really eating up parts of communities. Right now, we want to go to Luz Delia Caballero in Malibu. She was in the Palisades first. She's now west of Tuna Canyon on PCH, and we are getting just some devastating news as this fire has moved into Malibu. Luz Delia.
It has, and you know, right now that wind isn't as intense as it was even half an hour ago or an hour ago, but it is still going in every which direction. We were here about 3 hours ago, and just to give you an idea, there were still structures to my right. As of now, there are only a few standing, and that's further west down PCH. But what Sparkle is showing you is basically what's left of most of the foundations on this stretch of PCH. You see, you know, pockets where there are hot spots, and at this point, I mean, it's just so devastating to see because we are watching these structures burn in real time. And when we're talking about these dangerous conditions and the challenges that firefighters are facing, I mean, that wind, as we speak, is picking up, and that firefighting effort going on behind me. Now, there are two strategies here. There is a firefighter up on that ladder. What that firefighter is doing is soaking the roof of a neighboring building of what seems like a shell of a home to the left, and they're also soaking the roof of the structure that is two structures to the right of the one that's on fire. So this is doing two things. One, it is preventing further damage, obviously smoke damage to the neighboring building, but what they are trying to do is save as many structures as possible. So we have firefighting efforts up on the ladder. We also have several firefighters on the ground doing what they can to put out these flames, because as we've seen time and time again throughout the early hours of this morning, it only takes one or two embers to travel as far and as wide as those winds will allow them to, for brush to catch on fire and for neighboring structures to catch on fire. I also want to show you what we saw earlier. So here is where we are, where this blue dot is. You can definitely see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 structures. So within the last 2-3 hours, what Sparkle showed you earlier, if we go to our left, there is only 1, 2, maybe 3 structures to the left of that. That isn't even the stretch that we showed you. So starting from the stretch that we showed you, there is nothing. As we go to the right, you can see that there are only maybe 3 structures standing as Sparkle Day pans to the right, and you see that firefighting effort. So when we are talking dangerous conditions and we are talking how unpredictable Mother Nature is, this is the story that these images are showing. They're dangerous conditions, they change very quickly, and obviously we are bearing witness to the power of Mother Nature and just how unpredictable these conditions can be. Earlier we spoke to a public information officer with LA Fire. He told us, hey, you know what, we are doing the best we can, working around the clock, working with multiple agencies just to get a handle on this fire. We are talking tens of thousands of people already evacuating, at least 10,000 homes that are in danger of burning down. We've seen dozens already burned to the ground, to their foundation. Let's take a listen at what he has to say about this incredibly difficult firefight.
So these fires have been going on all day, 24 hours since they started their shift yesterday. It's all hands on deck. Earlier in the year, we had crews in Northern California. Now they're reciprocating and they're bringing their crews down here. Sacramento crews all over the region have all come down here, and they're doing a great job, the best job that they can. And it's just one of those things where there's just not enough engines to be able to put in front of every home as we would like, but they're doing their very best.
They are doing their very best, and we have seen it firsthand. They are trying to do everything they can to save any and every structure, any and every home that they can, but it's difficult. They just don't have enough boots on the ground, and given the reduced visibility, it's hard to get an aircraft up to drop retardant. What we do see, water tankers coming through and lots of engines with their sirens, without their sirens, just moving and mobilizing as they go from assessing one stretch of PCH to another with the intention and hopeful strategy of ultimately knocking this fire down, or at least containing it from spreading to several sections of PCH, as we've seen throughout the morning. So this firefight continues here as we move to look for other firefighting efforts. Our thoughts go out to all those affected, and of course the firefighters who are on the front lines, risking everything to help as many people and save as many homes as possible. And one more thing before I let you all go is that fire officials are asking people to be ready. You know, don't wait until that evacuation order. Have your important paperwork, your pet food, your pets, your family. Have those conversations to be ready to leave once that go order is in effect. And also, if you are thinking about sightseeing in terms of seeing areas that are on fire or have been on fire, just don't. Fire officials say, hey, this isn't a brush fire. These are homes and structures and businesses that are burning. So there are toxins that are up in the air. We're talking about toxic compounds that are burning within these homes. So very dangerous conditions out here. And all you're going to do, if you are thinking that that's a good idea, is prevent firefighting efforts from happening, block engines from coming in, and definitely potentially impede evacuees from getting out of evacuation zones. So if you're thinking about it, think twice and definitely do not do that. Guys?
It's good advice.
And Liz Delia, we're just watching these homes go up in flames behind you, an iconic area, a lot of celebrity homes, and an area that people drive by, whether or not they live there. It's such an iconic part of LA and LA history. It's just devastating to see that.
Well, and I just have to say, you know, for those of us who don't have the opportunity to live in this part, it is so striking to me that those houses are right on the ocean.
Right.
Those are a part of town that you would not ever think would burn to the ground, and to see it like that is, it's incredible in the worst way possible.
Absolutely. We do want to get to what Liz Delia was saying about packing a go bag, being prepared, because it can be such a panicked situation as we take a look at the Eaton fire right now and the smoke just emitting into the air. It's actually dark there right now, even though the sun has come up. So your go bag checklist should include a 3-day supply of non-perishable food, 3 gallons of water per person, a map with evacuation routes, necessary prescriptions or medications, a change of clothes, and extra eyeglasses or contact lenses. These are a lot of things we don't think about when we're just packing our bags in a split second. So maybe take a picture of the full screen on your television there. Extra car keys, credit cards, cash, or traveler's checks, a first aid kit, a flashlight and battery-powered radio with extra batteries, copies of important documents like your birth certificates, your passports, etc., pet food and water, and then just keep in mind to always have sturdy shoes and a flashlight near your bed ready for sudden evacuations. It's a little bit too late at this point for much of Southern California and Los Angeles County, but these are good reminders to have. And if you're in a panicked mode right now, you've gotten that warning or evacuation order, these are the things that you want to be reminded to take that you're going to need.
I've gotten advice in the past that if you are in such a panic, grab your laundry basket, because it's all clothes that you've worn before. So that's something, when you think of a change of clothes, you don't need to go digging through your closet trying to find things. But you know, this is a lot of things too with living here that you need to keep in mind if in case of an earthquake. So this is a good reminder for several different scenarios across our area as well. We now want to get to Alex Biston, who has an update on our traffic. And you know, people may not think of traffic if they're staying at home watching all of this right now, but you know, one issue on the roadway can really have an impact because you divert resources from the firefight.
Absolutely. If you can stay home today, probably best to do so, because there are a lot of closures in and around the Palisades fire, and of course, you know, all of the fires that are burning. So I'm going to start off. This is our next traffic sky camera. You can see a live look. Palisades fire burning this morning. This is the other side of the 405 freeway. I want to break down exactly all of the closures for you. And again, you don't even want to try to get around this. Just avoid it all completely. So the Palisades fire closures, that's PCH between the 10 and Las Flores Topanga Canyon, between PCH and Mulholland, and then Malibu Canyon between PCH and Piuma. So again, no real way to get around this. I mean, you can, but again, the takeaway is just avoid it altogether. Now, I also want to talk about the Hearst fire closures east and westbound of the 210. This is between the 5 and Roxford, so that's closed north and southbound side of the 5, that truck route. So again, back up there. Really important to kind of understand all of these closures and how.
All right, we've been watching ongoing coverage from our colleagues there at CBS News Los Angeles as the southern part of California deals with 3 separate, serious, and still growing wildfires in different areas of Los Angeles and just outside of the city as well. Tens of thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate, and still, as the sun has come up there, it's difficult for some to see through the smoke. We're standing by for a press conference from officials, and we'll bring that to you as soon as it begins. I'm Errol Barnett at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York. After this short break, we'll bring you that press conference, and our colleague Elizabeth Cook in San Francisco will continue.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy.
Isn't that giving people false hope?
I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour.
This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not. Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close up on the rising sun.
Clearly, Better Morning starts right here.
That's right.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
News on this Wednesday, a wildfire emergency burning in Southern California. Fast-moving flames fueled by whipping winds, leveling neighborhoods in Los Angeles and beyond, tearing through homes and businesses and forcing tens of thousands of people out of their homes right now. At least 4 fires have sparked since the flames first broke out yesterday. The largest one torching almost 3,000 acres in Pacific Palisades. It's something many longtime residents there say they have never seen before. The conditions so dangerous, making it almost impossible to fight those flames from the air. And the Los Angeles Fire Department has been pleading for help from other agencies. Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency. Meteorologists at our CBS station in Los Angeles saying this is the worst windstorm to hit the Los Angeles area in almost 15 years. Now let's focus now on the Palisades fire. We're starting to see some daytime video of homes in Pasadena destroyed by the flames. That's a different fire. The situation is so out of control.
I'm Vladimir Gutierrez in New York. We are now listening to a news briefing from officials in Los Angeles County over those devastating wildfires. Let's listen in.
This is in real time. So I want to thank the city of Pasadena, who's opened up the Pasadena Convention Center for those impacted by the Eaton Canyon fire. I also want to acknowledge our faith-based partners. All Saints has opened up their church for those that are evacuating the Pasadena area. But again, it's important for us to recognize that while the firefighters, life is first and foremost. We need to make sure that people heed the advice of our first responders. With that, I'm going to introduce our LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, to give you an update on what is going on. But I just want to thank Chief Maroney as well as Chief Crowley for the work that they are doing to make sure that our first responders have all the resources necessary. Chief Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. My name is Anthony Maroney. I am the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator. I am the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator for fire. 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified command with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department, in addition to CAL FIRE. We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment. We have an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed, and also no reported fatalities, and a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who are on the fire line. We have over 1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. For the Eaton fire, it is located in both the Angeles National Forest, the Altadena area of LA County, and Pasadena. LA County is in unified command with both the Angeles National Forest and the Pasadena Fire Department. We have over 2,000 acres burning at this time, and the fire continues to grow with 0% containment. We have over 500 personnel assigned, and unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries. We have over 100 structures destroyed, and the cause of the fire is unknown and under investigation. I will ask that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley update you on the Hearst fire after I am finished with my remarks. The LA County Fire Department operational area consists of 29 separate fire departments in LA County, and all of those fire departments are at drawdown with no fire apparatus or additional personnel to spare. As the Region 1 coordinator, I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. 50 engine strike teams is composed of 250 fire engines and over 1,000 personnel. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California. Thank you to the first responders from Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State that are already on the road coming to LA County to assist. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger. To all of our viewers, please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment, and we ask that you keep all of Los Angeles County in your thoughts and prayers. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley to give her briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'd like to start with just a moment, if we could, of gratitude. A moment of gratitude for our first responders, our boots on the ground that are battling this intense and multiple jurisdiction and number of fires. So gratitude to those who are doing the work since yesterday through the night, and like Chief Maroney said, we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that we save people, lives, and property. With that, I'll be touching on a couple major points. With the Pacific Palisades fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second major brush fire, now referred to as the Hearst fire, has erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles. Now together these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is battling these 2 major fires while also maintaining, I want to focus on this as well, 911 services for the city's approximate 4 million residents. Now, despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property. Next, I want to focus on what we've done over the last 24 hours. And with that, even within the city of Los Angeles, with these 2 major brush fires, our department has responded to 3,624 911 calls for service. And to put that in perspective, our average is just under 1,500 calls in a 24-hour period. Over the last 24 hours, we've also responded to an additional 32 structure fires within the city. We've treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies, well extending our normal 650 transports to the local hospitals. When it comes to the Pacific Palisades fire, as Chief Maroney had said, this is over 3,000 acres at this point and continues to grow. We will confirm the exact acreage later, so we'll make sure that we also communicate that to the community and to the media. Last night, as of 1930 hours, all aircrafts were grounded due to high winds. Aircraft are continuing to be able to resume their water drops and acreage mapping today when the weather allows us to do so. A total of 3,398 civilians and 15,105 structures are in the evacuation zone. And again, the evacuation zones are the following: north of PCH, west of Kenter Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard, south of Mulholland Drive, and east of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There are multiple evacuation centers which are supported by the American Red Cross. Injuries. Of course, there's a lot of interest in injuries. We have several firefighters and civilian injuries that have been reported, and all patients have been treated and transported to the local hospitals. Damage assessments. Chief Maroney did speak about a specific number. We are still vetting that through on the city side, so more information to come, and we will message that as soon as we can validate that. Approximately 400 LAPD firefighters have been deployed to the Palisades fire. We have many hundreds of law enforcement officers, our partner agency responders, and public works members engaged in supporting our overall operations. We are going to be transitioning to CAL FIRE this morning to manage this incident at 0800 hours. Next, I'd like to talk briefly about our Hearst fire, which is located in Sylmar. Last night at approximately 10:10 p.m., the fire erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles, adjacent to the Los Angeles National Forest. The fire has rapidly expanded to over 500 acres, prompting the emergency evacuation of more than 3,000 residents. This fire is burning within the footprint of the historic Saddle Ridge fire. Now, despite the extreme winds and significant risks, and that's what we're going to be talking about from today and probably throughout the next few days, there's always that significant risk of life and property, and we'll continue to focus on saving lives and protecting property. The exact acreage at this point will be confirmed later, and we'll make sure that we communicate that to you as well. Lastly, we want to make sure that everybody understands we are absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I will tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property. The LAFD is extremely proud to stand with all of the entities behind me. Our top priority will continue to be life safety, ensuring that safe evacuation and the rescues of our residents that are in harm's way. It will continue to be our primary focus in this wind-driven fire event as it continues. Thank you for your cooperation, your support, and your diligence. And today, we will continue to stand with our partners to protect everyone. Next up, I would like to introduce Sheriff Luna. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Next up. Oh, we moved it. Okay.
Yes, we're just moving around to have Valley Unified Superintendent Alberto Cardano.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Barger, county and city leadership, in addition to the leadership of our first responders and our great community for the very, very important work you continue to do to protect our community, protect the assets, and first and foremost, the health and well-being and lives of members of our community. Los Angeles Unified is the second largest school district in the nation, representing the interests of 540,000 students and 75,000 committed employees. We make decisions regarding closure of schools in a very methodical and science-driven manner. So after a great deal of consultation overnight with experts looking at the data and considering the fact that air quality conditions deteriorated significantly overnight, we have made the decision to shut down a number of schools, particularly in the eastern part of our school system, I will define what those boundaries are. School communities, beginning with leadership, workforce, and families have been informed about these areas. And as of now, those schools within the boundaries of the area that I will define are closed. This accounts for about 10% of our total schools in our district, about 100 schools out of 1,000 schools. The areas that I'm speaking about are schools located north of Manchester Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, east of 10th Avenue, west of I-710, and south of Highway 134. Any school within that area, and that accounts again for the eastern part of our district, where the air quality met or exceeded levels that are not appropriate for employees or students to be around, are effectively shut down. We will be making decisions about what will happen in those schools going into tomorrow by 4 p.m. today based on the evolution conditions. In fact, since we made the decision to shut down those schools, air quality conditions have improved significantly despite the fact that they worsened significantly overnight. I want to speak specifically about schools surrounding the Palisades area. As of last night, we had to shut down 5 schools as a result of mandatory evacuation conditions. Those were Kinter Canyon Elementary School, Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Revere Middle School, and Topanga Elementary School, in addition to Palisades High Charter High School. We have reports that Palisades High sustained significant damage as a result of the fire. We are working with state and federal entities to quickly access resources to address the issues facing this community. I want to very briefly address our workforce. We know today is not going to be a perfect day. A number of schools are shut down. However, localized conditions may make it difficult for our workforce or parents and students to access schools. Air quality conditions may vary and in fact may not necessarily be appropriate beyond the area where we close schools. Please use your discretion. We will utilize grace and be flexible regarding attendance and for students and employees alike. Specifically, students and employees who face chronic respiratory conditions or other health issues. We will be flexible regarding these individuals. We will provide additional updates later on today regarding conditions of schools going into tomorrow. For the schools that are open, recognizing the workforce needs of the parents of our children, beyond the bell activities, care for children in those schools will continue to be provided today. Today is not a typical day. We need flexibility, patience, and grace, and we shall extend that to our workforce and certainly our parents and students in our community. Once again, our hearts go out to those who have been impacted, and our eternal gratitude to the first responders of our community for the fantastic, difficult work they've done over the past 24 hours. Thank you very much.
Morning. A lot of information to pass on, but please know this. This is a very difficult and challenging situation, but we're surrounded here by people who really care, and we're going to get through this together. That means with all of you as partners in our community. Our top priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our impacted residents.
And a lot of our personnel, our deputy personnel, are involved in life-saving measures.
This is a very fluid situation, specifically in the Altadena area, and a lot of our personnel, our deputy personnel, are involved in life-saving measures as we speak now. We are working very closely with local, state, and federal agencies to provide necessary resources and support. We have been in constant communication with both our fire and law enforcement partners across LA County and beyond to ensure that all available resources that are needed are being deployed strategically and effectively, but we are prioritizing life over everything else. There are over several hundred sheriff department personnel working around the clock to evacuate residents in danger, assist with road closures, and respond to multiple missions that are given to us, and they do change periodically depending on that life mission. To ensure that everyone is going to be safe or safe as possible, additional personnel will likely be assigned to this fire as this continues to go, and you heard from our fire partners that there is no containment here. I do want to split it up into two. I want to start talking about the Eaton fire first. Currently, there are evacuation orders in Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 32,500 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 13,186 structures that we deem at risk, and that could grow. Evacuation warnings, approximately 38,600 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 14,342 structures are at risk. At 4 a.m. this morning, the evacuation orders did expand to parts of the city of Duarte, Monrovia, and La Cañada. And again, we continue to assess that. That's evolving. That's going to change. So I encourage you to consistently pay attention to all sources of information so you're ready to go when you are given that order, if that does come. As information is changing, even as I was driving up here, even as I'm walking up to this podium, I'm getting messages about several of Los Angeles County. So we are impacted. So we're going to make sure that within our department, we're wrapping our arms around our employees just like we do with community members. Again, as I was coming up here,
in this area, I don't have any specifics. There is a lot of damage out there. We're still in the process of doing these assessments, trying to still save lives.
So this information is going to change. The Altadena Sheriff Station itself was evacuated, and it was at least limited on fire. There was some fire at the Altadena station, but we did have to clear out all of our employees out of there. I'm hearing some miraculous stories, and they're just barely coming in, of our deputies who were trying to evacuate the Altadena station, and then residents were running up from different locations around there asking them for assistance in getting them out of their structures. And from what I understand, they were barely able to get people out before these structures started burning. There's just heroic stories of what our deputies are doing out there from last night and this morning. I want to make sure people know deputies are working to assist residents who are evacuating and continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated, and it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there. We are, at this point, unable to clearly determine the extent of damage at this point because the conditions are rapidly evolving and the destruction needs to be assessed as the daylight hours have come forward. I do know that I've lost at least 1 sheriff's black and white to a fire. Thank God that the deputy is okay. But deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure at Altadena Drive from Allen to New York Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center, located at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena, and we're working with them in Unified Command and in partnership as well. For animals, There are established shelters at Large Animal Shelter Rose Bowl Stadium, at 1001 Rose Bowl Drive in Pasadena, Small Animal Shelter, Pasadena Humane Society at 361 South Raymond Avenue in Pasadena. I'm going to switch gears now to the Palisades fire that we've been heavily involved in with our partners, again, with LAPD and LA City Fire and everyone else that's up there working. As of this morning, the fire was still burning in that area. That's impacting our residents. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect, for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders are approximately 37,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades fire. Evacuation warnings, approximately 20,000 residents are under evacuation warnings, and approximately 6,500 structures are at risk. There have been minor injuries, and our partners at the fire department have talked about those, and several, unfortunately, structures that have been lost, and we're still assessing those. Bear with me, I'm almost there. There's a lot of information, very important information. There are several road closures which can change rapidly. The 10 freeway at Lincoln Boulevard, southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon, southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon, Coastline Drive at southbound PCH, westbound PCH to Entrada to eastbound closed from PCH and Malibu Canyon. We have established shelters up for that fire in the following locations: Westwood Recreation Center, which is at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in Los Angeles, Pasadena Convention Center, which I already mentioned, we can go there, 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena, and El Camino Real Charter High School, 5440 Valley Circle Boulevard in Woodland Hills. Animal shelters, large animals, LA Equestrian Center at 480 West Riverside in Burbank, large animal shelter Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, large animal shelter Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena, small animal shelter Agora Animal Center, and small animal shelter Pasadena Humane Society as well. We got to take care of our pets. As I wrap up, a reminder, and you've heard it from several of us, you need to be prepared. If you are in a warning area, make sure you have your essentials, your important paperwork, your medications, things that you can take, your phone charger to survive for at least a week. But if you are told to evacuate and given an order, there is nothing worth your life. Please listen to the police and fire officials that are out there and be prepared to evacuate. If you have more questions or there's about evacuations, evacuation centers, or road closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency or our Sheriff's Department social media. Now it's my honor to introduce my partner of the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. And as you look at the group assembled behind this morning, each of those and everybody we represent who's out in the field all have families. Many are impacted directly by the fire, but they leave those families to come and try and be able to help everybody else who's out there. So I owe a debt of gratitude to everybody who is putting it all on the line for everyone else. This is a tragic time in our history here in Los Angeles, but a time where we're really tested and see who we really are. And it's critical that at these times we be patient, that we come together, that we focus on saving lives and to be able to do the very best job we can, so when we look back on this, we know that we did what we could for others. I look at the people who were out there on the line last night. The winds were like something that I have never seen before. Firefighters, police officers, deputies, they're out there sheltering in their vehicles, their trucks and their cars, so that they don't end up getting burned from the fire that was being driven by 75+ mile an hour winds. They were there until they could get out of the car and go back to doing their work. As you can imagine, a very difficult circumstance to deal with. These are, as I mentioned, unprecedented conditions, but also unpredictable. As the fire continues to spread and pop up in different locations, none of us know where the next one is going to be. So I would ask you to be vigilant, to look at your neighborhood, to talk to your neighbors, to have everybody on board so that if they see something start up, that we get on it very quickly. We get fire resources out there as soon as we possibly can, because with these winds, once it starts small, it'll be very big very quickly. And so I would ask for everybody's help, cooperation, and vigilance in that role. As you've heard before about evacuation, that makes the difference between living and not. And so I would ask you to take these warnings.
If you are just joining us here on this CBS News special report, you are listening and hearing the Los Angeles County Police Chief, Jim McDonnell, giving us an update on those wildfires that are raging across Southern California this morning. Officials confirming to us during that press conference that at least 2 people have been killed while those fires have destroyed homes, businesses, covered cities, and highways. And smoke whipped up storms and turned the skies red. Chris Van Cleve has been monitoring the Eaton fire all morning in Pasadena. All right, so while we're having some technical difficulties with Chris Van Cleve, because as you can imagine, covering these fires, there will be technical difficulties. Again, officials pointing out that 5,000 acres in the Palisades fire have burned. The fire, folks, is 0% contained, and officials fear that it is only going to get worse because conditions remain dry and there is a noticeable lack of humidity in the air. Again, 2 people killed as these out-of-control wildfires are continuing to rage across Southern California. And even as officials tally the devastating losses, we can report to you now that they do not have any indication or word on what started those fires. During the Eaton fire, or over in Eaton, 2,000 acres have burned, 0% contained. Now, the weather is crucial to firefighters trying to control these flames. So let us bring in meteorologist John Elliott with CBS News New York. John, good morning. What can you tell us?
Vlad, it's just shocking. And I just want to put this into perspective. We can put the satellite on the map, Southern California, and you can actually see some of the smoke from the fire. In the last 20 minutes in Topanga, so you've got Topanga Hills, Topanga Canyon, they've had gusts over 80 miles an hour. But look at the sustained winds we're seeing. This is western LA County. Now, the irony, so ever bittersweet, is the observation for the city of Los Angeles right now is 8 miles an hour. So that kind of wild variety does not help firefighters whatsoever. And then take a look at some of these numbers. These are peak winds since midnight, where you've got close to 100-mile-an-hour peak winds there through Fremont Canyon, and you look at Altadena, heartbreaking in Altadena at 90 miles an hour, and this obviously is what results. I want to share, if I have time, a little bit of guidance for what we anticipate this afternoon. We are focusing, rightfully so, on Los Angeles County, but the tinder, the fuel, is there for more of Southern California. Computer guidance on the winds we're anticipating. We're going to make a few stops on this. We can go ahead into time, and you're going to see these numbers retreat a bit into the afternoon, which is good. But what happens is we're going to see overnight tonight these numbers go up. So once again, you're going to see the numbers go from 10 to 15 to gusts closer to 80 miles an hour overnight tonight. There is some good news. There will be a bit of a lull, just a bit. We might be able to get more air resources in the air. But Vlad, this thing is not over by any stretch. Watch for more dangerous winds tonight. Back to you.
It's just absolutely devastating when you hear the numbers coming out to us from Los Angeles. John, thank you very much. Chris Van Cleve has been monitoring the Eaton fire all morning in Pasadena, and he joins us now. Chris, you heard some of that briefing. 2,000 acres burned so far, 0% contained.
Yeah, Vlad, it doubled in size from midnight to now. We also learned that there are 2 people, 2 residents of Pasadena who have died in this fire, and that there were numerous injuries during the evacuation. Now, we were talking to the family that lives here, a guy named Dale Short. He's 91 years old, lived in this house for 6 decades. It was his girlfriend that convinced him to leave. Police were driving up and down the street saying, get out now. He was in the backyard with a garden hose trying to put out the embers that were coming off this hillside here. They fled as parts of the house were catching on fire, as the neighboring houses caught on fire. All of those homes are gone now. He grudgingly admitted she made the right call and probably saved his life last night. Tragic that this Pasadena fire has turned deadly. It also underscores just how fast this was moving. They said that they felt they had maybe 10 minutes from when they realized the fire was coming to it was too late. This moved very quickly, and the winds overnight here were something this area has not seen in recent memory, maybe ever. Wind gusts up to hurricane strength, enough to almost blow you over. And what that did, as these homes were burning, it picked up all of these burning hot embers and just shot them all over the place. In fact, if you think about it, the actual Eaton fire is about a mile back that way in the foothills. So all of this came from those embers being blown out and spread. You can see why when John talked about those winds coming back tonight, that's going to send a shiver down the spine of Southern California, because once those winds get going, these fires are unstoppable. There's not enough firefighters to battle the number of fires that were burning in this neighborhood last night.
With those 500 personnel that they've assigned to help combat these flames. Chris, you grew up in the area. Our viewers may not know that. What's it like for you to be back there and to see the devastation in your community?
Yeah, I grew up in Pasadena, in the Pasadena area. It's heartbreaking. It's gut-wrenching. It's almost unfathomable. We saw something sort of like this back in 1993, the Altadena fires, and I remember going to my 8th grade class and watching that hillside burn. To come around the freeway this morning and see the same thing again, but worse, was just heartbreaking.
All right, Chris Van Cleve, thank you very, very much for the work you're doing. I'm sorry that you're seeing that devastation in your community, and I'm certainly sorry for the folks who are dealing with these devastating wildfires across Los Angeles. We appreciate you. Thank you. To recap, folks, fire officials say more than 7,000 acres have burned in the 2 major wildfires in Southern California. They are the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire. Sadly, 2 people are reported dead in the Eaton Fire. The number of injured is unclear, but officials say a high number of people who did not evacuate in the Palisades Fire have suffered significant injuries. More than 1,000 structures have been destroyed, and so far, there is 0% containment. Our coverage of these wildfires will continue on CBS News 24/7. We will also have a full wrap-up tonight on the CBS Evening News. Many of you will now return to CBS Mornings. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm Vladimir Dutin in New York.
And you were just watching a CBS News special report on the massive wildfires burning out of control in Southern California. 3 major fires burning right now. Here are the headlines. 7,000 acres, at least 7,000 acres, at least have burned so far. The biggest one right now burning in the Pacific Palisades area. So far, 3,000 acres have burned in that area. At least 1,000 structures have been destroyed. Of course, these numbers are expected to change. Most of the people in that area were evacuated last night. But to give you kind of some perspective of what that area is like, it's very close to the coast. And a lot of that area, very wealthy area, but a lot of those roads are one way. They're very windy, many of them dead ends. So it was a struggle to get all of the people that live in that area out last night. The other fire, the Eaton fire. Now, to give you some, LA County is huge, by the way. And all these fires burning within about 40 to 50 miles away from each other. So the Palisades fire right now, that is the largest fire burning right now. The next one is the Eaton fire. That is right next to the Angeles National Forest. The cities involved in that, Altadena, Pasadena area, 2,000 acres so far burning in the Eaton fire area. And we're hearing that 2 people did die in the Eaton fire. That one again burning next to the Angeles National Forest in the Pasadena, Altadena area. We heard in the press conference there the sheriff's deputy talking about just the heroic acts of the deputies just trying to get people out of their homes. That, again, a very heavily populated area. And again, the roads windy. There's heavy brush. It can be very dry in that area. And the other fire, the Hearst fire, that also is near the Angeles National Forest. This is actually the Eden Fire. This is a home burning there in the Pasadena area. Firefighters dealing with very strong winds. It's a red flag warning. That means low humidity, high winds. You know, I have friends that live in that area. I'm from that area. I spoke to people last night who described the winds as sounding like they were screaming. We're talking about hurricane force winds, the likely that they haven't seen in up to 15 years is what the latest report was. It's very unusual to have the winds of that strength in that area. Before we get to KCAL, I just want to remind you of the other fire that's burning in Sylmar. That one is the Hearst fire. Right now, that's about 500 acres. 3,000 people have been evacuated. And it's important to note that fighting this fire is nearly impossible right now because of those high winds, and all of the aircraft so far has been grounded because it's just not safe to fly in that area. So once again, these wildfires burning in Southern California, all burning out of control right now. Let's send it to our partners there at KCAL News and CBS News down in Southern California for the very latest on this firefight.
Out of the crisis that we face here in the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles today. Also, lastly, just grateful for the work of the President of the United States, kicked in for us late last night, who happens to be in Southern California. The governor was with us in the Pacific Palisades last night and has helped out. And a range of municipalities around the county and outside the county have come in to help where they can, and we're extremely, extremely grateful for their help in this time of crisis for our city and our county. And with that, I will ask the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for Los Angeles County, Kevin McGowan, to come to the mic.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Kevin McGowan. I'm the Director with the LA County's Office of Emergency Management. As my partners up here have said before, we're facing a historic natural disaster, and I think that can't be stated strong enough. This is not a normal red flag. We've been in partnership with the National Weather Service for days prior to the arrival of this severe windstorm. There's been amazing communication by the National Weather Service, and they should be acknowledged for all of the communication that was put out days in advance. What's critical about that is it partnered all of our public safety and emergency organizations throughout the county to begin preparations for this. And a lot of the successes we saw over the last 18 to 20 hours is a direct result of painstaking preparations that had gone into place for the last 48 to 72 hours. We still have a long road ahead of us. Our county is known with wildland fires. We just finished working on the Franklin fire. We've had the Bridge fire, the Post fire. This has been a very destructive fire season. This is just going to add to it. Our eyes are on mitigating the impacts from this emergency, working with our community partners, and then charting a course for what will be a long recovery effort. With that, I would like to introduce our Department of Public Works for LA County Director, Mark Pistrella.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. My name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, the largest public works department in the United States. We're coordinating across the area with all our partner agencies, including, of course, primarily the City of Los Angeles, in addressing this event today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our focus is in terms of infrastructure, and then I'll move on. Before I do that, though, I do want to acknowledge all of the residents that have either lost a home or who are being evacuated. I do personally understand what that is about and understand what kind of fear that can put into you. One thing I would recommend to you before you leave that home, if you want something to do, is to close that home up tight, close any openings, completely tight to the home, and make sure that access is open to the fire department in the event that they want to come on and do work on your property. That's one thing I've learned through the years is important. So right now, LA County Public Works is focused on water supply, the road safety and transportation system, and preparing our flood control system for the inevitable post-event, which may be flows of debris and mud. With respect to water resources, there's been quite a bit of talk in the media about the water system that we're using for suppression. So let me make the following statement. There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply. and its impact on firefighting efforts. There is collaboration across this region. Over 200 water retailers serve the region. LA County serves the area that in the Eaton fire area. LA City serves the area, the Palisades area. We also serve the Palisades area in the north area of unincorporated area water supply through the hydrant system. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable. This is a known fact. That's why air support is so critical to the firefight, and unfortunately, wind and air visibility have prevented that support. County water reservoir, however, county and city water reservoirs, open reservoirs, are available and on standby once that support becomes available. We will be having fixed wing as well as helicopter draw of water from our system. We also need customers to understand that it is really quite futile to attempt to fight fire with your hose at your house. That's not something I would recommend you do, but in fact I would ask that you turn off your water and turn off your gas, both things, before you leave the residence so that we can continue to have that water supply for the hydrant system. The transportation system is operating with many, many closures. Those closures are meant for evacuation as well as fire suppression efforts. So we're asking residents not to abandon vehicles in streets, to not park vehicles in streets, but to leave those vehicles on your property. And we ask that you drive very carefully because we also have the other event of wind right now. And we have numerous signals out across the...
All right, you've been listening to an update on these wildfires from so many different officials. One thing we do want to point out, Mayor Karen Bass is not there right now. She's been on a trip to Ghana in Africa and is not available. So we've seen many other agencies step up and talk about what their plans are and what has transpired. I think some of the things that stood out to me, obviously, that there are multiple injuries that have occurred in the Palisades. There are 2 fatalities in that Eaton fire, which is extremely concerning. And we do have Bob Goldberg, who is with us right now. And Bob, oh, I'm sorry, we want to check in with Joy Benedict now, who's following the Eaton fire in Altadena. And Joy, hearing about those 2 fatalities and the 100 structures that have been destroyed really puts things into perspective. We've seen the pictures, but now we're getting that information.
I mean, yeah, it's been hard to watch this since yesterday morning, first in the Palisades, then up here in this community. I want to show you where I am right now, as this is pretty devastating. We are just north of Woodley Avenue here in the Altadena community, and you can see the fire is just burning. This is Ella Molino Avenue. And we saw the fire first come down here from the block above us on Sacramento Street. And then just in the 30 minutes that we have been here, we have watched the fire spread behind all of these homes. And what you may also be noticing right now is there is not a fire truck in sight. We did have the police department up here earlier just telling people to evacuate who may not have heard or may not have realized that there was a fire that was moving down this street. But it is absolutely devastating. As you can see, the flames just continuing to come closer to El Molino Avenue, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing that can be done. These homes will burn unless they get some amazing resource that comes in the next 20 minutes or so. That is how fast this fire is moving, as it's spreading closer and closer to these homes. And that is just really hard for so many. Another obstacle that we've been seeing since we've been out here as we were driving in is there are no roadblocks. This is not the time to be a looky-loo up in Altadena. If you do not need to be in this community, do not come and check on your home. Do not block the roadways because the fire trucks simply cannot get through, and this is not the time to be coming and looking around. But they don't have the resources to be blocking off this community right now as they're trying to save lives. They are trying to stop whatever they can from this fire from spreading, and they're trying to make sure that people get out safely. So folks coming up and looking around and wanting to check on their homes, this is not the time to do it. It is very sad, and I am so sorry, and I feel my heart bleeds for so many here in this community who are going to lose their homes or who have already lost their homes. But you have to save your lives first. If you are out, stay out. Do not come back to this community. And as we've been talking about, as we've been watching these flames now for about 30 minutes, they are just inching closer and closer to this street. If you look up into the sky, it looks like it is night. This is ash. This is smoke. This is everything that is filling the sky, and it is absolutely terrifying because in all of that are little embers that are landing on the ground. And that's exactly the example of why this fire is spreading so quickly. All of these fires are spreading so quickly, and it's because of the winds. And in winds conditions like this, one ember, one little piece of burning ash can spread almost a mile and reach another home and another roof and another neighborhood. And that is how these fires are moving so very, very quickly. But again, take a look at these cars. I have no idea where these people think they are going, but this is not a safe place to be driving into because you are driving into a fire zone. And I don't mean to embarrass them, but this is not a smart decision. I need you to turn around and I need you to go back to somewhere safe. There is nothing inside your home that is worth risking your life for at this time. The fire is in those hills and it is continuing to move in this direction. So guys, I don't know what else I can say about that right now, except we are just simply watching this city burn, and it is absolutely devastating.
Seeing those cars, Joy, I do have to ask, is there any chance that they're trying to get evacuated, or is that really a cutoff?
I mean, this is a cutoff. There is not much in that direction. I mean, we can walk a little bit further up this way, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. But we have a fire over here on the corner that is burning. This is a home up here. This is like San Francisco Road, I believe, in East El Molino. And everybody's getting a little bit further, and they're turning around, which is the smart decision because the smoke is black. But look at this over there, another block away. I have another home that's burning. I have another home burning over there to the left as well. This entire area is coated with nothing but burning homes as these embers are really stretching down in this direction. So it's very hard to watch. And here, you see these little ash? I don't know if you can see this. The little glowing pieces on the ground. This is what I'm talking about. These are the embers. And I got to be telling you, I've been covering fires for almost 15 years. But this is tough. This is tough to watch, and it's tough to see. This is someone's livelihood right in front of us. Like, this isn't a joke. This isn't like, oh, I'm watching this on TV. These are people's communities. These are people's homes. And it's very, very difficult to see. And we've also been hearing a lot of popping, a lot of fireworks, a lot of explosions here in this community. If you are not familiar with how to handle yourself in a fire, you do not need to be up here. We have a car burning. And we saw that on the way in, and that's not even talking about the wind damage that we saw on our way here. There are signs down all over the place, billboards, those types of things, but all of that takes a back seat when your community is literally on fire. And it's just, this is not a place to be, and I'm sorry, and I have talked to friends who live in this community, and they're calling me, and they are in tears, saying, I don't know what's happening to my home, and I just keep saying, you're safe, stay safe. We'll try to get through. We'll try to get to all of these streets and show everyone what they want to know, which is simply, is my home still standing? But that is going to take time. And so what the best thing that you can do is stay where you are, and that is safe. And remember, you have yourself, your loved ones, your pets. You evacuated like you were supposed to last night. And if you have not evacuated yet, I highly suggest that you do it. But I mean, this is really tough to watch. Now, there is no power in this community, but there's also a lot of power lines up here. As we know, here in Southern California, a lot of our power lines are not buried, so that creates yet another problem. But yeah, it's just really hard to watch up here, and it's hard to watch in every community. I mean, you're just watching it live as that car is now gone, and that's just how fast these ashes spread. And if you look over to your left-hand side, we have another home that's burning right there, and then another one over there to the distance on the left-hand side as well, and just still people driving through. Just still driving through. If you are safe, stay out. And I don't know how else to make that any clearer on a morning like today.
Joy, it just looks apocalyptic behind you.
Wow.
And so dark there from all the smoke. Thank you so much. We want to get a little bit more context now from Mark Liu about exactly where Joy is. People see these flames, they see the smoke, but it's helpful to know exactly where these areas are.
Yeah, there is a really important component of what is happening at Joy's scene is that Joy is reporting from central Altadena. This is not near a hillside. The streets that she was on, El Marina and Woodbury, is almost 2 miles from the hillside that was burning, which is an indicator of how far these embers are being blown and how much danger there is to communities that are not used to worrying about wildfires. Now, let me take you out to my screen and show you what I'm talking about here. This is the CAL FIRE's map of the Eaton fire. We still don't have a footprint, but I'll tell you that we would normally expect the fire to be threatening homes in this area. And we saw Amanda Starantino reporting here where homes were burning about 2,000 feet from the fire. But Joy was in this area. This is nearly 2 miles from the fire. And if I zoom in, you can see that the destruction that was happening there, this is the community that she was in. She was at this intersection, Woodbury and El Molino. Look at how many homes that are here. The fire has somehow burned through. I mean, the embers have gone that far, almost 2 miles. This is quite startling to see a fire that deep in a populated area, which leads to the next point, which is these red areas, these mandatory evacuation zones that are normally quite far, and people that may be in them, if they're not near a hillside, may think they don't need to evacuate. But in this particular windstorm, I believe that all of these people that are a mile or two from the hillside, they need to get out because we can see the damage that is being done at Joy's location. This is something that I don't think that we have ever quite seen in Southern California, having homes being burned in central areas of communities not near a hillside because of these dangerous winds. We just heard in the news conference, coming back out live here to me, that there are more than 1,000 structures that were possibly damaged in the Palisades fire. I was looking back in the archives. 2 of the most damaging wildfires in Southern California history were the Thomas fire that was in December of 2017, where 1,063 structures were damaged, and the Cedar fire in San Diego of October of 2003, where 2,800 structures were damaged. We may be looking at one of the most damaging wildfires ever in Southern California, with the combination of these 3 fires burning right now. I do have one other bit of good news. If we go out here to my radar, we do see LA City Fire water dropping helicopters now in the air. Fire 3, Fire 2, and Fire 1 are currently in service over the Palisades fire. But as far as the Altadena fire, we really only see what looks like perhaps a reconnaissance aircraft in the area looking at that fire right now. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
In some ways, there's such relief seeing the aircraft in the air, but this has done so much damage already. It's hard to wrap your mind around what's going to be happening. We do have Bob Goldman with us, former fire captain with LA County. You've been watching all the coverage. You've been up with us for quite some time now, so thank you for sticking around with us to give your perspective.
Thanks for the invitation.
Can you talk a little bit about, you've never seen anything like this before?
Similar, but I'd have to say this is probably, the magnitude of this is going to be historical in nature.
And you are watching our partners there at CBS News Los Angeles cover these massive wildfires burning right now in LA County. 3 big fires that they're covering. The largest one, the Palisades fire. We're hearing 1,000 structures have been destroyed. It's currently burning about 3,000 acres. Of course, all these numbers are expected to change as more information comes to light. So far in that fire, no fatalities, but there were a high number of people with some burn injuries. Now let's go to the Eaton fire. That's just where our crews were. That's in the Pasadena area, the Angeles National Forest. That has exploded to over 2,200 acres. 2 civilians have died in that fire. And what's so striking about that fire is that it is next to the Angeles National Forest, but the fire is burning in these very densely populated areas. These are homes that are burning. And just seeing how quickly that fire has spread is just remarkable. It's being fueled by these very high winds and, in many cases, hurricane force winds. We're also covering the Hearst fire. That's 500 acres that's burning in Sylmar. We're going to stay on top of this breaking news story, these massive fires burning in LA County in Southern California. We'll have more on that when we come back.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
I have a dorky look to me. I don't look like a criminal at all.
60 Minutes has reported on fraudsters, criminals, and hoodlums. But what this minor league thief was able to do surprised even us.
These are Yogi Berra's World Series rings.
A sports story you'll have to see to believe.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, the Music Man, T-Bone Burnett, plus Ted Danson, and Martha Stewart with Just the Recipe. Listen for the trumpet.
I report from a lot of war zones, but I don't really take the same risks.
He's one of the bravest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, there was one horror movie I was too scared to watch. It was called Candyman. But did you know that the movie Candyman was partly inspired by an actual murder? Listen to Candyman, the true story behind the bathroom mirror murder, wherever you get your podcasts.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. We begin this half hour with breaking news. A wildfire emergency in Southern California. Fast-moving flames fueled by whipping winds leveling neighborhoods in LA County, tearing through homes and businesses and forcing tens of thousands of people out of their homes. At least 4 fires have sparked since the flames first broke out yesterday. The largest one torching almost 3,000 acres in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood. The LA County Fire Chief says that wildfire destroyed more than 1,000 structures so far. That number expected to change. And it's something many longtime residents there say they have never seen before. Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency for that area. And it's important to note 2 other fires broke out late last night, not too far from the Palisades fire. The Eaton fire burning more than 2,200 acres. That number expected to change. Fire officials say that it's responsible for at least 2 fatalities and a significant number of injuries, so they wouldn't say how many yet. Now, the Hearst fire, that one burning 500 acres. That's also near the Angeles National Forest. Meanwhile, another smaller fire about less than 100 acres in size sparked earlier this morning. Fire crews still don't have any containment on any of these fires. And to give you some perspective, this is where they are. The 3 big fires we're talking about burning within about 40 to 50 miles of each other. The Eaton fire burning just northeast of the city of Pasadena. The Hearst fire burning close to San Fernando, and the Palisades fire just started to reach the Malibu area, an area still recovering from that other devastating fire that we covered back in December. So we go now to Malibu and CBS News correspondent Elise Preston, who is there live with the very latest. Elise, thank you for joining us. I hope you're staying safe. We just talked about it. This is happening just a month after the Franklin fire that burned in Malibu. What can you tell us about where you are standing and where the fire is from your perspective?
It is absolutely devastating, Liz. We are right by Malibu Canyon, and it's right behind me, as you can see, and the smoke is just billowing out and pouring. You can't see the flames from where we are, but right down this street, we drove down there, and it is just catastrophic. Like it just takes your breath away, right? Because it was just a continuous stream of homes that had been burned down to the ground, a continuous stream of structures. It's hard to even make out what they were, and this is an area where the homes are just beautiful, usually breathtaking to see, and your breath is being taken away for a completely different reason. It got too dangerous for our crew to go there, because what's happening is, I'm sure you can see, this wind is blowing us about. Yes. The wind is carrying embers, and they're just dispersing these flames, which is making it a very difficult firefight. Liz, you can see they're getting people to not go further down the highway. These winds are incredibly strong. Some winds in Southern California were topping 100 miles per hour. There's a pipe right here that I'm trying to grab onto. I've covered hurricanes, and that's kind of what it feels like, those like hurricane type winds. But instead of carrying water, they are spreading flames and fire.
And Elise, I know in your area, you're closest to the Palisades fire, which is the largest of these three major fires burning in LA County. I want to make sure you're staying safe, and I hope you can hear me. But what can you tell us about the evacuations? I know a lot of them got out last night. Is there anybody that crews are still looking for right now in that neighborhood?
So there are some people who are kind of around. We ran into some residents earlier. They said that they came down to check on their friends who lived in those homes, but they got out quickly. As you could hear, emergency vehicles just told people the road is closed. Right here, people are turning around. So we haven't seen too many residents in the last hour. Earlier, when we were driving down this street about 2 hours ago, there were a lot of cars that were kind of lined up. People left their cars there. People have been abandoning not only their homes, but their cars as they're trying to flee out. And just so you can get what they're escaping, it's not just the flames, right? Like you've covered so many wildfires. These winds are powerful. I don't know if you can hear right above me, but there is a street sign that is just kind of on its last leg. We've seen these giant street signs that are tumbling through the roadways. And this is just some of the dangers that people are trying to encounter as they're trying to flee to safety from the most obvious danger, flames.
Yes, absolutely. And those winds are just remarkable, Elise. My own family had to evacuate earlier this morning. They're closer to the fire burning near Pasadena right now. But, you know, one thing that is striking behind you, I see police cars, but I don't see a lot of fire trucks. And I can't imagine that fire crews are able to fly or really do much of anything right now in terms of fighting this fire.
So choppers are grounded. It is just too dangerous. The winds, as we mentioned, 100 miles per hour. I'm having a hard time just standing here, so I can't imagine flying a chopper. But the firefighters are really down this stretch is where you're just going to see a continuous stream of homes that are burned to the ground, a continuous stream of homes with flames that they're trying to battle. So we just saw about 20 minutes ago, even more firefighters going down this way. There's firefighters from 29 different departments just in this area. So it is a lot that they're trying to get a handle on, and the wind is not expected to die down anytime soon. So there's a lot of danger still ahead.
Yeah, and that fire moving so quickly. I heard a statistic earlier today, Elise, that it's covering close to the size of 5 football fields at least every hour or so. Do you have a plan for you and your crew to get out of danger if the fire comes closer to you?
So for us, we were down there. We were looking for a better vantage point because what we're showing you right now is smoke. We were trying to show you some of more of what we're seeing. And it was just too dangerous. We said we have to turn around because the embers and the flames are being carried so quickly by this wind. So when we're going into places, we're making sure that we're positioning our vehicles where we can drive out quickly, where we can't reverse, where we're not having to reverse. And our plan is just watching. It's a crew of 4 of us. We're kind of holding on to each other right now as the wind is just whipping about. And it's just being careful, being safe, listening to firefighters, listening to sheriff's deputies and police as they're also having other people just kind of be in this area as well.
Are they sending people to evacuation centers? What are police telling folks who may be confused and obviously very scared about this fluid situation? What are they telling folks who may not know where to go?
Well, there's tens of thousands of people impacted, as you mentioned at the top of this segment. And so there are several evacuation centers that are open. Some of the people in this area have been hooking up with other family members or friends who are in a different position. But there are several evacuation centers open. And as you mentioned, also, there are 4 separate fires, 3 that have really been kicked up and going for the last several hours. So across the area, there have been more resources that have been pouring out. There's a state of emergency. So there are a lot of resources that are kind of trickling down. I think at the moment, it's just kind of getting your bearings, right? When we were coming in earlier today, you could see a stream of people leaving. They did not leave yesterday. And it's just hard to imagine. You know, you work your entire life, you buy a house, you think it's in the most beautiful place you've ever seen. And then you're told that you only have minutes to leave and you have to leave everything behind. And a lot of people, they didn't just leave structures, they left homes filled with memories.
Absolutely, Elise. I mean, what they're going through right now is just traumatizing. It's devastating. And to give our viewers for CBS News Bay Area or CBS News 24/7, since we have viewers from all over the world and across the country, where she is standing is in Malibu, which is just underneath Pacific Palisades area, which is this beautiful area. It's a higher elevation above kind of the coastal area there. And what she's referencing is this very wealthy area, and a lot of the roads, what made it challenge for firefighters, but also evacuees, is that a lot of those roads in the Pacific Palisades area are very windy, and a lot of them go into dead-end areas. But it's worth noting the Palisades fire, it's the largest fire burning right now in LA County, but there's 2 other fires that we're covering. The other one, the Eaton fire, we saw KCAL's coverage of that earlier today, and it's just remarkable to see how those flames have just completely exploded across a pretty densely populated area. And we saw people kind of confused trying to get out because this fire just moved so quickly. The other fire we are covering is a Hearst fire. That is in Sylmar. That's right next to the Angeles National Forest. It's a little bit more heavily wooded area, but there are still plenty of homes in that area. Millions of people have been told to leave their homes. Thousands of acres burned so far. We know of at least 2 fatalities. And again, all these numbers are expected to evolve over the coming hours and days. Let's go now to our CBS News station in Los Angeles for their wall-to-wall coverage of these fires burning in Southern California.
Heartbreaking what people are now experiencing and seeing what's left. You know, you have all these properties here, house after house after house, just in flames. If you look up there, there's firefighters with another woman looking out at the destruction right here. And it just breaks your heart. And it's just the reality for so many people. This is Michael. He lives just down the street. He came in this morning. Your house, thankfully, was spared. But, you know, what do you think when you see our neighborhood like this now?
Well, I keep going from not crying to now starting to cry again because I know a lot of these people and they've lost everything. So it's pretty surreal to see all this. I mean, I left around midnight last night and the house just above me was burning. So I got out as quick as I could. I came back at 4 in the morning and I did not know these were burning, these houses. That completely caught me off guard.
What finally hit you? Because we've been talking for the last 45 minutes and now something just...
Well, I mean, so much goes through your head because you hear about these things. And when you see it, and you see it jump from house to house, and your house is spared and others are not, and you wonder why, it's kind of rough. A lot of people are praying for us. But I know there's people that other people were praying for, and they weren't so lucky. So it's really hits you hard.
Michael, tell me a little bit about what you saw this morning when you came back to the neighborhood and what it looked like, because it was unbelievable.
Yeah, so I was at my mom's house in Monrovia, and when I left, I saw fires in the foothill at 4 in the morning. When I came back here, I took back streets because I knew Michelinda was pretty much a parking lot. So when I came back here, there was multiple fire trucks. There's Glendale Police. I think Costa Mesa's out here. So a lot of resources were here. I think our house was spared because the water power is in our backyard, and Don Benito School they're trying to protect. But I had no idea that the houses just down the street from me had been destroyed. And that was pretty much a gut shot to see that. I expected my house to be gone. We have ring chime, so I looked on the ring chime and it was all offline, so I figured that's it. So when I went to bed last night, I figured I'd come home to ashes.
It was a different situation for you. How would you describe the Hastings Ranch community of people? I mean, I've already seen so many people just gathering together.
Well, I mean, this is where everybody goes to see the Christmas lights and everything, so everybody pretty knows everybody. If they don't know them by name, they certainly recognize them. A lot of us exchange phone numbers. So that really was helpful, because those that didn't have eyes and couldn't hear, I would call them and tell them your house is fine. I'll let you know when the water and power's back on. So it's I guess calamity brings people together, right? So when that happens, everybody raises up and do what they can to help one another.
There's going to be a lot of rebuilding from here. Michael, thank you so much for your time, and good luck with moving forward from this. I'll leave you with these images right here, you guys. This is, again, we're on Denair in Pasadena and the Hastings Ranch community here, and a lot of homes are looking like this morning, and that fire really did something to this neighborhood, and the winds are starting to pick up again, so hopefully they calm down before we see this once again in this neighborhood. I'll send it back to you guys.
You know, I don't know about you, but you have one person who's lost their home, 91 years old. You think of the generations and the family gatherings and the Christmases and all the memories that were made gone. And then you have someone like Michael who, even though he still has his home, his community is now gone. And this is just going to reverberate throughout Southern California for so long.
Absolutely. And they were the lucky ones, right? There are so many people who have a hard time evacuating, getting out, and need help. We want to go to Joy Benedict now, who is following the fire in the Eaton Canyon area, and the Eaton fire in Altadena in that area. And Joy, we've seen homes go up in flames behind you as well.
Yeah, I mean, what we're dealing with right now, I mean, first of all, it was just so hard to hear those folks talking to Amanda a short time ago. Our heart just bleeds for so many who has lost so much already in this fire. But the truth is the fire is still burning, and it is burning here. We are live right now on Lake Avenue in Altadena. This is a very busy business corridor. What you're looking at right now is motion lit. It is some sort of a business on here. If you look over to the left-hand side, this used to be a cleaner. This was Poppy Cleaners. As we continue to move down this block, we have Lifetime Brakes also destroyed by this fire. Across the street, yet another business that has completely been hollowed out because of these flames that continue to burn right now and smolder. And if you look down the road, we have another, I don't know if this is some sort of a business or an apartment complex that is on fire. Also a total loss. And we are moving down the street right now, and you can see all of the cars that have also been damaged, gutted because of the flames that ripped through here and continue to tear through here right now. Over behind us is a home, and we are going to make a right-hand turn right here. This is Alameda Street, where we do have fire crews that have been trying really hard to stop a couple of homes that have been burning from spreading to other homes. And as you turn down this residential street, you just see that darkness completely takes over because of the smoke and the ash in this community as these things continue to burn. As I talked about the Lifetime Brakes over there, it is very hot as that one is still burning. And then just since we were here maybe 20 minutes or so ago, you can really see the black smoke that's taking over as we have a home over here behind us that has caught fire. You have these cars that are still parked on this roadway, and unfortunately they are also going to go up in flames. over here to the left-hand side, there were 2 homes that they were working on trying to put out the fire, obviously trying to prevent that fire from spreading to the homes that continue in this direction. And that is really what firefighters are working on and have been working on throughout the night. At this point, is not necessarily trying to save the one home that's already on fire, but trying to prevent this from spreading into the neighborhoods. The neighborhood that we were in just a few moments ago, where unfortunately you could see those flames coming towards those homes. And there's unfortunately not really much that can be done. And look at the devastation over there across the street. 1, 2, 3, 4 homes that I can see just from where I am right now in this vantage point. And to be honest, you just can't see a lot right now with the smoke that is billowing through here. That was likely a gas tank that just exploded over there behind me. But this is an active fire. It is still burning. It is not under control, and it is downright scary. So if you do not need to be in this community, if you are safe somewhere, as I said before, please do not try and come back. Just be thankful that you have and that you are okay, and be thankful for what you have, and let the firefighters do their best to try and protect many of these other fires from burning. We're going to head back out to the street where it's a little less smoky. But before we do, I mean, just turn around. I mean, 360 degrees. Yeah. There's fire burning in all 360 degrees of where we are right now. And some very exhausted firefighters who have been working all night. Right, Captain? Oh, so sorry, sir.
That's Joy. Joy,
as we continue to walk back out to Lake Avenue, you can see the fires that are burning over on the other side. I should mention I'm about a block away from Elliott Middle School. That we were at when we started our live shot. They do have a crew there. I could not see. It did not appear that the school had caught fire, but there was a lot of smoke there in the distance as we continue to just have smoke and flames in every direction up here on what is a very busy business corridor. But there is just not much that can be done as things are just falling and crashing all around us because this fire is literally consuming everything in its sight. So far, they are listing the acreage burned as just over 2,000 acres, but just by looking around, I can pretty much guess that it is much larger than that. I'll send it back to you guys.
Joy, it looks like a war zone out there, and you and I have known each other a long time. I know you've covered a lot of fires. The intensity in your voice is something that is it's striking me to see the 360 of the fire and what's happening out there. Do you feel safe where you're at?
I mean, I think, you know, as you said, I've known you a long time, Jamie, and you know I've covered a lot of fires. So my safety level may be different than someone else's safety level, as I have covered a lot of fires. I would not be standing here if I did not feel safe, if my photographer Barry did not feel safe. But we have obviously covered a lot of fires over the years, so my safety level is a little bit more than what other people may feel. But if you are not familiar with fires, if you do not know their direction, if you're not comfortable with embers flying at you, then no, you would not feel safe. And so I do not suggest just because you see me standing out here on a very busy and burning street that you think because I'm okay to be here that you're okay to be here. I'll also mention, you know, and a lot of fire crews do this, our car is running. The keys are in the ignition simply because we need to be able to run at any moment's notice. And that's what you do when you cover a fire. It's little tricks like that you pick up along the way to make sure that you can simply get out. And that's also why I picked this area. I mean, this is a very wide street, so it gives us a space to go into if we need to. I did not walk further into that road because I lost the visibility. We had intended to move a little bit further down that block, but I did not feel it was safe, so we did the 360 and we came out here to Lake Avenue. And we'll try and get you down that road and show you some of the destruction a little bit later on when the winds aren't so strong that I can actually see where I am, because the last thing I want to do is walk me or my crew into a car that may likely explode, because we have a lot of like, look at this. Turn around, Barry. We were watching this Chevrolet right here. There was a log that was burning right next to it. I mean, it is a foot away from a gas tank, a tank that we could smell when we first came out here 30 minutes ago. And I was standing there a second ago just because the firefighters were able to put out some of those flames that were right next to that car. But those are the dangers that you see on the road. It's not just the homes. It's the things that you don't realize could catch fire or explode, like that explosion that you heard while we were live just a few moments ago. That was likely a gas tank. Was it at a car or was it a gas tank in a barbecue behind someone's house? I don't know, because we can't see and I couldn't see where it was coming from, but it's a very familiar sound when you're dealing with a scene like this.
Well, and I wanted you to explain to people, because I'm getting a lot of text messages asking why our reporters are so close to some of these flames and are you safe? So thank you for describing the measures you have in place, and please continue to stay safe out there, Joy.
Absolutely. We'll get you some more views here in just a few minutes.
And I hope those animals in that animal hospital are safe too, Joy. Thank you so much. We want to go now to Mark, and we've been seeing some of the images of what these communities look like before and after, and they are unrecognizable, changed forever.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The fire behavior that we're seeing with these fires, both in the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, seem to be something that are just unique. We haven't seen spotting of embers so far from the fire line where Joy was. I had mentioned right there, that was almost 2 miles from the nearest hillside in Altadena. She was in central Altadena. So the Eaton fire is certainly burning homes much further away from hillsides than we've ever seen in brush fires in Southern California before, all on account of these very high winds. The Palisades fire is experiencing the same kind of fire behavior. Now, taking a look at my map, I want to zoom in right here on the intersection of Sunset Boulevard and Swarthmore. Our CBS national correspondent, Jonathan Vigliotti, passed through here a short time ago, heading southbound on Swarthmore. And I want to actually go into the street view and show you exactly the building that he passed by. I want you to pay attention to this building. As you can see, this is in Central Palisades. This is downtown, and there's a building with very unique architecture right here. He passed right by this building. Pay attention right here. Do you see this unique archway and the small window right there? I want to show you what he just posted, an image of what it looks like now. This building is absolutely destroyed. You can see the damage to Central Palisades is remarkable. This, again, is also more than 3,000 or 4,000 feet from where we thought the fire line was, according to the last footprint. And you can see the damage here. This is not near a hillside. So the winds have carried embers so far through these communities into areas that are not normally considered to be threatened by hillside wildfires. But you can see this building here in Central Palisades absolutely destroyed. And then, of course, going back to the area where this is happening, it's here you can see the structures that were involved. They're basically in this area down here. And so the fire is really spotting quite far and has moved in directions so much further than the last footprint. And also, if we look at where Joy is, she was in this area here. I'll zoom in the map and show you in central Altadena. She was in this area, and you can see how far from the hillside this is. So again, when we talk about mandatory evacuations, these areas in red, central parts of the city, everyone needs to know that they are in danger because of these embers that are blowing from these just once in a decade winds that are coming through our area, and they're still blowing. And the aerial attack is only just beginning here in the Palisades area. We have Fire 3, Fire 2, and Fire 1 doing water drops there. But as I look over again in the Altadena area, really no activity in the air yet.
Which, Mark, I have to say, I think that's been the worst part of this, is that usually we look to the aircraft to really come in and have these heroic moves and dump that fire retardant and water, and then we get a little bit of lull and firefighters can get things under the control, and we still are just not seeing any of that right now.
And that's with just maybe one fire burning, not multiple fires across the county at this point. Let's go now to Alex Biston, who is checking the road conditions, especially the streets surrounding these fires. So urgent to keep these clear.
Yes, we have a lot of closures to tell you about, and really the takeaway is you want to try to avoid all of these areas altogether. Stay off the roads too. I mean, we're seeing a lot of debris flying, of course, from the winds on to a lot of the roadways. So here's what you need to know for the Palisades fire closure. So PCH between the 10 and Las Flores.
Our colleagues there at CBS News Los Angeles going wall to wall covering these fires burning in Los Angeles County right now. 3 major fires are burning. The Palisades fire, which is the largest fire, that currently stands at about 3,000 acres, but that number is expected to change within the next update or so. The other fire is the Eaton fire. Those are the flames behind me. This is burning near the Angeles National Forest, but it's really burning in the communities of Pasadena and Altadena. What was so striking about this particular fire, and any fire in Southern California, so often we talk about it hitting more rural, remote areas, but this is happening in neighborhoods. We're talking thousands of structures have burned so far in all three of these fires. The other fire burning, the Hearst fire, that is burning in the Sylmar area, that so far is about 500 acres. And the Eaton fire that I just mentioned, that currently has at least about 2,000 acres so far, over 100 structures destroyed, and 2 people died in the Eaton fire. So we're going to continue to cover these fires burning in LA County, all 0% containment, and unfortunately crews unable to fly because of those strong winds. President Biden still in Southern California right now, not leaving yesterday because of the winds that were happening where he was in the Coachella Valley. It forced him to cancel an event in the eastern part of the Coachella Valley. This is Riverside County. And this just in, before leaving the state today, the president will now head to Santa Monica, a fire station there, for a briefing on the raging fires battering LA County neighborhoods. We'll bring you the very latest on that right here on CBS News 24/7. Reed Cowan takes over right after this.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
It was genocide, a deliberate effort by the United States government to eliminate the food source that was relied upon by Native American tribes.
American bison were slaughtered and Native Americans displaced.
And that's how tribes were subjugated to reservations and our lands were taken.
But now, through conservation efforts at Yellowstone,
Buffalo provided everything that we needed. Now they need help.
a herd grows
We need to step up and help them.
and a culture is reborn.
When the buffalo return and come back, that's when our tribe will begin to heal.
Yellowstone Bison Revival, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Let 60 Minutes take you on a private tour of the National Archives.
So there may be treasures like this buried in boxes.
Historical secrets from America's past.
This is original from 1778?
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places. Bright, shiny faces.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Put me in the game, coach. Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
The best interviews feel like it's just a conversation with a neighbor.
Hey.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask a question that is the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'll see you in the morning.
Listening to how someone explains themselves is so key to understanding their perspective.
The grief of losing a child is immense. You can't breathe.
After decades of the war on drugs, things have only gotten worse.
Every shipment of fentanyl is a ticking time bomb.
50 times more powerful than heroin.
CBS Reports goes deep into Mexico.
What is your role in the Sinaloa cartel?
To find out why the cartels keep getting stronger and wealthier.
This is a war, but we're not fighting it. Our citizens are dying.
Funding Cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I'm Reed Cowan with CBS News 24/7, and we are watching in real time a tragedy play out in Southern California. These video feeds to our many monitors today, carrying the story of a state of emergency. Multiple wildfires raging out of control. They are driven by hurricane-force winds. We just learned the fire is deadly. The death toll at 2, it is expected to climb in the coming hours. This fire is so bad that we do not have a full and comprehensive count of the homes destroyed. But at this hour, the number stands at more than 1,000 structures. So how many are businesses? How many are homes? It's just too frantic right now to get out and count. That means tens of thousands forced to leave with just the clothing on their backs. This is reality in Southern California. Our CBS crews are in the thick of it right now. In some cases, they are just feet away from firefighters. In fact, look at this video from the Palisades fire. This is south of Malibu. The fire whipping up that hill, eating up the trees, and next, the home. You can see a mix of traffic control, people trying to get out in time to save their lives, and also trying to see if they can get anything out of their houses in time. A lot of firefighters telling the people who live there, it's your life or your possessions, choose your life and get out. Now, that Palisades fire is just one of 4 wildfires raging in LA County. At least 70,000 people evacuated. To give you a little bit of perspective, picture the number of seats in your average football stadium in your mind, and then double it, and then add 10,000 to that. That is the amount of people who are out of their homes and on the run at this very moment. In fact, listen to the urgency of the moments, block after block. The sound of sirens, emergency, and evacuation as that fire, like a monster, approaches the coastline there, and all of the buildings in between are fuel. That is video in the Pacific Palisades area showing the line of people gridlocked in their cars trying to get out. Families running with their children inside, hearing those sirens. Now, those fires combined have burned more than 5,000 acres. And here's your headline as we see yet another home go up. Containment is at 0%. More than 150,000 homes and buildings are without electricity. The power company just shutting it off. Major roads, major highways in that area shut down, including parts of the famous PCH, or Pacific Coast Highway. Our team's on the scene getting this update from Los Angeles Fire. Listen in.
But deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure at Altanina Drive from Allen to New York Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect, for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders are approximately 37,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades fire.
So many people listening on the radio, on television, and streaming to those up-to-the-minute details because information is power and in many cases, life-saving. So let's go now to CBS News correspondent Danya Backus reporting from that Palisades fire.
Fire officials say there are no reported fatalities from the Palisades fire that is burning where I am, but a high number of injuries to people who did not evacuate. Unfortunately, 2 people were killed in the Eaton fire.
Oh, wow, the whole thing just went down. The whole house just collapsed.
The images are apocalyptic. What started as a brush fire ballooned into the Palisades fire. It's one of 3 wind-fueled fires in the area. Firefighters are picking their battles with parts of the Pacific Palisades beyond saving.
Obviously, this one here is a total loss, so they're trying to move ahead and skip ahead, get in front of the fire, and keep it from going from one building onto the next.
Firefighters are also battling fatigue and finding some hydrants without water. The danger is ever present. One man using a hose to douse flames almost got burned in the process.
Good?
Tens of thousands have had to evacuate, and Tuesday some residents fled in such a hurry. Some abandoned their cars in the gridlock.
There's a lot of fire right there. That's why the people coming. We leave the car.
It's hard to see, hard to breathe, and hard for firefighters to contain, as seen by this home that's completely engulfed by flames. Worst of all, the wind.
Okay, the wind's starting to pick up again, so it's going to get a little gusty, and the smoke's going to start coming through one more time.
Hurricane-force winds are also fueling the Eaton fire northeast of Los Angeles.
You can imagine trying to fight fire in those winds. It is really incredibly challenging and volatile and unpredictable.
Firefighters are hoping for even the slightest relief.
Those winds will die down somewhat as we head into this afternoon and into this evening, but we're still seeing that offshore flow.
Crews hope to minimize further damage in this trifecta of dangerous fires.
Many celebrities call Pacific Palisades home, like Tom Hanks, Steven Spielberg, and Ben Affleck. The Los Angeles Unified School District has temporarily relocated students from Palisades campuses. Danya Backus, CBS News, Los Angeles. Now back to you.
So to be very specific, the Palisades fire, no word of a death toll or casualties there, but the Eaton fire, that is the fire that has now claimed 2 lives. Again, we're still waiting to see. It's just too frantic there to get an accurate count. But you're here to talk, Jess, about what's pushing these winds, because they are the culprit here.
Completely. And as we head into the next couple hours, what they're dealing with is still some of these really strong winds in those higher elevated areas where boots on the ground are struggling to even get to, let alone certain aircraft, just based off of those aircraft limitations. And I fly for the California National Guard, and I know during CAL FIRE season, when we're operating with them, there's certain times we can't get up there. There's certain times where you do have to wait. It's not necessarily always visibility based, but it has more so to do with those strong winds and how much that aircraft can actually handle. So let's dive into what's happening for us right now and the science behind why these Santa Ana winds are so strong at this time of the year. This is about a 1 in 10 year event when it comes to how strong some of these winds are. Usually we'll get an area of high pressure parked offshore, and that'll drive in some of those breezy conditions. For example, the Bay Area, they were under a wind advisory the same time that we were seeing these strong winds down into Southern California. It's this area of low pressure just right here that will continue to move off into the east later today and tomorrow that will bring in storms to Texas. That's what's creating the strong pressure gradient. Imagine 2 gears working against each other, and right in between, that's Southern California right now, and they are dealing with some very strong wind gusts. Another thing to mention too, the Los Angeles area, they haven't really seen a lot of rain recently. It wasn't since last May. Keep that in mind. Last May, they received close to around 1/4 inch of rain, so it's dry over there. When they issue these red flag warnings, the National Weather Service, there's a reason. There's key ingredients that we need. Dry conditions, which they definitely have, which allows for these brush fires to really light up. But think about it too. It only takes about a 15 to 20 mile per hour wind gust for these spot fires to really occur in these communities. Well, when we're talking about hurricane force winds, let's break that apart a little bit more, because it's not necessarily a sustained wind that we're talking about. It's more so the wind gust. And we've seen wind gusts close to 100 miles per hour in certain communities like Woodland Hills. And we're not done with these winds just yet. This is live time. This is happening for them right now. The boots on the ground, the aircraft in the sky. It's hard for them to battle this fire with how strong these winds currently are. Areas like Burbank dealing with 85 mile per hour winds. And you know what that's doing for them down there? That's pushing all that smoke offshore for the most part if they're closer to the Malibu Hills or the Santa Clarita Hills. But then we head all the way over into the other fire that's burning right now too, closer to Pasadena. That's what all the photos coming out of Los Angeles is really fixated on, because you saw it from Los Angeles or the LAX airport just yesterday, the smoke off in the background, how dark it was. That's that fire, and that smoke plume will continue to push offshore as those winds continue to drive offshore for now, but then it's going to change directions a little bit, becoming messier for the surface level with all that smoke kind of holding on tight to the Los Angeles basin. The winds are the big driver for this, of course, as are the dry conditions that they're experiencing. So we're going to have more on that coming up in a bit. I just wanted to break apart the reason why this is even happening, because it's scary. We're in the middle of winter. People are thinking, wait, fire season now goes into January? It's when you have conditions like this, that's when you'll see that.
Just got a text from a couple of our viewers. Their daughter is in that area packing, trying to get out. Her words, I don't trust these winds.
Scary.
So let's go to the Eaton fire. We have some live images right now from our CBS partners. This is the Eaton fire. And as you can see, it is making quick and simple work of somebody's home. You think about it. Somebody just weeks ago celebrated the holidays inside that home. Generations of families passing through that house, and now it is a total loss. The Eaton fire now responsible for 2 deaths. We are also understanding that the death toll could go up as fire crews are able to get in. But first of all, their number one priority is fighting the fire and also trying to get people out of harm's way as that fire burns. So once again, we're watching in real time one of what will be thousands of structures affected. And then look at the wind. You can see what that does to the flames. When that wind kicks up, the flames literally burn sideways. It is like a fan on a fire. In fact, it is like a fan on the fire, and it makes quick work of these structures. No doubt, in the coming minutes, that structure will collapse and it will be gone. A total loss forever. We're going to continue watching this, but you know who else is watching it? And this is the beauty of this broadcast. And there you go, as you see that home begin to collapse there in real time on live television. What we really see as a strength of this broadcast is the breadth and depth of our crews all over the United States when news breaks, not the least of which today, our partners at CBS News Los Angeles. Let's listen in to what they are seeing.
This great department, they're all extremely amazing people, and they're here to help others. And by the way, we're recruiting for those out there that ever thought about doing this work.
It is. Good pitch. All right. How do you prioritize when there are multiple fires burning? They are in residential neighborhoods. They're 0% contained. The winds continue to blow. How are you prioritizing your staff?
It's very strategic, and it is prioritized. Life safety is number one. So, for example, in LA County, when these wildfires start, some of it are in open areas. So we are in unified command with our fire department. They are prioritizing based on the weather conditions, wind direction, houses, structures that are going to be impacted. So, for example, if we're told, hey, the wind's blowing the fire this direction, and there are 100 houses that need to be evacuated like right now, that's where we're going to send people. We're going to send them there, lights and siren, and we're going to try and get people out as quickly as we possibly can. But at the same time, our Department Operations Center is prioritizing throughout the county, and not only do we have to pay attention to what we're dealing with the multiple fires, but we also got to think about what's going to happen next. How many outages do we have? How many people may want to take advantage of businesses who, their electricity's out? All these other things that we're thinking about. Our staff at the Sheriff's Department does top-notch work in this area.
Well, Sheriff Robert Luna, thank you so much, and thank you to all of the men and women under you for doing what they do, and we'll continue to check in with you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me on. And you guys are doing a great job of keeping the community informed, and we'll continue to pass on the most updated information to you. And thank you, guys.
We appreciate that. All right, let's go to Luz Delia Caballero. She is live in Malibu at the Palisades fire. Yeah, she's on Rambla, Vista, and PCH right now. And oh my goodness, Luz Delia, every time we check in with you, it looks like a war zone.
Absolutely, it gets more and more devastating. And I want to preface this with, right now, people are watching this live, many people seeing the conditions of their homes for the first time. And we understand how delicate this is, how painful this is for homeowners, friends, family, all of those affected. And what we're about to show you right now is extremely heartbreaking. We just drove up Rambla Vista. As Sparkle gets closer here and we look down, we are seeing fire, little hot spots, and this is what used to be a home. As Sparkle moves to the right, there's another home that's currently on fire. Right now, you can't even see PCH, or you can hardly see PCH. But as we look further in, if you look closely, though this does look apocalyptic, that is the ocean. This is Malibu after all. This is a beach paradise, but right now it is an inferno that has been created by this storm of wind due to the Santa Ana winds. And the result is this. You see homes like this burned to the ground, more hot spots here. I mean, look, we are on the road, and this is a mailbox to the home. And this is one of many mailboxes that we've seen as we move up the road. You can see more homes on the hillside burned to the ground, some saved, like as you can see here. There's a home that is intact, but to the right, the home is gone. To the left, the home is gone. And you can also see down here, there is a car that has been charred. So obviously the heat here, I mean, we can feel it, and these homes aren't engulfed at this time to our left. But as Sparkle goes to the left, you can see what was once a home, now almost near down to its foundation. But take a look at this. You have to understand the heat that these structures that are on fire are bringing.
All right, having a little bit of transmission issues, which you can imagine from Liz Delia as you look at just that devastation.
Thousands of people.
We got it back.
Charged more than 29.
Okay, she's broken up again, so we'll move on to our next person who's on the line. Greg Champion is with us now, joining us, and he is an evacuee, had to leave the Palisades area, has many businesses there. Greg, thank you for being with us this morning. I also understand that your son goes to Pali High. Can you just talk about the impact that you're hearing this morning?
Sure. Thank you for having me on today. I just want to say that yesterday was horrible. I live in the Palisades. My kids go to school in the Palisades, 3 different schools, no less. And my business is in the Palisades. And, yesterday at 10:30, I looked to the right as I was driving down PCH. And, I see this brown cloud and I'm like, oh my God, what is that? And the next thing you know, within minutes, that cloud had become a major fire in the Highlands, and then it jumped Palisades Drive to hit the Paseo Miramar area. And so what I'll tell you is that my daughter, a freshman at Pali High, she lost her school. I have a 12-year-old at Calvary Christian School, and they lost their field. And then I have a little toddler down at the Jewish preschool at the bottom of the hill, and part of their school got burnt. And yesterday was scary. I run a business where I help people get sober. It's called Startup Recovery. And we have these 3 beautiful houses up on Paseo Miramar. And my staff did a fantastic job of getting our clients and the rest of the staff out yesterday. And then as we were going up the hill or going down the hill, we realized that we left a dog up there. And one of my staff members, Steve Ulisowitz, and myself went back up there, made it 2/3 up, pulled our car over, ran up the hill, and we were almost at the house, and the fire department came up to us and physically removed us, said, if you guys go any farther, you're going to die. And my lungs filled up with smoke. I went back down. But you got to think of my chaos. I had to get 2 kids out of school. I had to get my clients down the hill for my business. And then I had to go evacuate my own house, all in a matter of 2.5 hours. And so what I can tell you, ladies, is that many of my friends in the Palisades, I've been there since 2009, have lost their houses. A lot of the churches and stores we go to are gone. I can't think of anything more devastating that I've seen LA witness in decades. And, my family's safe, my wife is safe, my 3 beautiful daughters are safe. But my business that I built from the ground up with my partners, Jeffrey Van and Patricia Myers, is gone. And we did really good work helping people get sober, get their lives back. And what I will tell you is that we will rebuild, and we will be back. And I'm just grateful for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. And I'll answer any more questions you may have.
Yeah, Greg, it's unbelievable, and obviously this is a very shocking time for everyone involved. I know you're grateful for your lives, and that's the most important thing. But are you already looking forward now to tomorrow? Obviously, your business is gone, and your kids' school is gone. What are you thinking about in terms of tomorrow?
It's going to be sad if I have to walk through those buildings and they're just skeletons. I really tried to hold on to my emotions, but when you put me there tomorrow or whenever they let us back into the neighborhood, I don't know. I mean, it is truly starting over. And, I'm an optimist by nature. I am just so happy that no one was killed in the Palisades. I know there were some injuries. I'm so grateful that my staff, my clients, my family are safe. But I can tell you right now, the emotions will overtake me walking into that darkness that is what was once one of the most beautiful cities in the country, Pacific Palisades.
I think that's going to be true for a lot of people. I don't think people can even comprehend right now, as we're still in kind of the thick of the fire burning and seeing the devastation play out. You just touched on it. Can you talk about the community of the Palisades? There's so many of us that get the opportunity to go up and be a part of the businesses or eat at the restaurants or drive just the beautiful Pacific Coast Highway. Can you talk about, though, when you live there, just how tight-knit it is and how important of a community it is to one another?
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. It is a very special place on the planet. You have multi-generational families that live there. Grandparents are living right down the street from their kids, who then those children are right down the street to see their grandmother and grandfather. The team sports, the soccer leagues, the baseball leagues, very competitive but very friendly, you know. And like you said, the restaurants and the shops, those are all pretty much locally owned by people. And you know your neighbors. And I'll just give you something maybe to lighten the moment. My 12-year-old daughter charges me $1 for every time I say hi to someone in the Palisades. The less money she's made ever is $3. It's one of those neighborhoods that you know everybody as you walk down Via de la Paz or Sunset or any of the other streets. So, and not to mention, we have hiking trails in the beautiful Pacific Ocean. It's a real special spot to raise kids, and it's a great loss that will be for decades. I don't know how you get back in any semblance of time the enchanted way of the Palisades.
It is definitely a special place, and it will be very different. It is very different already. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We wish you the best. We wish you a speedy recovery and rebuilding your businesses, and we're glad you're all safe. Thank you very much. Yeah, ladies, thank you for having me on today. And you guys are doing a fantastic job. I've been watching all morning and all last night, and keep just doing what you guys are doing. It really helps everybody know what's out there. Thank you.
Well, we want to continue to do that, and thank you for saying that. We appreciate having you on, but we do want to get to meteorologist Paul Diano, because you are such an important piece of this. People wondering how this is going to play out. You see how windy it still is out there, Paul, and that picture behind you.
Yeah, excuse me. When we say the worst of the winds is behind us, that's a good thing. We have to kind of climb that peak and work our way down. The working the way down part is going to be the rest of today. And when you have 3 very large fires burning with 0% containment, that's not a good thing, because we're looking at least 6 or 7 more hours before sunset where the winds are going to stay elevated. This is the Hollywood Hills. A couple things to point out. 1, it is still extremely windy. We're looking at wind gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour in many locations. 2, this is not cloud cover. This is smoke covering the LA basin emanating from 3 different large wildfires. And 3, we're looking at significant winds continuing.
You're watching our CBS partners down in Southern California updating their viewers on where to go and what the wind conditions are. The wind pushing this fire in a way that we have not seen in recent history. So many casualties here, and we want to look right now at live images. This is from the ground at the Eaton fire in Southern California. The Eaton fire is the one that has claimed 2 lives. We continue to follow this, much more when we come back on CBS News 24/7.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus, sunshiny day.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
I have a dorky look to me. I don't look like a criminal at all.
60 Minutes has reported on fraudsters, criminals, and hoodlums. But what this minor league thief was able to do surprised even us.
These are Yogi Berra's World Series rings.
A sports story you'll have to see to believe.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, the Music Man, T-Bone Burnett, plus Ted Danson and Martha Stewart with Just the Recipe. Listen for the trumpet. I report from a lot of war zones, but I don't really take the same risks.
He's one of the bravest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, there was one horror movie I was too scared to watch. It was called Candyman. But did you know that the movie Candyman was partly inspired by an actual murder? Listen to Candyman, the true story behind the bathroom mirror murder, wherever you get your podcasts.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Video to our monitor shows picture of a tragedy. Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. I'm Reed Cowan. So our teams continue to monitor multiple wildfires raging out of control in Southern California. They are driven by some major winds. In fact, we just learned the death toll is at 2 in the Eaton fire. That death toll expected to only climb in the coming hours. In fact, it is so bad that we don't really have a full count of the homes that have been burned or destroyed. But at this hour, the number stands at 1,000 structures. So they just don't know how many are businesses, how many are homes. But we do know this: thousands of Californians forced to leave with just the clothing on their backs. Now let's talk about the Palisades fire. It's just one of 4 wildfires raging in Los Angeles County. At least 70,000 people evacuated. So picture the number of seats in your average university football stadium, right? Like about 30,000. Double that and add 10,000 seats to that. That gives you an idea of the enormity of the people who are on the run right now, trying to navigate arguably some pretty narrow streets there. In fact, the Los Angeles fire chief says resources and services are stretched thin.
With the Pacific Palisades fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second major brush fire, now referred to as the Hearst fire, has erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles. Now, together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is battling these 2 major fires while also maintaining, I want to focus on this as well, 911 services for the city's approximate 4 million residents. Now, despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property.
Hey, you're not going to be able to put that out.
Wow, you're not going to be able to put that out. That's a real-life moment of humanity playing out there. Someone risking their life to try to save their home, and then a neighbor risking their life to say, look, you can't do it. It's too late. Heed the warnings. Leave your home and get out. And then, of course, the terrifying moment that intense winds sent those flames turning back on him. These are just touchstones to human stories in the midst of flames. Look at this. Nearly 100 people of the Pasadena Senior Center evacuated in the night, some of them in wheelchairs, some as old as 102. So let's go live to CBS News, Elise Preston in Malibu. Elise, we can hear the winds whipping there. We hope you are safe and your crews are safe. We're just now hearing the death toll of the Eaton fire and getting that preliminary count of the structures burned. Tell us about the personal stories that you are hearing where you are.
Well, Reed, thank you for having us. We are trying our best to stay safe. As you mentioned, you can hear the wind. It is incredibly strong. Just to give you what people are kind of dealing with, I'm hanging on to a pole right now as we stand here and talk to you. But right where we are, we're on the Pacific Coast Highway, and this is exactly the moment what you were talking about. Right down this stretch of road. We went down there for a little bit. It was too dangerous for us to stay, but we just saw a continuous stream of homes that were burned to the ground, flames that were still going, and firefighters are back there trying to get them out. As you mentioned, the wind that you can hear, it is carrying these embers so quickly. And so they're spending a lot of time just trying to get out what they can because they don't want those embers, those flames to pick up and spread. Already 1,000 structures have been destroyed. This fire is just devastating. And we're hearing firefighters, we're hearing sheriff's deputies, police turn people around right here at this intersection right off the Pacific Coast Highway. Right in front of us, there are dozens of cars of people who have fled their homes, and this is really where they're going. I was just walking down the roadway not too long ago. People were crying in their cars. People were praying. Just a lot of catastrophic things that people are dealing with. You know, they had moments. We know that these winds were coming, but they moved so quickly, these flames, and so people had to just leave. They had to abandon their homes. And it's not just structures. These are homes that they've spent their entire lives to build. They have memories in these homes. And so it is a very devastating thing for these families that have been here. And to see that destruction right down that roadway is just heartbreaking, Reed.
Elise, and we want to acknowledge for our viewers, there's about an 8-second delay between where I am and where Elise is. So just be patient with us viewers as we talk back and forth with Elise. You're watching continuing coverage here on CBS News 24/7 of that Southern California wildfire emergency. We want to let our viewers know we expect at any minute President Joe Biden is going to be in Santa Monica on a tarmac with something to say to the people of California and the people of the nation. Elise, what are people doing by way of helping each other? We know in times like these, it really takes community to get through this. And you're hearing stories of firefighters and neighbors helping neighbors. Paint a picture of the other big story, and that is the fact that there are people helping each other.
Yeah. There are a lot of people helping. There have been a lot of resources that have poured out just in the last 12 hours or so. And keep in mind, there are quite a few wildfires that are burning in the Southern California area. So it's not just this Malibu section that we are in right now. Right down the roadway, I met a man who was kind of hanging out. He said that his home is safe. He feels safe as far as how the winds are directing, and he has not been told that he needs to evacuate. He's staying in his home right now, trying to see if anyone else just needs a place to stay. Excuse me, this winds and this ash. He's staying in his home, hoping to open it up for people who have been forced to flee their homes. So you're seeing a lot of that humanity. You're seeing people offer up water. You're seeing people just pray for one another and just say, how are you doing? And I think that's maybe like a small question, but it probably means a lot, especially in a time like this. This is just total devastation. I've never seen anything like it. People are telling us that they've never seen anything like it. People who have been in California, you know, they are prepared for some winds to kind of kick in at some points in the season. They're saying that they've never seen anything like this. These winds are incredibly strong. Some of the winds topped out at about 100 miles per hour overnight, and these winds are still continuing. There are some signs. We've seen signs like big street signs just ripped off from the poles, and they're kind of going down the highway. So people are also, fearful of these flying objects. I've covered hurricanes. I've lived in a hurricane belt. That's how I would liken these winds. But instead of carrying water, they are spreading flames. They are spreading embers. And if you just see the devastation, we're showing some video for our viewers, but up close, it truly is heartbreaking to know that people have lost everything. And some lives have been lost here in Southern California. We know of at least 2 confirmed fatalities. But it's just so hard to think about these families who have been forced to flee. Some people, out of fear, abandoned their vehicles and kept going. They were trying to drive out, and they still, they didn't even make it out by way of vehicles, but they just fled on foot. It's just truly heartbreaking to see what these families are going through.
And Elise, we can see the force of those winds quite literally knocking you off of your balance there. We are hoping and praying that all of the emergency efforts to get people evacuated pays off big time. Our thoughts and prayers with everybody. Listen, we also know that CBS News teams are teams. We want to also say thank you to your photographers, your editors, your crews that are out there putting themselves in harm's way. Please let them know we're grateful to them. Information is power, and you have helped to empower the people of this nation to know how we can engage in helping the people of Southern California. Thank you so much. Please be safe. Okay, so as we talk about the better angels and people helping people, we also know that there is a counterpoint to that, and sometimes it can be like this. You're seeing here on Truth Social, which is the social media platform of the President-elect Donald Trump. He is responding to all this by placing blame on the California governor, Gavin Newsom, for not signing a water restoration declaration. So he says this: now the ultimate price is being paid. He says he will demand that this incompetent governor, and these are the words of President-elect Donald Trump, allow beautiful, clean, fresh water to flow into California. He is to blame for this, close quote. So with that, let's bring in CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns, who is live in West Palm Beach, Florida. Has the president-elect also had anything to say about the people who are on the run right now by the thousands in Southern California who probably don't care about politics right now, who just want to know how to get out safely and with their lives?
That's right. In situations like these, of course, politics is probably the last thing that people are thinking about. And I should just say that we're all thinking about those affected by these fires in Southern California. We've all been watching in just horror at what is happening. So glad our teams there are safe and thinking the best for everyone on the ground. What we heard from the president-elect is that Truth Social post. And in it, it kind of refers to this long-standing feud that Trump has had with Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. They obviously have shared a lot of bitter words back and forth in terms of politics, but this goes to a very specific water-related policy that Trump has been railing against Newsom for, and did so several times over the campaign, on the campaign trail. I was with him in Los Angeles a few months ago when he went after Newsom, essentially Newsom signing an order kind of related to an environmental order affecting water flows from north to south. Trump said when he was president, he signed a executive order opening up some of those flows. So they have gone back and forth over this. But also on the campaign trail, Donald Trump threatened to withhold federal funds for the state of California if Newsom didn't reverse course, essentially, on that water policy. So this has been a long-standing issue that the former president-elect now, has had with the governor. But this comes, of course, as California, Southern California, is reeling from these fires and trying to figure out how to actually put them out. So, of course, politics is the last thing these people are thinking about. And usually in times of crisis, politicians aren't pointing fingers. They are trying to figure out solutions for the people on the ground. But we have seen this over the course of Trump's presidency, and nothing, at least according to that social media post, is likely to change in terms of the way in which he doesn't leave politics to the side and injects it even in times of crisis.
So far, we are not aware of any official response from California Governor Gavin Newsom. But Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much for adding that to the conversation. It is also a picture of these United States and the man who has been elected to be sworn in as our next leader. Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much. So let's go live to CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti. He's in downtown Pacific Palisades. Jonathan.
We just arrived here in what is left of downtown Pacific Palisades, and I am overwhelmed by the scale of loss. And I'm not alone. I've been looking at the faces of firefighters here. They look like they're attending a wake. And there is so much destruction. Aside from the mall, which is still standing, most of the businesses here have been destroyed. The homes down in the neighborhoods here completely gone. I spoke with one person. He estimates thousands of homes destroyed. That aligns with what we've been seeing. You can see and hear the wind here in the trees, the howling sound, easily 100 miles per hour gusts at times. That's what fueled this fire. The fire's still burning. You've got fire crews throughout the area trying to put out flames as this wind continues. Thousands of people under a mandatory evacuation. Many people are going to return to homes that were lost, and even more important, their community completely gone.
Jonathan Vigliotti, whose social media is just full of reports from all night long. He's had a very long night. We thank him for filing that report for us. As we talk about those moments of humanity, we want to show you, this is out of the Palisades neighborhood, a photographer evacuating herself and then saw a woman running on foot. Listen to this moment.
Get in the car. Tell her to get in the car. Get in the car in the back. Get in the car. Get over. Come on.
So better angels, people helping people, and an example of what is best about America, somebody running for their own life, stopping to put somebody in their car. That was a woman who fled her house and had no other option but to go running for her own life in the street. That photographer stopping down in her own escape and said, "Get in the car." Well, President Joe Biden is still in Southern California right now. He is not leaving. You know, yesterday he was supposed to be at certain appointments here in California, but those all got sidelined. He issued a statement saying in part that he's offered federal assistance and that FEMA approved firefighting cost reimbursements to California to sort of help out. We also learned the president spoke with California Governor Gavin Newsom, who is at this hour under attack by the president-elect on social media. He spoke to Newsom by phone to receive the latest update from a state perspective here on the wildfires. The president will now head to Santa Monica Fire Station. He's going to be offering a national briefing on these raging fires. And as soon as we see it, you'll see it right here on CBS News 24/7. Okay, so I say this when we cover breaking news all the time. Information is power, and in many cases, it can be life-saving. I have now heard from two friends who have family members who are packing and getting ready to run from neighborhoods they didn't think they would have to evacuate. They're watching you right now to know where these winds are going to go and what's behind the wind.
You know, this is one of those one-in-a-decade events where we see winds this strong at this time of the year, too, with conditions that are just so dry and brittle down there. Mind you, areas like Los Angeles, they haven't seen rain since last May. And when you take a look at those rainfall totals, it was closer to around 1/4 of an inch. So it's been dry, and it takes these wind events to really allow for these conditions to happen. So we're going to dive over into California real fast. On the map, I want to show you what's happening right now. The National Weather Service did an amazing job at issuing red flag warnings throughout this area and alerting them of what was to come. You see all that pink on the screen? That's that red flag warning that they issued, as well as plenty of wind alerts widespread throughout California. And this right here is showing that elevated fire risk. And I want to zoom out real fast and show you what's happening for us. It's areas like the Santa Clarita Mountains that have been dealing with some of the worst of these conditions. Here's what happens when you're talking about the Santa Ana winds in California. For those who are not familiar with Southern California, they get these things. It's called the Santa Ana winds. It's when they move in from the inland areas and push offshore. And it moves from higher to lower elevated areas too. So it's dry, condensed air that's pushing offshore. Just a great ingredient when it comes to these fire weather conditions. And they're usually driven from this area of high pressure parked offshore, or any area of high pressure. But when it's sandwiched between this system right here, just south of California, an area of low pressure, it creates a very strong pressure gradient. It's like two gears grinding against each other. And in the middle of that, which is what we're seeing right now, It's the Los Angeles area, and we talked about it already. They've been dealing with such dry conditions, so those are two other ingredients that get put together, and that's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued that red flag warning. And we've seen wind gusts anywhere up to around 99 miles per hour so far. This is stronger than hurricane force winds, but these wind gusts, these are very important to note because that's what allows for these fires to blow up in size as fast as they have been. And that's the case widespread throughout the hills in Los Angeles. What's happening now is those winds continue to push offshore into the evening hours tonight. They will die down later tonight, but then what's happening is it's going to get lighter, and that's going to allow for that surface smoke to kind of whip right back into Los Angeles, causing air quality alerts widespread throughout these areas. And so we're going to continue to monitor this closely. The winds are still strong right now as those firefighters are on the ground right now, and the aircraft are trying to get up to help.
Right.
But the winds are the biggest reason why we're seeing them blow up in such large size.
And so fast. 2 dead in the Eaton fire. And Jess, we want to show our viewers this video. We have camera crews all throughout where the fire is burning in real time. This is the video from one of our crews. This is live right now, driving through a neighborhood. Now, I've covered wildfires many times in my career, and embers can land on one house and skip another house. On the right, you see a house that is literally in real time burning down and looks like a skeleton there. On the left, a house completely gone. But just a few car lengths before that, other houses still stood. It is ominous. It is scary to see that fire can so quickly jump on something as simple as a spark, a burning leaf, a piece of bark that catches wind, land on top of somebody's roof, and then just explode in a powder keg. This is what it looks like in the Eaton fire. And as you can see now, turning left, it is block after block after block. You see the electrical lines right there. They are shut off. And that means that hundreds of thousands of people in Southern California don't even have electricity. That's why those go bags are often spoken about with such importance, to have batteries for your phones so that you can get the updates on your phones. Now you're starting to see that shot break up just a little bit there. That's because in some areas those phone signals are hard to get out. So once again, our hearts are with the people of Southern California there, the firefighters, the first responders, and the people who are helping each other get out. Let's go live right now to our partners at CBS News Los Angeles. This is how they are telling the story. Looks like from PCH and Rambla Vista right now.
Have been all morning long. Our hearts go out to you, our entire team. Sparkle and I have been witnessing everything that has happened. And again, I just want to show you the juxtaposition here. We are looking at what should be a beautiful view, a beautiful beach community with the waves crashing. And that should be what we're hearing at this time. Just a serene, amazing experience. And right now, it's quite the opposite. This quietness, the calm before the storm, again, just, almost makes it more worrisome because we know the winds are here. We know they die down and they ramp back up and the embers go from one structure to the other to the other. There's no telling how many miles they're going to travel and how many buildings and homes and livelihoods they're going to burn to the ground. And we're talking about communities that are on fire, communities that are hurting. And we are doing our best to, of course, stay safe and keep you all informed during this very difficult and heartbreaking time. Guys?
Thank you so much, Luz Delia. And we know it is hard to look at this devastation and keep your composure and to give us the information. And when you see those, oceanfront homes, you don't even think that the fire is going to get to those homes on the other side.
Because you have PCH, you think to yourself, okay, PCH, a big chunk of defensible space. And then on the other side, you have the water. So, I would be interested to see, I would bet that a lot of those homes weren't even considered high fire danger as far as insurance goes. And now to see that, and we heard that from Joy too, saying this neighborhood that's up in flames right now isn't even close to the hillside. So that's why what you were saying is so important. Even if you feel like I don't live in a fire zone, if you are anywhere near a warning, it's better to just go to a friend's house, wait it out, get your pets, especially if you have cats and dogs. If they get scared, it can be hard to get them out, or an elderly family member. And Luz Delia, you've been doing just such a great job out there, and we know the conditions are just so tough.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing us the information. Be sure to stay safe. Think about yourself also while you're out there and not just everyone else. We'll be checking back in with you in just a little bit. Now, the relentless winds continue to blow, elevating the fire risk to dangerous levels, and those powerful gusts are really making the firefight extremely difficult. This windstorm can be life-threatening, and it's proven to be highly destructive. For more on the timeline of when the winds will ease up, let's go to our meteorologist, Alex Viston, for your next weather forecast. Alex.
And Amy, Christine, that is the big question, is when will these winds let up? And you saw that fire jump over PCH onto the side of the ocean. These are these offshore winds, the winds blowing inland.
You are watching continuing coverage on CBS News 24/7, dipping into our partners at CBS Los Angeles as that wildfire rages in many parts of LA County. We're going to continue watching that story as it plays out. 2 people dead. But for now, we're going to move on to some more headlines for our national audience. We can talk about this. Major developments in President-elect Donald Trump's legal battles this week, including this. Mr. Trump is now asking the U.S. Supreme Court to help delay sentencing in his New York hush money case. You'll remember, Trump was found guilty of 34 felony counts for falsifying business records last summer. So, in that emergency petition filing, his team asked the court to, quote, and we just got this, correct the unjust actions by New York courts and stop the unlawful sentencing in the DA's witch hunt. All of that back and forth playing out since July 11th, when sentencing was first scheduled to take place. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor is giving Manhattan prosecutors until tomorrow to respond. We will be watching it. When we see it, you'll see it. Investigators also uncovering new details about the Tesla Cybertruck, and you see it there, that blew up on camera outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Police say the attacker used generative artificial intelligence to plan that attack. Investigators say they sifted through the attacker's history on the AI app ChatGPT, and they found sources and searches related to explosives, ammunition, and fireworks. Much more to come on this story as well. Let's jump our map now to New Orleans, where city council officials meeting right now to share updates on the investigation into the terror attack that unfolded on Bourbon Street last week. The major question on the agenda today, why those metal bollards were not in place ahead of this event. City officials also addressed the security measures in place for the upcoming Super Bowl. We're going to bring you any headlines that come out of that news conference as soon as we see it. Still many, many questions here of what happened that took so many lives there in New Orleans. Many people in Richmond, Virginia are having to go even longer without water out of their taps. The city there says an electrical failure has delayed service even further. This comes 2 days after a winter storm just knocked out the city's water treatment plant. The city says some service is expected to be restored by the end of the day, but a lot of people very cold and without water because of this. You see all of those community centers that people are being told to go to just so that they can get some water. A live look now at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, where President Jimmy Carter's body lies in state. And you can see there, this is a picture of American history. Down there on the ground, closer to his casket, mourners continue to file through. Now, before they get into that very warm building, many of them waited out in the bitter cold to say one last goodbye to our nation's 39th president. Jimmy Carter's casket will stay there through tomorrow morning until his official state funeral at the Washington National Cathedral. All living presidents are expected to attend. President Joe Biden, Carter's close friend of nearly 50 years, is expected to deliver the eulogy, but we do understand President Joe Biden is still in the state of California. Air Force One parked on a tarmac right now as Santa Ana winds continue to drive wildfires, burning down thousands of structures and now taking 2 lives. We will watch to see what the future of President Biden is relative to being able to get to Washington to speak at that funeral. By the way, after the ceremony in Washington, President Carter will return to Plains, Georgia for a private service at a Baptist church, his church, Maranatha Baptist Church, and he'll be buried there in Plains, which is the same town where he was born 100 years ago, lived a life of service until his last day. When we come back, we will continue to follow what is happening in Southern California. A tragedy playing out that will be known for generations as one of the worst wildfires ever to hit the state of California. Stay with CBS News 24/7. We continue watching for breaking news out of Southern California and elsewhere on our monitors.
60 Minutes takes you to Paris for the unveiling of the restored Cathedral of Notre Dame.
It resisted to 2 world wars. This is a message of achievement.
How did America help? You'll be surprised as you get a tour like no other. It's time for 60 Minutes.
I can see clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS. Tony, you coming?
No, I'm going to stick around for an hour.
CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel, right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus one.
Go to the ends of the earth
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish
Yep,
you and I are
we
going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
we're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
Find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Reed Cowan with CBS News 24/7. We are watching, just as you are, in real time, this tragedy playing out in Southern California. This video to our feeds and to our many monitors carrying the story of a state of emergency in California. Multiple wildfires raging out of control. They are driven by winds unlike we have seen in recent months or years. We just learned that the fire is deadly. The death toll is at 2. It is expected to climb in the coming hours. Firefighters just needing to get into the homes to see who remains. It is so bad right now in Southern California. We don't really have a full count of the homes destroyed. But at this hour, as we look at this video and you see that garage just gutted and hollowed out, we know that the number stands at more than 1,000 structures. So we don't know how many of those are businesses, how many of those are homes, but every one of those rooftops belongs to somebody, and the many somebodies out there are running. We're talking about thousands of people forced to leave in the night and then well into today, running into the streets with just the clothing on their back. Now, our CBS crews are in the thick of all of this. In some cases, they are just feet away from the firefighters. Look at this video from the Palisades fire. That's just south of Malibu. You can see on the left the fire just racing up a hillside, but then the wind turns. No more up the hillside. It is now going right towards that home. See that fire just veering right there? You're also seeing this. This is a picture of what it's like to try to get out. That is one of the main thoroughfares to try to get out of that area. A lot of very thin roads. When people are running, they are literally looking to their left and to their right, seeing fire coming up over the hill. The Palisades fire is just one of 4 wildfires raging in Los Angeles County. So let's go to this map right now give you an idea of what they are dealing with. This sort of gives you a regional perspective. 70,000 people evacuated. So how do you even begin to picture that in your mind? So think about it this way. The average number of seats in your average university football stadium, about 30,000. So get the picture of 30,000 seats on football Saturday or Sunday on your mind. Double that, add 10,000 more seats. That's the number of people who are running in California from their homes at this very moment. In fact, that creates a sense of urgency block by block, and we got a little bit of that on camera. Watch. So children in cars with their parents and their family members hearing those sounds, and that is the sound right now where usually you would just hear gentle ocean waves. That's video in the Pacific Palisades area. It shows that line of people just gridlocked in their cars trying to get out. Those fires combined, by the way, have burned more than 5,000 acres. And as we see home after home after home burn, we can tell you firefighters are giving it hell, but zero containment so far. More than 150,000 homes are without electricity, just shutting off the electricity. Major roads and highways also shutting down, including parts of the PCH or the Pacific Coast Highway. Our team's on the scene getting this update from LA Fire. Let's listen into that.
But deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure at Altanina Drive from Allen to New York Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders are approximately 37,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades fire.
So many people glued to television, listening to radio, and seeing streaming broadcasts to know where to go moment to moment. CBS News correspondent Danya Backus is a part of that reporting corps, getting people the information they need so they can get out. This is her report from the Palisades fire.
Fire officials say there are no reported fatalities from the Palisades fire that is burning where I am, but a high number of injuries to people who did not evacuate. Unfortunately, 2 people were killed in the Eaton fire.
Oh, wow, the whole thing just went down. The whole house just collapsed.
The images are apocalyptic. What started as a brush fire ballooned into the Palisades fire. It's one of 3 wind-fueled fires in the area. Firefighters are picking their battles with parts of the Pacific Palisades beyond saving.
Obviously, this one here is a total loss, so they're trying to move ahead and skip ahead, get in front of the fire, and keep it from going from one building onto the next.
Firefighters are also battling fatigue and finding some hydrants without water. The danger is ever present. One man using a hose to douse flames almost got burned in the process.
Good?
Tens of thousands have had to evacuate, and Tuesday some residents fled in such a hurry. Some abandoned their cars in the gridlock.
There's a lot of fire right there. That's why the people coming. We leave the car.
It's hard to see, hard to breathe, and hard for firefighters to contain, as seen by this home that's completely engulfed by flames. Worst of all, the wind.
Okay, the wind's starting to pick up again, so it's going to get a little gusty, and the smoke's going to start coming through one more time.
Hurricane-force winds are also fueling the Eaton fire northeast of Los Angeles.
You can imagine trying to fight fire in those winds. It is really incredibly challenging and volatile and unpredictable.
Firefighters are hoping for even the slightest relief.
Those winds will die down somewhat as we head into this afternoon and into this evening, but we're still seeing that offshore flow.
Crews hope to minimize further damage in this trifecta of dangerous fires.
Many celebrities call Pacific Palisades home, like Tom Hanks, Steven Spielberg, and Ben Affleck. The Los Angeles Unified School District has temporarily relocated students from Palisades campuses. Danya Backus, CBS News, Los Angeles. Now back to you.
So not far from where Danya filed that report is Pacific Palisades. And this right here is a view of destruction left behind. You can see on the right what used to be a very popular mall and eating area. It's gone. In fact, if you didn't know that area, you would just think that this was any other building. But this is where people just weeks ago celebrated the holidays. That's the only building left standing, if you can even call it left standing. In many cases, businesses adjacent, homes adjacent, apartments adjacent nearby, they have all been leveled. So these are the real situations. People seeing home after home, business after business burned to the ground. And bringing Jess in right now, you know that firefighters also are watching the science of this fire, and so are you.
It's interesting when you're taking a look at the winds and the conditions that Southern California is currently under.
Right.
They have been dealing with dry conditions throughout most of these winter months. And so you get a strong wind event like this with just the perfect amount of high pressure and low pressure sandwiching together, creating the strong pressure gradient along those mountains. That's the Santa Ana winds we're talking about, but this is significant. I mean, 99-mile-per-hour winds were reported just last night in the overnight hours. Mind you, those community members, they had doctor's appointments today. They had to take their dogs to the vet. You're thinking about their day-to-day lives and how impactful this is for them at such a short time, and it's all driven by the winds. So let's talk about this a little bit further. Let's talk about the reason why these winds are as strong as they are. This area of low pressure parked just to the south of California is the southern portion of this pressure gradient. Now you're talking about high pressure offshore, and that's what's delivering these strong winds. They're kind of acting like gears moving against each other all throughout Southern California is the center of it. We also talk about dry conditions. It was last May that areas like Los Angeles received at least 1/4 inch of rain, but since then it's been very, very dry. So you look at these brush fires that just pop up real fast, and then you take a look at the winds that we're talking about. Wind gusts anywhere up to around 80, 90, close to 100-mile-per-hour winds reported just in those hills where that dry brush is at. That's the big reason why these fires are popping up as fast as they are and growing in size as fast as they are too. Now, another thing to keep in mind as well, I'm a part of the California National Guard, and we're kind of gearing up and getting ready to send aircraft down there. Aircraft have limitations when it comes to winds too, and certain aircraft can't get to these fires due to how strong those winds are. The good news is, though, those winds are starting to die down as we head into the evening hours tonight, and that's going to help when it comes to battling the fire. What it's not going to be convenient for, though, is the direction of the winds has actually allowed for most of that smoke to push offshore. As the winds die down, that smoke's going to get pushed right back into the Los Angeles basin, and that's going to continue to circulate through these communities, allowing for air quality alerts to pop up widespread throughout Southern California. So there's a lot when it comes to these fires, and we've been talking about them all throughout these winter months. I mean, since November into December, we had the mountain fire just near Malibu with very similar conditions to this. It's important to note that these community members are struggling, and we need to help any way we can. We'll have more on this coming up in a bit, but for now, Reed, I'm going to send it back over to you.
All right, thank you so much. President Biden is still in Southern California right now. He's not leaving because he was supposed to be gone yesterday, wheels up to go back and deliver the eulogy for former President Jimmy Carter. But he is now in California, not wheels up. He issued a statement talking about the fires, in part saying that he's offered federal assistance and that FEMA is going to approve firefighting cost reimbursements to the state of California. We also learned from this statement that the president has spoken with California Governor Gavin Newsom to try to receive the very latest updates on the wildfire burning all across Los Angeles County. We do know that the president will head to Santa Monica Fire Station. He is going to be providing a national briefing on these raging fires and the federal government's commitment to help out the people of California. We understand that that will be happening at 2 p.m. Eastern time. As soon as we see it, you'll see it right here on CBS News 24/7. So our partners at CBS News Los Angeles working around the clock. They are with the crews on the fire lines right now. So let's go to some of their reporting and just see what they're seeing at the ground level.
Coming back to this morning. So, Amy, this is a very tough and a very, very sad situation. And I will say the winds are starting to pick back up again, and it's just, I don't know what's next for them. And that's what makes this really sad.
Amanda, hearing Jerry's story and so many other stories that are sadly so similar, and so many people thinking that their homes were safe last night, that they weren't in the foothills, that they weren't in what is typically considered a fire-prone area, right next to the water's edge. And yet their fires were burned.
I think a lot of them thought they'd be back in their homes this morning. It would be another false alarm like many of us have dealt with over time. And, you know, Amanda, as you know, a lot of times when we cover these fires, we all descend on the same street because there's just one or two streets that have been impacted. But what I find so alarming with this is that there is no shortage of streets to go through, whether it's in Palisades or Pasadena or Altadena. There are just so many homes destroyed. And Jerry, our heart just goes out to him. You can just see the pain on his face. You know, it's not just things to people, it's their memories. And it's a lot of work to go through, even just the insurance claims. It's going to be a lot of work for people, especially if they're senior citizens or, you know, they have jobs and they have things that they need to do to continue to make money.
Yes, exactly. That's where Jerry went to retire. And the fact that that is gone is just really tough to hear. All right, Amanda, thank you for bringing us really difficult stories to share. So thank you. We want to check back in with our Joy Benedict, who's following the Eaton fire in Altadena. Joy, what are you seeing now?
I mean, I see a lot of devastation, and unfortunately, it's what we have seen all morning and all night. And like Amanda was talking about, there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. Usually when we see a fire coming, it'll take out a street, and then a next street, and then a next street. And that's not what we're seeing because of these strong winds. We're seeing a couple of homes on one street and a couple of homes on another block. And then, of course, they all merge together. But look around here behind me. We are right now on El Sereno and Figueroa. We are just west of Fair Oaks. You see we have a couple of homes burning there, and then right next to it, to the right, two homes that have not caught fire yet, and I'm sure those homeowners are hoping that it doesn't. But then if you look across the street, and we just got a really big dark plume of smoke because of something that's burning over there on the other side of Figueroa on the north side. But really all of these homes over to the right-hand side are also on fire. Do you live around here, sir? Okay. And what we're seeing is a lot of people coming and trying to take a look. That is not a smart decision. And look how this street is impassable. So you cannot drive down this road as you're looking right here because of these power lines that are right in front of you. So it's important. This is why you should not be driving down this roadway. Barry's moving very quickly right now. But if you look over to the left-hand side, what you're going to see is just more homes that are simply on fire. And there was one over here on the corner that was still standing just 5 minutes ago, but unfortunately it looks like it has also caught fire over here on the corner as we are walking towards what is Fair Oaks Avenue, a business district here in this community. And that's where you can also see the businesses that have burned in what is a very populated area. But certainly this is a fire that's been burning for some time. We will continue to be here in as many neighborhoods as we can to give you a look to see of exactly what's going on. But certainly just a lot of devastation, guys.
All right, Joy, please be careful out there. Those power lines down. I know that you're thinking there is no power out there, but please be careful. Stay close to your photographer and you know, we know you want to share the stories, but please, safety first while you're out there.
And we want to check in now with Jasmine Veal back in Pasadena. She mentioned that homeowner was trying to get to her chickens and some ducks. She had to leave her home, and it appears that Jasmine has found her home, and they're trying to save those animals.
Yeah. You guys, we're here with just, I think, another photographer or neighbor. We're just trying to save some chickens in the backyard from the lady who was sobbing outside, because we know the home right next to this is on fire, and she was very concerned. She has ducks back here. She has some other pets, and so right now we're just at the chicken coop. We have the camera on the ground because we're grabbing the last of the chickens, putting them into a big bin, a trash bin, and carrying them out to her waiting SUV. And this is the situation. It is so still hectic. I cannot believe when I left and went to bed last night trying to get a few hours of sleep to wake up to home still on fire, gusty wind conditions, the smoke and the embers are still flying around Altadena Drive, and homes on either side of the street here. We're right near, I'm trying to think of the cross street. It was Mariposa, and we're not far from Lake. So we're a few blocks east of Lake, which I know, talking to some of the homeowners here who are returning to the devastation, that they've said some churches have burned up, some businesses that have been here for years. One man, he had just sold his home. It was in escrow. That is now gone, burned to the ground. He had lived there 40 years. My photographer, John, has grabbed the last of the chickens here. So it's just one thing we can do. This lady was just crumpled up on the ground. Doesn't know if her house will, because there's no firefighters. Hey, John, the tree's on fire, so we're going to get out of here pretty quickly. She doesn't know if her home will be here tomorrow because there are no firefighters on the street. I saw one engine fly past. She tried to wave them down, and they just had to get to the next call. And the wind, wow, it's gusting again. A huge gust just came through. I don't know if you guys can hear it at times, and then it just billows up this black smoke. So some of the trees over here, I'm going to have John grab the camera if you bear with me. He just got one last chicken.
That's the last one.
Okay.
Last one.
And he's going to pick up the camera and show you guys what we're talking about here.
That
when I say the
person
home
there
next
is our photographer, John Schreiber, who is in what appears to be, like a firefighter outfit. And that is not a firefighter. That is John Schreiber, one of our photographers, who is helping this woman because there are no firefighters in the area. Okay.
Yeah, we have this protective gear on for a reason. We are trained. We have our masks on. He has an
All right, we're having some trouble here, but Jasmine and her photographer, John Schreiber, have been helping this woman who you could hear her wailing. It was just so sad because she knew her chickens and her ducks were there, but Jasmine and her photographer have gone in and helped rescue those chickens. We could see them. I believe they got the last one, John was saying, that last chicken. So we certainly appreciate it. And we all remember you helping people rescue horses when there was another fire.
Back in 2018 or 19.
Is that the Woolsey or Thomas fire?
Sun Valley, Woolsey.
Okay.
And in this case, some people might be like, oh, chickens, but they're her pets.
Exactly.
And also when you're faced with thinking that you might lose your entire home, your livelihood, you're going to cling on to anything you can get. And that's a little piece of home that Jasmine and John are able to deliver to this woman who we heard her wailing. And it just really makes you catch your breath.
It really does.
To hear something like that. We want to go now to KCAL News reporter Rena Nakano. She is live in Malibu.
Yeah, she's on PCH and Temescal Canyon Road. Rena, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. This is usually just a parking lot for people to enjoy the beach. Unfortunately, right now, it's kind of a staging area for some of the media as well as some people who just want to get out of here. Right behind, you see the ocean, but behind me, this is the Tahitian Village terrace, terrace entrance, and you could see that the neighborhood has been devastated. As you see, you could pan up and see how quickly the black smoke is moving. Of course, right above that, you see beautiful blue sky, but unfortunately, right now, the situation is just darkness coming out of the neighborhood. We did drive through Sunset Boulevard before getting here. Unfortunately, many parts of that neighborhood completely dead. Seeing a lot of police officers escorting people out of the neighborhoods, firefighters into the neighborhoods. We even saw a crew of inmate fire crews that just arrived in this area to give their assistance to fire crews from all over the place. I mean, we even just saw somebody from San Bernardino County and Santa Barbara who helped out with the fire extinguishing efforts. But what I do want to tell you is that pretty soon, my photographer Assad Escorted in off of Temescal Canyon Road to go up to Palisades Charter High School. We are going to take a quick look to see the devastation, if any, at the school. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit of homes in that area as well as the school. We want to bring on how everything is going over there, but we hope to bring you that as soon as possible. But again, we will be escorted into that area, which is kind of a no-go zone right now, but we will bring you more information as we get that. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and Rena, I've been getting a lot of text messages from parents who have kids who are in that school district, and they all want to know where are their kids going to go to school.
You're watching CBS News 24/7, depending on the partnership that we have with CBS News Los Angeles, delivering information moment by moment to their thousands of viewers who are out of their home and on the run down there in Southern California. Just want to give you sort of an idea and some context about the force of this fire. When we went on air, the Eaton fire between 2,000 and 3,000 acres, it has exploded. It is now, in just an hour, 90 minutes, up to 10,000 acres. And you saw the wind causing our reporters to literally have to steady themselves. That's the strength of the wind. That wind is pushing the fire, and it is devastating. The Eaton fire has now claimed 2 lives. We're going to go back to that in just a minute. But we also have some headlines we know that are important to the nation that we want to get to, some major developments in President-elect Donald Trump's legal battles, including this development. The president-elect is now asking the U.S. Supreme Court to help delay the sentencing in his New York hush money case. Now, remember, Donald Trump was found guilty of 34 felony counts for falsifying business records last summer. In an emergency petition filing, his team asked the court to, quote, correct the unjust actions by New York courts and stop the unlawful sentencing and the DA's witch hunt. This is from Stephen Chung, Trump's campaign spokesperson. All of that back and forth playing out since July 11th, when sentencing was first scheduled to take place. So here's what's happening now. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor is giving Manhattan prosecutors until tomorrow to respond to that request that is now kicked up to the U.S. Supreme Court. Investigators uncovering new details about that explosion outside of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Police say the attacker there used generative artificial intelligence in planning that attack. So investigators now have done a scrub of all of his electronic comings and goings, and they found he had a history on the AI app ChatGPT. They found searches related to explosives and ammunitions and fireworks in planning that. Let's also talk to another New Year's Day tragedy. Jumping our map to New Orleans now. City council officials are meeting at this very hour to shape the updates on the investigation into that terror attack that unfolded on Bourbon Street last week that killed so many, injured so many. The major question on today's agenda, why those metal bollards were not in place ahead of New Year's Eve. City officials also addressed the security measures in place for the upcoming Super Bowl. Keep in mind, tens of thousands of people will be in New Orleans for the Super Bowl. The people of New Orleans say they are New Orleans strong. They will not let fear stop them from going forward and having their city showcased on national TV, but they are also asking the tough questions about those bollards. They would like them in place to prevent this from ever happening again. We also want to let our viewers know that at any moment we expect President Joe Biden to be speaking from the tarmac there at Santa Monica Airport. He will be giving an update on what he has been told from Governor Gavin Newsom. Now, we also have this story that's coming up. A lot of residents in Richmond, Virginia are having to go longer without water coming from their taps in the wake of winter storms. The city says an electrical failure has delayed service even further. This comes just 2 days after that winter storm just knocked out the city's water treatment plant. So they say some service is expected to be restored. But until then, people are lining up at community centers just to get bottles of water to get by. Let's go live to our nation's capital right now. This is a live video feed coming to us from the Capitol Rotunda right now, where former President Jimmy Carter lies in state. You can see crowds of people there filing through, and in many cases, they are speaking to Carter's own family that are standing by. The people there, you can see them in coats. That's because when they came in to express the condolences, to put their hands on the hands of the grieving, they had to stand out in bitter cold to say one last goodbye to the 39th Commander-in-Chief. By the way, President Carter's casket will stay there through tomorrow morning until his official state funeral at the Washington National Cathedral. All living presidents are expected to attend, including Joe Biden, Carter's friend of nearly 50 years, to deliver that eulogy. We leave you right now with a live picture out of Santa Monica, where we understand President Joe Biden is going to update the nation on the tragedy playing out with fires in Southern California.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
It was genocide, a deliberate effort by the United States government to eliminate the food source that was relied upon by Native American tribes.
American bison were slaughtered and Native Americans displaced.
And that's how tribes were subjugated to reservations and our lands were taken.
But now, through conservation efforts at Yellowstone,
Buffalo provided everything that we needed. Now they need help.
a herd grows.
We need to step up and help them.
And a culture is reborn.
When the buffalo return and come back, that's when our tribe will begin to heal.
Yellowstone Bison Revival, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Let 60 Minutes take you on a private tour of the National Archives.
So there may be treasures like this buried in boxes.
Historical secrets from America's past.
So this is original from 1778?
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places. Bright, shiny faces.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Put me in the game, coach. Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
The best interviews feel like it's just a conversation with a neighbor.
Hey. Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask a question that is the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'll see you in the morning.
Listening to how someone explains themselves is so key to understanding their perspective.
The grief of losing a child is immense. You can't breathe.
After decades of the war on drugs, things have only gotten worse.
Every shipment of fentanyl is a ticking time bomb.
50 times more powerful than heroin.
CBS Reports goes deep into Mexico.
What is your role in the Sinaloa cartel?
To find out why the cartels keep getting stronger and wealthier.
This is a war, but we're not fighting it. Our citizens are dying.
Funding Cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser, and we are tracking extremely dangerous and now deadly conditions in Southern California, where multiple wildfires continue to burn out of control. 4 major fires are raging with little or no containment in the Los Angeles area. They are being fueled by high winds. They are having this gigantic windstorm, and the fires have been named the Palisades Fire, which is west of LA, the Eaton Fire northeast of the city, and the Hearst and Woodland fires in the northern outskirts. I want to show you a time lapse now of the Palisades fires. So this has destroyed dozens of homes and businesses. It's also forced tens of thousands to evacuate. And state fire officials say at least 2 people have died in the Eaton fire. The exact cause of death is unknown at this time. They also say a high number of the people injured by the fires were those who did not evacuate. Now, more than 1,000 structures are destroyed. That number is expected to go up.
Please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment.
So I want to give you some context of where this is happening in the LA area. Here's a map showing the fire's location in relation to cities and some of the area's biggest attractions. So the famous Hollywood sign, as well as the Getty Museum, are located between the Woodley and Palisades fires. In fact, the museum posted on Instagram, quote, some trees and vegetation on site have burned, but no structures are on fire. They remain closed. The Santa Monica Pier is just south of where the Palisades fire is burning, and many of you may have been in the area for Disneyland. That's located a bit further away in the city of Anaheim. Let's go ahead and bring in Ryan Hill for more on this. He is the general manager of Porta Villa Restaurants, which has 4 locations in Southern California, including Pacific Palisades. And he joins us now from the restaurant in Beverly Hills. Ryan, first and foremost, thank you for being here on such a solemn day for you and your family. How are you and your loved ones holding up through all this?
Thank you. I appreciate you having me on. My family is fine. We're all doing well. Unfortunately, a lot of our friends and neighbors in the Palisades are not doing so well. And obviously our thoughts and prayers are going out to all those families, to our first responders out there, fire station number 69 that we're very close with. A lot of great people are having a really rough morning this morning. So.
Yeah, we understand you've had to evacuate your restaurant in Pacific Palisades, the one that I mentioned. Do you have any idea the condition of that current building right now, or how your employees are doing?
As far as I know, all of our employees are fine. We evacuated yesterday in time, and everybody was able to get out of the neighborhood. But today, nothing is confirmed. We don't have confirmed condition of our building, but we are told that it's still there. Unfortunately, I think most of the Palisades is not. So I don't have anything confirmed, but it's not a good situation.
Must be so unnerving to not know exactly what you're going to be going back to. I can only imagine what you're feeling right now. Have any of your other locations been impacted yet?
Yes, today we decided to close our Calabasas location as well, out of just caution for our employees and their families, and people that might be coming out. Is in best interest to close there as well. Our location in Beverly Hills is open still, but I think everybody in Los Angeles is going to be impacted today, unfortunately.
I want to ask you, this is obviously an area, Southern California, prone to wildfires, but I mean, this feels different. It feels unlike what we've seen. It feels just so catastrophic, and that isn't to downplay the damage that we've seen in wildfires past. But what sort of preparations do you have in place in case of an emergency like this? And can you put this in context of other moments in time where there have been wildfire warnings?
I think the main difference this time is that the winds are so incredibly strong, and there seemed like there's nothing that the brave firefighters can do, because it's just so big, so fast. Yesterday morning, I got to work about 9:30, and everything was fine. But by 10:30, we could see smoke. Wow. By 11:30, it was increasingly obvious that there was a big problem. And by 1 o'clock, we left the area, and, just watching the acreage burning from 700 acres to now 1,000 acres to 5,000 acres. And unfortunately, the winds are still strong, and I don't know what you can do to prepare for something like this, unfortunately.
When you ended up leaving, was that because you saw the writing on the wall and you took those actions and steps on your own accord, or did you get some kind of alert from emergency services saying, get out?
We definitely got an alert from emergency services. That was kind of the last straw. We were trying to keep our doors open as long as we could to be a safe place and service our community. We went through this a few years ago, maybe about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, where the neighborhoods were evacuated and we were able to stay open and be of service to our neighbors. But this time it seemed different, and we all were getting alerts, and we wanted to make sure that our employees that were there at work were able to get out, and we were able to do so safely.
Ryan, I am so sorry that we are talking to you under these circumstances. The images are devastating, even more so for you. You are the one living it with your friends and families and colleagues. Please take care, and please keep us posted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. CBS News correspondent Elise Preston is in Malibu, California, which is in Los Angeles County. Elise, I saw you last hour. You were literally holding onto a pole because the winds were so strong. I still see them whipping your hair around. What are the conditions right now?
Yeah. Yeah, it is still pretty windy, Lindsay. We moved from that location that we were at about an hour ago because we were trying to show you a different vantage point, and it just got to the point that we were not able to stay there. So these winds have not only caused such a huge threat to loss of life and loss of buildings like that gentleman kind of expressed earlier, but they've also knocked out cell towers. So there's been very limited service out this way. But we're along the Pacific Coast Highway, and just down this stretch, you're going to see this devastation on both sides. Businesses, homes just burned to the ground. You mentioned more than 1,000 structures. It sounds unbelievable when you hear that number, but when you drive down that street and you see just a glimpse of what this community is going through, it is truly catastrophic, and it is heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking to hear from the gentleman that you were just speaking to. These winds have carried these flames in ways that people have not seen. We've spoken to so many residents who have lived here in this neighborhood for decades. We've spoken to so many residents who've lived in California their entire lives, and they've said that they've never seen anything like it. And that is what is causing so much trouble right now for these 4 fires here in Southern California. We were walking back to the truck, and where we were on one side, there was a building with a few embers. And within a second, a wind gust picked up, and those embers just kind of exploded into these huge, massive flames. And it's like, okay, we got to get across the street. It is just so dangerous what firefighters are working with.
And just so everyone is aware as well, we know that the president is on his way to a fire station in the Santa Monica area where he is expected to get briefed by emergency officials, and we will bring you that live. So, Elise, if I have to interrupt you, please forgive me for that. This is a live look at that room that we are monitoring. But, Elise, you had mentioned my conversation with Ryan. I'm wondering what stories you're hearing from people who are evacuating and from people who either are learning what happened to their properties or are still in that agonizing wait.
There's so many stories, Lindsay, right down on this street. This is the Pacific Coast Highway. If you go down further to where we were about an hour ago, there are dozens of cars that are just kind of parked there. People were forced to flee, or they couldn't make it somewhere, so they're just kind of parked on the side of the road. We saw people crying in their cars. We saw people praying in their cars. People are just so concerned. And even if their homes are safe, for now, they're concerned about their neighbors. We spoke to a man who said that, his home was safe. He was not being asked to evacuate in the moment, but he's lived through wildfires. This is his community where he's lived for 15 years. So he was staying put, opening up his home to people if they needed shelter. And there are so many stories. There are countless stories of people either giving back, trying to help people, or people who are just kind of in this limbo, waiting to see what is going to happen with their home. People have lost everything. And again, it's 4 fires that are now raging in Southern California. The winds are not expected to die down. You're not seeing that crazy wind like you did an hour ago, not because they've died down, just because we've moved positions. But these winds are moving quickly, and they're moving these flames right along with them. And so who knows where we could be hours from now.
Okay, Elise Preston, thank you so much. We hope you and your crew continue to stay safe. Thank you for bringing that to us. Let's bring in CBS News national correspondent Dave Malkoff in Norman, Oklahoma at the National Weather Center, which issues warnings ahead of fires. Dave, I understand you're on the phone. What can you tell us about what you're learning there?
Hi, Lindsay. Yeah, it is very tricky to forecast this fire weather, but luckily we have all this technology. We also have Deputy Director Bill Bunting of the Storm Protection Center. How early did you know about this? This was a ways out, right?
Yeah, this was a really high-end Santa Ana wind event, and one that we were able to see coming, at least in a general sense, as early as New Year's Day. And so our forecast began to reflect the increasing concern. We work really closely with the local NWS offices in Oxnard and San Diego to make sure we got a consistent word out regarding the threats, and hopefully to give everyone time for what eventually happened.
And what do we see right here when we look at this loop?
This is a live loop, the most recent image there at the end, showing not only the clouds and smoke in Southern California, but these red areas represent the fire temperatures, and where it's burning the hottest we see in red here. And these fires have been ongoing, obviously, for 24 hours or in some cases even longer, and they show no signs of letting up. So this event is far from over.
And when you say something is a particularly dangerous situation, a PBS, that is the scariest thing that you can say in this office, right?
That is the most intense language that we can use as forecasters within NOAA and the National Weather Service. The mention of an extremely critical fire weather day is a call to action if you're in that threatened area.
Bill Bunting, thanks so much. We're going to go live to the president, who is at a fire department in the region.
Firefighters began moving on Sunday afternoon from Northern California into Southern California. My local partners began upstaffing their own fire stations, helicopters, fire engines, hand crews, to be prepared for an incident like this that occurred. Those resources were pre-positioned in counties throughout Southern California for an event just like this. And on Tuesday morning, the Palisades fire began. I'd now like to introduce you to Chief Crowley, who can touch on the Palisades fire. Chief?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm here just to provide you a brief on 3 significant fires that have occurred within the city of Los Angeles. With that, I'm going to be focusing on the Palisades fire. That fire broke out yesterday morning around 10:30. We did pre-deploy a number of resources. We knew there was a potential for a significant threat to our constituents due to the weather event. High winds. I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career. So we leaned forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak. It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area. Interesting enough, because of the winds and the low humidity, we had a second fire also break out, and that was the Hearst fire, which is just north of that area. Again, this was close to 11,000 acres. This is close to 500 acres that also broke out. The information that I want to share with you is also the significance of multiple fires in the area within the city, but also the county. That's the second fire that actually came out, and we're actively engaged in that firefight. The third fire then broke out this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, in which we have an active firefight there as well. We're working with our local jurisdictions, our state, regional, as well as federal. So we're doing everything we can to protect life first and property next. We'll go ahead and then pass this off to Police Chief McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. President, it's an honor to be able to be here and be part of this and represent the men and women of LAPD and policing to support our partners in the fire service. What we saw here in the last 24 hours is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. Fires driven by the type of winds that we saw up to 100 miles an hour. Our role out there is strictly support, to be there for evacuations, to get people out of the affected area, to be able to provide for traffic control, and then crime suppression as the fire is fought, and some may come in and try and take the opportunity to go into these homes and steal from them. So we're going to be on top of that. I just want to say the relationship we enjoy here, in my case under the leadership of Mayor Bass, but all of our elected officials, is unlike, I think, anywhere else in the country. We are blessed to have the relationship between police and fire that we do here. Unfortunately, we do this kind of thing frequently, never to this level, but I can't say enough about how important that is. And as we go into the next 5 years with the Super Bowl and the World Cup and the Olympics coming up, it's critical that we maintain those partnerships. So thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Next up.
Oh, sorry. Let me introduce my partner from the County Fire Department, Chief Tony Maroney.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be giving you an update on our Eaton fire, which is east. Where does the county start? The county starts all the way up in Lancaster and goes all the way down to the Long Beach border. We go from the county line in Ventura all the way out to Pomona, 4,300 acres. So we have a fire east of the Palisades fire that began last night. It's called the Eaton fire. It's currently 10,600 acres, 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighters on the line. Unfortunately, 2 people have lost their lives. Residents have lost their lives at the Eaton fire. It's impacting tens of thousands of homes, not only in the city of Pasadena, but also the county area of Altadena. And we're doing our very best. We just had our out-of-state resources arrive from Arizona at the Eaton fire to assist us. Last night, as the Region 1 coordinator, I contacted the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We requested 250 additional engines into LA County with 1,000 personnel. We also are using our compacts with other states like Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington. Firefighters from those regions are on their way down to Los Angeles County right now to assist us. So thank you for your interest. Thank you for your attention.
Governor asked for a declaration. Provides for everything from the governor's duties. I'm going to sign it today. Folks, the fact is that I've directed DOD, Department of Defense, to rapidly provide additional firefighting personnel and capabilities. Also, California National Guard is adding 2 modular air firefighting systems units, and 2 more are being ready for the National Guard, the Nevada National Guard. And 4 more are coming from the Northern Command, and 10 Navy helicopters with water delivery buckets are coming down from San Diego. We're prepared to do anything and everything as long as it takes to contain these fires and help reconstruct, make sure we get back to normal. It's going to be a hell of a long way. It's going to take time. We're in it, the federal government's here to stay as long as it needs everything you need. Is there anything you actually haven't gotten yet?
Quite the contrary. Mr. President, just first of all, that major disaster declaration being approved, next level appreciation on behalf of all the residents here in Southern California. As the chief said, we had pre-positioned assets this weekend in anticipation of these weather events. The complexity of multiple fires, the likelihood these weather events, this wind event will continue over the course of the next many days, impacts of over 1,000 structures already that have been destroyed, 100,000+ people that have been evacuated, lives lost, traditions, lifestyles, places torn asunder. This means the world to us, and just publicly, because I think this is important, the president happened to be in the region, in town. It's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation we receive from the White House and this administration. So on behalf of all of us, Mr. President, thank you for being here, and not just being here today, thank you for being here since the minute of this incident, when there was a 10-acre fire less than 24 or so hours ago. Deep gratitude.
It's astounding what's happening. There's only one piece of good news. My son lives out here in his way. They got a notification yesterday that their home was probably burning to the ground. Today, it appears that maybe still standing, we're not sure. But the good news is, I'm a great-grandfather as of today. I was a granddaughter. Then I'm a baby girl, a baby boy. So I remember this day for a while. Long recess for that. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Very good. Thank you so much, everybody. Make your way out. Thank you, press. Thank you so much. Make your way out. Make your way in the march. Please go this way. Thank you so much. Press. Going out this way. Thank you. Thank you, press. We're exiting. Press. We're walking out.
All right, everybody, we have been watching one of the fire stations in Santa Monica, California, where local officials briefed President Biden on efforts to bring multiple wildfires under control in Los Angeles County. The president was already in California for a previously scheduled event to mark the creation of 2 new national environmental monuments. That event was actually canceled, and he remained in the state to celebrate the birth of his great-grandchild today, whom he visited in the hospital. Now, today, we did hear officials say that the Palisades fire broke out around 10:30 yesterday. They already had resources pre-deployed because of the significant threat from this weather event. And what was interesting is that the Los Angeles fire chief, Kristen Crowley, said in her 25 years at the department, she's never seen winds like this. It was reiterated from other officials as well. Police saying they're looking out for looting behavior to ensure that that doesn't happen. And also, we've been told that crews from Arizona arrived to help fight the Eaton fire. Now, I'm going to bring in CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes, who's in Washington. And Nancy, we heard the president say he directed the Department of Defense to provide additional firefighting personnel and capabilities. 2 modular air firefighting system units are being deployed from California and Nevada National Guards. 10 Navy helicopters with water buckets are en route from San Diego. What else are we hearing the federal government is doing to assist?
Well, there's a laundry list, Lindsay, and that list is getting longer all the time because this is really the first time in quite some time that we've seen a major U.S. city threatened by fire in this way and to this extent. So what we've been told by the White House is that there are 4 U.S. Forest Service air tankers in Southern California with another on the way. They've got 10 federal firefighting helicopters as well. Obviously, that is of minimal help right now because the winds have been too high for state or federal aircraft to get in the air to fight these fires. That's been part of the problem. But as the winds die down, those tankers and choppers will be increasingly necessary. There are dozens of Forest Service fire engines on the scene as well, we're told, and FEMA has already approved a grant to reimburse the state for the gigantic costs of fighting this fire. That's not to mention the potentially billions of dollars that it's going to cost to clean up and rebuild. The big concern right now is trying to contain this fire before we can even look ahead to what comes next.
And Nancy, the president was not wearing a mic, and so it was difficult to pick up on what he was saying, but he did say that the federal government will do whatever it takes to fight these fires and reconstruct the area. He said it's going to take time. Do we know what that will look like moving forward?
Well, that is an open question because in just under 2 weeks, we will have a new administration and Republicans controlling the House and the Senate. And already today, you have President-elect Trump blaming the governor of California for these fires. And it will be Trump and the Republican Party that will be the ones to spearhead, for example, any major piece of legislation in Congress to provide disaster relief to California. And California will obviously need that relief, just like other states have needed in the wake of natural disasters. In the past, in his first administration, President-elect Trump was sometimes reluctant to provide disaster relief to states run by Democrats, including and especially California. He has clashed with Governor Newsom before on this very issue. So it really remains to be seen how this will be handled in the new administration. I will say that this is something that that congressional Republicans didn't always line up with President Trump on. They understood that that Republican states, just like Democratic states, can get hit by natural disasters and need assistance. It wasn't as political on the Hill as it was in the White House, but he does have a lot of influence on the Hill, in particular in the early days of his presidency.
And Nancy, do we know when the president will return to Washington? He's supposed to deliver the eulogy at Carter's national funeral tomorrow.
Right. It's a busy week. So he is expected to head back later tonight. He's coming back later than planned because of the briefing that you just saw there. He then is scheduled to eulogize Jimmy Carter. Then he's heading to Rome to meet with the Pope. So a very, very busy week for the outgoing president who has just about 12 days now to get everything done that he has set out before himself for the end of his presidency.
Okay, Nancy Cordes, thank you so much.
You got it.
Let's go to CBS News Philadelphia meteorologist Grant Gilmore, who's tracking these wildfires. Grant?
So the weather patterns that are causing these Santa Ana winds and these very dangerous conditions in Southern California isn't actually what's in place in Southern California. It's actually originating from a high pressure system across the Great Basin combined with a low pressure system to the south. And it's that pressure gradient as that wind or that air flows from the high pressure toward that low pressure that's producing these very dangerous conditions there across Southern California, even into portions of southern Nevada. And it's actually the topography plays a part in this as well. That high pressure system, now it pushes that air down the mountains, and as it does, it actually causes that air to compress and warm. So that's the beginning of these very warm and dry conditions. But then that air moves over the desert, so that dries out the air even more. And then from there, that air is funneled into these mountain passes and these canyons. So it accelerates those winds, and that's where we start to see those wind gusts approaching 80, 90, 100 miles per hour as that wind then flies into the valley of Southern California. Now, that will begin to improve a little bit into tomorrow. Meanwhile, we're tracking another storm system that'll move out of the southern plain states. That low pressure system is going to bring the threat for winter weather across the mid-Mississippi Valley, potentially into the Carolinas, maybe even northern Georgia as we head through the second half of the week. And as it tracks to the north and east, could even move snow into the mid-Atlantic and northeast as we head into the weekend. Back to you.
Thank you. We are staying on top of the fast-moving wildfires threatening tens of thousands of people in Southern California. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Catastrophic wildfires continue to rage out of control in parts of Southern California. 4 major fires are raging with little or no containment in the Los Angeles area, fueled by extraordinarily high winds. They have been named the Palisades Fire west of LA, the Eaton Fire northeast of the city, the Hearst and Woodland fires in the northern outskirts. I want to show you time-lapse of the Palisades fire. It's destroyed dozens of homes and businesses. It's forced tens of thousands to evacuate, and this came on so strongly. I interviewed a restaurant owner in the last half hour, and he said 9:30, everything was fine. 10:30, they saw smoke. By 11:30, they knew something was wrong, and by 1, they were getting out of there. Now, state fire officials say at least 2 people have died in the Eaton fire. The exact cause of those deaths is unknown at this time. More than 1,000 structures have been destroyed, and that number is expected to increase.
We're going to get through this together. That means with all of you as partners in our community. Our top priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our impacted residents, first responders, and all of the individuals involved.
To give context to our viewers who are not familiar with the area, here's a map showing the fire's location in relation to cities and some of the area's biggest attractions. So the famous Hollywood sign, as well as the Getty Museum. They're located between the Woodley and Palisades fires. The museum actually posted on Instagram that some trees and vegetation on site have burned, but no structures were on fire. And the famous Santa Monica Pier is just south of where the Palisades fire is burning. Disneyland, located a bit further away in the city of Anaheim. CBS News correspondent Elise Preston is in Malibu, California, which is in Los Angeles County. Elise, what are you seeing where you are?
We're up. Well, where we are right now, we're along the Pacific Coast Highway, and this is where we were able to catch a little respite from crazy winds. You can still see the winds going, however, but just along this bend is where you're seeing just a glimpse of some of this destruction. It is a continual stream of homes that have burned to the ground. They're just charred. And when you think one is done burning, right, you may only see a few embers here or there. Within seconds, a wind gust will pick up and then flames will erupt. So these flames are moving so quickly because of this wind that is just never seen before here in this area, Lindsay.
Elise Preston, thank you. Stay safe.
Excuse me, the ash is really messing with all of us.
Yeah,
today.
no, I totally understand. Seek refuge when and where you can. Thank you. I want to bring in CBS News Sacramento meteorologist Tracy Humphrey for more on how the weather is impacting the fires. I mean, it's amazing because we just heard Elise say that they got away from the crazy winds. And to me, the wind is still whipping her hair. It's still crazy. How fierce are these winds, and are they expected to calm down anytime soon?
That's an excellent question. You know, the winds are still expected to be a part of the forecast throughout the rest of the day today. The red flag warning is still in effect until 6 o'clock in the evening for portions of the San Gabriel Mountains and also much of the area here that's in this fuchsia color. So I'm going to move out the way so you can see what I'm showing you. Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, Riverside, Oceanside, all the way to San Diego are currently in the red flag warning. These are all areas that are going to be looking at very strong destructive winds in the forecast today, tonight, and also much of the day tomorrow. Strong, widespread, destructive windstorm. How often do you hear that word? Windstorm. Strong winds remain in the forecast. They're going to be out of the northeast around 30 to 40 miles per hour and then gusting up to 75 miles per hour. So I'm going to give you the synoptic scenario of what's causing it. And we know it's the Santa Ana winds, but there are 2 different pressure systems that work in tandem to give us what could be an historic event. Low pressure system down in the south, high pressure system out here in the Pacific. High pressure has a clockwise flow. Low pressure system has the opposite. It has a counterclockwise flow. And both of these work in tandem to give us those nice north to northeast winds. And when they come through, they are howling. They come up and over that mountain range. They move down through the canyons. And by the time they reach many of those subdivisions and those neighborhoods, look at how dry everything is. And then you add in a wind that's coming in around 60, 70 miles per hour. And next thing you know, you have spot fires that are well out ahead of the parent fire. An actual ember can travel for miles on a gust of wind. So take a look at some of the fires. And the big one right now is the Eaton fire. That one more than 10,000 acres. Now we're going to take a look at the deadly California windstorm. And I tried to give you, Lindsay, some really good information here. So hurricane force winds are in the forecast. High fire danger remains until Thursday around 6 o'clock in the evening. Southern California is bone dry. Moderate drought conditions. Usually they would have picked up several inches by today's date. Second driest period in close to 150 years. So where are the storms? Well, they were there. The storm track just took everything a little too far to the north. So the rainfall that we've picked up so far, more than 7 inches downtown LA. Can you believe it? Just more than 1/10 of an inch.
Wow, and I want to talk about that as well in the context of history, because one thing that we heard in that briefing with President Biden was the Los Angeles fire chief, Chief Crowley, saying in her 25 years in the department, she's never seen winds like this. That is extraordinary. Can you put this in the context of history and all of these sort of factors bubbling up into this, forgive the colloquial language, but a perfect storm?
Yeah.
Is it tied to changes in climate that we're seeing across the planet?
Well, I think that's a good question. So most of our California data goes back to 1895. Since 1895, we have never seen the juxtaposition of Northern California being so wet and Southern California being so dry. So you have to know that there's some changes in play. So our climate is changing. Our water years are more erratic. Some years are wet, some years are bone dry. Extremes are more extreme. And our governor, Gavin Newsom, had a great quote: hot is hotter, dry is drier, and wet is wetter. And for better or for worse, it is going to be the pattern that we're going to be dealing with from here on out.
Tracy Humphrey, just the way you explained everything, I mean, obviously it is just so devastating, but, you know, when we can arm ourselves with knowledge, it just helps us understand a little bit more of what is happening and why. We really appreciate you. Thank you. All right, we want to take you back to Southern California and CBS News Los Angeles' live coverage of the devastation caused by deadly wildfires affecting tens of thousands of homes and businesses. Let's watch their coverage.
To the fire departments, thank you guys, because for you guys are we here to see.
Hang in there. Thank you, Javier Vega, the owner of this business for the last 20 years, just realizing that it is unfortunately no more. And let's go ahead and walk around here on Alameda Street if we still have some time, because we had also showed you how these homes were burning not too long ago. It was a few hours when we were here, and we talked a lot about them actively burning, and you can see now that there isn't much left. We did have a fire crew that was here at the time as they were trying to stop that fire from spreading into the homes behind it, and it looks like they did succeed in that. Before then, they just simply move on. And we have started to see some fire crews from neighboring communities that have showed up here. They are just literally seeing flames and putting them out and doing everything that they can to stop this fire from spreading. But I got to tell you, the best news that I'm seeing right now is simply the lack of smoke. I mean, you guys have seen my live shots in previous hours. It is so dark that you can't see anything because the wind would be whipping them around. I'm not seeing those strong winds that we saw a couple of hours ago, and that is the best news for firefighters and for folks here in this community who may in fact still have their homes still standing. And it'll be days before we know the true destruction of this fire. But I mean, every street that we have been on from Lake east in this direction, we have seen at least one fire, one home that has burned, and in many of those streets there's not a home still standing. So certainly a lot of destruction, a lot of devastation, and a lot of loss, and that means that there's going to be a lot of grieving for the things that are no longer still standing. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, enjoy that business owner. What struck me is he said, we've been here before where we've seen fire, but I never thought it would come down here. And I'm taken back to 2009 when we had the station fire, which was in this area. And I remember covering it at the time, and it was always off in the distance. Now, there were homes that burned in the hillsides, but the businesses that were away from the hillsides, the homes that were away from the hillsides, they just evacuated. But they, of course, were able to come back and everything was still there. And that's what I think makes this fire so unique, is that it has just encompassed areas that have never before seen such destruction. And Amy and I both, our hearts go out to him. And when he apologized to the community, you know, you just feel so bad for him, because we are a community. We all are, right? We're a big city, but at the end of the day, we're a bunch of little communities, and this is just impacting so many of them.
It just is so unprecedented, Joy. We've all been here for a long time covering fires, and we have not seen anything like this.
No, and I think it is what you guys have been talking about. It was the winds. I mean, this fire was, what, a mile and a half away when it started? Look, we're having a flare-up over right here in the back of his business right now, unfortunately, that you can see. But the fire itself started quite a ways a distance, so you don't expect it to reach this far south. This is Lake Avenue. We are not very far from the 210. We are just on the border, basically, of Altadena and Pasadena, not too far away. And you don't expect the fire to move this far down. But like we've been talking about, it didn't make that progressive march, right? It didn't make that where we hit one street and we know it's coming to the next street and then the next street, because we had these almost hurricane strength winds that whipped through this area overnight. And in the process of doing that, it picks up these embers, these burning pieces of wood or debris or whatever they are, and the wind carries them to a rooftop not too far away. And so when that happens, when these embers can go a mile and still be burning, when they land and start smoldering on somebody's rooftop, that's why you see a fire like this spread so quickly at such a distance that we are not used to seeing. There was no method to this madness. It was strictly an act of nature and the winds and where this fire decided to go. So you see streets where you have homes that have burned and homes that are still standing, and it looks more like the destruction from a tornado than it does from a wildfire, where it's usually a little bit more progressive. So it's just been very hard to see so much so quickly.
Yeah. So tough. All right, Joy, stay safe out there. We will be checking back in with you in just a little bit. We do want to show you now a live look inside a Red Cross shelter in Pasadena. It is set up, of course, for those who have been evacuated. It is at the Pasadena Civic Center, and these are evacuees from the Eaton fire. Evacuation orders are in place in Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, parts of Arcadia, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, including JPL. And, you know, it's so rare to mention so many places that are now evacuated. We don't typically hear of so many towns and communities that are being impacted by a fire, but that is exactly what's happening here. And there are other evacuation areas as well. And, you know, we see someone rolling in a big thing of dog food there. And, you know, a lot of folks have had to bring their animals and, you know, just really running out of their homes with only
a lot of those people wearing their pajamas, and we see people there with wheelchairs and walkers and you know, medically fragile people, children who ordinarily would be in school, and we tend to think again, well, you know, you're home standing or it survived, but the emotional toll and the trauma that things like this cause for communities are just so hard. And you see some of our more fragile residents there at this evacuation shelter. And a lot of times, Amy, I think you can attest to this, we'll go and there will only be a few people inside these shelters sometimes.
Exactly.
But in this case, you see so many people. One woman was telling one of our reporters that the hotel she tried to go to stay at had no power.
Exactly.
So, you know, it may be the case here where these people truly have nowhere else to go. And we really thank our first responders, many of them who live in these communities, helping those who are the most vulnerable.
Absolutely. And, you know, tens of thousands of people have evacuated, and there are plenty of power outages across the area. We want to head over to Mark.
Yeah, let's head over to assignment manager Mark Liu. He's at the desk with an update on the firefight in Pacific Palisades and everything we're dealing with there. Mark.
Yeah, now more than 11,000 acres in Pacific Palisades, more than 1,000 structures destroyed, as we heard in that news conference about 3.5 hours ago. I've been listening to the firefight on the scanners as the commanders at the Palisades fire deal with two flanks of this fire, both burning on the east and the west. And it's been primarily focused on the eastern end of the fire as it proceeds into and towards Will Rogers State Beach and Santa Monica and the Brentwood area. But now they are concerned of the western end of the fire as well as it creeps north towards a community along Topanga Canyon. Now come out to my screen. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. This is what we've been looking at all day here, the CAL FIRE website map of the current activity of the Palisades fire. We know that the fire has grown much, much larger than this footprint. This is from midnight. That's almost 12 hours ago. It just has not been updated. That's when it was 3,000 acres. We now know that it's 11,000 acres. So a large portion of the firefight has been here on this side. We've seen water dropping helicopters going from here to here in order to fight the fire. But recently I have just been hearing radio traffic regarding Topanga Canyon and specifically the fire creeping north in this direction towards Old Topanga Canyon Road. They say the fire is somewhere along this end here. They say it has not reached Old Topanga Canyon Road, which is up here, but this entire community right here is possibly now in danger, as they are saying there are still plenty of people who have not yet evacuated. And there is great concern being that the ways out of this area going to the south or going to the north might get congested. Now, earlier we had seen fire activity with Luz Delia Caballero, who was all the way down in this area. And there are buildings that were burned on the western end all the way over here. So it's unclear if that's because of flying embers or if the fire line was down over here. We just haven't been able to get very good eyes on it. But one way that we can get better eyes on it is if we go to the Alert California system. These are several publicly accessible mountaintop cameras. And Topanga Peak does have some view over the last hour of this fire. And you can see as it has been crawling to the north, this is what they are now going more and more concerned about as this fire now moves to the north. We have been looking at Pacific Palisades in the east, but there are communities to the north of the beach that are in the mountains up there that they are now worried about. Here's another look at the same fire, same peak, just looking in a different direction. This fire is crawling towards Topanga Peak, and they're going to need some aerial assets, which is exactly what they are asking for. Most of the water dropping and firefighting helicopters are on the east side, but this is the northwest flank, and we're hearing the commanders on the ground saying they need to start moving resources over here because it is getting much, much closer to homes. Now, I want to give you a look at that aerial firefight. You can see exactly what I was talking about. LA City Fire 3, LA City Fire 1, and LA City Fire 2. They've all been landing right up here in this place called the Mission Canyon Open Space. There is a place for them to land and get water and then proceed directly south. And then they can start doing this, this water drop activity that's going to be in this area here. But we can expect them to move to the west here as this firefight continues in this direction. And one of the things that we are interested in finding out is this area here on Temescal Canyon Road. Well, we understand that there was a lot of fire damage. Our Rena Nakano was just about there, and we understand that she was going to progress north into the Temescal Canyon Road area to get a look at Pali High, which is right here. We still don't know how badly damaged Pali High is, but we have got aircraft in the area that are looking at it. She may have been able to get a look at it as well as the firefight continues here at the Pacific Palisades fire. Again, started yesterday, more than 24 hours ago, 11,000 acres, 1,000 structures destroyed. No fatalities in this one, Amy and Christine, but a high number of significant injuries. And the fire commanders say this is people that did not evacuate when they were supposed to. Yeah. Send it back to you.
Mark, and that fire yesterday when we were here talking about it, it went from 20 acres to 200 in like 20 minutes. It just burning out of control.
And you and I both knew it. We looked at one another, and when we saw that fire starting and we saw what those winds were doing, we knew that this would be bad. But I don't think any of us thought it would be as bad as it is.
We've never seen anything like this.
No.
Certainly not in the last 10 years.
No, and that's what the officials said at that news conference with Newsom and Biden. You know, people who have been working in this community for decades, that they've never seen anything like this, that it's completely unprecedented. Mark, you've been on our assignment desk for how many years?
For more than 20 years, and we all together have covered stories like the Woolsey fire, the Sayer fire. There was, I believe it was in November of 2008, when the Sayer fire ripped through. It was November of 2008. The Sayer fire destroyed the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park, and I was here that morning. We worked all the way through that morning, basically 24 hours, and that was when that gated RV park, 600 homes were essentially destroyed. It was about 480 homes of the 600 were destroyed. This reminds me very much of that night in 2008 when the Sayer fire ripped through that community of the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park. But I also looked up some data. The Thomas fire in December of 2017 had 1,063 structures destroyed and 23 deaths. That was in Ventura and Santa Barbara. And then in October of 2003, the Cedar fire in San Diego, that was 273,000 acres, 2,800 structures destroyed. We may be seeing combined between the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire a total that may exceed the Thomas and Cedar fires, making this one of the most destructive fires in Southern California history.
And Mark, I have to say, I spent the night out at that mobile home community for that fire. And I just remember thinking, wow, this is so huge. Never did I think that we would see so many fires after that that are so much more destructive. You know, being part of the Woolsey fire, being evacuated for that fire, the Thomas fire, so many that have come. But again, nothing like what we are seeing here in the last 24 hours.
And in January, no less.
Exactly.
I mean, typically by December, I know fire season is year round, but let's face it, we typically see like September, October, November, maybe December. But to have this in January, winds like this, to be as dry as we are, you know, I hate to use the cliche, but it's almost like a perfect storm of conditions. And, you know, kind of thinking ahead as a Southern California resident, we have to change something, you know, either how we build or how we fight fires, because it is changing and it feels like we have not evolved with it. We have not been able to get ahead of these things. And I hate to just say, well, it's not preventable, because we have to do something. We can't have people losing home and life like this, because clearly the environment is changing, the climate is changing, how these fires move is changing. And I know our law enforcement and our firefighters are doing everything they can. But, you know, Mother Nature is just out of control.
And we did know about this. It's not like this was a surprise that these winds came. We've been talking about these winds for days. We knew they were coming. We knew they would be strong. We knew that they would be the worst that we had seen since 2011. And then when they came, they came. And it, as you have been saying, it is unprecedented. Fortunately, Joy was saying that in Altadena, it felt like the winds were dying down a bit, but our meteorologist, Paul Diano, has certainly been tracking the conditions and is here now with our next weather forecast.
Hey, guys, we knew about this. We can warn everyone. We can say and do all the right things. Start a fire in the middle of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. There's nothing that any human or any plane or any firefighter can do to stop that. Mother Nature wins that battle, whether we're prepared or not. So we were prepared, didn't matter. 36 mile per hour winds right now in Pacific Palisades. So the winds are going down. I know they ramped up really quickly. They're not going to lower that quickly. It's going to be after sunset today and tonight before the winds get down to more manageable levels. So in Simi Valley, it's still 52 miles per hour. In Malibu, it's still 45 miles per hour. Pacific Palisades, 36 miles per hour. Now, I don't want to minimize the fact that it's a whole lot better than what we had overnight, where the winds were gusting 70 to 90 miles per hour. But I also don't want to minimize the fact that 36 miles per hour is still a significant problem when it comes to battling a fire that is in the thousands of acres in size. Same story around Sylmar, where we have a fire burning near there, 45 mile per hour wind gusts. And even Burbank and Altadena, 33 to 37 miles per hour. Better. Still a problem. We still have winds pushing embers and spreading the fire at a very high rate of speed. And we have to talk about the fact that conditions are still ripe if any new fire were to start, say in the Inland Empire, where we haven't seen fires, thank goodness. Look at this swath of wind gusts. The winds have not died down much at all. Temecula, Riverside, San Bernardino, Hemet, Chino, Santa Ana are all 40 miles per hour with the latest wind gusts or higher. That is significant. That is still a problem. So the high wind warning expires at 6 o'clock, but even after that, it's still going to be breezy. It just won't be above that warning criteria. So throughout the late morning into the early afternoon, the next several hours from right now, the winds could still hit 75 to 100 miles per hour in the mountains. We're seeing that right now. In some of our valleys, it could exceed 60 miles per hour, likely now closer to 45 to 50, but still a big time problem. Take a look at this. We talk about a different climate. What does that look like? I think everybody wanted to put it in the category of, oh, things are just going to be warmer, period. That's not the case. Things are warmer sometimes. Things are colder sometimes. Things are wetter sometimes. Things are drier sometimes. What we've been seeing over the past several years is that things are just more extreme. The extremes in both directions are worse. Case in point, the past 3 years of rainfall data here in Southern California. 2 water years ago, we had double our average rainfall. 28 inches of rain. Flooding was a huge problem. Mountain snowfall was a huge problem. Then last winter, we had 25 inches of rainfall. That was still a big problem when it came to mudslides and landslides and flooding. Now look at what happened this year. We've had 1/6 of 1 inch of rainfall. I know we still have most of January, a lot of February and March to go. That is extreme right there. Extremely wet, almost as extremely wet, and now virtually nothing. Each one presents a problem on the other side of the equation, but now our problem is it is so dry. A lot of people have been asking, why does this happen here, and why does this not happen in other places? Other places get hurricanes, we don't, but we get Santa Ana winds, everybody else doesn't. Let me give you a 30-second explainer as to why. First thing you need is a huge ridge of high pressure to our west over the ocean. By the way, we've got that, and that's why it hasn't rained. That's why we're still seeing Santa Ana wind events into January, and that's why it's so dry outside.
We have been watching live coverage from our CBS Los Angeles station, and you just heard there, I mean, a little more than 1/10 of an inch of rain in this year that they are calculating so far, with a few more months left to go. Multiple wildfires continue to burn out of control throughout the county. Our coverage continues right after this short break. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it!
Let's go!
Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, gal.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser. We are tracking extremely dangerous and now deadly conditions in Southern California, where multiple wildfires continue to burn out of control. 4 major fires are raging, with little or no containment in the Los Angeles area, fueled by extraordinarily high winds. The fires have been named the Palisades Fire west of LA, the Eaton Fire northeast of the city, and the Hearst and Woodland fires in the northern outskirts. I want to show you time-lapse video of the Palisades Fire, which erupted quickly yesterday morning around 10:30 local time. It has destroyed dozens of homes and businesses already. This particular fire has more than tripled in size from overnight, from almost 3,000 acres to 11,800 acres. In all, more than 70,000 people have been ordered to evacuate. State fire officials say at least 2 people died in the Eaton fire, but the exact cause of these deaths unknown at this time. They also say a high number of people injured by the fires were those who didn't evacuate. According to poweroutage.us, more than 400,000 people are without power in the state.
Please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment.
Now, to give you some context of the area, here's a map showing the fire's locations in relation to cities and some of the area's biggest attractions. Of course, the famous Hollywood sign, as well as the Getty Museum. Those are located between the Woodley and the Palisades fire. The museum says they've been impacted with some trees and vegetation on site burned, but no structures on fire. And the Santa Monica Pier is just south of where the Palisades fire is burning. Disneyland, you'll notice, is located a bit further away in Anaheim. CBS News correspondent Elise Preston is in Malibu, California, which is in Los Angeles County. Elise, I noticed that you've moved locations again. We can really see that smoke behind you, and again, that wind.
Yeah, Lindsay, about a half hour ago when I spoke to you, I said that the wind hasn't necessarily died down. We were just in a different position. So we are back in that position for your viewers, and you can see just how powerful these winds are. These wind gusts have topped out at about 100 miles per hour, and that is what is making these 4 fires so dangerous, because they are able to carry embers and burst them into flames. They're able to spread the flames in, excuse me, in a very short time. And so if you go right down this Pacific Coast Highway stretch, you'll see on both sides of the street homes that have just burned to the ground. I've never seen anything like it. You know, we've covered so many wildfires, and you may see a fire on one side of the street, and then on the opposite side, the homes are untouched. But that has not been the case here. And in this Palisades fire in particular, there are more than 1,000 structures that have burned. And so it is absolutely devastating. It is heartbreaking to see that up close. Along the Pacific Coast Highway down this way, you'll see people who have evacuated, but they haven't necessarily gone anywhere. They're in their cars just along this stretch of the roadway. You're seeing them praying. You're seeing them cry, wipe away tears, and just reach out and speak to one another.
And Elise, can you put this in context? I mean, you've lived in the area. You know the area well. How different does this time feel?
This is devastating, Lindsay. I've never seen anything like it. I've been in California for about 2 years, but we've spoken to people who have lived here all their lives, and they say that they have never seen anything like it, and it is because of this wind, and it is so dry. You were reporting earlier in your show when you were breaking into the LA programming, they were talking about just how off, right, that this fire season is. And the fact that this would be happening in January. It is so dry right now, and these winds have just made these 4 wildfires almost impossible for firefighters to try to get a hold of.
All right, Elise.
Excuse me, it's just all of the embers and the smoke.
Yes, and I'm pleased to see you. You've been adjusting your face mask and goggles. We know that's so important for you guys to stay safe as well. Please seek refuge when you can, but we really appreciate you bringing us these live reports, you and your crew. Now, while evacuations are underway across parts of Southern California, one man was able to break the line in order to rescue his mother from the flames. David Hansen joins us now from Thousand Oaks, California, on the phone. And David, from the people we talked to, this came on and grew so quickly. Tell us about the moment you knew your mom was in danger and what obstacles you faced to get to her. You know, I was driving on the freeway yesterday at about 11:15 in the morning when the fire
had probably already grown to about 10 acres. And not more than 600 yards from where this fire broke out, there was actually a fire on New Year's morning, January 1st, around 1 or 2 in the morning, of a similar size that the LAFD did a fantastic job and got out quickly. We don't know if this was a restart of that fire from a week ago or what. And when I was still on the freeway at Sunset Boulevard and the 405 at 11:45 in the morning, it became apparent in that 30 minutes that the fire had grown in scale. And one of our good friends, is a neighbor of my mom's, Jerry Coliano, was trying to drive my mother out of the Palisades Highlands where the fire started. It's a community of about 1,000 homes with only one way in and one way out on Palisades Drive, a canyon. And they instructed me that they try to evacuate, but were told to turn around and shelter in place because the fire was consuming cars and palm trees at the bottom of the canyon, preventing everybody from leaving. And I knew from growing up there, being born and raised in the Palisades, that there's a fire access road at the top of Lockman Lane that is the only other artery for vehicles to get into the Palisades Highlands in that community of 1,000 homes. And even some newer residents don't really know about it because it's a gate that's normally closed. And I was so blessed that I was able to go by some burning homes on Lockman and Charmel Place, and I was probably the last car to cross the fire road as the flames were about to touch it. And then once we got my mother, and we're trying to get her and her dog out of the Highlands and have friends follow us, just within 5 minutes when we got back to that fire road for evacuating, it was completely engulfed in flames. And we were instructed by police and the fire crews on site to shelter in place. And it was another 2+ hours before LAFD and the LAPD did a fantastic job with bulldozers clearing 4 lanes of traffic of cars that were abandoned and on fire at Palisades Drive so that the bulk of the residents could get out closer to 3 in the afternoon.
Wow. How is your mom doing, and what was it like when you found her?
So she's in shock then. She's in shock now. And when we sheltered in place at her home, she still had power. She still had internet. It was amazing. And she was able to get a few belongings. I think she never thought this was going to happen because in 37 years, she's experienced fires. She's experienced evacuations. But this community, absent a couple homes in the last 40 years, really hasn't burned structures. And, you know, this was an inferno that none of us foresaw. And so she was able to get some personal belongings, and she's still in shock. And we don't know if her home's there or not. My sister's home in Malibu, above Duke's Malibu in Las Flores Canyon, burnt to the ground after they evacuated at 6:15 p.m. last night. They were able to get back to see their property completely destroyed. And my mother's, we don't have access to it yet. And we know from a couple people in a vicinity that there's homes actively burning on her street. And we're guessing at least a third or half the homes on her street are currently on fire on Piedra Morada Drive. And we're just praying that everybody's safe and, you know, hopefully some homes survive.
I'm so sorry to hear what's going on with your mom's neighbors and your own family. How are you able to reconcile the images that you are seeing, the bulldozers moving abandoned cars, the catastrophic flames, the winds, the smoke, the damage that you're seeing? How are you able to wrap your mind around that, given that you grew up in this area?
I've never seen anything this extreme. I mean, everybody thought they were in a war zone, and what other people in third world countries may experience. And, yeah, we're just utter shock. And our neighbors that stayed behind with some hoses and pumps and fire hoses and fuel-powered pumps to get water out of their pools to fight the fire, some very brave people stayed till past 6 in the evening. And that was about the time that, unfortunately, the water pressure for the community, for the homes, was significantly reduced and non-working to allocate it more to the fire hydrants. But even then, the local fire hydrants weren't at the water pressures that the LAFD liked. And so they were getting some air support in the night. But being there, you know, you can stand next to a fireplace and feel the heat. And it was just kind of strange being 100 yards or 50 yards away from active flames and feeling the heat, you know, from a few hundred feet. And I don't think I've ever really experienced anything like that.
How did you see, I know that you witnessed some neighbors staying behind, hosing down their property. What else did you see? And do you know if they're okay? And were any of them useful in helping you get to your mom?
a lot of my mom's neighbors have, like her, been there for over 30 years. It's kind of a little community that people move to and never leave. And strangely, a lot of her neighbors are retired, and none of them were traveling, and they were all home in their houses, hosing off their properties. And we were all kind of working together, making sure everybody was out of neighbors' homes. And a good friend up the hill from my mother was fantastic, Jerry Del Coliano, who was there. And before I could get there, and my sister could not get there from Malibu, when she didn't know her home later in the day was going to be at risk, he was the one that first got my mom into a car and tried to get her evacuated before they could not get down Palisades Drive. So everybody was helping everybody. We saw people, just in case they had to drive through flames at the bottom of the hill, dousing their cars, not their homes, with water with their hose, just to, hopefully prevent embers from igniting their cars as they drove through the flames.
I mean, so much of what you're saying is unfathomable. What about your home? Are you doing okay? Is your home in any danger?
So we are now out in Thousand Oaks, and my sister's in an Airbnb in Woodland Hills, and Airbnb was awesome. Got them a home within hours of evacuating at 6 o'clock last night for their family of 6. And, we had a big fire here years ago, the Woolsey fire, and Southern California Edison being prudent, the power shut off for most of Thousand Oaks, Westlake Village, and a lot of communities currently not impacted by the fire. So we're blessed to be alive. Our home here in Thousand Oaks is okay. But I'm talking to you with, a Starlink Mini plugged into a car for power, as our home is currently without power, but we're still here and we're still standing, and we hope within the next 12 to 24 hours to be able to drive back to see what, if anything, is left of my mom's home on Piedra Morada Drive.
David, I'm so sorry we're talking to you under these circumstances, but we appreciate you bringing us the stories of your neighbors and how they were helping one another, and also the story of you safely getting your mom. Please keep us posted when you are able to get back to that area and let us know how her home is doing. Thank you for your time, and take care.
Thank you.
And just so everybody is aware as well, President Biden and the First Lady are leaving Los Angeles now on their way to LAX. The president approved a major disaster declaration for California, so that allows survivors to immediately access funds and resources to jumpstart their recovery. We continue to track this breaking news. We want to take you back to Southern California and CBS News Los Angeles' live coverage of these deadly wildfires.
We even have a plan of action from here on out.
We're just trying to do the best we can right now. With the circumstances that are given to us, we're just trying to do the best we can and help everyone that we can.
You see residents crying, their homes going up, and you can't save them all.
Like I said, we're trying to do the best we can and accommodate everyone.
Thank you, sir. That's it. One exhausted firefighter I was just talking to. I mean, his eyes are red-rimmed, his face covered in ash. He's trying to get the water, the water pressure up. But I can tell you, neighbors who've tried to turn on hoses, their water's off because they need all the pressure they can elsewhere. I mean, the water's off, obviously power's out, power lines are down everywhere. So we haven't even been able to access some of those other streets here off Santa Rosa as we continue down Altadena. We're going to try to see where this fire is headed, as I said, west of here into parts of La Crescenta, Montrose. So I'll send it back to you guys for now. I just can't believe it. I mean, I just can't believe what we keep coming across. I keep thinking it's over and we finally may see the end of this, or, the end of the push of this fire, but it just hasn't let up.
Yeah, and Jasmine, I think it's so important what that firefighter said. We are just doing our best. And I know that people are frustrated when they're watching our coverage and they don't see the engines or they don't see the firefighters. But it's simply because there are not enough of them to be at every street, every location that is burning. This is unprecedented. And so, we know they're trying their best, but unfortunately at this point they have to just let some places burn because, it's beyond their ability to put it out. Jasmine, thank you so much, and you've been doing such an amazing job, and it is so hard to report in your own community when you're worried about your own home and your own family, so we really appreciate it. We want to switch gears now, go back to the Palisades fire, which is stretching into Malibu, causing more damage to communities there. It is certainly not over.
No, by no means, and this is where our Michelle Geely is, and Michelle, we know that it broke out in Palisades and now it has moved to Malibu. You're on PCH, is that right?
That's right. I am in Malibu right now, so we're going to swing around and show you everything that we can see. We just got here a couple of minutes or so ago, and all along Pacific Coast Highway, this is the view that we had. Absolutely devastating, heartbreaking to see all of these homes leveled. We came in through Santa Monica on PCH, and there was thick black smoke in the Palisades area, but now you can see that we can actually look up to the sky and it's blue. It's still windy here, however, and we're just able to survey the damage. I am at the 21,000 block of PCH, just south of Dukes in Malibu. James, do you mind stepping over? And one of the things that we're being very mindful of, there are lots of down power lines. We don't know what's energized and what's not, so we're definitely being very, very careful. James' brother lives in one of these homes here.
Yeah, 21056 PCH, right down there. And what happened was, as soon as these power poles lit on fire, because these two houses went, and then once the embers blew and caught these telephone poles, the telephone poles went onto the houses also. And also these houses all here are wood seawalls, which are soaked with creosote. And once those flames go, they go into the house. The only one that survived is a concrete house back there. You can see it was made completely of concrete, and it survived. All the windows are blown out, but it's still there.
So please point out which home is your brother's.
It's right down there. See the black van?
Yes.
See the guy going through that gate right there? That's my son, Timmy, right by that car going by.
And how is your brother's home?
It's fine, because once again, he has a rock seawall. And the rock seawalls help protect the houses. Once these houses burn and then that seawall goes, it just creates it just goes to the next house.
So please,
connected. They're all connected.
And where do you live?
I live in out of state. Okay. I'm just here for the winter.
So you've been staying at this home?
No. I travel. I just happened to be in the area yesterday.
And where is your brother?
He's there.
So did he ride it out at home?
Yeah, he stayed there all night. He was up all night. I had to leave because I have a dog, and I couldn't put the dog. It got so smoky it was not healthy for the dog or anybody.
All right, so what is your brother doing now? We just, a few blocks away, there are still homes that are burning on the water here.
There's still houses right across from the fire station here at Carbon Canyon that they're putting out right now. They've got trucks on it, water dumping on it, but the houses are still burning on Carbon Beach.
Okay, and it looks as though this stretch of homes along this block did survive, right?
Because this house here is the first one that has a rock seawall. This one is the only wood seawall that survived. I think it's all stucco also, which helps. But all those houses, except for a few in between, have a rock seawall, and it helps. But this. No, they had no chance, because once these houses burned and it went across the street and caught the telephone poles on fire, the telephone poles actually fell into the houses. And
so you're referencing now the homes on the mountainside of PCH.
Once they went, the whole thing, it was on both sides, and then once it crossed over, it caught these telephone poles on fire. It was just a domino effect. There was no way to stop it. Also, the fire department is very smart about getting in between these fires when you have fires on both sides. So they were very smart to stay pretty much away from this area.
Now, were you here watching when these homes
were?
Yeah, I
have photos of this one.
And when was this? What time?
10 o'clock last night, 9:30.
Wow. So this was one home here that we're looking at. I see the front door.
That's the gate to that one house. And there's Randy, my friend. Those are his cars right there. That's Randy's Jeep, the gray one that burnt. And I don't know whose car is behind it, but that's Randy's house with its chimney sticking up with the big retaining wall in the back.
So where is Randy?
I don't know. He works at a restaurant in town here, but I think he evacuated if he was smart.
Now, we had heard something about some people here in Malibu who were running to Dukes. You said that we're just south of Dukes, running to Dukes, and that they had been burned in the fire and they were trying to get help. Did you
I didn't hear anything about that, but I know there was a lot of ambulances circling this area looking for people that potentially got hurt. I would be surprised if people, if there was people that didn't get hurt, because it was that bad. The Duke's parking lot's a staging area for the fire department right now. And also people have been bringing their cars down there and leaving them so they have, a car still.
James, I appreciate your time. Thank you. So you guys, we're just making our way up and down Pacific Coast Highway, taking a look at the damage. There are blocks of homes that are standing. Tim Kimball is with me on the camera, and you can see there, this home looks like it's in pretty good shape. Some of the vegetation is torched behind it, but the house is standing. So we have, unfortunately, though, seen more homes gone than standing, at least along the ocean side here on Pacific Coast Highway. But we're going to make our way a little bit deeper into Malibu and show you. And you've seen law enforcement and the fire guys up and down PCH. So they're negotiating all of these down power poles and wires, and still working to put out fires here. Back to you guys.
And Michelle, every time we see an image like this where the homes that are on the water, basically, that have burned to the ground, it's just so hard to understand how this happened. But now that this neighbor or brothers, the neighbor to the brother, explained that it was the telephone lines that fell over, it certainly answers a lot of questions, because so many times we were thinking, how are these homes burning across PCH and right as they're right up on the water? But now he's given us a more clearer image. So thank you for that.
And we want to now get back out to our Jasmine Veal. She is in Altadena, where we saw the senior center burning. And Jasmine, you are now surrounded by firefighters who are trying to put out this fire.
Yeah, this is quite the firefight right now. The senior center here in Altadena up in flames, and they've been putting water on this. And I'm with the battalion chief, Brenda Simonian, talking about the challenges with this. They've been trying to save the more than 100-year-old Deodar cedars on Christmas Tree Lane as well. Chief, thanks for the few seconds here. I heard there are fire extinguishers, or those haven't been able to get turned on or used.
No, ma'am, we're at a complete, we're losing water pressure up here. We have a lack of resources. The wind, as you see, is pushing it very violently. And the lack of water is a huge, huge hurdle that we're trying to overcome, so we can save as much as we can.
So lack of water, like no pressure in the neighborhood?
All the hydrants have run dry.
Oh, no. So what do you do now?
So we send our water tenders or our engines down to shuttle water from further away, different hydrants that still have water.
This is bad.
It makes it challenging to do our job, but we're just up here trying to do the best we can for the citizens in the community.
Yeah, you guys are. I mean, I saw these firefighters, red-rimmed eyes, soot-covered faces. Residents, though, are standing next to watching their homes burn because, like you said, there's just not enough resources.
It's heartbreaking to see, yeah. And we're up here and we're trying our best, and all the guys and girls, they work super hard to try and do this and save everyone's home and their businesses.
What was it like overnight? Can you tell me what you guys went through?
It was a very, very long night, similar to today. Lack of resources, lack of water. We're pulling resources from all over California just to kind of come and help us with this crazy wind event that we haven't had in years.
I'm sure you were pre-positioned. We talk about those strike teams. You had everything.
You can't prepare enough for something like this. It's impossible. I mean, we had 80+ mile-per-hour winds sustained. You can't stop fires in that weather.
Are you stationed out here in the San Gabriel Valley?
I'm in Santa Clarita.
So you came from Santa Clarita. I mean, the Palisades fire, hours later you had Eaton Canyon around 6:30 just explode.
Yes, and then Hearst, it's just been ongoing nonstop ever since the wind started.
And 2 fatalities with this one.
I haven't even heard that, to be honest with you.
What about injuries with firefighters? Are they okay?
I haven't heard any injuries either. So,
but they're getting through it, but it's been...
Yeah. Everyone's tired and worn out, but we got a long fight to go.
So I guess what's the game plan if you're hauling water from other fire hydrants? What do you need?
Well, we need to get the streets cleared. We got a lot of citizens starting to come back in, and we're not ready for that yet, so that makes it hard on us too. And then we do need to get water, and we need our resources to be able to get to the incidents.
So residents need to stay out. I have seen so many people, neighbors, like you said, coming back to try to check on their homes, and they need to stay away.
It does make it very hard to navigate the streets already with the smoke, the wind, and everything else, plus wires down, and now we're trying to navigate through residents and I get it, they want to come back and see if their home is there, but we have a lot of work to do.
Can you share any stories that you've seen, or rescues, or just something you've come across that has just been, that we haven't been able to witness?
So last night, I mean, from the the get-go, once it broke out, we had immediate structure defense issues, immediate evacuation issues, and the amount of effort that came from sheriff, fire, everybody to come together and try and get these people out of their homes. It was very, very touching, and we were scrambling to get people out of their homes to make sure we saved as many people as possible.
So going in physically lifting up, I mean, some elderly.
Yes, very much.
A ton of elderly
people.
We
had convalescent homes that had to be evacuated because some people are non-ambulatory, so we had a lot of work. Yeah. So.
Battalion Chief Brenda Simonian, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck to you, okay?
All right.
I'm going to make my way down to John Shriver. He has been right up close to these flames just to show you. I mean, again, they're putting water on this, but this looks like, I mean, it just looks like a fruitless effort, right? You have a tree exploding in fire right now because, they just can't put water on it. And I can definitely tell the pressure is down. I mean, you can only put so much water, and then you heard it from the battalion chief, they have to go haul it from a different fire hydrant just to get back.
We've been watching live coverage from CBS Los Angeles as multiple wildfires continue to burn out of control throughout the county. Our coverage continues after this short break. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high.
If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered. She just vanished. 48 hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency? She
disappeared off the face of the earth. Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser, and devastating wildfires continue to rage out of control in parts of greater Los Angeles. The 4 major fires are being fueled by a massive windstorm that saw gusts of 100 miles an hour. They've been named the Palisades Fire west of LA, the Eaton Fire northeast of the city, and the Hearst and Woodland Fires in the northern outskirts. I want to show you some time-lapse video of the Palisades Fire, which has destroyed dozens of homes and businesses. This particular fire has more than tripled in size from overnight, from almost 3,000 acres to 11,800 acres. In all, more than 70,000 people have been ordered to evacuate so far. State fire officials say at least 2 people have died in the Eaton Fire, which has grown to 10,600 acres, but the exact causes of death is unknown at this time. Officials also say a high number of the people injured by the fires were those who did not evacuate. According to poweroutage.us, more than 400,000 people are without power in the state.
Please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment.
To give our viewers not familiar with the area some context, here's a map showing the location of the flames in relation to some local communities and area attractions. So the famous Hollywood sign, as well as the Getty Museum, are essentially sandwiched between the Woodley Fire and the Palisades Fire. Then we see the Hearst Fire, which is burning near the San Fernando Valley. And then we see the Eaton Fire, which is burning near Glendale, California. All the way on your right-hand side of the screen, in the lower area, you can see Disneyland. Just to give you an idea of the area, that is located in Anaheim. That right now, not in any danger of these fires. We want to go ahead and take you now back up to Southern California and CBS News Los Angeles' live coverage of the devastation being caused by these deadly wildfires.
Right now, briefly, we just want to talk to this woman.
Yeah.
Taisha, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
I'm so sorry to hear. I understand that you went back to your home and...
My grandma's home was burnt to the ground. I'm just looking for my aunt right now, and I can't currently find her. So if anyone knows her, we're looking for her.
What's her name and how old is she?
Her name is Carolyn Burns. She's 57.
Okay, and she evacuated on her own, and you're just trying to be reunited with her at this
Yes,
point.
to see if she's okay.
Okay, I'm so sorry you lost your home. Did you see the fire come, or did you just see the aftermath?
I just see the aftermath.
But everyone got out of the
So
home,
far.
and your pets and everyone.
We didn't have any pets.
Okay.
But so far they did. We're just looking for my aunt right now, as of right now.
Okay, and one more time, what's her name?
Carolyn Burns.
Okay, and she can come here, meet you here.
Yes, if anyone knows anything, because their house is burned to the ground. Yes.
Yeah, I'm so sorry what happened, but the good thing is that you're okay, and hopefully
Yes.
she's okay too.
Yes.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for talking to us. So you guys, it's really unbearable, the stories. All of these people living it and just thinking about it as they're waiting to find out what happened to their home. She unfortunately knows what happened. Many other people just trying to meet up with family members. This is the place to be. This is where authorities are. This is where help is. This is where food is, where cops are, where you can bring your animals. So please, if you need any help, come down here. This is the place to be. And maybe this woman will see if we can reunite her with her relatives. For now, though, that's the very latest live in Pasadena. Let me send it back to you.
All right, Ross, thank you for that. And we're so glad that the American Red Cross is there for so many people. Now, the intense and powerful winds have really turned sparks into infernos. The speed that these fires have escalated is seen as alarming. Governor Newsom says fire season has become year-round in our state, despite this not traditionally being wildfire season, but it is now.
Yeah, so to help us understand the impact of this extreme weather and its effect on the ecosystem is Dr. Helen Holmlund from Pepperdine University. And first off, I want to thank you for joining us, because I know that everybody in Los Angeles right now in some way, shape, or form has been impacted by this. How might the increased frequency of these fires themselves influence our climate?
Well, what's really critical here is that the intersection with drought, right? Because these severe winds are coming after a prolonged seasonal drought here in Southern California, chaparral shrublands. Approximately 6 months is the normal seasonal drought for this region, but we are now looking at about 8 months since we've had any meaningful rain down here. So the plants are really dry. And it's getting worse because the low humidity of this current wind event is drying out the plants even further, which makes them easier to burn. Another thing to consider is the impact of past drought, right? A lot of the area burning in the Palisades fire hasn't burned in at least 30 years. that time span is actually a fairly normal, healthy fire return interval, 30 years for the chaparral shrubs. But it means that the area hasn't burned since the historic drought from 2012 to 2018. That drought was really problematic for the chaparral because it actually killed a bunch of the chaparral shrubs. And chaparral shrubs don't normally die during the summer. They are evergreen, which means that they are so drought tolerant, they can stay hydrated with green leaves all summer long. But that multi-year drought was just so bad that it actually killed some of the shrubs. And so now that hillside has dead shrubs intermixed with the living ones, and the dead plants can ignite more easily than the living ones, and they increase the fuel load, as we saw with the 2018 Woolsey fire, which burns such a large area. And so that's how the past multi-year drought might continue to haunt us in terms of more severe fire today. In terms of fire frequency, we also have the issue as fires become more frequent. Basically, the chaparral shrubs, they don't have time to regenerate before the next fire. And when that happens, the chaparral shrubs get in place with these invasive annuals. And unfortunately, those invasive annual species, they die in early summer. They spend the summer dead. And so then they can ignite even more easily and contribute to even more frequent fires.
Let's talk a little bit about urban planning and how it can actually mitigate some fire risk in what are traditionally high-risk areas.
You know, I have to acknowledge I'm not an expert on urban planning, but I can talk about how Pepperdine has designed their campus to be as fire safe as possible. I really appreciate our Pepperdine leadership and our local fire authorities because they've collaborated to make this really safe environment for us, right? The campus was designed with fire in mind, right? Because essentially our campus minimizes that perimeter, that wildland-urban interface, because all the buildings are bunched close together. And of course, our landscaping team follows local guidelines for clearing the appropriate amount of vegetation. And that just makes our buildings very much easier to defend during the fire because there's such a limited perimeter between the buildings and plants, and it's easier to defend. And of course, Pepperdine also keeps a massive holding pond on campus as a resource for the firefighters. So I think those aspects of Pepperdine's campus design really help me feel safe when we shelter and place on campus. This is our policy.
You know, we talk a lot about what we can learn from these disasters. Are there lessons from fire-prone ecosystems elsewhere that could help save our state?
You know, my expertise is primarily, of course, in California. I have to say, I think, you know, action on a large scale, of course, is everything we can do to mitigate climate change, right? These severe droughts just have such a big impact in worsening fires. And then, of course, anything we can do to limit ignitions, right? Because most of ignitions are related to humans in some way, shape, or form. And the chaparral is not designed for frequent fires. They're adapted to fires coming decades apart, and that would be good for us too. But it's just such a difficult intersection with the droughts that can make the chaparral more prone to these massive fires. And so anything we can do to limit those ignitions is really important.
All right, Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate your time and your insight, and what is happening at Pepperdine has really been amazing to see. Thank you.
We want to go back to our Joy Benedict, who is by the Pasadena Waldorf School in Altadena, which has just burned down. And Joy, you know, that's just so hard to hear because a school is a community, and so to have a loss like that is really, really devastating.
Yeah, it really is, Christine. I mean, you said it right. We hate to see anything burn, but when you see things like the senior center and the libraries and the schools go down, it is really hard for so many who have memories here, either of going to school here or attending right now. But this is sort of the north side off of Altadena of the Pasadena Waldorf School, and there is not a building that I can see that has not been gutted, a middle and high school out here. That is basically what they have. So certainly tough to see, but it's not just the school. As our photographer turns around, you can see all the homes over here on the north side of Altadena. They are also completely gutted. We're starting to see a few homeowners come by. They're trying to look through things. And as we've heard the fire department say, this is not the time yet. There is still active fires burning, as we showed you just a few moments ago out there on Lake. And so the crews have got to be able to get through what little crews that we have, just in case some of these flames continue to burn. But as you look over here on the north side of Altadena, there is not a house left standing. And I don't know how many driveways there there were at this point, you kind of just start counting the fences as you go by, because whatever was behind them is no more. And as if we come down here on Highview Avenue, unfortunately, it looks the exact same. It is destruction on both sides of the street. I did not see one home still standing here on Highview Avenue on the west side of this school, as everything is just gutted. Every car, every house frame, every rooftop, everything. And these homes look like they have been burning for several hours, so they likely caught fire early this morning, and they've just continued to burn to the ground, and not a fire truck in sight at this time. But at this point, there's not really anything that they can do, and those limited resources that we have around here are being used to prevent this fire from spreading into new communities that maybe are still standing. And so that's really all you can do at this point, is to sit here and watch those that have already caught fire burn and try and protect the structures that have not burned yet. And those are going to be further down the road. And so we're going to try and head out to the edges of the fire and see how that action is going. But it's certainly just heartbreaking to look around and see the school gone, the homes around it gone, people's livelihoods, their memories simply just going up in smoke right now. And you still see a few of those embers getting in the air, and that's not what we like to see either, when there's already so much destruction and so much ruin really in all directions around us here in this Altadena community. So guys, we're just going to keep looking and trying to show as many of these streets to so many people who live here, because when you are in an evacuation area, that is the first thing I get asked. Can you check my home? Can you see, is it still standing? And unfortunately it's not. I also want to show these cars, because I've covered a lot of fires, and I have yet to see as many people in the community as I do right now, just simply driving around, taking photos and looking. I know it's natural and it's curiosity to do this, but one, it's dangerous, and two, it can hurt the efforts of the firefighters to get in and out of there quickly. I mean, we as the media, this is our job, this is what I have trained to do, but to have people just driving around already looking for your homes, as we heard that battalion chief say earlier in Jasmine's live shot, this is not the time. It is not the time to be doing this. If you are somewhere safe, we suggest that you stay in that safe location and let the fire department and the first responders do their job. And I mean, text me, call me, I'll check on your house. I've been doing it all morning for folks on social media. I am happy to do that for you if that is what you are worried about, but please stay in a safe location. I'll send it back to you guys.
Absolutely, Joy, and this is a perfect example. We see those cars coming through, then we see a first responder trying to get through it. It makes it very dangerous for everyone that is involved. And I tell you, when I look at these images, it's so heartbreaking when you see the buildings going up in flames. But then, Joy, when I see them already burned, I think, gosh, what is more heartbreaking, seeing the ashes, the devastation there, or seeing them up in flames? And it is just all just so heartbreaking. Thank you for showing us what is happening out there, keeping us up to date. There are a lot of cars going by. First responders, be careful, and we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Now we want to go back to our Michelle Geely, who is on Rambla Vista in Malibu, and well-known actor James Woods is, well, no, sorry, I'm reading here, Michelle. We're going to just stick with you, and I'm guessing you don't have James Woods with you. We're just going to hear what you're seeing there.
Amy, you can see behind me a fire at a home that was destroyed likely yesterday, but still burning today. We just saw a firefighter up on the balcony, that tall balcony there, fighting the fire at the home next door, shooting water down onto it. It looks like they were able to save that stucco structure. Unclear what the home here was made of, but it's a total loss. And as we look across, we're just above Pacific Coast Highway. You see all of the homes along the ocean there that are gone. This is pretty much the scene that we've been seeing for the last couple of hours. In this neighborhood on Rambla Vista, there are some homes that are standing. You can see this one behind me here. This is at 21349 Rambla Vista. This other, it looks like a multi-dwelling unit here. There's a lot of black I see a lot of black soot as I look through the windows. The structure is standing, but unclear what the inside looks like. And we're going to walk on down Rambla Vista. This home, you can recognize, of course, a few things. This garage door that is caved in. There's water there spurting out and dripping down. You see the tall chimney. It's just really heartbreaking. A burned out car here on Rambla Vista, a staircase that led up to either this home or the house next door. And then a couple houses down, we see that they have managed, those homes managed to survive. The cars are in the driveway. They look like they are untouched by fire. So just so interesting and curious why it is that one home is standing and the other isn't. I don't know enough about the neighborhood and the building codes and the things to really get deep into it. But we wanted just to come here and show you these pictures and share with you that firefighters are still going up and down all of these streets, looking for flames and putting fires out as fast as they can. We were just at Duke's, which is a well-known place on PCH just below us there, and we saw some fire crews that looked like they were in their trucks resting, catching up on some much-needed sleep. And there were also some classic old cars parked there that are intact, so perhaps the owners there raced down when the fire started and thought that maybe that would be a safe place to keep those. Here, I can't tell what kind of car this is, but it's melted.
That looks like a Tesla.
Just so terribly sad to see all of this here in Malibu. When we drove from Santa Monica, as I had indicated earlier, you could barely see down PCH, but the smoke started to clear a little bit and we can see some blue sky, which is certainly a good sign. But then, you know, you come upon a neighborhood like this one. Again, we're on Rambla Vista, the 21,000 block, and homes are still burning. We see no residents up here. Thankfully, they are out, and the fire crews are able to make their way in and out. And there's that firefighter that I was referring to. He's back on the balcony. I'm going to have Tim Kimball show the firefighter, Tim, back on the balcony fighting the fire. Oh, now he's left again. So this is the scene here in Malibu, you guys. We're right near Duke's, and active fire still burning, piles of debris. You see the flames there.
You know, and Michelle, I think it's important to bring up what that resident or the brother of a resident said earlier, that the homes that were still standing on PCH were made of cement and stucco, and the homes that immediately went down were made of wood. And we just talked to, you know, a climate expert at Pepperdine, and I think that what we're learning from this is that we're going to just have to start building things differently.
Exactly.
You know, I remember when there used to be wood homes all over California, and we even had those shake shingle roofs. We no longer do that. And, you know, I think this is a good example of how we're going to have to adapt and change the way we build in Southern California.
Absolutely. And there are going to be a lot of people that are rebuilding, unfortunately, after these fires. And something tells me that the homes will be built quite differently.
Yeah. Well, we want to turn now to well-known actor James Woods. He is one of the thousands of people who had to evacuate the Palisades fire.
Yeah, he broke down when recounting the last 24 hours. Let's listen.
When we couldn't get our garage door open because the wind was blocking, because our door goes up like this, I said, oh my God, we're up in the hills here. And we got to walk out. I can't walk. I'm 77 years old, man. I can't walk up these hills. It's like Mount Everest here. It's like, you know, pretty steep. So, you know, it's just, I posted this on X, but Sarah was on with her 8-year-old niece last night. And she came out. I'm sorry. Just, you know, one day you're swimming in the pool and the next day it's all gone. But she came out with her little Yeti piggy bank for us to rebuild our house. I'm sorry. I'm usually. I thought I would be stronger than this. I thought I'd be stronger than this, but
It's so hard to hear that. And, you know, if you live in LA, it's this unique place that draws you in. And, you know, a lot of us, like I grew up in San Diego, but I've now been in LA as long as I lived in San Diego. And you have this sense of community here, even though it's such a populous place. And we listen to the people who lost their homes. And, you know, it's not about the fixtures or the expensive things inside. It's that sense of community that we feel in our house, on our street, on our block. And when you lose that, it's just so tough to recover.
And, you know, so often, as we both worked here for a very long time, you'll cover a fire. And there's so much devastation in that community, and then we'll drive back to the station, and along the way, you see people and they're out and they're enjoying their day, sitting out on a patio having lunch. But in this situation, the fires are in so many different parts of the area that it seems like everyone has been touched by someone who has been impacted, whether they're evacuated, their home has been destroyed, but so many people have been impacted by these fires, 4 fires burning in our area.
And we can all see them. Regardless of where you live in LA County, if you look out a window or you're driving on the freeway, you can see the different fires, you can see that smoke. And assignment manager Mark Liu has been tracking it all. In fact, he was on with us yesterday when the Palisades fire broke out. And you're going to show us, because I think people might not realize, we still have very active fire activity.
We do, and I'm going to show you something that we haven't looked at yet today, and that's a different set of data, and it's from infrared imaging and heat sensing satellites in orbit. These fires that are currently burning in our region are certainly large enough and putting up heat blooms that can be seen with specialized equipment by satellites in orbit. And it's data that is available to view in the form of a website and a map. And I'm going to take you out to my screen now. What you're looking at here is a website called FIRMS, the NASA Fire Information for Resource Management System. And it's a collection of data from satellites that can sense heat signatures on the surface. And what we're looking at here is the heat signature over the last 24 hours of the Palisades fire. Now, there's a lot of data to go through here. The lighter colors, these orange and almost yellow areas, that's fire heat activity from 6 to 12 hours ago. But these dark red boxes that you see in the middle, that's fire activity from an hour ago. So really, that's where the fire is now. And I can change the opacity here, the opacity, to see where the active fire is. And you can see it is now in the hills to the north of PCH, moving all along. We are getting a look at the fire line by looking at these red squares. And you can see that just even in the last hour, there were heat signatures in the city of Pacific Palisades here, where we expect there is probably some very, very serious damage. Now, we can also see this activity over in the Eaton Canyon area, in the Eaton fire, and you can see this fire was extremely active in about 6 to 12 hours ago, but now we see the fire has broken into 2 flanks on either side. These red boxes are the squares that indicate that there was heat signatures just an hour ago, and Joy Benedict and Jasmine Veal were in these areas where we had seen the fire be so destructive. So this entire area of central Altadena has seen heat signatures large enough to be detected in space. And the other issue that I want to talk about is how there's also another flank of this fire, and it is moving over. Let's see if I can get out of my screen here just one second. There you go. It's over here. We really haven't seen all kinds of data about the area over here either. And so that is troubling in that there is a community on the eastern end that also could be dealing with it. And of course, this area of the fire in the north is burning up into the mountains. And there's really nothing out there until you get up into the Lancaster-Palmdale area. Now, there is one other fire, the Hearst fire, a bit of good news. I don't see any fire activity in the last hour. This is all from 6 to 12 hours ago. And then we were also talking about a fire that was in the Sepulveda Basin. It was right here. It was called the Woodley fire. wasn't even big enough for these satellites to detect. And I talked to LA City Fire. The good news with that one, knockdown. No more active flames there. That one is out. So we are still only now dealing with the original 3 fires. But hopefully it's going to be coming down to 2, as again, the Hearst fire up here in Sylmar doesn't seem to be as active as the 2 that are here. One other thing I want to talk about before I send it back to you. This is the aerial firefight going on in the Pacific Palisades area. And all of these icons you see here are orange, but the line that I'm looking at here, the flight path of an aircraft here that's this light colored teal green, that's from an aircraft called Intel 12, and it is actually on its way back to Sacramento, if I can find it. It's right here. It's heading northbound, and this is the aircraft from the Governor's Office of Emergency Management that is going to be doing that fire mapping. We're going to get a much better idea of the footprint of this fire. It really hasn't been updated since midnight. So this intelligence gathering aircraft is going to be able to share that with CAL FIRE, and they're going to get a much better idea of where the fire has burned. And as for the firefight here, Fire 3, Fire 2, all of these aircraft still doing a tremendous amount of work over here. There's actually a Ventura County fire, Firehawk now on the western end fighting that fire. So we're seeing a tremendous amount of resources here. And there is certainly a fire also, Firehawk in the Altadena area that's working on the western end doing water drops over there. So the battle for aerial superiority in these fires continue, and it is hopefully going to give those fire crews on the ground some hope, as those firefighters that are at the Palisades fire, now more than 26 hours they've been fighting this one.
All right, we have been watching live coverage from CBS Los Angeles as multiple wildfires continue to burn out of control throughout the county. Right now, the Palisades fires burn nearly 12,000 acres. The Eden fire just behind with 10,600 acres burned. Our coverage continues after this short break as we continue to follow the Palisades fire, the Eden fire, the Hearst fire, and the Woodley fire, all in Los Angeles County. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close. Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close up on the rising sun.
Clearly, Better Morning starts right here. CBS.
That's right.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Devastating wildfires continue to rage out of control in parts of greater Los Angeles. The 4 major fires are being fueled by a massive windstorm that saw gusts of 100 miles per hour. The fires have been named the Palisades Fire west of LA, the Eaton Fire northeast of the city, and the Hearst and Woodland fires in the northern outskirts. The Palisades Fire, seen here, is now the most destructive fire in Los Angeles history. It has destroyed dozens of homes and businesses and more than 1,000 structures. This particular fire has more than tripled in size from overnight, from almost 3,000 acres to 11,800 acres. In all, more than 70,000 people have been ordered to evacuate, and this map shows the impacted areas. So the sections in red are under an evacuation order. Areas in yellow are under an evacuation warning. The Eaton Fire has grown to 10,600 acres, and state fire officials say at least 2 people died in that fire, but the exact cause of those deaths is unknown at this time. According to PowerOutage.us, more than 400,000 people are without power in the state. Let's give you some context of where these fires are exploding in relation to some cities and landmarks you may recognize. So as you can see there, the Woodley Fire and Palisades Fire are burning, respectively, north and south of the famous Hollywood sign in the Getty Museum. You have the Hearst Fire that's burning near the San Fernando Valley toward the top of your screen. And then you have the Eaton Fire that is burning near Glendale, close to the center right part of your screen. CBS News correspondent Elise Preston is in Malibu, California, which is in Los Angeles County. Elise, you've been all over the area today covering this. What are you seeing now?
Yeah, we have been all over the area, Lindsay, and we keep coming back to this spot because it is the safest. As we continue to drive and look for other spots to show you, there's a concern that the winds will either kick up and carry the flames and endangering our crew, or the winds have knocked out cell service or power in those areas. So we can't even get those images to you from those vantage points. But we're here on Pacific Coast Highway. You can see people, just a few people trickling out, but no one is allowed back here. There are law enforcement officials basically stopping anyone who is not with law enforcement or first responder. They're stopping them from going back and forth into that area. It is devastating. The further you drive down Pacific Coast Highway, on both sides of the street, homes are just burned to the ground, and they're continuing to burn because these embers may have been kicked up by the winds, and now they're flames. You mentioned just how devastating it is because it is across the area. We're not just dealing with one fire. Where I am, there is a fire burning at the Palisades Fire in Malibu, but there are 4 separate fires here in the Los Angeles area. And regardless of where you are, you can see that impact. This smoke is incredible. It's making it hard to breathe. I had on a mask. I just had to switch one out about 5 minutes ago because this one was just filled with smoke. So everywhere, you know, you're seeing the impact of this. I've gotten so many text messages from friends and family across the country, but really right here in LA. And people are checking in from various neighborhoods asking, hey, I'm here. Are you okay? This is what we're seeing. Down this street of Pacific Coast Highway, you're also seeing more families just kind of evacuated the area, but they're just waiting in their cars. For what, where to go, they haven't said, but they are waiting in their cars. They're praying, they're crying, because it is truly a catastrophic day here in Southern California.
And Elise, I'm wondering what you're seeing from people as well in terms of evacuating. Where are they evacuating to? And are people trying for the most part to stay in their homes and their cars because of the smoke that you've had to contend with?
So it depends. There's all kinds of different scenarios here. Public officials have warned people that if you are told to evacuate, you need to evacuate. It is just so dangerous. You said that the fire, it tripled in size overnight, and that's because of this wind, and it's 0% contained. So they're telling people if you are told to evacuate, you need to evacuate. But we are seeing people who are staying in their homes outside of evacuation zones, and they're opening up their homes to other people. So many people are impacted by these fires across Southern California. Where I am right now, Malibu, this is a more affluent neighborhood. So people are, they tend to have more options when you're talking about evacuations. But in other areas, and certainly across the area, there are evacuation centers that are open. And not everyone is well-to-do in this area, but that is what we're seeing. This is an area that is known to many celebrities and Hollywood stars. They've been posting online videos of what it is like to evacuate. And regardless, people have lost everything. You build your entire life, right? You're working to build your home. And again, it's not just a structure. It's a place that they have called home. It is where they have taken solace and respite. It is where they have created memories with their families. And those homes are gone just like that.
Elise, over the last few hours, what have the winds been doing?
Lindsay, give me one moment. I just lost you just there.
No problem.
Lindsay, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Here we go. Lindsay, I apologize about that. The wind knocked out my IFB. If you wouldn't mind repeating yourself.
Yeah, you have nothing to apologize for. For the people at home, the IFB is what we wear so that we can communicate with one another. It's her earpiece. But at least over the last few hours, and I'm sure this will be part of your answer, what you just experienced, what have the winds been doing?
Yeah, the winds are pretty incredible right now. I can't believe I'm standing upright because this entire day that I've been talking to you and our colleagues on this stream, I've been hanging on to this pipe for dear life. But the winds are incredible. And the winds at some points are topping 100 miles per hour. I have covered hurricanes. I've lived in a hurricane belt. This is the only time that is the only time that I felt winds like this. The difference is in those scenarios, those winds are carrying water. These winds are carrying flames and embers, both devastating just the same, but it is a different type of devastation. I don't know if you can see some of the trees in the background. They're bent because of the wind. We've seen these winds whipped off giant street signs of this highway and just twist them around just like they're paper clips or a crumpled piece of paper and just scattered them across the roadway. So these winds are incredible. That is what is making this firefight pretty much impossible at the moment for crews because the winds are just incredible. It's just really difficult.
All right, certainly. Elise Preston, thank you so much. I want to take you back to Southern California and CBS News Los Angeles' live coverage of all of this devastation. Let's go ahead and watch.
And that is it. I don't know if Gus can turn over here to the left-hand side. You can see we have the gray home and we have a yellow home, and then the home on the other side of it already burned. The home behind it already burned. Across the street to the left-hand side, every home on this side of the street is gone. This is Glen Rose Avenue here in Altadena, and almost every home on this street is leveled. It is all ash, and that is just very, very heartbreaking to see, and the limited crews that we have out here to do anything to protect the homes that are still standing. But this is evidence that they are trying. They are doing everything that they can. It's just very, very difficult.
All right, Joy, thank you. We want to go back to our Michelle Geely, who is on PCH in Malibu. Michelle, you were on a street where we saw homes destroyed and then others that were standing by.
And it's a similar story here, although as I look south on PCH, not a good sign. I'm at the 21,900 block just north of Carbon Canyon, and you see that Kern County has rolled in. I'm told that these guys got here around 6 o'clock this morning, and they are lined up putting out fires in all of these homes here. Now, as I can count, it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 7 that appear to be gone, perhaps more than that on this block. 21,920 is where I'm standing. But then when I look a little bit farther north, I am seeing some homes that appear to be intact. Water doesn't appear to be a problem here. These guys look like they have a steady stream, and they are just pointing their hoses onto the roofs, into the garages, inside these structures that look over, hang over the Pacific Ocean. What a view these houses have. Now, I'm going to come up to Chief Rodriguez here, and he's going to help us out with a few of the details. He's with Kern County. It's Kern County Fire, sir?
That's correct, Kern County Fire Department.
So you guys got the call when?
We knew that we were coming late last night, and we were asked to be here at 7 o'clock this morning. We were a little bit delayed with traffic and a little bit of rerouting, but we arrived here on Pacific Coast Highway at about 10 o'clock this morning.
And what have you been doing ever since?
When we arrived, these structures were on fire, and the wind was really blowing hard into these other structures. So our goal was to keep the fire out of the structures that it wasn't already in. Ultimately, our goal was to, about 2 or 3 structures down, these 2-story structures, was to keep it, to stop it from, there's a bit of a break in the structures and some 1-story structures. That was our goal, and we exceeded that goal, and we kept it out of, I think there are 3 2-story structures here, but we've just been doing structure protection and keeping it from spreading further to the west.
What do you make of this?
It's pretty wild to be doing this in January. We were here on the Mountain Fire in Ventura. We were here on the Franklin Fire. Kern County was, and when our neighbors call for help, we come and help, because when we call for help, they come and help. And when we got here, LA County Fire was here, but they had been up since they got here yesterday on the initial attack of the fire with no sleep. So they're catching a little break right now, and we're doing the work that they were doing all night and yesterday. And we'll be here for probably 14 to 21 days. But this is surreal.
A little bit of fire science education for me. Why is it that we see one house that maybe made it and the other one didn't? I know there are a lot of factors.
There are a lot of factors. Obviously, with this fire, the wind is the biggest factor, and one ember that gets in the house, on the house, under the house, can just start a small fire that becomes a big fire. And with the wind fueling it, there's no good explanation for it. Obviously, LA County Fire and the Kern County Fire Department, we've been fighting them all morning. We've been right here making a stand. So there's a reason why it's not in a couple of these structures, but before that, it's hard to say. It really is hard to say. It's just nature. It's the wind. It's embers getting cast, sometimes miles, and it's hard to pinpoint. But one of the big problems is when we get embers underneath foundations, and these structures are built kind of on a little bit of a hillside, so they have open foundations underneath. You get embers under there, that becomes a problem. But you can't pinpoint it. We just do what we can.
That was going to be my other question. You can't really see we're looking at the garages of these homes.
Correct.
What is on the other side? I mean, is there anything left?
The homes that you see here that are obviously gone, there's nothing left. If you were to be on the backside, you're right by the ocean, and you can see where their decks were and where the home was. But there's nothing left. It's just, the charred remains of these structures that have been here for decades.
Well, we thank you, Kern County, for helping us out here in Southern California, and we know that we will repay the favor if needed. Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
We know that. We work really well with our neighbors, and they come and help us, and we come and help them, and we're happy to be here. Obviously, this is not a good situation, but we're here to help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Battalion Chief Rodriguez, Kern County Fire. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it so much. So you guys are seeing the work that is going on here by these firefighters who rolled in around 7 o'clock this morning from Northern California, from the Central Valley. And they've probably been what you're seeing right here in this position for hours, just water on these houses. And I know we've received a few texts, people asking whether their homes, just like Joy was referencing, people who have evacuated and aren't allowed back in, they're so curious to know whether their parents' home is standing, whether their home is standing. And we're doing the best we can just to share information, of course, and try and give people answers, because it's so scary to think about, what's going on here and really not being able to see. So that's what we got. Tim, I'm just noticing some black smoke behind us. I'm going to have him swing over. Again, we are looking now southbound on Pacific Coast Highway. You see that flag, that American flag, that's Carbon Canyon Road. And I see some thick black smoke up there. Not sure whether that is a neighborhood or what we've got going up there, but that's something that we want to check out. But the scene that you see here is what's happening on Pacific Coast Highway today. It is filled with fire trucks from all across the state, law enforcement, media. We don't see many people who stuck it out. But the work continues, and the fires continue to burn. That's the latest here, you guys, in Malibu. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you. And of course, they are doing all that they can to show us the street so that folks can see what is still standing, even though it is a very difficult message to share. And our Rachel Kim is live in Altadena, where more buildings are burning. Rachel, we have just seen so much devastation there in Altadena, just like we've seen in Malibu.
Amy, I think I lost you, but I'll just pick it up from there. Let me begin by telling you we're on La Paz Road. The closest street is Allen Street. In terms of an idea of where we are, a little bit of drama going on here because we're not going to show it, but there's a homeowner next to us who arrived and is wailing and clearly devastated by the loss of her home. You can see the homes here have been leveled, and she is very distressed at the moment. So we really feel for people like her who have come back home to find nothing. Their property just leveled. Suzanne is showing you a couple of the homes on La Paz Road here near Allen Street that have been leveled. It's quite devastating. A beautiful street, very charming, quaint street. A lot of neighbors here on the street just kind of taking in what has happened. Suzanne's now panning to the left and showing you a house that is actively burning. Residents are closely watching this one because the three to the right have burned and are leveled. They're going to watch to see what happens to this one. The short time we've been here, we've seen it burn. We heard glass blow out. The roof has collapsed. Parts of it is slowly just chipping away. You can see the back has just is just engulfed in flames. There's a lot of fuel in there, obviously. We understand the homeowner is not here, that he did not want to watch what was going on. So a lot of neighbors are watching for him. This area, again, beautiful, historic homes. So many people emotional. They didn't want to talk to us on camera at the time, but clearly devastated that this is what's happening. Very scary because they know that when one goes down and with embers flying around, that another house is vulnerable to catch fire. So everybody is very nervous right now. We understand that there are fire crews nearby, but again, they are so stretched thin. They can't be everywhere at one time, right? So neighbors are doing what they can to help. Suzanne, I don't know if you could pan up to the gentleman on top of that roof next door. The gentleman you see right there in the flannel shirt. I spoke with him a moment ago, and I asked him, do you live in one of these homes? Do you own one of these homes? And he said, no, actually, I'm in Gardena. I'm from Gardena. I saw this on the news early this morning, and I wanted to just come and help in whatever way I can because I know resources are stretched thin. So he literally has been going around trying to, spray down homes, do what he can to help firefighters in any way. Very humble guy, but the neighbors tell us that he's been doing everything he can to help all of these neighbors. So I hope he's safe up there, but you see him spraying something on the roof over there, trying to make sure that the house next door doesn't catch fire. And you can see he's putting the liquid under the eaves there because we know that embers can fly into those vents and catch homes on fire. So this is just an example of what's going on in this neighborhood. You've got just strangers trying to come and help the residents here. Suzanne is now showing you, LA County airdropping helicopter. That is a sight for sore eyes because we know all day yesterday and for most of today, air resources have not been an option because of the wind. It's been too dangerous. So that is certainly a wonderful sight to see, that air resources are back and dropping water, and the water can be dropped in concentration without it being sprayed around by the wind. So that was really wonderful to see. For a small street here again, La Paz Road, there was so much going on. Not only the people who are coming home to find their homes just simply gone, neighbors trying to help neighbors, trying to preserve their homes, one actively still burning. Literally across the street, you see this everywhere. Some homes are just fine, untouched, others leveled. Nothing left, right? So this is the scene right now. A lot of worried folks just waiting and seeing and hoping that their homes stay safe in all of this. But very sad to see. We've been driving around Altadena for a couple hours now. A lot of areas here we can't get a cell signal, but we were just at the Altadena Town and Country Club, which has been pretty much destroyed, and the homes around there, many of them also on fire and destroyed. Very heartbreaking. We talked to one lady at the Town and Country Club. She got married there. She's been a member for more than 15 years, and they're like family to her, everybody there. And to see that institution, historic institution, just gone. She was so shattered and heartbroken. And the people who live around there also losing their homes. So sporadically all around Altadena, this is what you're going to see. Yeah, you see right there, Suzanne, if you can show this neighbor here just trying to spray a hose, trying to get some water to help. This is the scene here. People are just doing what they can just to help one another. It's very heartwarming, and just to see the human spirit is overwhelming for myself. But I'm going to send it back to you.
Right, Rachel, and we certainly know that it is tough to see people coming home to what was once their home and now it is destroyed, and those who are trying to save their homes. And it's just been so much devastation for the last, yesterday and today. And, you never get used to seeing so much devastation. And we have not seen anything like this, in our area, with so many communities losing so many homes and businesses. Our assignment manager, Mark Liu, is live at the desk now with a look at the current fire activity. And Mark, it just seems like there's so much.
It really is heartbreaking for the people that are living both in the Pacific Palisades and in the community that Rachel is in central and northern Altadena, particularly for the people who probably never expected that their home would be affected by a wildfire being so far from the hillsides. We've talked about this earlier today, that we have seen wildfire activity over the last 2 decades in Southern California that has always ended up burning some homes that have been close to hillsides. Even just the Franklin fire last month did terrible damage to homes that were near PCH and in the mountains of Malibu, but one thing that they had in common was that it's a very hilly and mountainous part of Malibu, and that's where brush fires burn the most intensely. But we're seeing in the communities that Rachel Kim and Joy Benedict and Amanda Starantino and Jasmine Veal have been in, these are communities that are in the central Altadena area. And I want to actually show you that amazing water drop that we saw from the water dropping helicopter. It's this one, N-15LA, a Sikorsky Firehawk from the LA County Fire Department. It's been landing here at Sierra Vista Park and getting water, and it headed right here. The orbit that it made right there that you see, that is the corner of La Paz Road and North Allen Avenue, and that's where it made that water drop. And we see it so rarely to have water dropping helicopters directly dropping water on neighborhoods. They generally don't do that because they don't want to damage the homes' roofs, but in this particular case, there may be homes that are burning and they're just trying to get them out. There's also another water dropping helicopter here, also a Sikorsky Firehawk from LA County Fire, working the western end of the Eaton Fire back and forth here. You can see it's north of JPL. Now, for a better look at the Eaton Fire, I'll come out to the CAL FIRE website. We still don't have a footprint on this fire, but we know that it has been burning starting in this area here, and that we have seen all kinds of activity in central Altadena and in the Hastings Ranch area. I'm going to zoom in a little bit further and show you where this activity has been. Basically, where Rachel Kim was sort of over in this area. This was Allen Avenue in La Paz. We have seen activity in Altadena Avenue, certainly on Calaveras, and also up here in Altadena. But if you notice, one of the things that all of these have in common is that they're basically they're in the central part of the city. They're quite far, almost 2 miles from where the hillside is. There was also Amanda Starantino. She was earlier looking at homes that were burning in this area here, about 2,000 feet from the hillside. And of course, this isn't the only destructive wildfire that we've been talking about. The other one that we've been dealing with here is the Palisades fire. Now, we haven't gotten a footprint update on this either, but we should shortly. We have had crews that have been down here in Temescal Canyon Park. We are still concerned about the high school here, Pali High School, and we have seen some destructive stuff here in the central area of Pacific Palisades and Sunset. And also Michelle Geely, she was over in this area here, quite far from the last reported footprint. You can see it's almost 3 miles, and we don't know if it's embers that have traveled this far or if it's actually where the fire line is here. I've also heard radio traffic from firefighters that they've got a fire line here proceeding northbound into the Topanga Canyon area, and elements of LA City Fire and LA County Fire are setting up structure protection in this area for homes here. And troublingly, the firefighters in this area say many of the residents in this area have not yet evacuated, and they are concerned about them. And then, of course, over here, this is the Franklin fire, this gray area. It's been out for a long time, about 3-4 weeks. It started in early December. But the same people that faced evacuation back then here in Malibu and here on the eastern end are facing evacuation orders again for the second time in 30 days. So we are seeing a tremendous amount of fire activity still, but the aerial firefight does continue, along with the firefight on the ground. Coming back out live here to me, a lot of these firefighters, they're exhausted, but we are getting help from Northern California, Washington, Nevada, and Arizona, as the firefighting teams are coming in from out of state to help our firefighters here in Los Angeles. That is the very latest from the desk.
Coming up throughout the afternoon on CBS News 24/7, more live coverage and the latest updates from California on the devastating wildfires burning in parts of greater Los Angeles. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend,
somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
All right, we want to take you back to Southern California and CBS News Los Angeles' live coverage of the devastation caused by deadly wildfires affecting tens of thousands of homes and businesses. Let's watch their coverage.
Simply letting these homes burn and doing what they can with a lack of water and a lack of firefighters to try and prevent the homes from spreading and really to prevent it going into new neighborhoods. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but this neighborhood in Altadena is surrounded by fire in all directions. So strategically, they are going to likely go to a neighborhood that is not already surrounded by fire and try and prevent the fire from spreading further south, possibly into Pasadena. We don't want to see that happen. We don't want to see this fire spread into any of these neighborhoods or into any more streets. But they have to be strategic when they're dealing with a lack of water and a lack of resources and trying to prevent the fire from spreading into new neighborhoods as well.
And it's clear, right? You think your neighborhood's going to be safe for a while. You're going to get a break. Maybe we're in the clear. The wind shifts and everything changes. Well, if you ever make it to East Palm Street, Joy, let me know. And we appreciate you being out there.
Absolutely. And so many of those.
All right, send me the address.
Yes, so many of those people left their homes really just with the clothes on their backs because the fire just spread so quickly. Many of them are now at an evacuation center. KCAL's Ross Palumbo is at the Red Cross evacuation shelter in Pasadena. Ross, when we talked to you a little earlier, there were a lot of people there. They were getting lunch. There was pet food there for their pets. It looks like there's still so many people there behind you.
You know, there are more than 1,200 people here right now, Amy and Juan. But I want to pick up what Joy was just speaking of, standing in front of those burning homes. That is the fear of everyone here. More than 1,200 people all wondering if their home is okay. And we just met a family right over here, the Cruz and Hernandez family. Their home is on West Washington, just east of the 279 West Washington, right? And when they left their home, they saw the flames racing towards them. Tell me exactly what happened.
We had got an evacuation notice, and we got up and got everything ready to go, and we went to my husband's mom's house to go help them out, and all you could see was red behind. Everything was just red.
Wow.
And
so you saw the flames right behind your mom's house.
Yeah. So we just ran as fast as we could, drove, and we got here as fast as we could.
And your mom was telling me earlier, you were standing there, that she couldn't grab anything. She was grabbed just to get the parrot real.
Yeah, because it was just like
You got to be safe and got to go.
And you don't know anything right now, do you? So is it okay if I give out your address? You live at 279 West Washington in Pasadena. So anyone that has any information, you can email me, rpalumbo@cbs.com, and I will get you the information to you. But fortunately, this is your daughter?
Yes.
And she's okay?
Yes.
That's most important, right? But what is it like? At least you have the shelter to come to,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And I understand that they just provided some food.
Yes, they provided food, water, snacks, everything we need. Yeah.
But right now, is this all that's in your mind? What is happening to the house?
Honestly, I told my husband the house doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that we got out safe. We can buy things again. You know, materialistic things we can rebuy, but life is only one.
You are absolute. Crystal, thank you so much for speaking. Thanks so much. I'm glad your beautiful daughter is okay. And this is your brother. Yeah. You're all okay. You have the right attitude, even in this time of crisis. Thank you so much. So here at the shelter, again, this is one of about 1,200 families. We are now inside one of the exhibit halls. Now, we're not going to zoom in on anyone in here out of respect for their privacy, but this is what it looks like. Listen, if you are fortunate enough to never have been in a shelter, count your blessings, because this is what happens. You come here, you have a chair, a cot, some blankets, some food. Those are all wonderful things, but the hard part is then you have to sit here and think, what is happening to my home? When can I leave? What will I do? What will my children do? What can I do with my pets? Here in this facility, they're actually allowing people to bring pets, so that's a very good thing. And we've seen several instances where people have brought their dogs. In fact, right over here on the ground, this woman is sliding right in front of it. They brought their dog in here, and the Humane Society is on scene to help people take care of their pets. They've even brought in some dog food, some cat litter, those sorts of things. You see a lot of people that are in wheelchairs here or gurneys, and that's because they are coming from assisted living facilities. In fact, a good majority of people here right now, the first arrivals actually were senior citizens and several people that needed medical care. So there are trained medical staff here taking care of them. We've seen oxygen tanks, we've seen medical equipment. These are all designed to help make these people at least as physically comfortable as humanly possible. This is the entrance looking down there. You can tell that it is starting to taper off just a little bit, the number of people coming in here. That is a good thing, but the evacuations continue. So if you're within the sound of my voice and you don't know where to go, if you're wondering where your relatives are and you can't get in touch with them, come here to the Pasadena Convention Center. This is the right place to try to find people to check in, to see what's happening if you need assistance. Also, Amy and Juan, there's going to be a press conference here to update everyone about this fire coming up at 4 p.m. Of course, we'll bring that to you live. For now, though, that's very latest live in Pasadena. Back to you.
Ross, you're giving so much important information. The shelter, not just a place to wait it out, but there's some medical care you can get, a place you can bring your animals. So that's very important. I remember in Luz Delia's report earlier this morning, there was a woman with 3 dogs and she was looking for a place to stay overnight. All the hotels were turning her away because she had 3 dogs versus 2. So it's nice to see that there's a place for these folks to go to, right?
Absolutely. It's so important, and we so appreciate all that the American Red Cross is providing for so many people in need right now.
Indeed. All right, we go back to our Jasmine Veal on Altadena and Lake Avenue in Altadena, which is near the Bunny Museum there, and the flames continue, Jazz.
Yeah, it's burning. Businesses, this Bunny Museum burning here on Altadena Drive and Lake Avenue. We just had glass exploding. I heard there are fire extinguishers, or those haven't been able to get turned on or used.
No, ma'am, we're at a complete, we're losing water pressure up here. We have a lack of resources. The wind, as you see, is pushing it very violently. And the lack of water is a huge, huge hurdle that we're trying to overcome, so we can save as much as we can.
So lack of water, like no pressure in the neighborhood?
All the hydrants have run dry.
Oh, no. So what do you do now?
So we send our water tenders or our engines down to shuttle water from further away, different hydrants that still have water.
This is bad.
It makes it challenging to do our job, but we're just up here trying to do the best we can for the citizens and the community.
Wow, it is tough to see, and it just the resources. I mean, we don't have enough firefighters, and now not enough water makes it even more. We're going to go back to Jasmine. She was having a little trouble with her signal, but we're going to check back in with Jasmine.
Okay, let us kind of just stay put for a second. Again, we're on Altadena Drive and Lake Avenue, and businesses. You see the Bunny Museum behind me. This was established back in 1998. It's a beloved gallery. I mean, it has thousands of bunny and rabbit-related items inside, kind of like an art exhibit, and it's just burning to the ground. Glass has been exploding here. You see the sign burning. I mean, these are people's life's works in here. You know, the owner, I can just imagine how heartbreaking this is to see all of his collectibles burning up. And if you look down Lake Avenue, you have all of these other restaurants and clothing stores on fire, a hardware store on fire across the street. That's the Chevron. It's blackened, but thank goodness that did not explode. They were so worried about all the 15,000 gallons of gas exploding. Those firefighters have been there now for a few hours, making sure that the fire is out from the church that was burning right next to that gas station. You have St. Mark's Episcopal Church, a 119-year-old church, burned to the ground. St. Mark's Episcopal Church. It's just heartbreaking to see that landmark destroyed, established back in 1906. We have firefighters making their way down here because there's an apartment building now that caught fire. So they're trying to keep it from spreading to this apartment complex, but we know that one's burning. And just to show you the force, I'm hoping my signal stabilizes as we move from this burning Bunny Museum down Lake Avenue. I'm seeing a lot more fire trucks, which mean hopefully they've been freed up as other resources from out of state have moved in. But look at that. That shot is just devastating. You're looking at those businesses burning right in front of me. And this one on the car, I think this might have been the car repair shop. But look, as we come around, signs are twisted. The force of these hurricane force winds were just incredible. And you heard the battalion chief talk about the lack of resources or limited stretch so.
What a lot of people don't know is we use cell phone technology to bring you these live images, and when there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of people on their cell phones trying to communicate. That lowers the signal there, so sometimes it breaks up when we're trying to report from there. So
yes, and you know, we've been talking about the gusting winds that have been driving these fires for days. We knew it was coming. Firefighters were, you know, upping their staff, getting prepared for this, but you know, sometimes when you go up against Mother Nature, you don't win. Let's check in with our Olga Ospina. She's been keeping a close eye on the weather and what's really been a difficult firefight.
It really has, you know, and so devastating to see all of these images. We still have some very strong wind gusts outside, and want to take you to one of those fires, Pacific Palisades, with 43-mile-per-hour gusts. So we will still continue with several more days, unfortunately, of extreme fire danger. Here's a look at gusts for Malibu, 50 miles per hour. You can see those winds still coming from the northeast. Burbank is at 32. We're looking at 56-mile-per-hour gusts for Santa Clarita. So still 40, 50-mile-per-hour gusts. Out through Chino, Inland Empire, you are also seeing some very strong winds at 44 miles per hour. Things relaxing a little bit out through parts of the San Gabriel Valley, including Pasadena, with gusts in the teens. And as we head into Orange County, Santa Ana is at 44 miles per hour, 41 in Riverside. High wind warning through 6 o'clock this evening. So we still will continue with those strong winds. Yes, the strongest was last night into the early part of today, but things have not completely calmed down quite yet. So we're going to continue. Look at this. It is across our region. Rarely do we see this extreme fire danger all across Southern California. And again, we will continue through at least 6 o'clock tonight with a high wind warning. And you can see that it really covers most of Southern California. We are still seeing some spots with gusts in the 60s, isolated gusts in the 70s. And of course, yesterday we had even stronger winds nearing 100 miles per hour. So I want to take you through Futurecast and zoom in on what it's going to look like as we head into the rest of your day and into the next couple of days as well. So here we are, 3:35 p.m. You can see that, yes, this is an improvement from what we were seeing overnight and early today. Some areas are much calmer, places like the South Bay into parts of Orange County. West Covina looking a little calmer, but those higher elevations still in great danger, as well as much of Orange County, the Inland Empire. Heading into the next several hours, we'll still continue to see those strong gusty winds, and conditions will still be strong even on Thursday. Again, an improvement though, because really the peak of this was yesterday and today. So let me take you into 6:30 p.m. So here we are. We're seeing more of those gusts again across the foothills, the mountains, through the San Gabriel Valley and the Inland Empire. As we continue into the 10 o'clock hour, look at this. We are seeing a big improvement by 10 p.m. And then as we head into Thursday, winds are picking up again. Already by the morning hours, you can see those strong gusty winds through parts of Santa Clarita. We're looking at gusts in the 50, 60 mile per hour range through parts of the Inland Empire and sweeping down into parts of Orange County. So if you are in those areas, be aware we are not in the clear yet. We'll see some lulls, but the winds will start to pick up again as we head into Thursday. Later tonight should be an improvement. But here we are as we head into the afternoon hours of Thursday. We're starting to see those winds pick up again for parts of Ventura County into the San Gabriel Valley. Of course, we have that fire in the Altadena, Pasadena area. You are not in the clear yet. Inland Empire will be heavily impacted as we head into Thursday. You can see those gusts in the 50, 60 mile per hour range and starting to move south as we continue to see those northeast winds pushing down all that air and impacting much of Orange County as well heading into tomorrow. Things will continue very gusty heading into the 8 o'clock hour. And then as we head into Friday, this is when we really start to see some improvement. So here we are, Friday, 7 o'clock hour. This is when a lot of people are going to be on the roads again, and things are looking much better. So we'll still have some winds in that 20, 30 mile per hour range, a lot more isolated than what we've been seeing over the last couple of days. And then as we head into late morning, afternoon hours, things are looking a lot calmer. However, there is the potential for another Santa Ana wind event. This one will not be the extreme that we just experienced, a little bit more localized in nature. But here we are Saturday, things are improving as well. We're starting to see more of that onshore flow kicking in. We are just looking at extreme danger, red flag warning still through Thursday. So we've still got the rest of today. We have Thursday, the strong winds, the low humidity. It has been so dry, and that's been another really big factor because we've had such limited rain this season. Look at this. We've had 2/100ths of an inch since the beginning of December. This is the driest start to winter since 1964. We should be at over 3 inches at this point. So combine that with these extreme gusty, destructive winds and the dry conditions, and it has just been a recipe for disaster. So, of course, we'll keep tracking this for you throughout the day and through the night, but we've still got a little bit more ways to go, Juan and Amy.
Yeah, 4 more hours to go before we hit 6 p.m. All right. Thank you, Olga.
And we want to go back to our Michelle Geely, who is on PCH in Malibu. And, you know, just another one of the fires, you know, that has really just wreaked havoc on our communities.
Michelle?
Such bad news here. I am standing at the 21,700 block of PCH in Malibu, right at the junction of Rambla Vista, and you see this large home which overlooks the Pacific Ocean on fire. So we have had some very strong wind gusts here over the last half hour or so. This is the Los Flores Canyon area. And we arrived here and saw, actually, it was the last time we went with you live. We looked over the hillside and noticed a lot of black smoke coming from the south. And so we drove over here, and this is what we found. And in the time that we've been standing here, we then saw a second home. That's the one that Tim Kimball is showing you right now, catch fire. So we don't know whether, as the firefighters have been telling us, there are embers blowing for miles, whether that's the case here, but we have a second home on fire here in the Las Flores Canyon area. And then as I peek up at the hillside, I'm noticing patches of fire in the vegetation. So this is a very, very active scene here in Malibu. We have seen firefighters, the home that is lower on the hill, I have seen some water being sprayed on that home, but I haven't noticed anything from the top, and you can see the thick black smoke. If we swing over and look at the oceanfront homes here along PCH, you know, it looks like a war zone, doesn't it? Destruction, homes flattened, leveled, they're smoking as the waves lap up on the beach in front of their houses. In the foreground here, we have that one house that, or a couple of them there, that seem to have made it through. There's a gentleman here from Point Dume, Marcus, and he's been up and down PCH for the last day or so. Marcus, tell me what you've been seeing.
It's just been nonstop. It's madness. It's just nonstop. Once one house goes, the next one goes, the next one goes, the next one goes, the next one goes. The wind just doesn't stop blowing.
So Marcus, your neighborhood, how far do you live from where we're standing?
About 5 miles. The only thing that they're saying safe, the only thing that they're saying that's safe is because the woodsy fire last time burned all the vegetation. But, you know, with how I was in the Marine Corps, you know, I get up on the house with the ladders and just spray everything down, make sure it's soaking wet. But with these ambers, who knows how far they're going to go. Right now, they're heading towards the ocean, but you know, when the firefighters told me earlier that, you know, the wind's going every single which way direction, there's nothing they could do. There's nothing they could do.
And that house that we were talking about, the lower home on the hillside there, it looks like it may be spreading. It's difficult to see through the smoke.
Once that house goes down, the ambers are going to go right to the next one, and to the next one, and to the next one. It's all about the wind. If the wind stops, they can control it. If the wind keeps picking up, who knows how far it's going to go.
Have you talked to friends who have homes here? What have they been saying?
I mean, I watched one of my friends' home burn, you know, and there's, you know, they're on the run. There's nothing they could do.
Did they evacuate?
They had to evacuate, but they had no time to do anything. It just happened. I mean, if you look on the ocean, I mean, who knows? I mean, Catalina's out there. Are the ambers going to fly to Catalina? I mean, you know, the guess is yours. It's Mother Nature.
Yeah, people are very, very worried. We see the fire crews up and down Pacific Coast Highway really trying to get from one scene to the next, to the next, to the next. We were just where I think we met you back there. Kern County was there trying to save some of the homes overlooking the ocean. The others, several others had burned.
Well, you know, if we were allowed to use the super scoopers with the airplanes, like that airplane flying right up there, leaving the chemtrails, if you get a shot of that.
Yeah,
you know.
I think we did see the super scoopers on another fire earlier today, but we wonder if this crew maybe headed up to that fire there. We didn't want to venture up Rambla Vista. It's a narrow, windy road, and we did not want to get in the way of any of the crews that needed to make it up there. So we are standing here literally almost on the beach, seeing this scene here, and I'm hearing and seeing, you know, lights and sirens coming and going. It really, in every direction I look, something is burning. And the wind, feel how strong these, you can hear the wind in my microphone, you guys. I've got my hand on my head to keep my hat on. It's blowing very strong out here along the coast in Malibu. And behind me, I've got a crew putting out a fire. In front of me, I've got crews spraying water, and then up on the hillside now, we've got these 2, maybe more homes that have ignited. So it's very concerning, and yet we do see several homes that made it through, at least at this point. So that's what we're seeing right now along PCH. Again, we're at the 21,700 block of Pacific Coast Highway at the intersection of Rambla Vista in Malibu.
You know, these firefighters,
Wow, just incredible seeing those 2 homes that Michelle was showing us. That dark plume of smoke just kind of wafting over PCH. And as that gentleman was telling Michelle, home after home is just going to keep going. There's still no aerial firefight here. And these homes are still in a very windy area, and the concerns are still great that the next one may be
going up next. Soon until these winds die down. Exactly.
Well, when you don't think things can get any worse, apparently they do. Assignment manager Mark Liu is live at the desk with a new fire.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. They're calling it the Lydia fire. I've been listening to it on the LA County fire frequencies. I heard firefighters in my ear talking about Soledad Canyon and train tracks, and I wasn't sure exactly what I was listening to until I was able to track it down. This is a completely new fire. It's burning near the Acton area, basically along the 14, south of the 14. I'm going to take you out to my map and show you about where it is. Now, it's right about here in the center of your screen. There's really no aircraft here. This little one that's circling right here, I think that's a private aircraft. I've been watching it go around in circles. It seems to just be sort of circling right where the fire is. But this one is significant. It's passing over Soledad Canyon along these railroad tracks. Now, there's not a whole lot out here. There are some homes, very sporadic homes, but there's a lot of vegetation to burn. And I actually have 2 time-lapse cameras that have eyes on this. So I'm going to bring you out to the Alert California page. Mount McDill here and Magic Mountain. It's actually not the Magic Mountain, the theme park we know of. There's actually just a camera on top of a mountain called the Magic Mountain Wilderness Area. The first one I want to show you here is Mount McDill. This is what we're talking about. That is definitely an active brush fire now burning in this area. This is a time lapse of the last 15 minutes. I can bring it up to a time lapse of the last hour. You're going to see whoever is operating this camera moved it, and you can see that fire is now beginning to burn. The next one I want to show you here is from Mount McDill. This one is a little bit better as well. You're going to see, actually, let's look at this one here, the Magic Mountain one. This is the one I wanted to show you. Here it is, the last hour here from Magic Mountain. That is definitely dark black smoke over the edge of that ridgeway. LA County Fire has requested that they get some resources there, including any sort of water dropping helicopters that they can get, because as you can see, the territory around this fire is nothing but scrub and steep, rugged terrain, which is perfect for firefighting.
You've been watching live coverage from CBS Los Angeles as multiple wildfires continue to burn out of control throughout the county. Our coverage continues on America Decides. We'll take you to Southern California, where winds are not letting up, preventing firefighters from containing the flames. At least 2 people are dead and thousands of acres have been scorched. Plus, President-elect Trump is in Washington today, meeting with Republican senators to shore up support for his legislative agenda. What we know about his plans for when he takes office in 12 days. America Decides is next. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going?
195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed? That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
this case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close up on the rising sun.
Clearly, Better Morning starts right here. CBS.
That's right.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever.
Please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you.
So over 1,000 structures already that have been destroyed, 100,000+ people that have been evacuated, lives lost, traditions, lifestyles, places torn asunder.
Well, I was sitting in the car by myself, and tears just came over my face. So, my entire history is in the house.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. This is a political show. It's America Decides, and I promise you there'll be plenty of politics, but I also promise we're going to keep a watchful and regular eye on a constellation of wildfires ravaging Los Angeles. Politics first. President-elect Trump is here in Washington to meet with Senate Republicans about his, quote, one big, beautiful bill. That is an umbrella statement talking about many parts of the incoming Trump administration's economic, energy, and immigration agenda. One of the main questions, how do you find agreement among Senate and House Republicans on the best way to proceed? Also, a New York judge is getting ready to sentence the incoming president for his felony convictions in the so-called criminal hush money case. No prison time will be involved in that. Nevertheless, Trump's legal team has asked the Supreme Court, did so today, to step in and block Friday's sentencing proceeding. Back to politics. We start, and we'll get to politics in a minute, but we're going to start, as I promised you, in California, where multiple fires are burning within the Los Angeles areas. In some parts of Los Angeles, the skies are so clogged with smoke that day looks like night. Thousands have been forced to flee their homes. Many more thousands might have to evacuate in the coming hours. Hundreds of buildings have been destroyed. At least 2 people have died. Many have been injured. This afternoon, fire officials briefed President Biden on the challenges of these many fires and how to battle them, with heavy winds among one of many problems. President Biden, while there, approved or intends to approve a major disaster declaration to boost the ranks of those on the front lines of these fires. We begin with CBS News correspondent Elise Preston, who joins us from Malibu. Elise, what have you witnessed today? What are you witnessing now?
Major, just total devastation. We are on the Pacific Coast Highway. It is smoky right behind me, but if you go down that roadway right there, on both sides, you will see homes just burned to the ground, charred, and there's still embers. Those are still incredibly dangerous because, as you can see, this wind here is picking up embers and just erupting those embers into flames in a matter of seconds. It's a continual stream of homes and businesses that have been destroyed. We're talking about 1,000 homes just from this fire. Keep in mind, though, that there are 4 separate fires burning in Southern California. So a lot of loss right here today.
Lisa, I'm glad you mentioned the embers. So for our audience's benefit, the problem with the high winds is that firefighters on the ground, if they try to create a fire break, the embers, propelled by the wind, go over that fire break and land somewhere else and create a new set of flames.
Yes, and it is incredible to see. We went back there. It wasn't safe for us to stay. We went back there to try to get a better vantage point for you and some of our other colleagues today. And there were a few embers that were just kind of hanging around on some houses. It looked like the fire was out, but we did see those embers kind of flying down. So we said, okay, let's step back. We don't want to get hurt. But then also, literally a second later, Major, I turned around and there was a huge flame that had just kind of erupted. And that fire kicked up again. And so it is just incredibly hard. These fires are not contained. They're nearly impossible to get under control right now, but firefighters are doing their best efforts. Because of the wind, they have not been able to attack these flames from the air, but we have seen some air support go up in the last hour. So hopefully that'll help them get some things under control.
Right, because when the wind is blowing 70, 80, 90 miles an hour, as it has, you can't fly helicopters or aircraft carrying either retardant or water. What is the word from public officials about what people should do and how they should prepare in case the evacuation orders expand?
Well, public officials are telling residents to listen to first responders. They're telling them that if a first responder tells you you need to evacuate, you need to evacuate. This fire is consuming so much, and it's so devastating. It tripled in size overnight. This fire is just too much, Major. And so they're telling people that you need to listen to first responders. A lot of times we'll cover fires and people say, you know, I want to stay here. I want to stay home. It's not just the structure that they want to stay there for, right? That house, they've worked their entire lives to be in that home. They've built memories, countless memories in that home with their family. So it's hard for a lot of people to leave. And so first responders are telling people, listen, we understand. We have been here before, but if this happens, you need to go.
Elise Preston, thank you very much, coming to us from Malibu. We want to take you now to CBS News Los Angeles for more of their continuing coverage of what's happening in and around Los Angeles with the raging wildfires.
A woman whose chickens needed to be rescued, and it is amazing to see not just Jasmine, but other neighbors helping neighbors as well. And, you know, this really is a community issue. So, Jasmine, thanks for all you're doing. We appreciate that, and we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit.
All right, let's go back to our Joy Benedict, who is there in Altadena as well. Joy, you've been going to different homes, trying to inform people if they're still standing. Another tough job there today.
Yeah, I mean, we're here on Olive right now, just north of Ventura. Unfortunately, this home is burning, and you can hear it hissing right now, as I believe that was the refrigerator that then just exploded a little bit from whatever, not refrigerator, the air conditioner, the wall air conditioner from whatever Freon was still in there. But this home has been burning for quite some time. But something that's a little concerning, we do have crews out here. We have CAL FIRE Riverside. They've been out here. They tried very, very hard to connect to a fire hydrant at the end of the corner, and they were unable to do so. There just was not enough water pressure to put any water on this home. So they're standing by. They're doing what they can to try and prevent it from spreading. But look around to the opposite side of the street here on Olive Avenue. Everything is gone. And there it goes again. I believe that is, in fact, the wall air conditioner there. From what I can tell from where I'm standing, but you're going to hear a lot of things like that when homes burn. As we come down to the edge of the road, as I mentioned, over to the left, the homes are all burned. Across the street, the homes are all burned there on Ventura. And we have these two homes that are still standing here on the corner. And this homeowner, John, was outside just a minute ago, and he said that he would speak to us, but I may have lost him. Anyway, he is still in his home, and he is hoping that his home will be saved, and he's hoping that he can do what he can to prevent something from happening to it. John, are you still in here? I don't know if John's still here. John? John may have wandered away, but certainly just a lot of destruction and devastation here in this community. And if you turn around to the other side, you can see very clearly why. I mean, just looking down Ventura Street, this is in the east direction. Every home is already leveled here in this community. And one of the issues that we're having are the power lines. Here, let's walk into the street so that you guys can see this. We have the power lines that are down that are blocking the roadway, and this is what I'm talking about. Until just a few moments ago, there weren't any emergency vehicles here. We had a lot of looky-loos that were coming. They were turning around and trying to go in the opposite direction simply because they could not get through. And that is the problem when you're dealing with a fire like this, is that the roads are impassable. So when we tell people to stay home and to stay safe, that's about all that we can do, and that is the best that we can do in a situation like this. We are getting some more resources here in this community, but when you're dealing with an area that is just so vastly underserved, I guess, with a fire that is this large and a lack of water and a lack of support, there isn't a lot that we can do as we have people simply walking around. And it looks like we do have John over here. I think he's assisting a neighbor whose home is starting to smolder. As we look over here to the left-hand side, this is the big concern. You have one home that's still standing, another one that is down. John, thank you so much for talking to us. I really appreciate it. I know this is your house here on the corner. Have you been here all night?
I was here. I went to work and I had to come back for the evacuation. I came back about 3:30 in the morning and evacuated. And from there on, I wet my house as much as we could and just held it down.
How is the water pressure? I know you were watching the firefighters struggling.
The water pressure is always excellent up here in Altadena, and for whatever reason, in the last couple of hours, it just simmered down. So there's no water pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching CAL FIRE trying to get into that hydrant right in front of your home, and they weren't even able to use it.
Yes, yes.
That has to be hard to watch as a homeowner.
That's the case, yes.
So, I mean, the fire is now 2 homes up. It has been across the street. It is now coming up behind you.
Yes.
How much longer are you staying?
I've been here all night, and I don't plan to leave yet. So I got a couple of ladders on each side of my roof, and I'm just spraying downward.
Why was it important for you to stay and not evacuate?
This is my kids' home.
All right. Thank you, John. Stay safe, okay? Certainly a very tough situation for so many homeowners who are making that decision and trying to figure out exactly what to do in a situation like this. I will say I don't see many homeowners still in their homes, and we have been driving around. We got out here just after 7 o'clock this morning, and we've been going through all these neighborhoods while homes are on fire, and there aren't a lot of homeowners with them. It is mostly just empty space, but it is very encouraging to see the Sheriff's Department out here now. We have the Sheriff's Department adding some much-needed resources just to making sure that people don't go into this neighborhood. I mean, we like to think there aren't any looters. There's also not a lot of homes left to loot, but the last thing that we need are folks trying to go into the homes that are still standing or causing any problems and coming out here in this neighborhood, and also driving through these power lines. Like, this is a dangerous situation. I mean, we have constantly being, look up, look right, look left. Here comes somebody else trying to come onto this street, and we don't know why. Right? Do they live up here? Do they not live up here? What is their reason for being here? We all know you check on your homes, but this isn't the time. Right now, the time is to get this fire out. So I'll send it back to you guys.
Most likely you're de-energized. Imagine the situation at night where you can't see.
You've been listening to continuing CBS News Los Angeles coverage of the wildfires there. We will continue to monitor these fires in and around Los Angeles and bring you updates right here on CBS News 24/7. But coming up, President-elect Trump is in Washington tonight as he works to secure support for his legislative agenda. We will check in with our team who have the latest on the Trump transition. That's next. You're watching America Decides.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
One big, beautiful bill, and I always have, I always will. But if two is more certain, it does go a little bit quicker because you can do the immigration stuff early.
President-elect Trump is set to meet with Senate Republicans on Capitol Hill tonight. As a matter of fact, his car is expected to arrive at the Capitol any minute now. We'll show you those pictures when they arrive. The contours of those discussions are as follows. There's a process by which the Trump agenda can pass the Senate with only 50 votes. The short term is called reconciliation. The question is, do you do one of those bills or two? And there are all sorts of complicating factors on which is a better strategy. Among the things President-elect Trump will discuss with Senate Republicans tonight. To help us understand that and other transition-related issues, Caitlin Huey-Burns joins us from West Palm Beach, Florida. Torian Small joins us from Capitol Hill. Caitlin, let's start with you. At the press conference yesterday at Mar-a-Lago, the president-elect basically said, I'm for either one of these things, depending on which is more successful. It's a big part of the Trump agenda. It's a big decision strategically and otherwise. True?
That's exactly right. And you mentioned this reconciliation process, and it's kind of a complicated, procedural issue that we've seen before, but it is a way for the Congress, especially the Senate, to be able to pass piece of legislation with just majority support and not require that 60 vote threshold. That's a big way of saying there is an interest in getting a lot into one bill, at least on the House side, to be able to pass this with majority support and not have to, go through those procedural hurdles. What Trump is saying is essentially, yes, he wanted one big bill, but he's leaving it up to congressional leaders to decide which is the best way to go about it. And there are two different kind of main priorities for this administration incoming, which is part of it is addressing economic issues. Extending the Trump tax cuts is a big priority, and also the immigration component. And yesterday I asked the president-elect, how much can you do through executive order, or how much are you prioritizing Congress working on legislation to enact your immigration priorities? And he suggested that he could do a lot through executive order on immigration. So kind of reading the tea leaves there, suggesting that a big priority is to address these economic components. But this is a big issue, obviously, for Capitol Hill, where Torian is, because the House has an even slimmer majority than it had just last month. And we saw all of the wrangling that had to happen in order to get a budget bill passed. You still have a group of conservative lawmakers opposed to any new spending without any cuts in current spending. So this remains a big challenge. So as much as we're talking about the procedural hurdles, the issue at hand is getting the president's agenda through a Congress that, even though he has control, his party has control, the margins are slim.
Indeed, they are. Torian Small on Capitol Hill. And as I mentioned, when the president-elect arrives at the United States Capitol, we'll show you those pictures, should be any moment now. Torian, the president is there in part because he is in Washington in preparation for tomorrow's funeral for the 39th president of the United States, Jimmy Carter, that to be held at Washington National Cathedral, building in a conversation with Senate Republicans tonight to tease out the strategy. Give us your perspective from the Capitol.
Yeah, quite a busy week. I mean, also his confirmations, his appointees to his cabinet are seeking confirmation to see where the votes are there. So it's a pretty busy week. And it is interesting to note that as former President Jimmy Carter lies in state, Donald Trump will be on the Hill. It's expected that he's going to pay his respects before starting these conversations with Senate Republicans. But just a few days ago, I mean, just at the press conference, actually, he said he made clear to distance himself from Jimmy Carter when asked about his previous bad words about the former president. Though in his statements, he said that, he respected what he's done for the country. Donald Trump, leading up to Election Day, said that Joe Biden will be remembered as a more ineffective president than Jimmy Carter. So it is a striking thing to note out here that he'll be looking to pass this agenda at the same time that the former president is lying in state. As Caitlin Huey-Burns brought up, this will be a key moment for Trump to gauge where his influence stands among the Republican conference in the Senate. The House has been pretty interesting to watch the splintering among policy priorities. And it's also something to note that Trump has invited several members of the House Republican Conference to West Palm Beach this weekend to continue those conversations, most notably the House Freedom Caucus members who were not necessarily on the same page during the House speakership vote just a week ago.
Caitlin, I want to go back to you to talk about something that was injected into the coverage of the Los Angeles fires today by the president-elect, reviving a long-running dispute with the current governor of California, Gavin Newsom, about water policy dealing with water in Northern California, making it to the Central Valley and Southern California farmers. The president-elect erroneously suggested that has something to do with water availability to fight these wildfires in Los Angeles. It does not by any stretch of the imagination, yet it stands out there and is part of the conversation. Help us out with this.
Yeah, Major, this is referring to a social media post that the president-elect made criticizing Gavin Newsom. And this goes back to this long-standing, essentially, gripe that he has with the governor of California as it pertains to water policy. I was with Donald Trump when he was campaigning last year, and he gave a press conference at his own resort in Southern California, just about 40 miles south of where those wildfires are. And he really railed against Gavin Newsom for water policy, essentially, arguing that when Donald Trump was president, he signed in federal regulations to open up waterways from the north to the south. This was addressing issues that farmers had raised in terms of getting money to their, getting water to their crops. Gavin Newsom had sued over environmental concerns, implemented his own policy, and at that press conference last year, Trump said that he would withhold federal funding for California if Gavin Newsom didn't reverse course on his position here. The bigger issue at play, however, is that Donald Trump has done this over his past administration, is doing it now, criticizing leaders in states suffering from a crisis at a time where politics really isn't at play here. People are wondering how they can get to safety, what's going to happen to their homes, how these fires are going to be put out. And Trump's interest here is in terms of politics and going after the governor of a state suffering from something like this, reviving old feuds, and as you mentioned, erroneously attributing that to what's happening here.
Caitlin Hughes-Burns in West Palm Beach, Torian Small on Capitol Hill. Thank you very much. Tonight, President Jimmy Carter, as I mentioned, is lying in state at the U.S. Capitol ahead of tomorrow's funeral at the National Cathedral. Next, our Robert Costa will join us with more on the 39th president's life and political legacy. You are watching America Decides.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine. Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot!
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
We are seeing, that is President-elect Trump's motorcade arriving at the steps of the United States Senate. That means President-elect Trump has arrived. And there's a couple of things going on tonight. One for sure, meeting with Senate Republicans to go over strategy legislatively and otherwise. We've already discussed that. And if at some point in the very near future, President-elect Trump goes to the Capitol Rotunda to pay his personal respects to the casket of the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, we will, of course, bring those pictures to you should they occur. Meanwhile, President Carter's state funeral will be held tomorrow. In the wake of his death last month, one of the few surviving members of the 39th president's inner circle is recalling key moments from their decades-long relationship. Jerry Rafshoon, Gerald is his first name, former communications director for President Carter, recently sat down with our Robert Costa for an exclusive interview about his time working for the former president. He was one of the few who approached Carter and encouraged him to run for president roughly a half-century ago. He was one of those early advocates on that presidential run, which ultimately proved to be a success. Robert Costa joins us now. Robert, the main takeaways.
Great to be with you, Major. Well, last night I went to the U.S. Capitol, where President-elect Trump is visiting right now, and I went and paid my own respects to the late President Carter. But so striking is to see the thousands of people lining up, even late at night last night, to stand there and say a prayer or simply pay their respects in their own way to the 39th President of the United States. And in recent weeks, I've had the opportunity to sit down with Jerry Rafshoon, a longtime Carter confidant who's 90 years old, to talk about the journey from this unknown governor and really state senator when Rafshoon met him in 1966 to become this person who's so venerated after a life that lasted the length of a century. And it really comes down, Major, you're such a student of history and politics, to the idea that Jimmy Carter could be created as an idea back in 1966, 1970, ultimately in 1976. And Jerry Rafshoon is someone who helped Carter conceptualize how you could package a Southern governor to the country and make it appealing, seem fresh, especially in that post-Watergate era.
There were three things happening at that time. There was the emergence of the so-called New South. Jimmy Carter wanted to be the face of it, if not the face, one of them. There was an evangelical Christian movement in this country reviving itself, and there was a political component to that Jimmy Carter at least thought he could associate himself with. And there was also this crisis in confidence about those who were experienced Washington hands. The country, because of Vietnam and Watergate, saw two experienced Washington hands, Lyndon Johnson and then Richard Nixon, and had an idea that maybe that wasn't what the country needed, that an outsider perspective, someone untouched by Washington, might be a better alternative. You put those three things together, and that's the foundation of the Carter candidacy.
Major, you're so right. And my conversation with Jerry Rafshoon revealed that he and others around Carter, like Hamilton Jordan and Jody Powell, saw in Carter's anti-establishment message in 1970 in that campaign for governor a framework, a blueprint for what could happen in 1976. And if you go back and watch Rafshoon's ads from 75, 76, it's all about framing Carter as the Washington outsider, anti-establishment. They've had their turn. It's time for this outsider to come in. And they didn't always lean into the faith as much in that 76 moment. It was about providing a fresh start for the country. And Carter, he was someone who had served his country in uniform in the U.S. Navy, had worked in a peanut business that he inherited from his father. But at the end of the day, he really cast himself, to your point about the New South, as someone who was not part of the segregationist, racist past. Atlanta was becoming this hotbed for growth, especially of the black leadership in this country. And Carter seized to capitalize on that in 1976, saying the South could be the key to the country's growth. And if you look back at that electoral map in 1976, Carter's not president if he doesn't win the South.
Exactly. How much did Jerry Rafshoon embrace the concept of the everyman president? Because Jimmy Carter did some things right out of the chute that struck many Americans as odd for an American president. No more hail to the chief. That was then revived. Walking down Pennsylvania Avenue, carrying his own luggage. Things like that that I know President Carter thought made him look more approachable, reasonable, touchable as a chief executive. But some Americans thought, wait a minute, we like a little distance from our president. We like a little aspect of it that he is a larger-than-life figure. What was Rafshoon on that approach?
Well, the importance of Rafshoon is that when you think back to Carter, it's easy to look back at his life and career and think it's some Horatio Alger story. He just comes out of nowhere in Plains, Georgia, is plucked out of the obscurity to become president of the United States.
Never happens that way.
It never happens that way. Jerry Rafshoon started his career in Hollywood as a marketing executive for 20th Century Fox, worked on films like Cleopatra back in the 1960s. And he saw in Carter an opportunity to use cinema verite. Instead of doing packaged television ads where Carter would be speaking solemnly to the camera, they went to planes, had Carter take off his jacket, put on a plaid shirt, shuck peanuts, talk to his neighbors. There was no more kind of kitschy country western jingle. It was all about almost like the cinema. You're a student of cinema, too. In the 1970s, that kind of rawness.
Yes.
And Carter coupled that sensibility together with his own outsider ethos, and he made something that was very politically potent.
And the Allman Brothers and Leonard Skinner and Bob Dylan were along for the ride. That's another part of the story.
Hunter S. Thompson, I mean, it's all part of this Carter story.
Someday we'll talk about the music of Jimmy Carter. Robert Costa, always a pleasure. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
As we have mentioned, we're going to keep an eye on the wildfires. They're burning out of control in Southern California. Containment 0%. This historic blaze and the latest on the battle against the flames. That's next, right here on America Decides.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour.
This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close up on the rising sun.
Welcome back to America Decides. Thank you for staying with us. We are following the latest developments out of Southern California. They are not pleasant. So far, at least 2 people have died. More than 70,000 Los Angeles County residents have been ordered to evacuate their properties. At this hour, officials report 0% containment, and that's of 4 major blazes burning simultaneously. Let's take you now to CBS News Los Angeles for more of their continuing coverage.
Last night and early today, but we are still looking at some dangerous conditions heading into tomorrow. So we do have that red flag warning still in place through tomorrow. Strong winds once again. That's going to be still for that Acton area, for the San Gabriel Valley, into the Inland Empire in Orange County heading into Thursday night. Let's take you now into early Friday, 7:40 a.m., and look at what an improvement. So we're seeing more of this, those moderate winds, and very localized. Quite the difference from what we were seeing just yesterday. And as we continue into Friday afternoon, things are looking much better. So we're just seeing some gusty winds, light to moderate, through the I-5 corridor, through the Fraser Park area, and heading into Saturday as well, winds will be lighter. But we do have that high wind warning that is going to continue with us through 6 o'clock tonight. So again, conditions are improving. We have seen those extremely strong winds for the valleys, ranging from the 60 to 75 mile per hour range. For the mountain areas, much stronger. Again, Fremont Canyon, one of those strongest winds out there, 94 miles per hour early this morning. Arrowhead Springs also in the 90s. We've seen those strong gusts. We'll still continue with the strong gusts heading still into tonight. And then the red flag warning, that's going to continue with us still through Thursday. So it's not going to be until Friday that we really start to see more of an improvement, but we still have a couple more days to go, and it certainly couldn't come soon enough.
All right, Olga, thank you for all of that. Certainly everyone wondering when the winds will die down. We continue to follow our breaking news with SkyCal live overhead as fires leave a path of destruction across Southern California. We haven't been able to get a good bird's eye view yet of that destruction.
That's right, Amy. Our choppers SkyCal grounded the last couple of days because of those high winds. Strictly for safety reasons, it was just not safe for SkyCal to lift off the ground. But you can see here these first pictures coming into us from SkyCal headed towards the Pacific Palisades area to cover the Palisades fire. And just look at how spotty, Amy, this shot is showing. Just all these different fires burning in different areas. Still the ground smoldering, still active flame out there as more and more homes are lost to this fire.
And you know what's interesting, Juan, is it looks so dark. You would almost think it was 8 o'clock at night, but it's only, 2:39. It should be nice and bright out there, but there is so much smoke that is really blocking the sunshine, and it looks like it's evening time out there because there is still so much dark smoke. Look at it all. When we get a wider look at it, you can just see so much smoke just creating this really dark destruction.
And affecting so many people. And you can see now when our Mike Rogers on the desk shows us those evacuation zones, why the areas need to be evacuated, Mike. This area is covering such a large, this fire covering such a large area of our viewership.
Yeah, and I want to give some perspective as to where SkyCal is sitting and which direction he is looking at. So they lifted off of Van Nuys and then headed west through the valley and came down south through Calabasas, and they're slowly working their way east. So he is almost physically sitting on top of Topanga Canyon Highway rather. So that is where he is looking. He's looking east. So yeah, the top end of the north end of the fire here is what is approaching, through the Santa Monica Mountains there as he pans up and looks out. Now I'm going to ask Oliver, can you just kind of zoom all the way out so we can get a totality of what we're looking at here? And you can see the city back to the left, and this just massive plume of smoke. And as you see the skid getting in the shot there as Oliver pans to the right, you can't even see the ocean because of all of the smoke. And there is the city that we're looking at. So back off to the left over there of the fire is going to be like the 405, and then you'll see some of the other cities that you're looking at there. But it's really kind of wild to see how close everything has gotten as it kind of starts to begin to chew through the canyons more to the west. And you can see just how dramatic some of these pictures are, some of the flame lengths. And now you understand, truthfully, why this needs to be fought from the air, why this is such a necessity that we have the aircraft that are able to drop in some of these canyons and some of these really rough terrain areas. As you can see, some of the really crazy flame lengths as Oliver pushes in there on the hillside, and again covered in smoke, so it gets really dark down there and a little bit difficult to see, but it is something that is kind of continuing to burn, and obviously we're starting to get our first look at it from SkyCal here.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. We're getting some more information here into our newsroom regarding expanded mandatory evacuation orders for Santa Monica. So here they are. They include all areas north of Montana Avenue from the beach to 11th Street. And again, this is due to the Palisades fire. The order adds to the previously announced mandatory evacuations for the areas north of San Vicente Boulevard, from Ocean Boulevard to 26th Street. An evacuation warning is in place for all other areas north of Montana and for all areas north of Wilshire Boulevard and west of 10th Street, which is quite amazing. Again, expanded mandatory evacuation orders to include all areas north of Montana Avenue.
You've been listening to, and no doubt watching with some measure of horror, continuing CBS News Los Angeles coverage of the wildfires bedeviling that great American city. We will continue to follow this story in Southern California, bring you updates as news requires right here on CBS News 24/7.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports. Tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely. As Taiwan faces threats and aggression,
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, there are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are emergency. We are depressurized.
How could this have happened?
It's still happening right now.
Meet the Boeing whistleblowers who believe they know how.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah, and good parts. They're not too picky.
Wow.
It's time for a 60 Minutes investigation.
Sunday morning, the miracle of Paris's Notre Dame, plus actor Daniel Craig and Billie Eilish, 22 but already a legend. Listen for the trumpet.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
Welcome back to America Decides. What you're seeing here happened just moments ago. President-elect Donald Trump, First Lady-to-be Melania Trump, approaching the casket of the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, inside the Capitol Rotunda to pay their respects. Let's just watch this for a moment. President-elect Trump and First Lady-to-be Melania lingering at the casket of 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, inside the Capitol Rotunda. The president-elect due to leave that location within the Capitol and head to a meeting with Senate Republicans. President Biden, meanwhile, says he thinks he could have beaten Donald Trump in the 2024 election. But in an interview with USA Today, one of the very few interviews President Biden has granted as he prepares to exit the White House, the president admitted he's not sure that had he won, he would have had the stamina to serve for another 4 years. Here's a quote from President Biden: "Who knows what I'm going to be when I'm 86 years old," unquote. Writer and documentary filmmaker Chris Whipple joins us now. He is the author of the upcoming book, Uncharted: How Trump Beat Biden, Harris, and the Odds in the Wildest Campaign in History. That book, I'm glad to tell you, and I look forward to it, comes out in April. Chris, it's great to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Major.
So, President Biden gives an interview to Susan Page, USA Today, and says he thinks he could have beaten Donald Trump. How do you regard that assertion, Chris?
Yeah, you know, really remarkable, but not all that surprising. I mean, one of his closest friends told me that Joe Biden looks in the mirror almost every night, and depending on whether he's seen Trump on television that day, he says to himself, "I could have beaten that blanking guy." And it's delusional. I mean, I think that we all know, any objective observer watching that debate, that pivotal debate in June 27, knows that that Joe Biden really couldn't have run an effective re-election campaign, much less served for another 4 years. But this conviction on Biden's part goes way, way back, and he's always felt that it was the elites and the press who underestimated him. And of course, in 2020, he finished fourth in Iowa and fifth in New Hampshire and came back and defied the odds. So he still believes it.
Do you think he possesses, based on your knowledge and reporting, Chris, any regrets about not seeing the campaign through, whatever its ultimate outcome?
I don't know about that. I mean, I think that he's smart enough and realistic enough to know that that fateful weekend, July 2021, which I write all about in my upcoming book, and I can't tell you too much about it because my editor would kill me this far in advance. But he was realistic enough to know that there was no path for him because the party leaders had turned against him. And come Monday morning or shortly thereafter, after that fateful weekend, I think everybody would have been coming out against him. He knew that he couldn't carry a totally divided party to victory. But that's a different question from whether he thinks the voters would have come around. And I think he still believes that.
He said in his interview with Susan Page, USA Today, that he hopes history will judge him as someone who brought the country back from the pandemic, stabilized the economy, and reasserted American global leadership. Do you think that is an apt summary of his legacy?
Well, I think his legacy is going to be mixed, Major, because on the one hand, he really did, as I wrote in my book about Biden's first 2 years, he really did come into office facing the most daunting challenges since FDR's time. An economy in free fall, a once-in-a-century pandemic. He stopped that free fall. He brought us through the pandemic. He passed major legislation in a 50-50 Congress. He rallied the West against an invasion of the largest democracy in Europe, and that's a pretty impressive legacy. But it's mixed because, as we all know, he really had a blind spot toward the, toward the ravages of inflation, failed to do anything about the border, and ultimately handed the baton to a candidate who could not beat Donald Trump. And so that's going to be a major part of his legacy as well.
Chris Whipple, always a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Good to be with you.
President Biden got briefed this afternoon on the massive wildfires in and around Los Angeles, fueled in part by climate change. We take a look at the outgoing president's record on that issue. That's next. You're watching America Decides.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus, sunshiny day.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
I have a dorky look to me. I don't look like a criminal at all.
60 Minutes has reported on fraudsters, criminals, and hoodlums. But what this minor league thief was able to do surprised even us.
These are Yogi Berra's World Series rings.
A sports story you'll have to see to believe.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, the Music Man, T-Bone Burnett, plus Ted Danson and Martha Stewart with Just the Recipe. Listen for the trumpet.
I report from a lot of war zones, but I don't really take the same risks.
He's one of the bravest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, there was one horror movie I was too scared to watch. It was called Candyman. But did you know that the movie Candyman was partly inspired by an actual murder? Listen to Candyman, the true story behind the bathroom mirror murder, wherever you get your podcasts.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
President Biden's actions yesterday on offshore drilling, banning offshore drilling, will not stand. I will reverse it immediately. It'll be done immediately. And we will drill, baby, drill.
Welcome back to America Decides. President-elect Trump has made it clear he has a rather extensive to-do list. Part of that to-do list is, as he just mentioned, reversing executive actions taken by outgoing President Biden. As we look at the transition of power and prepare for it, we're also looking back at some of the most important elements of the Biden environmental legacy, and that feeds into some of the daily coverage today. The President was this afternoon, Eastern time that is, in Santa Monica, California, where he and Governor Gavin Newsom were briefed on the deadly wildfires in and around Los Angeles. I want to bring in CBS News environmental correspondent David Schechter. David, what's the headline on Biden's climate change legacy, if you could summarize it?
Sure, Major. Well, I think no president, the facts show, no president in history has done more to tackle climate change and cut the nation's greenhouse gas emissions. His signature piece of legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, committed $370 billion of new investment for our transition to a green economy. Part of that was cutting the cost of electric vehicles. There's a $7,500 tax credit for families to buy electric vehicles, which has really juiced the market for those cars. He set goals for net zero greenhouse gas emissions, which mean in the future we'll have our emissions will equal the amount of emissions we put in the atmosphere will equal the amount of emissions that we take out. And if you look at the curve right now, sort of the biggest contribution is that our emissions have plateaued and are starting to go down. That is a huge accomplishment. We are nowhere near where we need to be in order to keep the world at the safest level of climate change, but on our way.
David, it has often been said that unless the United States leads in this matter, other international partners are not going to follow suit. And those less developed economies reasonably say, hey, wait a minute, why should we restrict ourselves from economic growth if it's fueled by fossil fuels? You didn't, America. How does Biden's legacy on the international stage fit into that conversation?
Well, you laid out that complexity really well. The United States has the largest emitter of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas emissions over time. Right now, China, for example, has more, but the U.S. over time, our cumulative contributions are much larger. So I think the way President Biden looked at this is that this nation, our nation, has a responsibility to lead on this issue. On day one of his administration, he rejoined the Paris Agreement, this international agreement for the nations of the world to work together on this issue. President Trump pulled us out of that agreement on his first day in office. And one of the things that happened over that period of time is that Biden and the U.S. have pledged almost $12 billion to help nations around the world, developing nations in particular, start to get on the road to their own green economy, just like the United States is. So his leadership on that stage has been significant, but you're right, it's a really thorny place because there's so many competing interests needing to get to the same goal, but all these countries look at this differently and can be quite contentious.
David, where do you expect President-elect Trump to attempt to reverse Biden policy swiftest?
I think the first place is he's going to, it seems pretty clear, remove the United States again from the Paris agreements. That would be the first thing that he would do. He said that he would do that. He will implement, most likely, drilling on federal lands. That's a lot of that drill, baby, drill that we've heard him talk about. Loosen fuel efficiency standards, which have been on the rise, and bring those down. And then maybe relax regulations on power plants that have tried to reduce the amount of emissions and carbon dioxide that come out of there. We're sort of expecting a lot of action almost from the very beginning, particularly reversing any of Biden's executive actions. That'd be the easiest place to start. A lot of these other things may end up in court or have to go through Congress.
David Schechter, thank you very much for your perspective and reporting. Appreciate it. That does it for today. We'll be back with another edition of America Decides tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. The Daily Report starts right now.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. Los Angeles County is under a state of emergency as devastating wildfires upend the lives of tens of thousands of people who've been forced to abandon their homes and seek shelter. One fire official has called it a worst-case scenario. At least 5 people have been killed and more than 1,000 structures destroyed. And those numbers could rise in the hours and days ahead. We're tracking 4 fires burning around the Los Angeles area. Between Malibu and Santa Monica is the Palisades fire, burning nearly 16,000 acres. Northeast of downtown Los Angeles is the Eaton fire with a spread of more than 10,000 acres. Crews are also responding to smaller but still dangerous Hearst and Woodley fires. As of Wednesday night, all 4 were at 0% containment. While authorities are still investigating how exactly these fires started, they do know what's fueling the intensity: the wind. Weather officials have reported wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour in some areas. At one point, the winds were so strong that all aircraft had to be grounded, including planes and helicopters used for dropping water on fires. Earlier, fire officials addressed the strain on their resources.
Together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. Despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property.
The Eaton fire has burned more than 10,000 acres of land in Los Angeles County and created a haze of smoke over many neighborhoods. Several homes and businesses have been destroyed in Altadena, California. That's where we find our Chris Van Cleve.
You wouldn't know it by looking at it, but it is the middle of the day here in Altadena. The smoke's so intense, it's blocking out the sun. It is hard to imagine much of anything in this neighborhood is going to survive. It seems like everything is on fire. Fire over here, fire raging over here. There was a fire here. Firefighters, there's so much fire, I don't know where you start. More fire over here. And just look at how dark it gets down there. Everything that way was on fire. The only things not burning right now have already burned.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you. I want to bring in Greg Champion, who evacuated from the Pacific Palisades with his wife and 3 daughters. He is also the founder of Startup Recovery and Addiction Recovery Center inside the evacuation zone. Greg, thank you for being here, and I'm so sorry that we're talking under these circumstances. Can you tell me where you and your family evacuated to, and do you know the status of your home, your children's schools?
So, Lindsay, thank you for having me on tonight. Just a horrible day yesterday. We are safe here in Santa Monica at one of my company's other buildings. My 3 daughters, my wife, our 2 dogs were good. I'll just go down the list. So I am not aware of what has happened to my actual personal home. We are still hearing, the best thing I got today was your street, every other house was hit by the fire. So that's the best news I have in terms of my own personal house.
Jeez.
As far as schools, all 3 of my daughters go to 3 different schools. All 3 schools caught fire. And that was Calvary Christian School, Palisades Charter School, and the Jewish preschool at the bottom of Sunset Boulevard. The Jewish preschool and Calvary Christian had minimal damage, but Palisades Charter High School, which is an iconic high school here in Los Angeles, much of it was destroyed. And then last but not least, thank you for the introduction regarding Startup Recovery. As a couple hours ago, I thought all 3 of my houses were burned down up there. We provide great service in terms of the recovery community. I like to say we have good juju up there in terms of people trying to get sober and find a new life after addiction. And I just found out we have a couple miracles, Lindsay. 2 of the buildings still remain standing.
Wow.
So startup can keep going forward. And the dog that I went after yesterday and could not get, we were able to recover.
Oh, wonderful.
Coco, the multi-poo, we were able to recover as well. So we've had a couple little miracles today. And it does ease it a little bit, but my wife, my kids, and I are still desperate to know if our own residence is still standing.
Yeah, I heard your interview earlier with KCAL, our CBS Los Angeles station, and I'm tearing up a little bit thinking about Coco. I had heard you say that you weren't able to get to the dog, that fire crews literally stopped you and said you will lose your life if you continue on, and I know that that was weighing on you, so that is certainly good news. And I'm sorry to hear that one of your buildings is a loss. When you got word that it was time to evacuate, how did you get your clients to safety?
Well, it was really threefold for me. Lindsay, I live in the Palisades. My kids go to school in the Palisades, and my business is in the Palisades. And so when all the alarms go off, I had to make some choices. And the first choice for me was to get my clients down from safety. Our number one value at Startup Recovery is safety. So if we can't get our clients to a safe place, then we're not doing our job. And so I have an extraordinary staff that took the initiative to gather our cars up, go up the hill, gather a couple bags for a couple days worth of clothes, and then surely but slowly get them down the hill into a Santa Monica apartment building that we also own. And then it was about focusing on my daughters. I knew my wife was nearby and she was able to scoop up our daughters. And then last but not least was, hey, all of us, the daughters, my wife and myself had to go back to our house and gather up our belongings. And we packed for 2 days. We grabbed some mementos and some important papers and our 2 dogs, and we were gone. And so I would say probably it all started around 11:30, and we did not get everybody out in terms of clients, kids, and the rest of everybody until about 2:30. Out of the Palisades.
A whirlwind 3 hours. Greg, we know that human life, pet life, the most important, and we know that you still don't know the status of your home, but we do know that many local businesses, shops and restaurants are gone. How devastated are you for the fabric of your community?
Whew. it's tough. I know these people. I'm on a thread right now that it's our former soccer team. Every single person on the thread, 11 people have lost their homes. And these are captains of industry, well-known doctors, entrepreneurs who own name brands, who were all vagabonds right now, wandering around. And it devastates me because I know the restaurants that were lost. I know the stores that were lost. There was a couple of churches that I used to go to for Christmas Mass and Easter Mass and also for 12-step meetings. They're gone. It looks like what London looked like when the Germans were bombing London in World War II. It is catastrophic destruction. And for me, emotionally, and Lindsay, I don't know if you've ever lived in a town like this, but like you walk down the street and within 50 yards, you're saying, hey, Tim, hey, Albert, hey, Stephanie. It's that kind of place. The Palisades is this magical place that has great hiking trails and beautiful oceans to swim in and great schools for our kids to go to. And all of it is gone.
I heard you share a story earlier that you give your daughter $1 every time you say hi to someone you know, and then she's never gotten fewer than $3. Greg.
I feel very close to the Palisades community. I decided when I make it, Lindsay, that when it's time to get a wife and kids, that I needed a neighborhood that was on the scale of the Palisades. And I moved here in 2009. And, as you know, you first got to get the wife and then a few kids and away we go. But it is part of my soul, the Pacific Palisades. And what's going to scare me, Lindsay, is when I'm actually available to go back into either these houses and see what the damage is, or to go through the skeleton of my own house. I don't know what, I don't know how I'm going to react to that. Yeah. I've been trying to be a stoic leader for my family, for my business, for the community, but there's only so much you can hold in. But I'm really praying hard. I think, like I mentioned earlier, the good juju on the hill, I think that did protect us. I think we had a little bit of the universe look out for us, and the fire got by those buildings. And I hope the same is for my house that sits on the bluffs of the Pacific Palisades.
Well, I know that you're watching the coverage right now. I would not wish that on anyone, to have to do what you're going to have to do in the coming days and assess the damage and see what is left. But Greg Champion, please keep us posted. Our thoughts and our prayers are with you and your family, your clients, your entire community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lindsay, and God bless.
Take care. CBS News Los Angeles spoke with one Pasadena couple who lost their home of 60 years in the fire.
When we came up, I couldn't believe it. But 5 minutes ago, I was sitting in the car by myself, and tears just came over my face. So, and my entire history is in the house. I'm going to break down again. That's what I feel. It's my whole life.
Everything was in there.
So
we lost everything.
You shape up. You're supposed to be a support.
They said that this little area right here just erupted all at once, and it was the hottest area up here, and it just went so fast. And then they thought they put it out, and then they went down the road and they came back, and they couldn't do anything about it.
Flames.
And as we mentioned earlier, seasonal winds have fueled and amplified those devastating wildfires. The winds and the dry conditions, which are extreme for this time of year. For more on what else the region can expect from the powerful gusts, here's CBS News Sacramento meteorologist Ashley Nanfria.
Well, the worst of the wind is over across Southern California. And as we take a look at some of the peak wind gusts picked up just within the last 24 hours, we have seen some incredible numbers, anywhere from 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts across the mountain communities in Los Angeles and Ventura counties, with the highest wind gusts reported 100 miles per hour. As we take a look at wind through the rest of tonight, wind will continue to ease as we head into the overnight hours. We are expecting generally light wind, but it still will carry on into early Thursday. Thursday. We do have another return of wind through Thursday afternoon, but it's going to be much lighter than what we felt over the last few days, with gusts around 30 to 50 miles per hour. As you get closer to some of those mountains, mountain canyons, that's really where we're going to expect the strongest wind gusts, even as we get closer to Thursday afternoon. But overall, these easterly Santa Ana winds are a drying component and will make it challenging for firefighters on the front lines. If people aren't dealing with the fires or even the close proximity of the fires, they'll be dealing with the poor air quality, as it will be hazardous at times across portions of Los Angeles, even stretching even further south into portions of San Diego, with all of the smoke that's going to be blowing around from these fires. Red flag warnings continue all the way through Thursday evening, stretching all the way from Santa Barbara down towards San Diego, as most of Southern California still deals with high fire danger over the next few days. Back to you.
Ashley Manfria, thank you. Still to come, as wildfires burn in Los Angeles County, we're hearing personal stories of loss and devastation from residents directly affected. Plus, Justice Department wants to release a final report on part of its investigation into President-elect Donald Trump, when the public could potentially see it. You're watching The Daily Report.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling. That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
The wildfires raging throughout Los Angeles County have burned down more than 27,000 acres of land and have shown zero signs of slowing down. Scenes like this one in Pasadena are taking place all across the region as vigorous winds help quickly spread the fires. More than 1,000 structures have been destroyed, including several homes of residents. We are now joined by Christina Levy. She is a restaurateur in the Palisades whose restaurant, we are very sad to say, burned down during the fires. She is also a Topanga resident who has evacuated due to the wildfires. Christina, we are so sorry to hear about your business. Please take us through what you can with what happened at your restaurant.
Thank you so much for having me. My restaurant opened in 2000 in the Palisades, and so we're a strong part of the community there. I went to Palisades High School. I have lots of friends and families there. I work at the local schools. We deliver pizzas to the local schools in the community. And yesterday morning, we were at work getting ready to go on one of our deliveries. And when we were loading up my car, my husband and I smelled smoke. So quickly got in the car and raced to Santa Monica, where I noticed huge plumes of smoke coming. You could see it from the school in Santa Monica, which is on 7th and California. And so I dropped off the lunches, wished everybody luck, and raced home to my home in Topanga because I have kitties there. And once you're locked out of Topanga, it's kind of hard to get back in. So it was kind of intense.
And people will notice that you're in Ventura. You're not in Topanga anymore. For anyone who's not familiar, Topanga Canyon, very famous for attracting artists and musicians in the 60s, the inspiration for so much of the music that exists as part of our collective diaspora. There are documentaries out there that I encourage people to watch, but how close are the flames to your knowledge, to your home and your community?
Well, right now there's, I have a lot of texts going with people in the Palisades community. Just to start with that, the devastation that is happening there is beyond measure. The families that are losing homes there that I'm very close to, that I've been friends with for years, are displaced. And, thousands of people, family, friends have lost homes in an area that you would never imagine that happening because it's so dense and so, the local Gelson's is gone and the local church is burned down. And my entire strip mall, which yesterday when we evacuated our employees in the daytime and going to bed at night, we were like, oh, it's already past there because they were filming there most of the day. And so when we went at home last evening, we decided to evacuate because the winds were whipping up really a lot at our home. And so it's definitely close. It's in the town of Topanga at the bottom of Fernwood, behind the Fernwood Market. If you're familiar, the Arson Watch has informed me that they're holding it there down on the creek. There was one home lost down in the creek down there, which is at the beginning of our community, just from the PCH to our community. And they're really fighting hard to keep those homes because that area is very populated and it's about 2 miles from my home, which it all kind of bounds around each other and the state park connects us all. And I've been up there since 1978, along with my husband, and our families are from there also.
And I know that you're still just wrapping your mind around what is happening. Have you even begun to think about what is next for your business, for your community? I'm sure, like we all are, but this obviously is much closer for you. You're still in shock.
Yeah, definitely in shock. I mean, you wake up in the morning and my husband woke up to the news saying, and behind me, Rocco's and the Subway are burning down. And my husband just came into the bedroom and went, honey, come on out. And we watched our restaurant go up in flames on the news. And so I've been a pizzeria owner since 1980. My family opened their restaurant in Topanga in 1980. And then my husband and I opened up the other family shop in the Palisades in the year 2000. So I don't know what's next. I've always been the pizza princess. So we'll see.
Once a pizza princess, always a pizza princess. But Christina
That's right.
Levy, I mean, if it is your choice to rebuild, then we hope that you come on and share that information with us on how people can help. But I am so sorry that you and your community are going through this. And I appreciate you coming on to share some of just what you're witnessing and what you're going through. But I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for your time today. And everybody keep us in your prayers and in your thoughts because we really need it right now.
You will be there. Christina, thank you. Best to you.
Thank you.
We are going to have much more on the fires later in the show, but we do want to get you caught up to speed on some other stories we are following. And the Justice Department is pushing for the release of Special Counsel Jack Smith's final report on the investigation into Donald Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. According to an appeals court filing, Attorney General Merrick Garland wants permission to release Smith's report to Congress and the public. The filing says the DOJ does not yet plan to do the same for Smith's report into the Florida classified documents case, since Trump's two former co-defendants still have their cases on appeal. CBS News political reporter and attorney Katrina Kaufman joins me now. Is there any way that Trump's legal team can block parts of this report from being released?
I mean, they are working on it, but the issue here is that the Justice Department is now saying they only want to release the D.C. election interference case, part of the report, and that really Trump's co-defendants or former co-defendants, Walt Nauta and Carlos de Oliveira, don't have any standing to block that. They really only have standing as it relates to the Florida classified documents case. The Department of Justice is no longer trying to release that yet. They only want to release the D.C. volume for now, although they're saying they'll make the full report available to the chairman and top members of the House and Senate Judiciary Committees.
So I want to get back to the election interference case in a second, but you said they're trying. Trump's attorneys are trying. What are they trying to do?
I mean, they're trying to block any of this from coming out. They have asked, or the report has so far been blocked by Judge Eileen Cannon in Florida, and we're waiting for the 11th Circuit to make a decision on this. But what the Department of Justice has done has made a very compelling argument that just the D.C. portion should be allowed to come out, and they'd be ready to do that, they've said, as early as Friday.
So let's ask about these two individual cases and have you kind of go one by one. Do we have a sense of when or if the public will see the election interference part of the report? And since the DOJ is not currently looking to release the report on the classified documents case, is it possible that, given that Trump is going to be inaugurated in 12 days, that his new attorney general would prevent that part of the report from ever seeing the light of day?
I mean, these are really good questions. As it comes to the D.C. election interference case, again, they're saying they would be ready to release that Friday. They're just waiting for this decision from the 11th Circuit because they don't want to be in violation of a court order that's blocking them. For the classified documents report, you know, it's possible, Lindsay, down the line that we could see a Freedom of Information Act request for this or a congressional subpoena. But as you said, the upcoming Attorney General, who's supposed to be Pam Bondi, is not going to want to release this on her own.
I have to be quick with you on this, but what is the latest in Trump fighting his sentencing on Friday in the New York criminal case?
So Trump today just leapfrogged all the way to the Supreme Court. He also did file with the New York Court of Appeals, which is the highest court here, but he wants the Supreme Court to intervene here, as they have many times for him. We know that they have often been favorable to him, but this is one where, Lindsay, they just might not want to wade in here. This is a state criminal case. The trial has been completed. There's no decision from the New York Court of Appeals yet, so hopefully we will know tomorrow what they want to do.
Okay, we'll hear from you then. Katrina Kaufman, thank you.
Thank you.
President-elect Donald Trump is in the nation's capital ahead of the funeral for Jimmy Carter, and Trump is taking advantage of his brief time in Washington before his inauguration, meeting Wednesday night with Senate Republicans on Capitol Hill. They're expected to discuss the best way to push key aspects of his agenda forward, including border policy and tax cuts. CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns joins me now from West Palm Beach, Florida. So, Caitlin, Trump spoke to reporters before walking into that meeting. Let's listen to what he said.
Couldn't feel better. Are you willing to we're looking at the one bill versus two bills, and whatever it is, doesn't matter. We're going to get the result, and we're going to make America great again, and we'll see you in a little while.
All right, so what is he referring to, one bill versus two bills?
Yeah, a little parliamentary action here. What he's basically referring to is that some Republicans wanted to kind of cram all of the president's agenda, or at least those top lines, into one big bill and do so through a process called reconciliation. This is a budget process where you don't actually need full support, 60-vote threshold in the Senate. You just need majority support. So this would avoid a filibuster. However, it's done through a process called budget reconciliation, which means it really should pertain to items that affect the budget. So tax cuts they could put in this one. So there was this concern about whether you could put items like immigration and other agenda items into that kind of measure. So what Trump essentially is saying there is, look, congressional leaders, you guys figure out the best way. I just want my agenda items pushed through. And yesterday, Lindsay, I asked the president during a press conference, President-elect during a press conference, can you do some of your immigration reforms that you want by executive order, or do you need Congress to be able to sign legislation? And he said that he did a lot through executive order in his first term. He plans on doing so again, so kind of alluding to how they may approach this big package. Bottom line, however, is that Trump wants agenda items passed through this Congress, trying to figure out the best way to do it, because they do, as you know, have a very slim margin in the House.
Let's talk about Senate confirmations before we let you go. They're set to begin next week, but we're already seeing Democrats push back against the start of hearings for Trump's energy and intelligence picks. They say paperwork hasn't been properly completed. How much pressure is Trump putting on Senate Republicans to get certain nominees through?
A lot of pressure is building for these Senate Republicans to confirm his pick. He said last month during a press conference that, he may be open to primary challenges for those who oppose his picks if they are doing so for political reasons, he said. So there is a lot of pressure building on these lawmakers. Remember, they do have a Senate majority coming in this new Congress. However, the margin is also slim. You can only really afford to lose 3 votes on these nominees. You have people like Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, other more moderate members who aren't feeling that kind of pressure from their constituents. So applying that pressure will be interesting.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, thanks for watching it all for us. All this week, we have been looking back at former President Jimmy Carter's legacy. And when it comes to addressing climate change, he proved to be ahead of the curve. We'll reflect on Carter's accomplishments with a former member and chair of his Environmental Council.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did
English?
any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Los Angeles remains under a state of emergency due to the devastating wildfires spreading across the county. The fires have left at least 2 people dead and have burned down more than 27,000 acres of land. At least 80,000 residents have been forced to evacuate and more than 1,000 structures have been destroyed. Also, nearly 400,000 energy customers are without power, according to poweroutage.us. CBS News correspondent Elise Preston joins us now from Malibu. Elise, what are you seeing on the ground?
A lot of devastation, Lindsay. We are in Malibu, where the Palisades fire is just burning out of control. I can tell you, however, that this plume of smoke right behind me, it has improved in the last 30 minutes or so. That was a thick, billowing cloud of smoke, and it does appear that it has thinned out. So hopefully they've gotten some control there. But if you go further down Pacific Coast Highway, when we were showing you earlier, there are just on both sides of the street, homes and businesses burned to the ground. There are 1,000 structures that are burned just in this area. Keep in mind, there are 4 separate fires burning in the Los Angeles area.
Elise, I hate hearing you cough. I understand that the air quality is just terrible and you've been out in it most of the day. But what are you hearing from locals after this latest wildfire? I mean, how are they getting through such a terrible time?
They're heartbroken, as you can imagine. The last time we were on the air with you, we got off the air, we were standing here, we were kind of watching where the smoke was going because things have been shifting around. And this woman came up and she said, what is going on in Topanga Canyon? She's worried about where her home is, which is back on this other side back here. And so she was just saying that she, there was no vantage point that she's been able to see. There was no information. She walked away, and about 10, 15 minutes later, an evacuation order came out from a different part of Topanga Canyon. So she was forced out of her home, and she's concerned about, are the conditions improving? But then an evacuation order came out 10, 15 minutes later showing you that they are not. So you'll see a bunch of families that are kind of lined up on this highway right here, just sitting in their cars. They're sitting in their cars because they've been forced out of their homes. And a lot of the cell towers in this area, they've been burned by the fires. So people are kind of staying close to where they know they can get service just so they can get information. We spoke to one woman who said, I'm staying right here just so that I can communicate with my family and friends that I'm still alive.
Wow. Such incredible stories that you're hearing. Elise Preston, thank you. President Biden received a fire briefing in Santa Monica, California, Wednesday before returning to Washington. And the president was already scheduled to be in Southern California this week and says he's deploying federal resources to the region.
I directed DOD, Department of Defense, to rapidly provide additional firefighting personnel and capabilities. We're prepared to do anything and everything as long as it takes to contain these fires and help reconstruct, make sure we get back to normal.
At the briefing, Biden said his son Hunter's Los Angeles home may have been destroyed by the fires. Vice President Kamala Harris's neighborhood in Brentwood is also under an evacuation order. Joining us now is CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. Nancy, President Biden has already approved a major disaster declaration in California. How fast can those federal resources get to where they're needed?
Well, some resources are already there, Lindsay. For example, there are 4 U.S. federal air tankers that are on the scene, 10 U.S. Forest Service helicopters. There are dozens of Forest Service fire trucks on the scene. And what the president said today is that he's leaning on the military for even more assistance. He said that there are 10 Navy helicopters with water delivery buckets that are on their way to California right now. And the hope is that this wind will die down enough that some of these aerial resources can finally be used to their fullest potential.
And before you go, I want to ask you about the exit interview that President Biden did with USA Today's Washington Bureau Chief Susan Page. What are some of the biggest takeaways?
Well, we learned for the first time why the president decided to spend the night in California last night, which is something that we were wondering. He told Susan Page that it was because his first grandson was being born in California today. William, the son of his granddaughter, Naomi, great-grandson, right. Excuse me, the son of his granddaughter, Naomi Biden, and he clocked in at a healthy 10 pounds, 4 ounces today. President Biden was able to visit his first great-grandson. And on a more serious note, in this interview, Susan Page asked President Biden whether he thought he would have won the election if he had stayed in the race. And interestingly, he said he thinks that he would have, based on polling that he had seen, which was kind of a surprising answer, given that virtually all the polling that we saw right up until the point when he dropped out consistently showed him trailing Donald Trump.
Nancy Cordes in Washington, thank you as always. The wildfires in California are the latest in a string of natural disasters made worse by climate change. President Jimmy Carter was one of the first U.S. officials to draw attention to man-made issues impacting the climate and environment. The 39th president's body is currently lying in state at the U.S. Capitol. Thursday, a state funeral will be held for him at Washington National Cathedral, and he'll then be flown back to his hometown of Plains, Georgia, to be laid to rest. Carter famously installed solar panels on the White House, but his climate and environmental advocacy went much deeper. Carter set the first efficiency standards requirements for vehicles and household appliances. He also created the Department of Energy and signed measures protecting huge swaths of land in Alaska and California's redwood forest. Gus Speth joins us now. He's served as a member and chair of the Council on Environmental Quality during President Carter's term from 1977 through 1981. He was also dean of Yale University School of the Environment. Thank you so much for being here with us. Can you walk us through the energy crisis that the president inherited and his response?
Thank you, Lindsay, for having me. What happened before Carter came into the White House was a huge surge in oil imports. The country was getting more and more dependent on OPEC oil, and there was a fear of cutoffs, of insecurity in our energy supply. And Carter took it upon himself to be the first president, really, to address the energy issue that the country faces. And he came up with some very interesting proposals and answers on the energy front. Not entirely what we would have expected, given the country's past history.
Well, and Reagan's administration removed those White House solar panels put in place by Carter. Why was there such pushback to Carter's initiatives?
Well, I think for the same reasons that we will see pushback today on President Biden and Obama's climate initiatives. Carter did launch the first solar programs, the renewable energy programs, the first major energy efficiency and energy conservation programs. And we owe him a lot of credit that. He acknowledged the reality of the climate threat and said he wanted to do something about it in his second term. But when Reagan came in, he decided to undo almost all of that and worked quite diligently to do so. And I fear that's exactly the parallel situation we are confronting today, with the really good things that Biden has done on the climate front, now threatened by the president-elect, who says, drill, baby, drill. We're going to reduce all the restrictions that have been imposed on energy development. It's quite disturbing to me. And I'm sure were our dear President Carter still alive, he would be quite alarmed as well.
So that said, what are your hopes for climate policy, maybe hopes and fears, as we move forward with the new administration?
Well, we have to fight very hard to preserve the gains that we've made. Our country has not done a great job on the climate issue historically. We have a long way to go, but at least we have begun to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And we need to accelerate that, not reverse it. And so it's going to be quite a battle, quite a confrontation, I think, between those who believe in science and those who believe in profit. And it's really what it's all about, because the big corporations that have promoted the fossil fuel industry still do. And those goals that they have are antithetical to the kind of future we want for our children and grandchildren, which is a stable and safe climate.
Well, Gus Speth, very poignant remarks from you. Thank you for joining us this evening.
My pleasure. Thank you.
As multiple fires burn across Los Angeles County, there are questions and concerns about the poor air quality. What are the risks and how can residents keep themselves safe and healthy? We'll get advice from a respiratory expert. You're watching The Daily Report.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy.
Isn't that giving people false hope?
I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close-up on the rising sun.
Thousands of people across the Los Angeles area have left behind homes and businesses as deadly wildfires spread across Southern California. And this area has a history of wildfires, but as we've heard from officials, this is an extreme case, with so many saying they have never seen conditions like they're seeing today. Earlier, I spoke with the general manager of a local restaurant chain about his experience and just the fierce timeline with these devastating flames.
I think the main difference this time is that the winds are so incredibly strong, and there seems like there's nothing that, the brave firefighters can do because it's just so big, so fast. Yesterday morning, I got to work about 9:30 and everything was fine, but by 10:30 we could see smoke. By 11:30, it was, increasingly obvious that there was a big problem. And by 1 o'clock, we left the area and, just watching the acreage burning from 700 acres to now 1,000 acres to 5,000 acres. And unfortunately, the winds are still strong, and I don't know what you can do to prepare for something like this, unfortunately.
As of Wednesday evening, the fires in Los Angeles County remain at 0% containment. Some flights scheduled to land at Hollywood Burbank Airport Wednesday were diverted due to the fires. Passengers say they were instead sent to nearby Los Angeles International Airport, which has been largely unaffected by the situation. According to Flight Tracker, FlightAware, at least 18% of trips out of Burbank were canceled on Wednesday. Officials at Burbank say people should continue checking with airlines on the status of their flights. Millions of Los Angeles residents are facing extremely hazardous air quality as wildfires continue to burn around the city. On Wednesday, the air quality index in LA was 178. That's considered unhealthy for anyone who is active outdoors. Air Now, which monitors U.S. air quality for the Environmental Protection Agency, warns those who are at high risk for respiratory issues should take extra precautions. For more, I want to bring in Dr. Irina Draluk. She is a pediatric pulmonologist at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. Doctor, thank you for taking some time to speak with us today. How bad is it in your area? What are people's symptoms right now?
Hi, thank you for having me. So things are fairly bad right now, but I think it's probably going to get worse as we have more exposure to the smoke in the air. So a lot of our patients, respiratory patients who have pre-existing asthma or other respiratory conditions, are starting to show early symptoms of exacerbation and toxicity to the smoke. So things like cough, wheezing, increased difficulty breathing are starting to occur in a lot of our patients.
What health risks can erupt from the smoke and the poor air quality?
So the exposure to this type of fire and the smoke that people are inhaling, unfortunately, is very dangerous because the small particle size can get to the distal or the small airway and cause a lot of inflammation. So this can cause both acute or basically symptoms right now, but also a lot of lingering, prolonged issues that could take months to resolve. It can lead to acute respiratory distress in patients who both have pre-existing respiratory conditions, but also patients who haven't previously struggled from breathing problems.
And what can people do to protect themselves? I mean, obviously, we know stay inside if you can. Not everybody can. But what should people do both inside and outside?
Sure, that's a very good question. So a number of things. If somebody has air purifiers in the home, I would certainly run them around the clock if you have power. Or run it off a generator if that's an option. We do have a lot of power outages right now. If somebody is able to get more air purifiers for their home, that's another thing to add in. Making sure that windows and doors are closed, so those things are, kind of common sense. But also when we go outside, to make sure to protect our face, our nose, and our mouth should be covered. At the very least with something like a bandana or a basic mask, but ideally with something that's designed and geared towards protecting us from inhalation of small particle size. So either a K95 or something of that nature. I actually literally just ordered a stash for myself and my family and friends and everybody. Going outside right now, you can really tell, as soon as we go outside, we start coughing, you could feel it in your throat. So just having protection on one's face when we're outdoors is a big help. For anyone who has a pre-existing respiratory condition, something else that should be done and can be done is making sure to have all of your medications stocked, be taking the medications that are prescribed, and then also be taking extra medications if necessary and having symptoms early on.
All right, smart advice, Dr. Irina Draluk. Thank you so much. We're thinking about your community.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We're going to continue to cover the California wildfires, but in the meantime, Israel says its forces have recovered the body of at least one hostage held in Gaza by Hamas militants since October 7, 2023. Roughly 100 hostages are still in Gaza, and Israel estimates at least a third of them are dead. Jonah Fisher from our partners at the BBC has more.
The Israeli military say they found the body of Yusuf al-Ziyadna, a Bedouin Arab, on Tuesday in a tunnel in southern Gaza near Rafah. His identity was then confirmed through forensic analysis. Near the body was what the IDF is calling findings, which give them serious concern for the life of Yusuf's son Hamza. Both men were taken hostage during the Hamas attack of October the 7th, 2023. They were in fact taken with two teenage children from the same family, Bilal and Aisha. They were released in the November of that year during an exchange of hostages being released in return for some Palestinian prisoners also being released. There has been some reaction from the Hostages Families Forum. They said the time and conditions are now ripe for the return of all the hostages, the living for rehabilitation and the deceased for proper burial. There are thought to be just under 100 of the 251 hostages who were taken in October 2023 still unaccounted for. It is not known how many of those are still alive. Some talk that the figure may be in the dozens. It's simply not known at this point, and Hamas have been unable or unwilling to provide that information as to the fate of the hostages which still remain. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has given his reaction this evening, expressing deep sorrow for the bitter news for the Al-Ziadna family that they received today. We will continue to make every effort to bring all the hostages home, both the living and the dead. And talks are continuing in Qatar at the moment between an Israeli delegation and mediators. They are trying to negotiate some sort of deal with Hamas through those mediators that would see some sort of ceasefire in place in return for the release of some of the hostages.
Up next, the California wildfires are leaving severe damage in their wake and putting local events at risk. Much more news ahead. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports. Tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely. As Taiwan faces threats and aggression,
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, they are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are emergency. We are depressurized.
How could this have happened?
It's still happening right now.
Meet the Boeing whistleblowers who believe they know how.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah, and good parts. They're not too picky.
Wow.
It's time for a 60 Minutes investigation.
Sunday morning, the miracle of Paris's Notre Dame, plus actor Daniel Craig and Billie Eilish, 22 but already a legend. Listen for the trumpet.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
The NFL says it is monitoring the Los Angeles area wildfires ahead of Monday's playoff game between the Rams and Vikings. In a statement, the league said, quote, the NFL continues to closely monitor developments in the area and will remain in contact with both clubs and NFL Players Association. The game is scheduled to take place at SoFi Stadium in southwest Los Angeles. That's about 10 miles from the Palisades fire. As of now, it will proceed as planned. The NHL postponed Wednesday night's game between the LA Kings and the Calgary Flames at the Crypto.com Arena in downtown Los Angeles. A makeup date has not yet been announced. We have a lot more ahead here on CBS News 24/7, including our continuing coverage of the devastating wildfires in Southern California. A look at the conditions on the ground and firefighters' efforts to stop the flames. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
I have a dorky look to me. I don't look like a criminal at all.
60 Minutes has reported on fraudsters, criminals, and hoodlums. But what this minor league thief was able to do surprised even us.
These are Yogi Berra's World Series rings.
A sports story you'll have to see to believe.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
that's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah.
I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, the Music Man, T-Bone Burnett, plus Ted Danson, and Martha Stewart with Just the Recipe. Listen for the trumpet.
I report from a lot of war zones, but I don't really take the same risks.
He's one of the bravest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, there was one horror movie I was too scared to watch. It was called Candyman. But did you know that the movie Candyman was partly inspired by an actual murder? Listen to Candyman, the true story behind the bathroom mirror murder, wherever you get your podcasts.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Clearly, Better Morning starts right here.
CBS.
That's right.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, thank you for joining us. Los Angeles County is under a state of emergency as devastating wildfires upend the lives of tens of thousands of people who've been forced to abandon their homes and seek shelter. One fire official has called it a worst-case scenario. At least 5 people have been killed and more than 1,000 structures destroyed, and those numbers could rise in the hours and days ahead. We are tracking 4 fires burning around the Los Angeles area. Between Malibu and Santa Monica is the Palisades fire, burning nearly 16,000 acres. Northeast of downtown Los Angeles is the Eaton fire, with a spread of more than 10,000 acres. Crews are also responding to the smaller but still dangerous Hearst and Woodley fires. As of Wednesday night, all 4 were at 0% containment. While authorities are still investigating how exactly these fires started, they do know what's fueling the intensity: the wind. Weather officials have reported wind gusts of up to 100 miles an hour in some areas. At one point, The winds were so strong that all aircraft had to be grounded, including planes and helicopters used for dropping water on fires. Earlier, fire officials addressed the strain on their resources.
Together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. Despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property.
We want to take you now to our CBS News Los Angeles station for more coverage on the California wildfires.
Crazy to see it from this big, situation here, and that's what Oliver is looking at right now as we come down into the Calabasas area over the 101 freeway, which, by the way, Calabasas still under those voluntary evacuation warnings. So we're, dealing with all of that as we await this press conference from the city of Pasadena, guys.
And Mike, while we wait for this news conference, I have a question regarding evacuations, and maybe you know or don't know the answer, but regarding people who are being told that they have to mandatorily evacuate, I understand in some cases they're receiving a text of some sort. How are they being notified that they're in the area that needs to evacuate? Do you know?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways, right? You'll get the emergency alerts on your phone. If you have those activated, that will let you know that you should evacuate. Some cities, depending on the municipality that they're in, will do the dispatch centers can either send you an automated phone call, an automated text message, something like that will let you know to evacuate. Generally, those really big, loud alerts that you get on your phones, the EAS, the emergency, I can't remember what exactly.
The EAS?
Yeah, something like that. Those are the ones that you'll get, usually most quickly. And actually, I just want to pivot really quick because it looks like
what's happening.
That looks like another house that's on fire. Oliver, that looks like a house that's on fire, right?
Wow.
I'm just going to see where that's at. Yeah, and it is. And so Oliver is he's coming over the Calabasas area. I would venture to guess, and we'll see if he can get any closer, but it looks like that may be maybe even off like Old Topanga Canyon or somewhere in there. Ollie, are you looking directly off your nose? Loma Matisse is what he's telling you.
So not even close to the Eaton Canyon fire yet.
No, and this is we're back to the Palisades fire.
Topanga.
Yeah, this is Topanga. So Loma Matisse is where he says this is. I'm just going to look for that on a map here, but he is coming back into the, like I said, the Topanga Canyon area. So this is, obviously not what you want to see, and it's again, we are now several days into, or not several days, but day 2 of this really destructive fire that just doesn't even have any signs of letting up. As we can see, homes are still burning in that area.
And this is a time, Mike, when winds are dying down, like you mentioned, and this house seems to be kind of alone on its own for the most part, at least from what we can see there from SkyCal. And yet an ember made its way there, and we have another home that is caught on fire. Incredible. So if you do get one of those emergency alerts that Mike was just telling us about, definitely pay attention to it and heed a warning. Mike?
It just looks like the mayor is about to speak in Pasadena. I don't know if we can go to that.
All right, let's go to that.
Typical spelling, Victor. Last name is Gordo, Gordo, mayor of the city of Pasadena. Let me first say on behalf of all residents of Pasadena that our thoughts and prayers are with those who have lost their home and even their lives here in Pasadena, as well as in Altadena and the Palisades. On behalf of all residents of Pasadena and the leaders that you see behind me, we will certainly have all those individuals and their families and friends in our thoughts and prayers. We have experienced a tremendous tragedy here in our community. To date, we have over 100,000 people under mandatory evacuation. We've had 5 fatalities, and then we have close to another 100,000 people who have been warned to evacuate because they are in a danger zone. Hundreds of homes have been lost. I'll let the police chief and the fire chief talk about that. But this is an opportunity for us as a community, as a people, to band together and work to support one another. Whether you're affected or not, please take the opportunity to help a neighbor, help a friend, check in on friends and neighbors, and certainly check in on family members. Here with me today are Councilmember Jason Lyon, Councilmember Justin Jones, Councilmember Jessica Rivas, my colleagues on the Pasadena City Council. Also with us today is City Manager Miguel Marquez, our Supervisor, LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, Congressmember Judy Chu, State Senator Sasha Perez, Assemblymember John Harabedian, the Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco, the President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Perez, a representative from the Humane Society. Also with us today are neighboring Assembly members, Assemblymember Coloza, Assemblymember Nick Schultz. You'll also hear from Fire Chief Chad Augustine and Police Chief Gene Harris. So again, I just want to assure people that Pasadena is working in conjunction with our neighboring jurisdictions, including the County of Los Angeles, particularly the County of Los Angeles. Supervisor Barger and I had the opportunity to sit down with the Governor of California this afternoon, not too long ago, maybe an hour ago, and the Governor has assured us that he will provide whatever assistance that we may request. And so on behalf of Supervisor Barger and I'd like to thank the Governor for coming, seeing for himself the devastation and committing the Guard and other resources to Pasadena. And so we will certainly be in touch. With that, let me, and I'll go over these points in Spanish at the end as well. Let me turn it over to City Manager Miguel Marquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Marquez. Excuse me, Miguel spelled M-I-G-U-E-L, Marquez, M-A-R-Q-U-E-Z. I am the city manager for the city of Pasadena. It's been a brutal 22 hours here in Pasadena. My heart aches for all who lost their homes, their memories, and their sense of security. About 22 hours ago, we first learned of a fire in Eaton Canyon. As they always do, and despite the dangers, our first responders rushed to the scene. They found darkness, they found fire, and they found 80-mile-per-hour winds. Air support was not possible under those conditions. Our first responders did all they could under those brutal conditions to put out the fire, putting their own lives at risk to save others. They battled through the night, with more and more joining the fight as the night wore on. Our police officers went door to door, ensuring as many residents as possible were evacuated to safety, including many seniors and those with mobility limitations. They saved many, many lives in the last 22 hours. Their efforts were heroic. Our first responders, our Public Works Department who cleared the streets, Pasadena Water and Power who kept the power on and the water flowing throughout the night. Public servants from so many different agencies came together in the last 22 hours to keep as many people safe as possible. Together, many, many lives were saved. The battle continues, as does our resolve. We will put out the fire, and then it will be time to rebuild. In this community, we may get knocked down, but we always pick ourselves up. Many thanks to our first responders, our city staff, our city council, our county, state, and federal partners, our education partners, our nonprofit partners, our business partners, our partners in the media, and most of all, our residents. Thanks to all for once again stepping up and doing what needed to be done to keep people as safe as possible in the face of danger. We will not relent. We will heal. We will rebuild. These last 22 hours didn't bring us down. They made us Pasadena strong. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite LA County Supervisor and our Supervisor, Catherine Barger.
As I was standing here, one of our Altadena residents came up to me who's very active in the Rotary, and he lost his home. I'm hearing this time and time again. And as the mayor told you, we went up and took a tour, and it is surreal. It is without words that I can even explain to you what is taking place, especially in my district in Altadena, but also in the bordering area of Pasadena. My heart is heavy, but I have to say, and the mayor is absolutely correct, we met with the governor, who also met with the president, and resources, both financial, but also resources for boots on the ground, are here, and we're going to continue to fight this fight. But I would ask people, please, 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 if you don't need to be in the area, we don't need you in the area. Recognize that when we drove up there, these are fires that are actively taking place as we speak. And there were many people that don't live in the area that just wanted to go up and take a look. We have fire personnel that is fighting this blaze, not only in Altadena, but also in the Palisades area. We need you all to work with us. And to those people that want to go up and loot, the full weight of the county will come down on you. And that's going to start with the district attorney who's issuing a press release and is going to make sure the full extent of the law is played out if you are caught looting in any area impacted by this fire. But I want to thank our first responders, who many of which have been on the line for over 24 hours. And I think it's important for us to know that the chief of the LA County Fire has asked for resources outside the state, with the goal to let them go in and begin to fight the fires so that our firefighters can take a break and then start again. But again, I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to thank our state and federal partners, Congressmember Chu, Congressman Whitesides, who represents the Santa Clarita area. It's very reassuring to know that we have an all-hands-on deck, both at the state and at the federal level. And we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that have lost their homes, we are here for you as we look forward to what we are going to do to help you rebuild your life. So with that, thank you.
Next, Congressmember Judy Chu.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just got off the plane from Washington, D.C. My heart goes out to those who've lost their homes and their businesses. I've had friends tell me that they've lost their homes, and I can't believe the destruction that this fire is causing. But I want to tell you that this morning I was on the phone with the White House and with FEMA, and President Biden has declared this a national disaster. So now the mechanics are set for people to get assistance for recovery from FEMA. And also, FEMA was asked last night by the state of California to declare this eligible for the fire management grants, and indeed it is. So all the expenses that we see for fighting this fire will be reimbursed by the federal government. And also, I've spoken to Supervisor Torres of the San Gabriel Mountains. He's asked for help from Washington, D.C. to close the forest area. So I do want to urge everybody, please stay away from the forest area. I just urge everybody to make sure that you obey the evacuation orders, and that also you take advantage of the shelters that are available at the Pasadena Civic Center as well as the Arcadia Community Center. Our office is going to be ready to assist you in the recovery from these fires. And we know that there will be assistance from the Small Business Administration, which has emergency loans, and there will be grants from FEMA. But right now, the most important thing is to be safe. So that's why I say to everybody, please stay out of these areas, please make sure you obey the evacuation orders, and please stay safe.
Next, State Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Good evening, everyone. I think this is a really difficult moment for many of us in the community, especially for those of us that have grown up in the San Gabriel Valley and who have come to know and love this community. As the supervisor said, we're receiving many calls from friends and community members letting us know that they've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. This is a really devastating time. We just toured the site, and there are still fires burning. And I want to emphasize to people, if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. Please take these warnings seriously. I have family members that have evacuated. They have left their homes. I understand how difficult of a decision this is, but this is about safety, and safety first. We want to make sure that you all are taken care of, that you're taking care of your families. This is what is most important right now. It is incredibly dangerous for individuals to be up there during the time when there's fires like this. This is a very, very dangerous time, so please evacuate, get somewhere safe, make sure that your family is safe. Also, if you receive an evacuation warning, please make sure, if you have elderly neighbors, pick up the phone and let them know. We've seen a lot of senior citizens just here at the senior center that have been evacuated, and someone taking a moment to knock on the door and make sure that they were informed so that they're getting out of their home is so critical and makes such a difference. We know right now that there's a lot of folks that are struggling to have cell service when they're up in the foothills right now. We know power lines are down, and these fires are continuing to rage on. So, the state's doing everything that it can right now to make sure that we're allocating resources. We're moving firefighters from Northern California, from Central California, to come here to fight this fire. There's firefighters coming from out of state, and so resources are coming. We're going to get this thing contained, but it is going to take time, and so make sure that you're staying away, letting our public safety officers do what they need to do so that we can get this contained. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember John Harabedian.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. For anyone who is a believer of any faith, please, we need your prayers. We need your thoughts of healing and anything that you can do to help our community. Many of our neighbors, our loved ones, and members throughout our community lost their lives today. And we are with you. We see you, we feel you, and we are going to help you get through this. As part of the state of California, along with our governor, our federal and local officials, our main mission now is to keep people safe, minimize any further devastation. And for those of you who lost your homes, who lost your property, who lost your loved ones, we are going to help you rebuild. We're going to do everything we can to fight for you every day, now, this week, over the next couple months and years, to make sure you get your life back. And that is my promise. That is the promise of everyone behind us. But please, stay diligent. Heed the warnings of our public safety officers, and please stay out of harm's way. Thank you to our men and women on the front lines, our first responders. We are not out of this. It is all hands on deck, and it's going to be a long couple nights still. So thank you to everyone who's helping these efforts, and please pray for us.
Next, Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco.
Good evening, and I want to echo the sentiments that our heart goes out to all of our families, our staff, our employees who have suffered losses during this devastating event. Behind me, you see the power of us, the city, the mayor, the city manager, our leader from the PCC, all came around the school district to help us provide for our families and our students. I saw many of my families here today who have lost their homes along with their staff. Thank you for being here with them, and thank you for supporting them. Our schools are going to remain closed for the rest of the week. We are continuing to assess the damages at our school. Our maintenance and operation team, along with our police department, the sheriffs, and our fire department, have been assessing our buildings. Our preliminary assessment results show that the fire has substantially damaged 5 campuses. While most of them are in good condition, we have confirmed these 5 campuses in Altadena. Elliott's Arts Magnet School is damaged. Franklin Elementary, which was closed in 2020, has damage of about 80%. 3 campuses that house other schools have sustained damages: Edison, Loma Alta, and Noyes. Please note this information is preliminary. The fire is not contained, and some of our schools still remain in the path of the fire. We're working together with our city partners to do everything we can to preserve our schools. Our next steps are recovery. We're planning for recovery as we respond to the emergency, as we know our families are dependent on us. Public education is the bedrock of democracy. We learned that in COVID, and we will be here to help our families and our staff get through what is happening in our city. Thank you. We're deeply grateful for everything that you all have done to help and support us.
Next, President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Gomez.
Hi, I'm Jose A. Gomez, Jose A. Gomez, Gomez. Over the last 24 hours, our hearts have been broken by what has transpired. We have lost our peace. Although Pasadena City College has sustained minor damage, our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts are with our greater community. We are so grateful at Pasadena City College for the incredible leadership that the city of Pasadena and all of our legislators and all of our elected officials have provided, not just to our college, but also to our community. The campus will be closed, and we will not be having classes until next Monday. We will resume regular schedule and classes on Monday, if possible. Of course, it's a very fluid situation. But more importantly than that, we have activated much of our campus community in support of our partners and our greater Pasadena San Gabriel Valley family. Our emergency management response team has been deployed here to the convention center to help the city. We have our nursing staff who will be arriving soon to help our City Department of Public Health. And in partnership with our superintendent of Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Elizabeth Blanco, we are also serving meals to our PUSD families at Pasadena City College. We are here to help in any way possible, and we, of course, appreciate all of your support and all of your help. Pasadena and the San Gabriel Valley has been an amazing partner to PCC, and we are here to be an important and critical partner to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Next, from the Humane Society, Dia DeVernit.
I'm Dia DeVernit, President and CEO of Pasadena Humane. We're a nonprofit animal welfare organization and shelter serving Pasadena and 10 surrounding areas, including Altadena, which has been very hard hit by this fire. And our hearts really go out to all the people who have lost their homes and their pets in this disaster. We recently just heard from one of our board members who lost her home with her 2 cats in it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more stories like this in the coming hours and days, but our primary focus has been over the past 24 hours to assist people who have been safely evacuating with their pets and need a place for their pets to go. So we've taken in over 250 pets in the past 24 hours. And we have been working today to coordinate with shelters throughout the state to help take the animals that are already in our shelter to make room for more animals who are coming in. I want to really thank all of I want to really thank everyone who has offered assistance, including the shelters around the state and people who we see in our community who are rescuing neighbors' pets and bringing them to us. It really has been heartwarming to see even our staff members who have been evacuated and are losing their homes coming to the shelter to shelter with their pets and take care of other people's pets. It's going to take a real community effort to recover from this. We've had lots of inquiries from people wanting to help. We're taking names of those who would be interested in fostering animals as we get more animals in. Right now, our primary need is monetary donations so that we can provide emergency services to pets that have been impacted by the fires. We are also providing food and other pet supplies if anyone is in need. And we really encourage you, if you are evacuating, please make sure your pet has identification. Take pet supplies with you. And if possible, please try to stay with family or friends who can accommodate you and your pet, as the shelters are really becoming quite stressed in this situation. I want to give a few concrete resources because they have been rapidly evolving. For those in the foothill areas who have horses in need of shelter, right now the Fairplex in Pomona is taking them, the Industry Hills Equestrian Center, and soon LA County will be opening the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. We've heard that the LA Equestrian Center, where horses have been kept, is currently being evacuated. We have recently started to see the first injured animals coming in. We've had a cat and some wildlife coming in. If you do find injured wildlife, we'd like you to call our wildlife helpline at 626-344-1129. We're very thankful to our skilled veterinarians who are providing care to these animals, and we'll continue to provide care around the clock to animals in need in our community. Thank you.
Next, because this is still an active fire with very little, if any, containment, I think it's important to hear from the fire chief, and our fire chief is here with us, Chief Chad Augustine.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Augustine, your Pasadena Fire Chief, ChadAugustin. I'd like to give you a current sit stat on our Eaton fire. We can confirm that the Eaton fire is now over 10,600 acres at 0% containment. I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't highlight some of the heroic actions last night by your public safety, police, and fire, who literally saved lives, pulling people out from burning buildings, getting them out of streets and vehicles where they had no ways to evacuate. Our death count today would be significantly higher without their heroic actions. We currently have 60 strike teams requested and 750 firefighters working on this incident. We're in a unified command with multiple agencies to include Law, LA County Fire, LA County Sheriff, and Angeles National Forest, along with Pasadena Fire. We have strike teams committed from all over the state and as far as Arizona coming to assist us. Multiple structures have been damaged or destroyed as this wind-driven fire had wind gusts of 70+ miles per hour. We had spotting of embers 2 to 3 miles ahead of the fire. I can confirm tonight that we have somewhere between 200 and 500 structures damaged or lost. We really need, as it becomes safe to do so, and we get a better handle on this fire, we need to come in and be able to survey the damage to get an exact total of number of structures that have been damaged or completely lost. We continue to be in red flag conditions, and we expect that to be through Thursday, with variable and high wind speeds, thankfully not as strong as what we saw last night. We are encouraging people to stay updated as the weather can continue to change very rapidly. Please, if we issue an evacuation order, heed our request. Be prepared, have your go bag, and immediately evacuate. Thankfully, the current forecasts allow us today to start getting aircraft in to fight this fire. Since around 10 a.m., we've had aircraft doing water drops. With the goal of limiting the fire spread, we will come behind those water drops with hand crews and fire engines to get a containment line around this fire. We expect, with favorable conditions over the next couple days, to start making good progress on this fire. And with that, I'll turn it over to the police chief.
Chief, can we take a question? On the statistics and the current situation with your firefighters, how are they holding up over the past 22 hours now?
Yeah, they're exhausted. We need those reinforcements coming in, but they've done incredible work. Where they've, an example is crews that fought 15 house fires over a 28-hour period. They didn't save any of them, but they prevented 2 or 3 blocks away from burning down. So great work, not just from your Pasadena fire, but throughout this entire region. Yeah.
Strike teams, what's the status of that? How long before
Yes. Great question. So we have multiple strike teams have arrived. We're in the early 15-ish strike teams, and we expect over the next 24 hours we'll be close to 50. Even some of the Arizona strike teams should be here by this evening.
Can you talk about resources being stretched? I know that this morning, looking at some of the fires, there were maybe 1 or 2 firefighters on scene only because it appeared not to have the resources that you're going to stretch to a minute. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, sure. I would be kidding all of you if I said we didn't have resources stretched yesterday, right? It's a rarity that you have 2 major brush fires in LA County, like we did yesterday with the Eden Fire and the Palisades, let alone the multiple other fires that we saw. So we had an extreme drawdown from with LA County Fire, and they are our biggest partner. Even with their drawdown, they sent us a lot of resources last night, which was really helpful. It's unfortunate with the wind gusts that we had, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, they had to ground their aircraft last night. But we really relied on all of LA County to bring us resources, and then with the mutual aid requests from up and down the state. Did that answer your question?
Yes,
thank you.
What you said, I want to ask about, we're inside the fire zone, and multiple residents talked about a lack of water pressure, or a lack of water at all trying to fight the fires. There's a similar situation in the Palisades. They said it was due to the amount of water usage at one time. Is this what you were seeing? What was the situation there? We saw it firsthand as well. Why was this the case? Is this going to be trouble or a problem for?
Yeah, when you have multiple fires, multiple city blocks on fire, I'll throw a number out, 100 fire engines flowing water, we are gonna stretch our water system. On top of that, we had a loss of power temporarily, which impacted our water system. But I'll be clear, we could have had much more water. With those wind gusts, we were not stopping that fire last night. Those erratic wind gusts were throwing embers for multiple miles ahead of the fire, and that's really what caused the rapid spread of this fire.
Sir, what specific fire start? The most specific, because it's a picture taken approximately 6:30 last night, like a transforming fire in around Canyon.
That's correct. The time that is correct, and around 6:30 was when the fire came in the Altadena area. It was actually in LA County, but right on the border. We had both Pasadena and LA County resources arriving almost simultaneously, and then of course the fire quickly moved into the Pasadena city limits.
So 10,600 acres on fire, 0% containment, 100 homes destroyed. What do you say to
Yeah. Yeah, what gives me hope is when I look at the trees and bushes around here. Last night was incredible, right? It was like something that most of you have probably never seen. Tonight we have very mild wind conditions where we can get aircraft and a ton of additional resources getting their hands around this fire. That's what gives me confidence that we're going to get a handle on this fire.
Why don't we bring the police chief up, and then then you can ask questions of both chiefs.
Can we talk about the cause of the fire, and if there are others? We know that there are several fires burning. Are any of these connected to the blue flame, maybe arson?
The cause, you're going to love my generic answer, but the cause is under investigation, right? We have multiple fire investigators as well as fire and arson investigators from LA County and local resources investigating that. We need to let them do their good work so that we can come up with an accurate cause and origin.
We'll ask the chief to stay here for more questions, but in the meantime, because this also involves a public safety situation and neighborhoods that that have been evacuated and homes, the message I want to reiterate is don't even think about it. Don't think about coming to loot any of these properties in Pasadena or Altadena, because the Pasadena Police Department, as well as the LA County Sheriff and resources from the state of California, will be out there patrolling and protecting these neighborhoods. With that, I'll turn it over to our police chief, Eugene Harris, to provide you more facts and details.
My name is Gene Harris. I am the police chief for the city of Pasadena. Gene is G-E-N-E. Last name is Harris, H-A-R-R-I-S. Last night at the beginning of this incident, first responders from the city of Pasadena responded to the area of this event primarily on a safety mission. But when they got there, they rapidly found an escalating fire that was growing rapidly with the wind gusts, and it turned into a rescue evacuation scenario. Those first responders acted heroically by going in and either evacuating or rescuing numerous folks that are now housed in this building behind me. It was nothing short of heroic, and as they got there, it rapidly turned into that type of mission. So we had people from our police department, our fire department, certainly reached out into our Area C partners, local, state, and county folks that came to assist. And it took all night to get folks rescued or evacuated from their homes, and that effort was robust in that end. We also reached out beyond our county into other counties. We had some other agencies roll assets to us that could help us solve this problem, and they are still on scene at our command post as we speak. As you heard said, this is an active scenario from a law enforcement perspective. You've heard all of the fire circumstances and issues. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we in law enforcement are doing in this incident. As I said, it started out as a evacuation and rescue mission. It is now going to transition for law enforcement into a protection and community safety mission. And we will be staunch in protecting the community and protecting the homes of those folks who've had to be evacuated. We will have numerous folks in and around the area, upwards of 150 officers at any one time in and around the city, handling all of our regular patrol efforts, but certainly focusing on making sure that the homes and the property around the burn area is secure. We will be staunch in that effort. If you have, and this is a message to the community, if you have a righteous reason to be there, declare that reason to law enforcement personnel, and we'll assist you. If you don't have a righteous or legal reason to be there, expect to be challenged, and we will deal with you accordingly. The idea here is we want to make sure that we protect the people in this community, we protect the sanctity of these people's homes, and we will do that without fail. As you heard the mayor say, don't come here if that is the mission, if that's what you plan to do. You will run into somebody in one of these uniforms, and we will take care of that situation. So ensure that we are going to be staunch and very stern about the way that we're conducting this protection mission. I want to end it by simply saying the first responders in this city are second to none. Those partners that responded to help us really stood up, and you've got some really good elements that came out here to support this community and make it safe. So we will have ongoing and sustained operations. There will not be any lessening of operational capability for emergency services. We might find that some of the regular services will be out. We've put some information out on that for social media and on the media to make sure that people understand that we may not have the counters open and some of those things for regular services. But all emergency services will be dealt with without any lessening of services or impact. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Now we can open it up to questions from any of our speakers that you may have. I can do Spanish now, or we can do one-on-one.
Mayor, we asked the chief about the looting situation. Was that happened here at the Camry Fire? What was the situation here that makes you speak so forcefully about any activities that might happen?
Well, the forceful nature of my delivery is really designed to impact what our caring is for this community. It's a community caring mission. We haven't had any incidents of looting, and we don't want any. And so the message is, don't come here if that's what you plan to do. You're going to run into one of us, and we're going to be staunching that effort. So we haven't had anything yet, but we're trying to expect the unexpected and get in front of these types of things.
Any other questions for Chief Agustin?
Chief, there were a number of significant spot fires that broke out not only in the hills but along Lake Avenue, for example. Several buildings caught fire at once. Do you anticipate any of that tomorrow?
I do not. Right? We're still in a very active incident, right? And we have a dynamic fire that has 0% containment. But what caused a lot of last night's issues was the dynamic winds. Wind gusts of 70 miles an hour and very erratic winds. At 2 in the morning, they changed direction heading westward, and we ended up having evacuations all the way to Glendale. So do I expect a risk of fire spread tomorrow? Yes. Do I expect erratic fire weather like we saw last night? No. We can confidently say those embers were spreading ember casts 2+ miles, right? And we were in red flag conditions, right? And just acknowledging that we're in red flag conditions in January, right, should make us all pause. And so the humidity was so low last night that a single spark could cause a fire. And then you add in the wind gusts. And when I was driving to the fire last night, there was dozens of fires starting just from the embers that were being thrown blocks, and miles ahead of the fire.
Chief, the owner of the Money Museum told us on our air on CBS that the fire hydrant in front of his museum was dry and that firefighters couldn't get any water out of it. Are you sure that all the hydrants are working? Was that a water pressure problem? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can't comment on that specific instance because I don't know the facts of that, but I can tell you that it's very common in a brush fire in a city when you have that big of a fire with that many resources that we're going to tax our water supply and our water system. Then if you have a loss of power, which may impact the pressure, it's going to make it even worse. So yes, all of that. We're going to struggle on water supply on a very, very large brush fire like we saw last night with multiple structures on fire.
Do you feel that you got enough help, enough mutual aid quick enough? Did it arrive fast enough? Yeah. Could it have helped sooner?
What was great, if there was a positive thing from yesterday, is we were preparing for a wind event for multiple days in advance of what happened last night. We were preparing for a wind event as well as possible brush fire, but you had augmented staffing all over the county, which really benefited us because we were able to be nimble, send resources to Palisades Fire early in the day, and they were sending us resources by the evening time. That's the benefit of the mutual aid system in California, specifically LA County. Yes.
As you're speaking right now on our air, we're showing live pictures of houses burned to the ground. Yes. These are images that you and everyone standing behind you has seen all day long. What do you say to homeowners that are watching this happen in real time?
We grieve for them, right? We are incredibly sorry that they have a loss of, for many of them, everything they own, right? And it's tough as your fire chief. That's my responsibility. I also know that last night was unprecedented conditions where we did a lot of good work, but we were not able to save every residence or building that was out there.
Mayor Gordo, on that same note, how surreal is it to see inside this convention about some of the biggest needs that you think in the days to come that you need here for the folks to
Well, you know, first and foremost, you know, it's very sad to see families dislodged, particularly families that have lost their home and, as the chief says, have lost everything. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be to transition people who have lost their home into permanent housing. You know, we have hundreds of homes that have been destroyed, and moving people into permanent long-term housing is definitely going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a challenge that we're going to engage the county, the state, and the federal government in.
Has there been any contact information, a website or phone number set up for missing persons? So if a family member, if someone in the area was evacuated, the family is out of state or out of county, how do you track down your loved one?
Well, the standard 911 will be efficient enough to get us to the numbers that we need to get you. I would suggest that you make that call. To me, that stands to be an emergency, so let's do that. You can also contact our business line, and we can get you to the right people that can guide you in. If you think that your folks are at our evacuation center, which is right here behind us, we have plenty of staff that are here that can help you ID any family members or friends that might be here. I don't know that off the top of my head, unfortunately, but we can get that on our website.
Okay, this again, to all affected residents, know that your city, your county, and other resources are there to help. If you need assistance, please reach out to us. You know, Pasadena and its residents and Altadena, it's a resilient community. And I'm sure that we'll bounce back. In the interim, this is an evolving situation, and so we're asking people to listen carefully to what the police chief, the fire chief are saying. If you're asked to evacuate, evacuate. If you're thinking about coming to Pasadena or Altadena, for that matter, to cause problems, think twice, because the Pasadena Police Department and the LA County Sheriffs will be there to greet you, and you will be arrested if you're engaging in conduct that you should not be engaging in. With that, that will complete our, unless there are other questions. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening to officials there in Pasadena bringing us up to date regarding the Eaton fire burning most of the Altadena area there. We're expecting a news conference in about 13 minutes or so that will include LA city officials as well as Mayor Karen Bass as well. As you see there, our Joy Benedict is getting ready now to bring us an update now from Altadena. I know you've been listening to what's going on here, Joy. What's going on where you are?
Yeah, we're on Glen Rose right now, and it has just been a really tough scene for firefighters and a tough fight. We've been out here about an hour, and we had a couple of homes that were burning on this street, so firefighters came in very, very quickly trying to put out the flames, and they very, very quickly ran out of water. At first, they were attached to one of the fire hydrants here off of Glen Rose. It lasted just a couple of minutes, and it was completely dry. They ran out of the 500 gallons in their own vehicle for LA County Fire also very quickly, as then that fire continues to burn. And then they got in some assistance over there from a crew out of San Diego who had another 400 gallons in their truck behind them, and they were able to rig that up. The reason they worked so hard to put out this fire is that if you look over to the right-hand side, we have a home that is still standing. In fact, there are two that are still standing, and then a business down a little bit further down the way. And so that's what we've been talking about all day, is stopping the progression of the fire from bouncing from one house that's on fire to one house that is not. And now they have the ladder out, and they are actively trying to save this home that is right next door, since obviously the one that had caught fire is a total loss. And that's what we've really been seeing all day out here in the Altadena community. Now, the good news is at this time, and I'm crossing my fingers, at this time, we are not seeing those strong winds that we had been seeing earlier in this morning that would have spread this fire with or without the water, with or without the firefighters, that there was nothing that they can do. because we're not seeing that wind, this is giving firefighters the upper hand. It's giving them the upper hand to try and put these flames out and stop the progression of the fire, which is really the best news for folks here in this community. Because if you look across the street on the other side of the engines, all of these homes on Glen Rose and the 3000 block are still standing on what is the west side of Glen Rose Avenue versus on the east side of Glen Rose Avenue, where the fire has been coming down from the hillside and the mountains up there. That's where they're burning. Let's walk up just a little bit if we have the time. I want to get north of Pine Street, where we had a very similar situation up here with another house that was burning, and they were also struggling with water. So again, this is where the mutual aid from the fire departments come in very, very handy, because they have these engines, each one of them, including the wildland trucks, that each carry about 400 gallons of water, which can last and let folks get through here, and then of course add that extra water when they're just not having the resources underground with the fire hydrants. So as we come up here on yet another fire that was standing an hour ago, unfortunately it is not still standing anymore, this home, as they are still dealing with it. But next door is a home that has not burned, and that's why we have several firefighters standing over there on the porch trying to make sure that they prevent it from catching fire. So we have a lot of resources out here. It's just the fire is so vast. It is covering such a large swath of area, and it has been really erratic when it comes to the houses that are burning throughout the day, just sort of scattering all over Altadena because the winds are picking up those embers and having them move from block to block to block without any sort of reason or understanding. But again, a very active firefight out here still in Altadena by the LA County Fire Department and the many, many other fire departments that are up here trying to make sure that this fire doesn't spread or doesn't continue to spread, as it has been really hard throughout the day. I'll send it back to you.
It is so good to see those fire crews out there on the fire lines, in the streets, in the neighborhoods, doing what they can, as we see this firefighter here with hose in hand at the ready to see what's going to be happening next. All right, Joy, thank you.
The resources and the
Yep.
water, which is great. All right, our Rachel Kim is live in Altadena, where more homes are still unfortunately burning. Rachel?
Yeah, they are, Amy and Juan. We're along Sacramento Street, just off of Lake Avenue, and both sides of the street I'm on, this is basically what we see. Devastation, homes that have been leveled. You can see a few spots burning, still smoldering, but unfortunately, this is just the case. Firefighters are so busy, they really don't have time to tend to these little fires that are still smoldering. This is also the case on the other side, but first I want to show you to my right, a home has caught fire since we've been standing here. So this is what folks here don't want to see. Embers flying and houses catching fire to the right here, Suzanne. Over to the left right here, another home that was destroyed is the home of David Olguin. He and his family have been back here. They came back home to see that their home had been lost. And David tells me that they've lived here for 6 years. David, thanks again for joining us. I was telling our audience, you guys have lived here for 6 years.
Yes.
You came back to this devastation. Tell us why you decided with your family to come back. What are you doing right now?
We're just trying to salvage anything we can. You know, when you've put your whole life into one place, you know, where you just try to come back and